Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A truck driver pulled over to the shoulder of National Route A48 near Bridgend, South Wales on April 6, 2009, barely yards from the highway at the foot of a small valley. He saw an old luggage half hidden by the tall grass. He was intrigued by the suitcase's peculiar shape and positioning. He decided to check it out and was appalled to discover a human hand when he unzipped the bag. The motorist was shocked by the finding and called emergency services right away. On June 19, 1984, Kirsty Wilkinson was born in Coventry, England. Two children were already being raised by her parents, Catherine and David Wilkinson. The family, including Kirsty's elder sisters, Sonia and Haley, had a close-knit environment that made everyone feel loved and supported. Kirsty and Catherine had a particularly cordial and trustworthy friendship. The family relocated to Bridgend, South Wales when Kirsty became 14. This was a pivotal moment in her life. Her teenage years coincided with the move, and her new school presented additional social and emotional difficulties. Kirsty immediately attracted notice for her attractive beauty and self-assured manner. She started dreaming of a modeling career after being inspired by celebrities she saw in publications. She pictured herself enmeshed in the fashion industry, surrounded by flashes from cameras and the spotlight. The reality, however, was more difficult. Because of the fierce competition in the modeling field, Kirsty found it difficult to launch a successful career. Her only source of income was the occasional amateur picture shoot, which provided little consistency. Kirsty, nevertheless, shone a strong feeling of independence by working a variety of part-time jobs. She avoided depending on her parents for financial support by working as a server, cashier, and even housekeeper from an early age. At the age of 17, Kirsty's situation drastically changed. She had to start working at a Bridgend institution that was well known for its nightlife and adult entertainment due to her growing expenses. For Kirsty, this was more of a need than a choice. Fearing their disapproval, she concealed this part of her life from her family. She told her mother and sisters that she was an administrator at a nearby company. Kirsty attempted to keep this aspect of her life apart from the rest of her life by using the pseudonym Megan to conceal her identity. There were substantial financial advantages to her new position. She was able to pay for personal needs, save a portion of her income, and acquire her own apartment. Kirsty was not proud of her job, though. She battled feelings of humiliation and internal conflict, and she was constantly afraid of being seen. She yearned for a means to move on from that phase of her life and begin over. Kirsty remained connected to her family despite her clandestine work. Unaware of the true cause of her financial independence, her parents viewed her as responsible and goal-oriented. Kirsty persisted in fabricating the appearance of a steady and typical life, hoping that she would eventually be able to abandon her double life and follow her childhood aspirations of stability and normalcy. Paul Grab was born in South Wales in 1983. His early years were characterized by ongoing disputes and unstable finances. Paul felt unwelcome from a young age because his parents were constantly fighting and regularly neglected their son. Paul exhibited problematic conduct, frequently missing school and arguing with students and teachers. His parents tried unsuccessfully to reprimand him because of his subpar academic achievement. Paul started acting more aggressively by the time he was a teenager. He was openly disrespectful to professors and often got into confrontations. But he eventually dropped out of school, leaving his education unfinished, as his reputation at school deteriorated. Paul became interested in illegal substances about this time. His initial experiments with moderate narcotics gradually progressed to more serious addictions, which made him more hostile and alone. Paul began working in escort services when he was 18 in order to pay for his vices. He was willing to work for both men and women. Although it was risky, this line of employment became his main source of revenue. Paul experienced humiliation, violence, and threats, which fueled his rage and feeling of unfairness. He was also drawn into the criminal underworld by this path, where he made contacts that allowed him to carry on with his destructive way of life. One significant instance of Paul's increasingly antagonistic behavior was a fight with a neighbor, whom he accused of causing damage to his vehicle. The woman was forced to leave the neighborhood after Paul threatened her and even attacked her with a bat. Because of the frequent occurrence of such instances, many members of his community shunned him. He was leading a lonely and disorderly life by the time he met Kirsty in 2004. Escort work, drug abuse, and an inclination toward violence had taken center stage in his life. His manipulative habits and problems controlling his wrath frequently hurt others around him. Kirsty had no idea how his tumultuous background would have a devastating impact on her own life when she first met Paul. Paul Grabbett and Kirsty Wilkinson met in 2004 while attending a party in one of Bridgeton's nightclubs. Both Kirsty and Paul, who were 20 and 21 years old respectively, were going through difficult times. Kirsty was still employed at a place, while Paul was heavily addicted to drugs and relied on sporadic revenue from escort services. She kept secrets from her family. Mutual attraction served as the foundation for the bond that grew between them in spite of their differences. Their initial encounter was entirely fortuitous. They were introduced by mutual acquaintances during the boisterous party. Paul's self-assurance drew Kirsty in, and her attractiveness and endearing grin enthralled him. Although they spent the evening together, no meaningful commitments were made. They didn't have a close relationship after that night, although they did communicate periodically. For Kirsty, it was only a brief phase in her life that held no hope of lasting change. 3 years after their first meeting, their relationship was revived at the end of 2007. Unusual circumstances led to Paul, a client, visiting the same place where Kirsty worked. Paul recognized her and went to talk to her, even though she was using her pseudonym Megan. It started off awkwardly but quickly became a comfortable conversation. Paul proposed they get together outside of work and that he had been thinking about her a lot since they first met. Their relationship started to grow quickly after that. They began to spend more time together, sharing personal tales and taking walks. Kirsty, who had concealed her work life from her loved ones, found in Paul someone who appeared to comprehend and accept her without passing judgment. Paul, on the other hand, concealed the problematic elements of his past by projecting charm and confidence. Soon after, Kirsty began to think that Paul might be her prince, someone who might help her change her life. His desire to change his life and settle down to establish a family impressed her. She believed they had a common understanding, which gave her hope that things might become better in her life. Paul deftly fueled this romantic illusion by frequently bragging about his purported accomplishments, which included previous positions as a race car driver, mechanic, and even a dancer. But even though their relationship seemed harmonious on the surface, it was based on lies. Paul was aware of Kirsty's occupation from the beginning, but he kept his true intentions from her. She was not only a possible love interest, but also a source of financial security. However, Kirsty started confiding in Paul more than she had in anybody else because she believed that their relationship was genuine. A few weeks after getting back in touch with Paul, Kirsty stunned her mother Catherine by announcing her engagement in December 2007. Kirsty claimed that Paul had asked her to marry him and she had accepted without question. In spite of her secret existence, Kirsty felt she had discovered the guy of her dreams, someone who would accept her for who she was. Her family was completely unaware of Paul's existence, so they were all taken aback by the news. Catherine voiced her worries right away. She believed Kirsty didn't know Paul well enough and that the relationship was progressing too soon. In order to give her daughter more time to comprehend Paul's personality and goals, she advised her to postpone the wedding. Kirsty insisted on delaying the ceremony for at least a few months, despite Catherine's suggestion. 5 weeks after announcing their engagement, she and Paul had already decided on a date in February 2008. The family's initial encounter with Paul only made their worries worse. He left a bad impression when Kirsty took him home. Paul was unkempt, wore informal clothing, and showed a marked lack of deference when interacting with Kirsty's parents. Red flags were triggered by his life stories. None of his claims that he had experience as a mechanic, race car driver, or even a dancer could be verified. Paul seemed to exaggerate his accomplishments in an attempt to impress them, but his manner and tone made Kirsty's family uncomfortable. Kirsty's parents, David and Catherine, attempted to talk her out of becoming involved too soon. They noted that their connection was moving too fast and that Paul didn't appear trustworthy. Sonia, Kirsty's older sister, expressed her worries as well, saying that Paul seemed manipulating. She was convinced that Paul was her only hope for a happy future, even if they tried to persuade her otherwise. From an early age, Kirsty had always been romantic and dreamy. She had big plans for a wedding and a big family. She felt empty from her previous way of life and believed that marrying Paul would start a new chapter in her life. She disregarded all the cautions, since she was determined to pursue her ambition. She even persuaded herself that her loved ones were just unable of comprehending her emotions. Kirsty's family decided to support her on her wedding day, in spite of their misgivings. The event was held in February of 2008. Her sisters and parents were there, but their grins belied their discomfort. In contrast, Paul seemed delighted and assured. Although it was the day Kirsty's wishes came true, her family saw it as the beginning of her increasing alienation. They believed she was ignoring the alarming indicators that would eventually have disastrous results. Kirsty and Paul started their life together at her Bridge End apartment, following their February 2008 wedding. Paul established his own regulations right away, which swiftly developed into total authority. Without consulting Kirsty, he moved into her house and took over her finances right away. Paul demanded access to her bank account, saying it was essential to better manage their finances. Kirsty didn't protest, fully engrossed in her love vision. It quickly became clear that Paul had no desire to improve their mutual well-being. He didn't try to get a job and stayed at home most of the time, while Kirsty kept working to provide for them both. With addition, Paul started meddling with her work life. He advised her to take on additional clients in order to boost their revenue, rather than discouraging her work. Without considering Kirsty's feelings or welfare, he saw this as a means of paying their mounting bills. Paul had power over more than just words. Under the pretense of protecting her, he started going to work with Kirsty to keep an eye on her schedule and make sure she complied with his requests. He gradually began using the internet to find her new customers. Paul advertised Kirsty's services by creating numerous accounts on different platforms. Her workload thus increased in difficulty. She began meeting clients at home in addition to working shifts at the company. Kirsty soon found herself in a scenario that was emotionally damaging. She had always envisioned quitting her job, beginning a new life, and raising a family. But under Paul's influence, those aspirations appeared unreachable. Paul persuaded her that this was the best way to preserve their relationship and financial security, even if she was reluctant to continue. He used her love for him and her sense of duty as leverage. Paul had authority over more than just money. He also started meddling with her private affairs. He examined her phone, demanded answers for everything she did, and prohibited her from talking to certain of her friends. He maintained that their relationship was negatively impacted by a few of them. Over time, Kirsty found herself alone, with no one to confide in or support. Paul's efforts to erode Kirsty's trust were among the first indications of his manipulative tendencies. He made remarks about how she looked, highlighting what he saw as her shortcomings, and he gave her the impression that she couldn't be successful without him. She became more and more reliant on him as a result of these comments, which damaged her sense of self. Kirsty's sense of insecurity was exacerbated by Paul's severe mood swings, which ranged from kindness and concern to annoyance and aggressiveness. Paul's assertiveness increased over time. Under the guise of varying their relationship, he started bringing people into their private lives. Despite Kirsty's strong opposition to this notion, she reluctantly accepted in order to prevent strife. But these circumstances just made her inner agony worse. She started to feel as if she no longer owned her life or her body. Kirsty made an effort to keep up the illusion of a typical family life, but she was overcome with anxiety and uncertainty on the inside. Paul completely ignored her needs and feelings as he maintained his domination. She kept a journal in which she often wrote down her thoughts, but she was not strong enough to resist Paul's increasing dominance. She had to constantly fight to maintain what little independence she still had, while dealing with Paul's incessant pressure and manipulation. Paul's domineering actions gradually turned into outright hostility. A few months after the wedding, the first physical altercations had place. One night, Paul got into a fight with Kirsty because she hadn't made enough money, and he ended up pushing and hitting her in Kirsty's place. Although it was a startling event, Paul immediately expressed regret and vowed that it would never occur again, but his excuses were only short-lived. These episodes quickly got more frequent and more severe. Paul started acting aggressively to subdue Kirsty's will. He would go from threats to physical acts when she didn't comply with his demands. When Kirsty tried to express her wish to quit her employment at the establishment, for example, Paul angrily interrupted her, called her ungrateful, and then hit her. He increased his exertion, further limiting her autonomy into decision-making. Catherine, Kirsty's mom, started to suspect that her daughter was not happy in her marriage. She made an effort to speak openly with her, but Kirsty either sidestepped the subject or changed the subject, recognizing danger. Paul might seriously jeopardize her safety. Catherine cautioned her, but Kirsty brushed these worries aside, believing that with patience she could make things better. Although Kirsty's inner misgivings increased, she held on to the notion that things may get better. According to her journal entries, she was aware of how toxic her marriage was, but she was afraid of what might happen and lacked the courage to leave. She was stuck in a relationship that was gradually undermining her sense of self because of guilt feelings and her psychological reliance on Paul. Kirsty and Paul made the decision to go out with friends to a Swansea nightclub on March 28, 2009. As was not unusual for them, they drank wine and other narcotics throughout the night. Witnesses reported that the pair experienced tense periods that occasionally resulted in disputes. While Kirsty seemed to be avoiding confrontation, Paul seemed agitated. After a furious disagreement at midnight, Paul left the party and went home by himself, leaving Kirsty and their friends. Kirsty chose to stay and spend the rest of the evening with her friends rather than immediately following him. They then reported that she seemed worn out and depressed, but made an effort to hide her feelings. Kirsty hired a cab late that evening to drive her home. Later, the cabbie said that after dropping her off at the residence, she entered with assurance. She was last seen alive at this point. Paul informed Kirsty's mother, Catherine, the next day that his wife had departed early that morning, purportedly taking money and some possessions. He said he was asleep and hadn't heard anything. Kirsty might have gone to visit another man, Paul added, since Kirsty had left her personal belongings and bank cards behind, a strange move for someone preparing to start over. Catherine thought his explanation was fishy. When it was discovered that Kirsty had tried to call emergency services throughout the night but the call was dropped because of a weak signal, another troubling detail emerged. Police later learned that neighbors claimed to have heard muffled screams and the sounds of a struggle about the time Kirsty supposedly left. Her relatives and investigators suspected foul play because of these characteristics and the absence of evidence indicating she went voluntarily. The police started an inquiry as soon as Kirsty was reported missing. Her husband, Paul Grab, was the main suspect. Paul stated that he had been asleep during the night and discovered the following morning that Kirsty had grabbed a few items and gone, as his actions had caused alarm from the beginning. His account of what happened, however, was not consistent with the facts. Kirsty had left behind her bank cards and other significant personal belongings, which ran counter to the notion that she had departed on purpose. When police first searched their house, they discovered some unusual modifications. The carpet that had been in the living room was gone, and a portion of the ceiling had recently been painted. Kirsty had wanted to redecorate, according to Paul's explanation, but that didn't seem reasonable. During the night, neighbors reported hearing muffled cries, sounds of a fight, and a bang that sounded like the movement of a heavy object. At the time, no one called the police, figuring it was simply a domestic dispute. Kirsty's unsuccessful attempt to contact emergency services the night she vanished provided a vital clue. Although investigators concluded that the call was cut off, the fact that she attempted to contact for assistance indicated that she was in danger. This increased suspicions of Paul's involvement even more, as did the neighbors' statements. The investigation took a sad turn on April 6, 2009. A suitcase was discovered in a roadside ditch by a truck driver who had stopped on the shoulder of the A48 close to Bridgend. He was drawn to the item's peculiar appearance. He found a human hand when he opened the suitcase. He called the police right away, horrified. Officers discovered a woman's body inside the suitcase when they got there. Kirsty Wilkinson was later identified by experts as the victim. Kirsty had been seriously injured according to a physical examination. She had multiple bruises and scratches on her body, and her jaw and nose were shattered. She passed away as a result of a traumatic brain injury brought on by many head injuries. She also had evidence of strangulation, which suggests that someone tried to suffocate her during the fight before being abandoned in the ditch. Investigators discovered that her body had been transported from another area. Paul was taken into custody by authorities that same day. He denied any involvement during questioning, saying he was unaware of Kirsty's movements after she departed, but his tense manner suggested that he was not involved at all. Additionally, investigators found that Paul attended a massage parlor and took out cash using Kirsty's bank card the day after she vanished, all of which seemed extremely suspect given the circumstances. The terrible chronology of the crime was made clear by forensic evidence and testimonies. A dispute between Kirsty and Paul occurred the night before she vanished. Paul assaulted her, trying to choke her and hitting her several times. Paul brought Kirsty's body to the living room after she passed away, and he struggled to pack it in a bag because of how big she was. Without the required equipment, Paul gave up on his initial plan to dismember it. Finally, he pushed her body into the suitcase and carried it to a ditch on the side of the road, where he dumped it. Later, bloodstains were discovered in Kirsty's house, which Paul had attempted in vain to clean. Splatter marks on the ceiling were found to be hidden by paint stains. Together with witness statements and Paul's actions, these pieces of evidence proved to be essential in establishing his guilt. The charges against Paul were strengthened by Kirsty's journal entries, which also showed her dread of him and her wish to flee. Early in 2010, Paul Grabbitt's trial got underway. Based on police-gathered evidence and witness accounts, prosecutors provided a thorough chronology of the events. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the bloodstains in the living room, which Paul tried to hide by removing the carpet and repainting the ceiling. The blood matched Kirsty's, according to forensic specialists, and suggested a severe altercation. Severe aggression was seen in her physical injuries. Neighbors and other witnesses claimed to have heard muffled cries coming from the residence and the sounds of a struggle. A cab driver acknowledged that he dropped Kirsty off at her house the night she vanished, just before she passed away. Records of Kirsty's unsuccessful attempt to contact emergency services owing to a bad signal were produced by the police. Paul's use of Kirsty's bank card for purchases, such as cash withdrawals and visits to a massage parlor following her passing, was another crucial piece of evidence. Kirsty's journal entries were read out loud during the trial. She talked about how she was afraid of Paul because of his aggressiveness and cunning. These documents depicted a life of financial exploitation, intimidation, and control. The prosecution focused on how Paul controlled Kirsty's life while ignoring her security and welfare. Paul denied any misconduct, asserting that Kirsty left their house on her own volition and implying that an unidentified someone was responsible for her passing. Evidence and witness accounts, however, refuted his story. Investigators also discovered that Paul had tried to portray himself as a laid-back husband by claiming that Kirsty had cheated on him with another man. Paul was found guilty of the crime by the jury following a protracted trial. The judge emphasized Paul's total lack of regret, the act's extraordinary cruelty, and its self-serving motivations. Paul Grabbitt was given a life sentence with a minimum of 19 years in prison on February 4, 2010. Kirsty's family was somewhat relieved by the sentence, but it was insufficient to make up for their terrible loss. Kirsty's family was unaware of certain aspects of her life until the trial. They felt that they could have saved themselves from the disaster, and they were overcome with anguish and shame. In addition to marking the end of the case, the hearing served as a sobering reminder of the destructive power of dysfunctional relationships and control. The Wilkinson family suffered severe emotional and psychological damage following Kirsty's passing. Catherine, her mother, battled a persistent sense of guilt. All of the cautions she had given Kirsty, the statements her daughter had disregarded, and her instinct that Paul posed a threat to her were all repeated in her thoughts. She was overcome by these ideas, which made the loss much more painful. David, Kirsty's father, became reclusive and avoided talking about the catastrophe. Their family's cohesiveness was destroyed when they lost their youngest daughter. Haley, Kirsty's older sister, was deeply impacted by her passing. Since the two had always been close, Haley found it difficult to fill the vacuum created by the loss. Haley tried to numb the pain by drinking because she was unable to handle the mounting weight of her depression and powerlessness. Haley died at the age of 31 from alcohol poisoning 5 years after Kirsty did. Kirsty's other sister, Sonia, lost yet another daughter as a result of this second tragedy, which dealt the Wilkinson family yet another painful blow. The tragedy served as a sobering reminder of how crucial it is to keep loved ones safe. Despite her own profound sadness, she made an effort to help her parents. No verdict or punishment could mend the wound that the Wilkinson family was left with. Their lives were ruined by the tragedy, which left a scar they would never be able to shake. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. In January 1999, David and Belinda Temple were expecting their second child. Belinda was due to give birth as soon as possible. Doctors predicted labor in a few weeks. Belinda, like all pregnant women, was extremely tired and quickly exhausted. She still had her son Evan, who needed attention and care. That day, David decided to relieve his wife of household chores and give her some time to rest in the evening. To keep her from being distracted, he and his son went for a walk in the park. The father and son were enjoying their walk in the fresh air. Walking quickly tires and whets the appetite, so they stopped at a cafe to eat a sandwich and drink a Coke. After the cafe, they drove home. David parked the car and noticed that the front door to his house had broken glass. "Evan, I'm going to take you to visit Harland for a bit, okay?" David asked. Without waiting for his son's response, he quickly led him across the street to a neighboring house where family friends lived. "Why can't we go to Mom's?" asked the son, who struggled to keep up with his father. David replied, "Mom is in the hospital right now." He didn't know what else to say, so he kept going. Quentin Harland had barely opened the door to the unexpected visitors and had not even had a chance to greet them when David took his son into the living room and ran toward his house. Quentin, not understanding anything, yelled at his wife to look after the child and ran after his silent friend. "What's the matter, Quentin?" he yelled. But when he saw the Temple's broken front door, he realized David most likely had no idea what was waiting for him inside. The house was a disaster, with all of the closets open, items scattered on the floor, and, worst of all, blood trails leading to the stairs. Quentin pushed David aside and noticed Belinda lying belly down beneath the stairs in the dressing room, her arms spread apart and a large hole in the back of her head. David, apparently in shock, did not cry out, did not say anything, did not rush to his wife's body, but instead took out his cell phone and dialed the police number. The operator on the other end of the line had not anticipated the brutality of the murder, so he instructed David to check Belinda's pulse and even perform CPR. "What the hell kind of CPR are you talking about? Her head is splattered all over the walls," he replied. Police officers responded quickly to the scene, but they did not enter the house for a long time. Shaq, the Temple family's bull terrier, growled and barked at the unfamiliar uniformed men, appearing ready to lunge at the police officers. One officer even drew his service pistol. David, who had emerged from the house, yelled for them to put their guns away and hurriedly led the aggressive dog into the garage. Once inside the house where the tragedy occurred, the police investigated and concluded that burglars had been at work. They were unaware that the mistress was in the house at the time. Even though she was pregnant, they had no choice but to shoot her and thus eliminate the witness. In 1986, Belinda attended college in her hometown. Even though her twin sister Brenda left to attend Steve Austin University, Belinda remained with her parents because, in high school, she began dating Marshall Kelmy, who was 3 years her senior and whom she adored. Her father and mother were against the relationship. At the very least, because of her boyfriend, their daughter would be unable to obtain a prestigious education, and as is typical, she would become pregnant early and drop out of even a community college. There were numerous scandals in their household regarding this topic. Carol's mother refused to let her daughter start a joint life with Marshall, saying, "He is nobody to you. When you get married, you can move out anywhere, but until then, you have your own house." Belinda was a stubborn girl who always got her way, so her mother's words must have served as a wake-up call. Later, at a family dinner to which Marshall had been invited despite his reservations, the young couple announced their engagement. There was a palpably silence at the table. "Well, now that they've decided," Mom gritted her teeth, and they remained silent for the rest of the evening. Belinda had made the decision herself, wanting to show her parents that she was an adult capable of making her own decisions. Her boyfriend was not particularly eager for an official marriage, but he did not refuse his girlfriend's proposal. Belinda packed her belongings and moved in with her husband, who was still living with his parents at the time, with no plans to rent a separate place. Indeed, their relationship was unaffected by their official marriage. As previously stated, Belinda did everything she could to avoid motherly reproaches and achieve independence. But the taste of this life proved to be very bitter. Not 6 months later, Marshall began to spend little time at home, claiming to be working late but in fact with another woman. Belinda found out when she noticed her husband acting strangely one day. She waited until his workday was over before following her husband. That's when everything came to light. Marshall was walking hand in hand with a strange woman, most likely a colleague. The deceived wife did not organize any fights or jealousy scenes, but instead packed her belongings and returned to her mother. The guilty Marshall hung around her house for a long time, frequently calling to beg her forgiveness, but Belinda was unwavering and too proud to forgive the young man. They soon divorced. By 1998, Belinda was pregnant with her child, but continued to work part-time at the school. The children listened to her half-heartedly, respected her for her fairness, and were even slightly scared. Belinda was concerned that due to her pregnancy, she would miss the inter-school basketball competition and would be unable to adequately prepare the team. Her colleague, Richard Bachman, didn't care about her team or children in general. He had confessed to her numerous times that if he had another job, he would have quit being a teacher long ago. Belinda despised this attitude and couldn't understand why this flabby and overweight 40-year-old man was still in his position. Belinda was not one of those teachers who tolerated student absenteeism, so when she discovered that one of her students, high school senior Riley Joe Sanders, had been absent from class for months, she immediately contacted her colleagues. She wanted to know if this was her fault as a teacher or if the boy was a habitual truant. Her colleagues responded that it was not her fault. The boy was raised in a bad family, no one cared about him, and he only attended school on rare occasions. Belinda could not leave it at that. That same evening, she went to see his mother, who lived nearby, and had a serious conversation with her, which later proved fruitful. However, it did not meet the young teacher's expectations. Riley Joe Sanders came to class and practiced on an equal footing with the other students. But during a basketball game, when Sanders pushed his opponent and Belinda pointed out Riley's disgusting behavior, he insulted her with the last words, saying something like, "You'll answer to me for this. You better look around, especially in the evenings." After her breakup with Marshall in 1987, Belinda had nothing left in her hometown, so she accompanied her sister to Stephen F. Austin State University. She enjoyed her time at the university. It appeared that she had truly discovered her calling. In addition to studying, she worked part-time as a basketball coach, and the young woman had high hopes. At the same university, she met David Temple. He, like Belinda, was a part-time soccer coach who also played as captain of the university team. Soccer was an important part of David's life. He had been playing since he was a child, and it was clear from the start that he would become a school star. Despite David's difficult personality, he always played well for his team and was respected by all teachers. He could easily insult someone or start a fight, but he got away with it all while on the field during the game. Belinda also attended the Taste, and David's parents idolized her. They liked that she, like their son, was a big sports fan, so they had a lot in common. But her twin sister and Belinda's friends were not pleased with the union. They knew Belinda as a strong-willed and independent woman, and in this relationship, she changed dramatically. She became constrained, silent, and humble. Her whole life seemed to revolve around pleasing David. In addition to everything else, Belinda's toxic relationship caused her to become estranged from her family. Calls to her parents became increasingly infrequent, and trips home, whether for vacation or weekends, ceased entirely. Who in the family might like this? Closer to graduation, the couple purchased a bull terrier and named him Shaq. After receiving their long-awaited diplomas, David and Belinda married. In 1999, police began investigating the crime scene. How could a burglar enter a home guarded by such a vicious dog? In fact, how could the perpetrator distract the bull terrier that was preventing the police from entering the temple yard? Then they focused their attention on the front door. The glass was broken, as if the perpetrator attempted to open the lock from inside. However, in that case, the shards of glass would have been near the threshold. They were in the distance, to the right of the entrance. So, when the door was unlocked, the glass broke. Why would they do this, In the living room, there was a box on a nightstand and a toppled TV on the floor next to it. The policeman opened it, revealing earrings, rings, a chain, and gold jewelry. Additionally, it was unclear why the robber did not touch the jewelry. With each passing minute inside the Temple family home, the police officers became increasingly convinced that everything had happened in a dramatization. They knew from experience that in a robbery, the criminal takes everything they can find and carries it away. However, it appeared that nothing had been taken. Then there was the dog who would not leave their thoughts. Something was obviously wrong here. The murder was committed by firing a shot in the back of the head, most likely with a 12-gauge shotgun, while the victim was kneeling with their back to the killer. However, shotguns are not a popular weapon among robbers. It's extremely difficult to carry or transport without being noticed. In Belinda's case, the murder occurred at 4 p.m., and no criminal would walk around with a shotgun in broad daylight. "David, do you keep any weapons at home?" one officer inquired. "Yeah, I have a couple of rifles," David explained. David showed the police officers his weapons, but not the shotgun that could have killed Belinda. The cops asked David to accompany them to the station to provide a statement and take inventory of the stolen items. The man was extremely nervous, but he went with the police officers. His son, Evan, who had no idea what had happened, stayed at Harlan's house. In 1996, David Temple and Quentin Harlan were not only neighbors, but also worked at the same school. You could say they were true friends. They frequently met outside of work hours to watch games on TV or have a family BBQ. Something other than their shared interest in sports brought David and Quentin together one day. Heather Scott was a new young teacher at the school. Quentin immediately paid attention to her, gave her various signs of interest, and even invited her to dinner one night. But Heather turned him down. Quentin happened to have a rival who, surprisingly, turned out to be David. Quentin was outraged and resentful that his married friend, who even had a son, was developing a secret relationship at work. You have to give it to Quentin. He was a good friend who could keep secrets. Heather had no idea David was married because he didn't wear a wedding ring and didn't tell her anything about his real life. Furthermore, outside of the school, David and Heather appeared to be a happy couple, which was noticed by the entire teaching staff. Belinda knew nothing about David's second life. She once talked to Quentin and told him she suspected her husband of cheating. However, Quentin, of course, dissuaded the suffering wife. "You have a vivid imagination. David is your husband and a great family man. How could you think such a thing?" said the man. And there was plenty to think about. If David had previously been extremely reverent toward Belinda, he could now insult his wife in public. For example, he frequently referred to her as fat, despite the fact that she had only gained a few pounds since giving birth. He asked her to move to another room when there were guests in the house, as if her untidy appearance scared them, and so on. Instead of having a serious conversation with her husband about it, Belinda accepted this attitude toward herself while crying at night and feeling deeply unhappy as a woman. Meanwhile, David was enjoying his new relationship with Heather. In 1999, the police suspected David but couldn't prove it. Flipping through the case files of burglaries in the neighborhood, they discovered that 8 days before the murder at the Temple house, a house on the next street was burglarized, and the perpetrator was Riley Joe Sanders, the same persistent truant from the school where Belinda taught and who had threatened her. He was immediately brought in for questioning. Riley had no alibi on the day of the murder, and his father owned a shotgun, albeit a 12-gauge. However, when they searched the Sanders house, no weapon was discovered. When the high school student discovered that, police had every reason to detain him. He admitted that on the day of the teacher's murder, he was with friends and concealed it because he was with a large group of people smoking pot and did not want to frame others with his testimony. Riley's charge has been dropped. David became increasingly estranged from his family after starting a new relationship with a co-worker in 1998. His psychological pressure on his wife increased gradually. He never raised his hand to her, and their entire communication consisted of insults. It was during this year that Belinda discovered she was pregnant again. This news made her forget all of David's previous offenses, and she was ecstatic. David appeared to be attempting to portray himself as a happy father as well, but it was ineffective. David didn't always return home at night, and Belinda was afraid to ask why, because her husband could become enraged and cause a major scandal. A pregnant woman didn't want that. Belinda frequently asked David to assist her in preparing for the baby's birth, such as going to the store for supplies, making repairs in the new children's room, and installing wall shelves. David ignored all of his wife's requests, and Belinda, despite her position, began to do everything herself, including going shopping, painting the walls, and assembling the purchased furniture. David made no effort at all. Christmas was coming. Belinda was already 8 months pregnant. She decided to talk with her husband about what they would give each other. However, David suggested that they not exchange gifts this year because the money saved would be better spent on the baby who was about to be born. Especially since the doctors had warned the expectant mother that she might go into premature labor and the baby could be born before the new year. Christmas arrived. Despite their agreement not to give each other anything, David never gave Belinda anything, not even a small gift. Furthermore, he packed his belongings and announced that he would be spending the entire New Year's holiday with friends on the hunt. Belinda informed her sister, and she canceled all plans to visit her so that Belinda would not feel abandoned. As the doctors warned, labor could start at any time. David, of course, was not on any hunting trips with his friends. He spent the holidays with Heather, who wore a gold necklace that Temple had given her for Christmas. In 2007, it appeared that David Temple had nearly forgotten about his wife's murder, as if Belinda Temple had never existed. He didn't care that 5 years had passed since the murder, and the perpetrator had yet to be identified. He married Heather in 2001, and together they raised Evan. However, in November 2004, he received a knock on the door. On the doorstep, police officers handcuffed David and informed him that he was being held on suspicion of murdering Belinda Temple. David, like before, denied everything. David's trial didn't start until 2007. According to the investigation, the motive for the crime was his new romantic relationship with Heather. David's interviewees stated that they overheard him bragging about how easily he swapped his fat and pregnant wife for a young and beautiful Heather on several occasions during her pregnancy. According to the prosecution, David murdered Belinda as soon as she returned home from work because the young woman was wearing her work uniform and shoes. He then began the robbery by throwing items around the house before quickly driving to the park with his son, providing an alibi. The prosecution also stated that nothing was stolen from the house and that there was a vicious dog in the yard who would not allow any strangers into the house. The murder weapon was most likely dropped by David in the rice paddy, as witnesses saw David's car stop near the paddy with only Evan in it. However, the shotgun was never found in that location. Heather testified that before Belinda's murder, their relationship with David was not serious, and she didn't even love him. Temple clearly disliked these words, which added confusion to the jury's decision. Could David kill his wife for a non-serious relationship? Or is Heather lying to save her husband in this way? In November 2007, David was sentenced to life in prison. In 2009, Riley Sanders' friend goes to the police to clear his conscience. Riley told him a few years ago that he took his father's shotgun with the intent of robbing the Temple family home and teaching his teacher a lesson about his mother's popularity at school. And he almost got into the house, but at that point, a bull terrier ran out of the garage, and Riley shot at the dog but did not hit him, and he quickly fled, fearing that the sound of shotgun fire would attract the neighbors. The court received this testimony, and the case was reviewed. In the meantime, David was released from prison on bail. Heather had no intention of marrying a man who had spent so much time in jail and didn't know how long he would be there. She has filed for divorce. The jury took a long time to decide what type of punishment David deserved. The pandemic began when Temple was free, and the court had yet to decide on his sentence. It was not until 2023 that the case was reviewed. In the end, David was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 17 years. His son Evan did not believe his father was capable of such a cold-blooded murder until the very end of the trial, and he supported him throughout. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Our story begins with Annie, a beautiful girl. Annie's family and friends described her as a bright, beautiful, and sociable girl. Riveted Hindosha, Annie's father and the son of a successful merchant, left the Indian state of Gujarat as a young man for Europe. The family settled in Mariestad, a small town in Sweden. Vinod started his own business, and the family became wealthy. After graduating from college, Annie moved to Stockholm and worked in the marketing department of Ericsson's, a mobile phone manufacturer. Annie's father gave her a new car and an apartment in a prestigious neighborhood of the city. After 25 years, Annie started looking for a husband. She frequently flew to London and stayed at the homes of wealthy relatives. Her maternal uncles owned the British pharmacy chain, and she spent her weekends communicating with her extended family. She decided that her husband would be Hindu. One of Annie's relatives met Shireen Dewaney at a party in London and admired his background, social standing, upbringing, and manners. She then set up an informal meeting between Sherwin and Annie at a cafe. The young people liked each other, so they went on their first date in September 2009 with Syed Dewaney. His family, like Annie's, were Gujarati and had moved to Europe and England. Syed's father established a pharmacy in Bristol as well as a nursing home. Syed graduated from an elite school in Bristol, studied accounting at Manchester University, and then relocated to London to work for the accounting firm De La Suite. After a year, he left his job to help run the family business. At the age of 33, he was already a millionaire. Following their dating, they decided to move in together and share a home in Bristol, United Kingdom. Sheen elaborated on the instant allure he felt for Annie, emphasizing her ambitions while mirroring his own, fostering eager anticipation for the collaborative construction of their future life together. Their relationship was not without challenges, necessitating collaborative efforts to overcome obstacles that occasionally led to disagreements. Sheeran revealed that he had abnormally low hormone levels, which reduced his chances of having children and prompted his decision to undergo testosterone replacement therapy. Despite the difficult challenges they faced during this time, Sheen believes their bond grew stronger, culminating in his decision to propose to Annie a little more than a year after their first meeting. Sheen arranged for Annie to travel to the romantic city of Paris via private aircraft, where he proposed marriage. Following her affirmative response, he planned an elaborate stag party in the vibrant city of Las Vegas, located in the United States. The matrimonial union was celebrated in the opulent city of Mumbai, India, with an extravagant wedding costing an estimated $250,000. As a result, the newlyweds planned and postponed their honeymoon, instead choosing to spend several weeks in the picturesque setting of Cape Town, South Africa, indulging in the luxury and opulence of a five-star resort. Sheeran and Annie went out to dinner on November 13th at a hotel in Cape Town. Others noticed them posing for pictures at their hotel. They seemed like any other couple on their honeymoon. They held hands, kissed, and laughed. But their joy would not last. They waited for their cab at their hotel and then used Google Maps to navigate through a township near Cape Town. At midnight that night, a distressed shepherd requested assistance. He was apprehended in Harare, and he told police that the taxi they were riding in had been hijacked. The driver was removed from the vehicle, and two men entered Sri Lanka. An army was detained at gunpoint. The men were released on treason charges, but they still had Annie, and he had no idea where they were during the police interrogation. Soren recounted his encounter with Zola Tongo, a taxi driver. Zola allegedly claimed to be an executive tour guide, prompting Sharon to seek his assistance with currency exchange and the arrangement of a private helicopter flight. Sherwin also requested Zola's services as a local tour guide. According to the Sheeran statement, the trio decided to take an impromptu tour of the area after dinner with Annie, with no firm plans for the rest of the evening, expressing a desire to discover what Africa is truly like. According to Sharon's account, the pivotal moment occurred when they deviated from a motorway. "The next thing I remember is banging noises coming from the front and right sides of the car. There was a cacophony of shouting in a language I was unfamiliar with. As a result, I recall the presence of someone next to me instructing me to lie down. This person wielded a firearm. However, the specific hand that held the weapon escapes my memory. The gun was raised in the air, accompanied by fervent shouts, "Look down, lie down." I was overcome with terror. Annie and I promptly followed these instructions. Annie, I found myself partially reclined at the top, while another person took control behind the wheel. Sheeran told authorities that one of the individuals confiscated his mobile device and brandished a firearm near his head. The assailant sternly warned him against falsehoods and threatened to use the weapon. Simultaneously, pedestrians continued their journey in the car, coming to a halt at a narrow thoroughfare. The perpetrators instructed me to exit the vehicle. Shane requested that Annie also be allowed to leave. However, the response indicated that they intended to accompany her to a law enforcement facility. Shane was clearly warned that non-compliance would result in gunshots, forcing him to disembark. He described the incident to the police as follows: "I attempted to open the door, but it would not open. Keep track of when the window opens." I remember hitting the ground and the car speeding away. The last thing I told Annie was to be quiet and not say anything. I told her this in Gujarati after he left. Sheeran stated that he was unaware of the car's subsequent trajectory other than the presence of two people retaining Annie inside. His testimony informed the authorities that he requested assistance by knocking on doors. As a result, law enforcement officers were summoned, and he was taken to a police station. A day after these events, the vehicle was discovered, with Annie's lifeless body found in the back seat of the cab. She had received a gunshot wound to the neck. Subsequent police investigations revealed that Annie's Giovanni Armani wristwatch, a white gold and diamond bracelet, her handbag, and her BlackBerry mobile phone were missing, leading authorities to believe that they were stolen during the incident. The stolen items, which included a wristwatch, bracelet, handbag, and mobile phone, were estimated to be worth approximately 90,000 South African rand, or $6,089. The investigation then shifted to understanding the rationale behind the captor's decision to release Sheeran while retaining and eventually killing Annie. Sheeran returned to the United Kingdom not long after his death. The investigation moved quickly at first, with Annie's lifeless body discovered only 3 days later. Zalil Mangini, 26, was apprehended and formally charged with murder, aggravated robbery, and kidnapping. The discovery of his palm print on the vehicle served as a critical lead that led law enforcement to his arrest. In the following days, more arrests were made, including 31-year-old Zola Tonga, the cab driver, and 26-year-old Mziwamadota Quabe, both charged with murder, aggravated robbery, and kidnapping. An informant's tip helped locate Mziwamadota. Zola initially denied any involvement, claiming that he was ambushed and forced out of the vehicle. However, when confronted with incriminating evidence, he eventually admitted his involvement in the criminal activities. The trio, which included Zola and Mangini, initially provided an account to law enforcement, claiming that the intended plan was a robbery that had gotten out of control. According to their story, Annie was shot accidentally during a struggle over her handbag. Later, a fourth person, Monde Mbalombo, was apprehended for his role in orchestrating the robbery. The men later revealed to the police that Shireen Duaney was also involved in the crime. Zola told police that he met Sheeran, who allegedly offered him 15,000 rand $100 to orchestrate Annie's death. According to Zola, he then approached a friend about hiring a hitman and was put in touch with Zalil and Mziwamadota. The statement astounded Shireen's family. However, further investigation revealed that, while the couple appeared to be happy on their honeymoon, this was not the whole story. Annie's emails to Shane revealed frequent disagreements with her, expressing her dissatisfaction and desire to end the relationship. A perplexing question emerged: what drove Shin to seek Annie's demise? Further investigation, he discovered Sheeran's lifestyle, which revealed his involvement with male prostitutes via gay websites. Shane admitted to these activities while asserting his bisexuality, expressing love for his wife and denying any involvement in Annie's murder. Sheeran was arrested in the United Kingdom on suspicion of a murder conspiracy, as requested by South African authorities. Sheeran vehemently denied involvement and fought extradition, resulting in protracted legal proceedings. Before Shane was extradited to South Africa, the other men were sentenced for their roles in the crime. Zola was sentenced to 18 years in prison. Mziwama Dodo received a 25-year sentence, while Exalil was sentenced to life in prison. It was determined that Exalil fired the fatal shot at Annie. And during his sentencing hearing, the judge referred to him as an evil person. Extradition proceedings in the United Kingdom took 4 years to complete. Sheeran's lawyers argued that he couldn't travel to South Africa because he was suffering from acute stress disorder. The court heard that he had consumed a cocktail of 46 pills, including diazepam. The extradition was finally completed after the court determined that his depression had subsided. He was extradited to South Africa, where his trial began. The prosecution claimed that Sheeran lived a secret life with other men in order to avoid his marriage. According to their case, he orchestrated a contract killing and enlisted Zola to plan a hijacking with the intention of freeing himself and killing Annie. During the trial, the court was shown surveillance footage of Sheeran handing money to Zola. Sheeran looked up at a security camera in a hotel before leaving the frame. Additional footage showed him carrying a bag containing money as he approached a small room with Zola. Later footage showed them conversing at the opulent Cape Grace Hotel, where Sheeran requested privacy from a window cleaner. The prosecution's argument was based primarily on the testimony of 2 of the 3 men who were already serving prison sentences. Mziwama Dodo claimed that he was instructed to stage the incident as a hijacking. The court learned that these individuals provided evidence as part of plea bargain agreements, which resulted in reduced sentences for them. The pathologist, Dr. Jeanette Verster, testified about Annie's post-mortem examination. The court was informed that Annie had gunshot wounds in her left hand and neck, resulting in significant blood loss. Dr. Verster emphasized that Annie could have passed away in a matter of heartbeats. She also stated that the fatal shot was fired at close range, acknowledging that Annie may have been holding on to someone or something when shot. In response, the defense argued for the case's dismissal and formally requested it. Sheeran didn't take the stand. However, a statement was presented in court revealing his admission to being bisexual and engaging with male prostitutes. He expressed his deep love for Annie and spoke about the profound impact his wife's tragic murder had on his life. Sheeran's attorney presented 2 scenarios that could have resulted in Annie's death. To begin, he suggested that it was a botched robbery, supported by forensic evidence indicating that Annie was accidentally shot during an attempt to snatch her handbag by one of the hijackers, bruising on her inner leg indicating a struggle, and the defense argued that the bullets passed through her left hand into her chest, with the neck wound implying an exit in unintentional shooting. The second scenario proposed was a failed kidnapping and ransom attempt. Bernard Mitchell, a criminal, claimed that Zola later told him about the plan while in prison. According to Mitchell, the intention was to kidnap Annie for ransom, but the plan failed. The court learned about that tree and did give Zola 15,000 rand in cash, but the defense claimed it was for a helicopter ride, not payment for orchestrating his wife's death. The defense requested that the case against Soren be dismissed due to a lack of substantial evidence linking him to the crime. The judge agreed with the defense's arguments. The judge stated that it was the prosecution's responsibility to prove that Sheeran conspired with the 3 other men to murder Annie, and they fell short of meeting the required level of evidence in such a case. The judge emphasized that Zola, as the sole accomplice witness, had agreed to a plea deal, making his testimony suspect and requiring corroboration. The judge noted Zola's details, such as the locations where he picked up and dropped off Sheeran, but Annie did not provide the necessary corroboration. Furthermore, the judge criticized the 3 men's testimony, describing it as riddled with inconsistencies and so improbable that distinguishing between lies and truth became difficult. The judge informed the court that the evidence linking Sheeran to Annie's murder was of such poor quality that only Sheeran's confession would have resulted in a conviction. As a result, the judge ruled that he was not required to provide evidence and could be discharged if there was no chance of conviction unless he incriminated himself on the witness stand. Following this ruling, he left South Africa and returned to the United Kingdom as a free man, with the murder charge against him dropped. According to Annie's family, Sherwin has never contacted them to tell them everything he knows about what happened to her. They have many unanswered questions. And his father said, "We still don't know the whole story of how it happened. We wanted Soren to tell the court, in his own words, that he was her husband and was present. His lawyers repeated the words, "My client will tell the court," during his trial, like a mantra, but the judge dismissed the case without Sharon testifying. We never had the opportunity to hear what he had to say. My family would like to talk with him. If he has any respect for us, he should come to see us and speak with us. After all, I'm still his father-in-law, and I gave him my daughter. He needs to help us. According to the information available, Shireen Dewaney is still living in the United Kingdom. Zalil Manjini, one of the individuals involved in the case, died in prison in South Africa in 2014. His cause of death was a rare brain tumor. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On July 20, 2019, 25-year-old Jessica Camilleri, who resided on St. Clair Avenue in Western Sydney, Australia, made this disturbing 000 call. Although Jessica recounted a very graphic sight, the investigators found the call unsettling, and they were correct about the nature of the crime. Jessica also appeared to be relatively calm. Rita Camilleri, Jessica's mother, is 57 years old. Rita's life was also impacted by Jessica's struggles as a youngster, who battled several mental problems. Rita loved her and tried her best to give her a decent life, even though she had to deal with a lot of challenges because of Jessica. However, she could never have predicted or imagined what Jessica did to her on that terrible night of July 20, 2019. Jessica was standing outside her house, completely covered in blood, when detectives arrived on the scene. They discovered Rita's severed body at the murder scene, which was almost like the set of a horror film. What transpired that evening between Rita and Jessica? Was there more to the narrative? Or did Jessica act in self-defense? We start on October 12, 1993, when Jessica Camilleri was born as the second daughter of Vince and Rita Camilleri, a Maltese-Australian marriage. Christy, Jessica's older sister, had a typical childhood, but Jessica didn't. Jessica's parents discovered that she was born with an intellectual handicap despite the fact that she was intelligent and able to speak. Jessica's IQ, which was between 55 and 60, was much below the typical range. Jessica was in the bottom 1% of the population as a result. As a child, Jessica displayed deficits in speech, walking, and coordination, among other developmental milestones. Teachers noticed her deficits in language, math, reading, and writing when she first entered school. Jessica's parents eventually discovered that she was on the autistic spectrum, which had an impact on her empathy, judgment, and understanding of other people's feelings and thoughts. Jessica's social life and academic life were both hampered by her years of age group lag. Jessica began exhibiting severe outbursts of anger due to daily mental anguish, which gradually progressed into intermittent explosive disorder, IED. A deficiency of serotonin, the brain's mood hormone, was linked to her IED. It was a mental illness that often began at age 6 and worsened during puberty and the early years of adulthood. It was not just ordinary anger. Jessica only became uncontrollable in response to stressors or provocation of any type. She struggled as a child with complicated everyday tasks like grocery shopping, taking public transportation, banking, and taking care of the house. Jessica's autism caused her to become fixated on specific things. Jessica spent hours upon hours viewing horror films with graphic gore and carnage, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Jeepers Creepers. Her fixation with bloodshed only deepened as she watched more and more of these films. Jessica's parents divorced when she was a teenager. Because of the antagonistic atmosphere in the house, Jessica's father, Vince, no longer wanted to live with Jessica and Rita. He claimed that Rita was unable to discipline her own daughter and held her responsible for Jessica's deteriorating health. Even though Rita was at her lowest point at the moment, she was still able to maintain her composure and take care of Jessica after her father had departed. Jessica's frequent outbursts at school became more intense. Because she attacked other pupils and occasionally even teachers, she was suspended a lot. Although she primarily attacked women, she once bit a male student and would not take her fangs off him when someone attempted to remove her. It also didn't help that Jessica eventually had to drop out of school and be placed in supporting settings. Due to her inability to handle all of these situations and her frequent violent outbursts, Jessica was placed on a disability assistance pension starting in 2013. With no friends, Jessica was sitting at home. She would spend the entire day watching horror movies in her room. Jessica's outbursts required her to be admitted to psychiatric hospitals on several occasions in the next years. Rita took Jessica to Nepean Hospital in Western Sydney at the beginning of 2018. She experienced a severe episode of her mental condition and spent approximately 9 days there. They administered some antipsychotic medicine and lithium for what they believed to be bipolar illness. Unfortunately, Jessica would frequently lose control of her behavior when in psychiatric wards, resulting in her snapping at nurses and physicians. After she acted aggressively and paranoidly toward another female patient in the waiting area, this attitude resulted in her being barred from a doctor's clinic. Jessica stopped taking the medication that suppressed her IED by the end of 2018. Being off her medicine did not imply that she had regained control of her condition, even though there were no significant outbursts into 2019. Jessica had seen several doctors and attended a respectable number of treatment sessions by July 2019, but she had made very little improvement. Jessica's mental state began to deteriorate as her condition did not improve, and on Saturday night, July 20, 2019, chaos broke out. That Saturday started out badly for Jessica because her mother had been busy caring for a 4-year-old relative whose identity had never been made public. Jessica wanted her mother's full attention at all times since she was bothered by that child. Earlier that day, Jessica had gone to see Christy with her mother. Rita, Jessica's mother, made fun of Jessica in front of a man who was merely walking by on the way to Christy's house. This episode had already created a lot of tension, and when Rita and the 4-year-old child later arrived, Jessica's anger was greatly heightened. There had been increasing pressure. Jessica had the potential to erupt like a volcano. When everyone had returned home in the evening, Jessica had urged her mother to contact a doctor. However, the doctor arrived but was unable to handle Jessica's suffering and promptly departed in fear for her life. The doctor managed to escape the scene in her car, even though Jessica chased her down the driveway. After eating dinner with Rita, Jessica decided to order something else. Rita threatened to send Jessica back to a mental health facility after she was unable to stop her from calling the food shop repeatedly. Rita made her way over to the telephone. The attack started when she wanted to call an ambulance to send her back to a mental health facility because she had had enough of Jessica's outbursts for the day. Jessica became irrational in a matter of seconds. Taking her mother by the hair, she pulled her into the kitchen. Rita was wailing for assistance as she struggled to hold on to the wall to escape Jessica's hold. However, Rita was a small woman in comparison to Jessica, and all of her efforts were unsuccessful. When Jessica arrived in the kitchen, she threw her mother to the ground and began stabbing her with steak knives. The 4-year-old girl saw the horrific event from a corner. Amazingly, the child mustered the bravery to attempt to step in. Tragically, he suffered a knife wound to his cheek after he courageously leaped on Jessica in an attempt to stop her. He was later found in a vomit-covered room, obviously rattled by the terrifying experience. Jessica didn't stop until her mother's head fell off after she began making holes in her body. With Rita's head in one hand and 2 cell phones in the other, Jessica left the house at around 11:30 p.m. that same evening and went to her neighbor's. She asked the neighbor to contact the police after throwing the head outside and knocking on the door. She claimed to have brought the head as evidence. After that, Jessica found another neighbor who assisted her in using her mother's phone to call the police. Jessica handed the phone to her neighbor in the middle of the conversation. Jessica was whispering in the background while he talked to the operator on the phone for a few seconds. Jessica persisted in her assertion that she killed her mother in self-defense throughout the discussion. The first person to reach the crime site was Senior Constable Anthony D'Agostino. He noticed Jessica wearing a blue dress with flowers on it, standing outside her home. Her entire body was covered in blood, and she was carrying a bottle of water and a cell phone that were coated in blood. The detective recorded his talk with Jessica by pressing the record button on his body cam. She indicated to the investigator the location of her mother's head. She then began inquiring as to whether Rita may still be revived and whether the surgeons could stitch her head back on. Jessica didn't apologize. She questioned the detective if she would receive the death punishment because she was only thinking about herself. The investigator asked Jessica to tell him what had transpired in an attempt to calm her down. Jessica repeatedly asserted that she killed her mother just to protect herself. She claimed that in self-defense, her mother stormed into her bedroom and pulled her out by the hair. To support her claim of self-defense, Jessica grabbed a knife and stabbed her mother. she attempted to play the victim by telling the cops about her mental health issues. Rita's head was discovered on the sidewalk outside the neighbor's house as additional police officers arrived to look into the incident. The remainder of her mutilated remains was discovered in the kitchen of their St. Clair Avenue house a short time later. They characterized the incident as being of extreme severity and savagery when observing the gory kitchen. In the front yard of her neighbor's house, Jessica was taken into custody. According to the police, they knew the Camilleri family, but they could not have predicted or imagined what would happen that night. Detectives discovered that Rita's body had been disfigured following an autopsy. She was still alive until at least the first 90 blows, the majority of which were to the head and neck, and even when she passed away, her body had more than 100 stab wounds. However, that wasn't even the most graphic aspect of this horrible murder. Rita had had a piece of her tongue and nose severed. She had been pushed and pressed after both of her eyeballs had been ripped out. At the crime scene, the detectives discovered 7 knives, all of which Jessica had used to stab her mother. 4 of the 7 knives had broken during the murder because Jessica's attacks were so vicious. Jessica revealed the true reason behind her ruthless murder of her mother on July 21, 2019, the morning following the tragedy. She began by claiming that, despite having harmed numerous people, she had never spoken to her mother until yesterday night, when Jessica's mother threatened to have her committed to a mental health facility. After losing her temper, Jessica wanted to discipline her mother. Jessica claimed to the investigator that she had no intention of killing her, but things suddenly spiraled out of control. Jessica was unable to resist stabbing her mother when her IED took control. Jessica was put on trial before Justice Helen Wilson in December 2020 after being accused with murder. The jury was informed that the purpose of the trial was to prove that Jessica's mental diseases took over and significantly impaired her mental state at the time of the murder, rather than to dispute whether Jessica killed her mother or not. Tony McCarthy, the Crown prosecutor, said in his opening statement that Jessica had a history of assault. Even her own family members had been harassed and intimidated by Jessica, who threatened to use a knife to hack off their heads. Tony brought up the fact that Jessica liked horror films, particularly those that included brutal murder and body dismemberment. He went on to say that Jessica's intellectual handicap was just modest to moderate. Nathan Steele, Jessica's defense lawyer, urged the jurors to ignore their feelings and sympathies and focus their decision solely on the evidence. He claimed that Jessica had diminished capacity at the time of her deadly attack on her mother as a result of the impact of her mental illnesses. She had been seeing Professor David Greenberg ever since she was arrested. He was called upon to diagnose Jessica during the trial. He said that he could not uncover any indications that Jessica had visual or auditory hallucinations or schizophrenia. Professor David noted that although Jessica didn't typically utilize social cues to communicate, she was fairly specific about the specifics of the crime and lacked emotion as she recounted the horrifying events of the night she killed her mother. Additionally, he claimed that Jessica had a low sense of self-worth and displayed narcissistic traits and personality issues. Jessica had become an egocentric and self-centered person as a result of all the extra care she received as a child. She had a history of requesting attention, and her IED would activate if she did not receive it. It was not unusual for Jessica to be in a comparatively peaceful state of mind when the cops arrived. After she had committed an offense, her anger swiftly subsided. She felt entitled and had an irrational expectation that those around her would treat her well. She would become enraged when things did not go as planned. Jessica Camilleri became more challenging as she grew older. According to her sister, she stayed on the couch most of the time, refusing to get up when she was thirsty and requesting that her mother get her a drink. She overlooked the fact that other people had needs and feelings because she thought her impairment made her special. She was extremely sensitive to criticism and would frequently respond to it with anger or contempt. Professor David stated his diagnosis and added that Jessica's mother, who was now deceased, was her only friend. Christy, Jessica's sister, also testified in court. She stated that her younger sister had been brutally bullied by other children at school and had been diagnosed with several problems, including attention deficit disorder and dyslexia. She claimed that when their father abandoned them, Jessica's health began to deteriorate due to their father. Jessica was still relatively disciplined and in charge, but that all changed quickly once he left the family. Justice Wilson recognized the conflict between punishing a criminal who has a major disability and weighing the need for punishment throughout the sentencing process. The judge concluded that Jessica knew what she was doing and how gravely wrong it was, even though she had lost control. She said that a severe punishment was required because of the seriousness of the act, the great suffering done to Rita's family, and the need to keep Jessica out of the community. Christy was relieved when the judge stated that she felt some closure, knowing her mother will receive justice. Christy was certain about the nature of her relationship with Jessica going forward. It was impossible to imagine what Jessica had done to Rita. After a trial that lasted a week, in December 2020, Justice Helen Wilson convicted Jessica guilty of manslaughter but not murder for the death of her mother, Rita Camilleri, 57. On March 12, 2021, Justice Helen Wilson chose to give Jessica a relatively lighter sentence of 21 years and 7 months, even though the maximum penalty for manslaughter was 25 years. She would only be eligible for parole after 16 years and 2 months. Helen Wilson pointed out that Rita Camilleri's body had over 90 defensive wounds to her hands when she was in excruciating pain, just as she claimed that Jessica had demonstrated remarkable skill in mutilating depravity when she killed her 57-year-old mother in July 2019. Rita must have been horrified and appalled at what her own cherished daughter was doing to her. The fact that this crime was committed in front of a 4-year-old child was the worst aspect of it, according to Justice Helen Wilson. Jessica Camilleri would now be imprisoned for the next few decades in Australia's most severe women's prison, Silverwater Prison in Western Sydney. Jessica's mental state did not improve while she was incarcerated as a convicted murderer. Her painful recollections of her time in school returned after going through all the bullying and torture. She would frequently argue with other inmates and occasionally even guards. But when she was accused of assaulting 2 prison officers and causing actual physical harm as a consequence of an event in August 2021 and October 2021, things became serious. According to the officers, Jessica took hold of their hair and only released her hold after removing a large strand of hair from each officer's head. The injuries required the officers to be admitted to the hospital. Jessica was thus put in the prison's isolation ward. It was decided to issue a verdict for these felonies, later in September 2022. Jessica, who is 28, filed a challenge against her sentence in the Court of Criminal Appeal. She claimed that her loss of control during the attack on her mother was not appropriately taken into account, as did her defense team. Jessica's lawyer Tim Game argued the judge that Jessica's sentence did not take into account the fact that her difficulties were close to being considered mental illness. He added that the punishment was excessively severe for someone who completely lost control. Tim Game went on to say that Justice Helen Wilson erred in her sentencing of Jessica by emphasizing Jessica's understanding of her acts rather than the 2 psychologists' findings that Jessica lacked self-control throughout the attack. He emphasized his belief that Jessica's hefty sentence was a grave error on the part of Judge Helen Wilson. According to Jessica and her legal team, Judge Helen Wilson had done everything in her power to conclude the trial and take the easy route by rendering an unfair result because Jessica had already volunteered to enter a guilty plea to manslaughter before to the trial. Tim Game expressed optimism that Jessica would receive a significantly reduced term through her appeal because of the significant improvement in her behavior since her initial sentencing in 2021. Justice Wilson was correct to impose a severe sentence for Jessica's serious crime, according to the Crown's argument against the appeal. They went on to say that the only reason Justice Wilson did not give Jessica the maximum penalty was because of her mental illness. Jessica and her team argued in the Sydney Supreme Court that Justice Wilson had misjudged the seriousness of the crime and that the term she received last year was disproportionate, but Justice Peter Hamill rejected their arguments. However, with the backing of Justices Christine Edmondson and Richard Kavanaugh, Justice Hamill decided that Jessica should receive a new sentence. When Jessica killed her 57-year-old mother in 2019, Justice Hamill concluded that she only had a basic knowledge of moral wrongfulness because of her intellectual handicap and autism spectrum disorder, based on the testimony of several psychiatrists and a psychologist. He mandated that she be resentenced to 16 years in jail with a 12-year non-parole period. Although Jessica's sentence had been reduced, on September 4, 2023, the verdict on her 2021 assault of 2 prison guards was delivered. Jessica Camilleri's sentence for assaulting 2 prison guards and tearing out their hair has been extended by 22 months, according to a statement. Rita's life was challenging, but no one ever anticipated that she would be taken away so tragically, and by her own daughter, whom Rita had cared for and looked after for 25 years, according to Jessica's family, friends, and psychiatrists. Christy, Rita's oldest daughter, was profoundly impacted by her passing. Christy shared her views about Jessica as she recalled her mother's unselfish and caring attitude. Rita, who was 57 at the time of her death, had made the decision to live her life for herself instead of providing for Jessica and her needs. Jessica regrettably didn't live up to this ideal, but now that the only person who genuinely cared for her was dead, there was no one left to take care of her. Jessica had lost the only person who genuinely cared about her. Constraint, a dull prison schedule, and spending most of her time in a 3x4-meter cell every single day were all part of Jessica's impending future. Is Jessica's sentence appropriate, in your opinion? Given the absence of her mother, how do you envision Jessica's life will be when she is eventually freed from prison? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Every 7th crime on the planet takes place in a family, and men are responsible for more than 38% of these crimes. Furthermore, domestic violence is most common in developed nations. Between 33 and 50% of all violent deaths of women are committed by their spouses or partners, underscoring the urgent need to protect women from domestic abuse. However, what causes a woman to occasionally fall into the hands of a monster because she wants a powerful man by her side? Perhaps it's because some people will stop at nothing to have that strong shoulder. After all, we learn from our families and society that a woman requires a guy to be at her side. That's how we're brought up, and some women eventually experience abuse. In 2012, this occurred. The murderer of 26-year-old Ekaterina Gurova has already left prison and returned to Izhevsk. Let's start a new narrative. West of the Ural Mountains, Izhevsk is a major industrial city in the Russian Federation and the cultural, educational, and scientific hub of the Volga region. The engineering and weaponry industries in this Udmurtian capital are well known. While there, one can explore the renowned Izhmash Museum, take in the architecture of the city, and learn about Udmurtia culture. Ekaterina Gurova's life was not going well back in her hometown. She was raising a small child by herself, had no prospects, and had gone through a difficult divorce. She made the decision to start again because she felt exhausted and disheartened. She relocated to Izhevsk, a new city, new experiences, and new people, with her daughter from Naberezhny Chelny. Color returned to her life as a result of the transformation. After landing a job she loved, Ekaterina made a name for herself in the beauty business and even planned to launch her own salon. Her personal life was falling apart, but other than that, everything was going great. Ekaterina wasn't in a rush to put her trust in anyone, even though she was attractive and attracted to men all the time. Before Alexei Tachurkin entered her life, she stayed away from relationships and focused entirely on her career. In 2007, they had their first encounter. Alexei was employed as a cabbie. He'd turned on the charm since he felt flatteringly recognized by a woman as beautiful as Ekaterina. With 2 degrees in system administration and economics, he informed Ekaterina that he worked as a system administrator for numerous large corporations during the day, and that driving a taxi was only a side activity. Although Ekaterina was independent and self-sufficient by this point, she was intrigued for a while by his apparent ambition and education. They had a rigorous, amiable relationship. Then a system administrator was required for her ex-husband's company. Alexei was on Ekaterina's mind. After he was hired, Alexei became more involved in her life, taking her to see her parents in Naberezhny Chelny, fixing her computer, strolling her dog, and even driving her and her child to daycare. Ekaterina, however, saw it as just a friend lending a hand, despite Alexei's attentiveness. In order to capture her heart, he changed his strategy. He started to appeal to her pity. One day, outside the office where Ekaterina worked, Alexei put on quite a show. Tears filled his eyes as he told her that he had discovered his wife with another guy, and that his wife's aunt had even informed him that the children he believed to be his weren't. Despite the absurdity of the entire situation, Ekaterina sympathized with him and volunteered to help. Alexei continued to play the compassion card, saying that he had served in Chechnya, suffered a brain injury there, and occasionally attended the funerals of his deceased colleagues. Ekaterina was moved by his struggles and couldn't leave him alone. However, he eventually won her over when he traveled to Moscow for surgery to remove a bullet that was allegedly stuck in his head. From the train station, Alexei called her to report that he had fainted and that his money and documents had been stolen. After rushing to his aid, the empathetic Ekaterina took him home and cared for him for a whole week. They began dating following this occurrence. Unfortunately, Alexei's story was a total fabrication, with just a little portion of it being true. However, Ekaterina was too enamored and naive to recognize the lies at the time. Problems in their relationship started almost immediately, because relationships based on deceit rarely last. Alexei didn't seem to care that Ekaterina was left without enough money to even buy food for herself and her child after he grabbed the final 1,000 rubles out of her purse to buy her roses. Over time, Alexei Ekaterina eventually consented to move in with Alexei after he began to convince her to do so. But she was in for another surprise. Alexei recommended that they tie the knot. Ekaterina repeatedly turned down his 3 applications at the registry office. He used theatrical motions once more. In a desperate attempt to convince her that he had no one else in the world, Alexei Tatarkin would twist his arms and threaten to commit suicide if she rejected him once more. At last, Ekaterina caved in, and their marriage was formally recorded on August 30, 2011. Alexei was disliked by Ekaterina's mother from the beginning. She believed he wasn't a suitable match for her daughter and regarded him to be untrustworthy. She even repeatedly told him on the phone not to rush Ekaterina into marriage if she wasn't ready. However, her daughter called her one day and said, "Mom, I'm not sure how to explain this, but we got married. Perhaps the second divorce won't be as frightening as the first," she joked, trying to lighten the situation. Their life together didn't improve after the wedding. They continued to quarrel over money. Alex Tatakin became deeply involved in Ekaterina's business operations just 2 months after they were married. The Kamaz trucks she received as part of her prior marriage's property partition were sold by him. They used the funds to travel to Moscow and purchase 3 foreign used cars that they intended to repair and then resale, but they ultimately only received payment for 2 of the vehicles, and the funds for the third appeared to disappear. Ekaterina no longer believed Alexei's claims that he had been duped. She insisted that he give her a car worth the same amount of money or return the money. Ekaterina took the promissory note he eventually wrote her for 400,000 rubles to her mother, asking her to store it in case something happened. Notably, Ekaterina put in a great deal of effort to provide for the family. She worked till as late as 1 in the morning and occasionally took on 10 or 12 clients in a single day. Her daily expenses included paying for her advanced training courses, gas and auto components, purchasing clothing for herself, her kid, and her new spouse, paying off the car loan, and covering daycare costs. However, Alexei would always react jealously and accuse Ekaterina of leading an unsuitable lifestyle whenever she attempted to discuss money matters with him. She frequently announced to her mother and friends that she was divorcing and that the marriage had been a mistake, but it was almost impossible to induce Alexei Tatarkin to vacate her residence. They eventually split up around the middle of February 2012, but their disagreements persisted. Ekaterina Gorova vanished on May 27, 2012, a few days after filing for divorce. A prominent Izhevsk beauty expert, Ekaterina Gorova, was reported missing on May 28. Alexei was called by Ekaterina's mother. Although she didn't want to contact him and didn't like him, Ekaterina hadn't returned her call and hadn't answered her phone since the previous evening, which had never occurred before. Though her mother realized Alexei Tatarkin wasn't being completely honest, Alexei calmly said he didn't know where Ekaterina was and even promised to check her apartment. She was able to locate her daughter's friend's phone number that same day and contacted her from Naberezhny. She reported a missing individual to the police and made calls to nearby hospitals and morgues. Ekaterina's mother hurried to Izhevsk as soon as she received the news. Her daughter's car was still parked in the courtyard, and the apartment she had been renting was locked. One of the biggest search operations in the history of the city started at that point. At an attempt to piece together what might have happened on the day she disappeared, Ekaterina's acquaintances said that she was spotted sitting at a cafe with a man at around 2:00 p.m. One of the waitresses is said to have provided this information. Ekaterina then took her car and drove home. Around 3:40 p.m., she parked in the courtyard and entered her building, according to security cameras nearby. What followed is still unknown. Ekaterina vanished without a trace, but her automobile remained in the parking lot. According to Ekaterina's mother, she attempted to phone her. The phone rang at about 6 p.m., but Ekaterina didn't pick it up. Her phone was off by 11 p.m. and nobody could get through to her. Even if it was only for a brief excursion, Ekaterina's loved ones insisted that she would never simply leave town without notifying anyone. Under Part 1 of Article 105 of the Russian Criminal Code, the investigative department of the Pervomiaysky district in Izhevsk, under the investigative committee of the Russian Federation for the Udmurtia Republic, opened a criminal case on May 30, 2012, in relation to the unexplained disappearance of Ekaterina Gurova. The investigation was given special supervision by the investigative committee of the Russian Federation for the Udmurtia Republic. Even a month later, Ekaterina was still missing while the search went on to be located. Izhevsk as a whole was looking for Ekaterina. There were flyers everywhere with her picture on them. Her pals even sought assistance from psychics. The police searched for her with the help of dozens of volunteers, including her friends, acquaintances, and clients. On the basis of witness suggestions, they searched the suburbs and various locations throughout the city, but they were unable to find any clues. No progress was achieved in spite of the police and volunteers' ceaseless efforts. Olga Gurova, Ekaterina's mother, therefore lodged complaints with the prosecutor of the Republic, every agency in Udmurtia, and even Russian President Vladimir Putin. All of the offices responded to her letters, informing her that they had been registered. The detectives didn't begin to exhibit renewed interest in the case until after this. One of the main suspects was Ekaterina's spouse. Ekaterina thought he was responsible for the disappearance of her paperwork just before their divorce because he had been so jealous. But Alexei insisted he knew nothing and that he had nothing to do with Ekaterina's disappearance. He was arrested, interrogated, and then released shortly after she vanished. Then Alexei shut off his phone, stopped talking to anyone, and retreated from the outside world. As the hunt went on, it became clear that Alexei Tatyarkin's role in Katia's disappearance was complicated. A waitress who had taken money out of Ekaterina's card at Alexis's request was responsible for the break. A few days later, she called Ekaterina's mother after seeing the posters for missing persons. A neighbor's testimony further bolstered the case. From Ekaterina's apartment, the neighbor had heard a scream. On the day of Ekaterina's disappearance, other witnesses claimed to have seen Alexei operating her vehicle. Ekaterina's blood was discovered in the car when the authorities confiscated it and conducted an investigation. Early in July, the forensic results were returned. Alexei Tatarkin was taken into custody by July 10. He would put on a show while being questioned, saying he felt ill and that we needed to call an ambulance, all the while maintaining that he had nothing to do with his wife's abduction. The doctors were unable to identify any problems with Yevgeny Fedorov, the lead investigator for high-priority cases with the investigative committee of the Russian Federation for Udmurtia, and there was no evidence to support his claim that he had suffered a mild stroke. During another interrogation on July 12, he abruptly admitted to killing his wife Alexei. He claimed that his fear was the reason he confessed. He claimed that Ekaterina had been talking to him and driving him crazy in his dreams every night. On July 13, the eve of her birthday, he tragically gave her his confession as a gift. Even after confessing, the murderer of Ekaterina Gurova continued to mislead the investigators on the day of her 27th birthday. He claimed to have committed the crime on the banks of the Kama River one minute, and then he was unable to recall where he had hidden the remains. The case of the young woman's disappearance had a lot of strange details, but investigators' diligent work helped piece together the events leading up to the crime against Ekaterina Gurova. Alina, one of Ekaterina's students, was the last person to see her alive. On May 27, they met at a cafe at 2:00 or 3:30 p.m. Her goal was to start a beauty parlor. I remembered that Alina wanted to recruit me. Our conversation had scarcely begun when Ekaterina's phone rang. According to what I understood, the caller informed her that her private chats had been uploaded to the internet. Ekaterina attempted to use her phone to check the internet, but was unable to access anything. She stated that she was leaving for home and would return in around half an hour. I should wait for her, she asked. According to the witness, Ekaterina called her husband while she was on her way home. She felt he was the one who had posted her texts, and they were already going through a divorce. She set up a meeting with him in the building on Udmurtskaya Street, 161, where she had been renting an apartment for the last 2 months because he was very tech-savvy. Alexei Techkin claims that after they had split up, they reconnected in the building's foyer, and a dispute started practically right away. He was accused by Ekaterina of disclosing her private messages to another man. Alexei responded by making his own charges. My wife essentially said that I would be a fool if I hadn't figured it out by now when I asked her whether the reports I had heard about her seeing other guys were true. Without thinking, I reached for a knife and stabbed Ekaterina in the chest, Alexei told police. Ekaterina fell to the ground after the stab. I managed to capture her. Ekaterina was on my knees while I sat on the floor. She stopped exhibiting any signs of life after I remained that way for almost 10 minutes. I understood I had killed her when I regained consciousness. To hide my traces, I grabbed the knife and started chopping up the body. Ekaterina's neighbor claimed to have heard a woman cry for almost 5 minutes. Sometimes it sounded muffled, like someone had covered her lips afterwards. For several hours, the bathroom was filled with the sound of running water. Alexei Tarkin's subsequent actions were anything from indicative of someone in a blind fit of wrath. Everything he did appeared to have been planned out to provide the ideal alibi. He didn't try to save his wife or call for help. Rather, he ruthlessly cut her body into 9 parts and placed them in trash bags. He then texted Ekaterina from her phone to his own, stating that she had gone for a drive and that she would give him a call the following day. The probe was further derailed that same evening when he sent texts posing as her, using her laptop. He loaded the luggage into a car he had gotten from a client for repairs the previous day at around 9 o'clock in the evening. He left the remainder to a landfill close to the village of Vohoy in the Zavolovsky district, and he buried part of the remains close to the village of Chiltam. Then he went home quietly and kept watching while the whole city looked for the woman he had already buried. On July 17, 2012, Ekaterina Gurova's formal funeral was held. She was buried in a closed coffin. The hearse took her casket to Naberezhnye Chelny after a memorial service was performed for her in Izhevsk. The decision to bury Ekaterina adjacent to her father's grave was made by her family. Many of her father's old co-workers came to bid Ekaterina farewell and told her how much he had loved her. Valery Gurova has been employed at the prenatal facility for many years as an anesthesiologist, but in October 2008, he unexpectedly died of cancer at the age of 45. Nastya, Ekaterina's 6-year-old daughter, was left behind. Why then did her spouse choose to admit to the crime? Olga Gurova, Ekaterina's mother, thought that even his confession was part of a premeditated scheme a month and a half later. She thought he waited long enough to prevent the remnants from revealing the precise manner in which the crime had been perpetrated. How, where, and how quickly a human body decomposes are all covered in abundance on the internet. It's probable that Alexei Tatarkin planned everything and only made the body public when it was too late to ascertain the precise manner of his attack on Ekaterina or the number of wounds he caused. What about the motivation? Were there other factors at play, or was jealousy the only one? It's evident that their most heated arguments from the start of their relationship were always about money, and Alexei Tatarkin did have a complex relationship with money. Olga Gurova, for instance, claims that Ekaterina would provide him with the funds to settle her auto loan each month. However, those payments ceased in May 2011. Alexei continued to assure Ekaterina that he would soon repay the entire sum. He insisted that he had been paying regularly out of his own pocket and that he had provided Ekaterina all of the receipts, even during the investigation. However, a collection agency that had bought the debt from the bank called a number in their database in November 2011, and it was Alexis. He assured them that they would begin loan repayment shortly, but explained that his wife had been in a car accident, was in the hospital, and was unable to communicate. He succeeded in delaying this until May 2012. He informed them that he was now the one in the hospital following Ekaterina's passing. The most of the significant disagreements in their relationship stemmed from financial concerns. Alexei's lack of a reliable source of income and seemingly limitless expenses for what he said were business endeavors infuriated Ekaterina. Tatarkin and Gurova were diametrically opposed. He was crafty and avaricious, and to top it all off, he was incredibly envious, whereas she was straightforward and honest. Tatarkin Ken's envy had some merit, to be fair. Alexei's buddies testified throughout the trial that he had asked them to spy on his wife on multiple occasions. They discovered Ekaterina flirting with another man during one of these stakeouts. Alexei's experience as a computer specialist and system administrator also allowed him to surreptitiously monitor her social media posts, which only served to heighten his jealousy. It would be accurate to characterize Alexei Tatarkin as emotionally unstable, and any concern he had for Ekaterina was a facade. Additionally, the research found that Alexei had no college degree. He had never been in the military, much less in Chechnya, as he had claimed, and he hadn't even completed one semester of study. 7 large volumes that included explanations of the investigative procedures, the findings of numerous forensic reports, and the testimony of dozens of witnesses chronicled the full criminal case. For a month and a half, Ekaterina Gurova vanished on the evening of May 27 of last year, leaving behind not only her family and law enforcement, but also groups of volunteers. Years were spent looking for her, examining abandoned buildings, checking basements, and combing through neighboring woodlands. According to the court's ruling, as a result of Gurova's decision to revoke her marriage application and Tatarkin's habit of picking disputes and arguing with her prior to their marriage, Tatarkin made an attempt at suicide in February 2012. Gurova moved out of Tatarkin and began living on his own. Tatarkin staged an imaginary stroke in the beginning of May. The date of their divorce hearing was set for June 6. Based on Tatarkin Ken's own evidence, Gurova trusted them to manage her loan payments in 2012. After putting the body parts in garbage bags, I carried them to my Vaz 2153 and drove to Kozakino village. I attempted to submerge the bags containing Gurova's body pieces in the river, but they refused to sink. Brick bags came away from the rope I used to secure them to the torso. I then drove back toward Izhevsk from Neshkino. Upon his return to the flat, Tatkin wiped the blood off the flooring. He collected the blood-stained objects in a bag and put them back in the car with the other body pieces in other bags. Just then he saw that one of Gurova's friends, posing as Ekaterina, had left a note on her laptop. In order to provide an alibi for himself, he responded that she had allegedly gone out of town for a drive. Additionally, the murderer texted his own phone twice from hers, stating that Ekaterina was urging him to not worry and that she would undoubtedly give him a call back the following day. I left the torso in a forested area on the left side of the road after the accused's testimony to Tatarkin. I did not bury the bags. Instead, I covered them with leaves. The distance between the bags was around 30 yards. I also left the sweater I was wearing when the incident was committed there. I buried the garments and the rest of the body. Olga, Ekaterina's mother, broke down in tears as the witness statements were read in court and had to leave the room, calling paramedics to help her. The judge read the verdict for about an hour and a half. Alexei Tatarkin received a sentence of 9 years and 6 months in a prison colony with highest security. A 10-year sentence was what the prosecutor had asked for. No appeal was filed. At the sentencing, Ekaterina Gurova's mother and her family attorney were not present. A demand for damages, in which Ekaterina's mother sought 5 million rubles for mental suffering, was attached to the criminal case. She also filed paperwork to be reimbursed for 30,000 rubles in burial costs. Funeral costs were reimbursed by the court. Nonetheless, the court recommended that Ekaterina's mother bring a different civil claim in relation to the 5 million rubles in emotional compensation. Alexei Tatarkin's face was expressionless as the decision was read. His only apparent relief was that Ekaterina was no longer a part of his dreams. The thought of this amazing woman who was never able to get away from the monster she married is devastating. Ekaterina's optimistic and compassionate disposition allowed her to find the good in Alexei when there was only darkness. Perhaps the issue is that women are taught from an early age that they are incomplete without a male in their lives, and that they must have one by their sides. This kind of thinking creates a sense of self-worth that makes getting married to anyone happens to come along simple. How little did she regard herself to let a man who had to steal from her pocketbook and couldn't even afford to buy her flowers to remain in her life? Why are women so oblivious? Early on, Ekaterina saw that he was not a real man, but a fake. In order to see his girlfriend smile, a loving man would shield her and give her even the simplest presents. However, Ekaterina had already fallen into his trap by that point. She couldn't get away alive, to start. After being freed, Alexei Tarkin went back to Izhevsk in 2022. We don't write the laws or make the judgments, so what good is justice? What we can do is take lessons from tales such as this. This example ought to serve as a caution to attractive, successful women, those who are so sure of themselves and the world's goodness that they wind up picking someone who appears to be a faithful servant, a trustworthy companion, or a straightforward guy who finds a way into your life. He will eventually stab you in the back because deep down he knows he can never achieve or experience the success you have, and that knowledge will slowly and cruelly eat away at his ego. You trust him with everything, even your children and property, believing him to be highly loyal. This criminal will eventually face justice, which comes from above. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 16-year-old Carol Hutto got a phone call at 7:45 p.m. on December 13, 1976, it made her happy and excited. She hurriedly informed her mother, Norma Hutto, after the call that she would return in roughly 30 minutes after visiting a nearby store that was just a 10-minute walk away. Her mother had no idea that it would be the final time she would see her cherished daughter. After that, Carol never came home. It took 24 agonizing years for the truth to be revealed after interrogation. Who might have made the enigmatic call? What caused Carol to vanish without a trace? We'll examine the 1976 cold case of Carol Hutto, a mystery that remained unsolved for an incredible 24 years. Carol vanished from Largo, Florida, a vibrant city renowned for its sunny weather and welcoming community. With a population of more than 82,000, this city in Pinellas County offers a combination of urban conveniences and stunning natural surroundings. Largo offers a wealth of enjoyable activities and a rich history. Both local residents and visitors find it to be a welcoming environment. However, a crime that occurred here in 1976 altered everything. Let's go back in time to February 6, 1960, when Edward and Norma Hutto welcomed a lovely little girl into the world in the small Florida town of Largo. Carol Dean Hutto was her given name. Everyone in the family lavished her with love and care because she was the youngest. Carol was adored by her classmates at Largo High School, where she grew up, thanks to her kind and compassionate disposition. Carol came from a large family. Although not much is known about her half-brother, Jerry Arent Hutto, it is evident that Carol and Jerry had a unique and intimate relationship. Jerry always made an effort to grant his sister's wishes because he loved her very much. Jerry's strong sibling bond was demonstrated by his willingness to do everything Carol asked for. In addition to Jerry, Carol had two sisters, Melinda Darlene and Pamela Beale Hutto, and two brothers, Maurice Barnett and Frank Hutto. Carol was a girl who made her mother and her family happy. Attending exhilarating NASCAR races and amazing wrestling fights were among their favorite hobbies. Her mother remembers her as a devout Christian who was selective about who she hung out with. Unfortunately, Carol never had the opportunity to live out her aspirations, despite having a big heart full of adventure. Carol Hutto, her mother Norma, and her half-brother 17-year-old Jerry Irwin were at her Corvette drive home on December 13, 1976. It all appeared to be a typical evening. They were all having a good time, laughing and telling jokes. Jerry was getting ready for a date, while Norma was busy making dinner for the family. But as the house phone began to ring, their evening took an unexpected turn. When Norma went to answer the phone, she saw that it was Carol's buddy. She gave Carol the phone, and they spoke to each other for a few minutes. However, Norma abruptly canceled the call when she returned. Curiously, Carol's mood abruptly changed after the call. Norma noticed that she was getting really enthusiastic and pleased. Carol rushed to her room, straightened her hair, and looked in the mirror to see how she looked. After 15 minutes or so, she informed her mother that she was going to a neighboring store, which was only 10 minutes' walk from their home. Carol was almost out the door before Norma could ask the store what she wanted, but Carol promised herself she would return shortly before she left. Jerry, Carol's half-brother, likewise said goodbye to Norma and left the house for his date. Carol could generally walk there and return in 20 minutes or less because the store wasn't that far away. Norma therefore anticipated that Carol would return home in 30 minutes, but an hour had gone by and Carol had not returned. Carol was taking longer than expected, and Norma began to worry whether she had run into her friends on the way and was conversing with them. However, when Carol hadn't returned after 2 hours, Norma's anxiety increased. Carol had never missed her curfew before, so her disappearance was worrisome as it was growing dark outside. When Jerry got home at around 10 o'clock at night, Norma, who was rather worried, asked if she had seen Carol. But Jerry had no idea where she was, and neither did Norma. Jerry was even more concerned when he found out that Carol had not come home since she left. He should go out and find her, Norma insisted. He began searching the streets and yelling her name, but got no answers. The store employees said they hadn't seen Carol today, so they raised the alarming subject of where she might be if she didn't go to the store as planned. He even went to the store next to their house, where Carol was meant to go. Unfortunately, Jerry came home and told Norma that he had been unable to locate Carol. They chose to wait until morning in the hopes that Carol would return home by herself, despite their worries. But when the morning sun came out, Norma's anxiety increased because Carol was nowhere to be seen. Norma made the decision to report Carol missing to the police without further delay, but the police told her that they couldn't declare Carol missing because it had been less than 24 hours since she vanished. At this point, they also thought about the likelihood that Carol had fled her house. However, Norma was not prepared to believe that Carol would ever run away from her family or leave her house by herself. She was convinced that her daughter had suffered a terrible fate. Norma and Jerry didn't want to wait for the police to take action because of this. They made the decision to act independently and actively look for Carol on their own. In order to find out if anyone had seen Carol the night before, they went around their area and spoke with neighbors. No one had seen Carol returning home that evening, although most of the neighbors recalled seeing her when she left at around 8 p.m. To see if Carol had spoken to anyone or visited any of her friends' homes, Norma and Jerry also went to each one, but they were unable to locate her. Norma was profoundly impacted by Carol's abrupt departure, and the community as a whole rallied to lend a hand in any way they could after learning that their little Carol was missing. Meanwhile, Carol was being vigorously sought for by the police. To find out if Carol had gone to any of the doors that night, they looked both close to and farther away from her home. Regretfully, nobody was able to verify that they saw her at any of those places. The store Carol was intended to visit had a security camera outside, which the police observed. But after watching the video, they were unable to discover any proof that Carol had been at the store the night she vanished. It was difficult to follow Carol's travels since security cameras were not as widely used as they are now, and only a small number of stores had them installed. However, a fatal discovery was made very quickly. Under strange circumstances, Carol's half-brother Jerry discovered her dead body on the evening of December 14, 1976. Desperate to find Carol, he had been scouting the area alone. He followed his search till he came to a building that was still under construction at the end of the block. This structure was beside a lake at 418 Imperial Drive. The body of Carol was found there, according to Jerry. How exactly he had found her in this particular location was still unknown. Carol's partially undressed body was discovered floating in the ocean. For Jerry, this was a startling and extremely unsettling sight. After reporting the discovery to the Largo police right after, he had the challenging duty of going home and telling Norma the devastating news. It was immediately clear that Carol's death was not an accident when the police arrived to carefully remove her body from the lake in order to preserve any possible evidence. Her injuries and the concrete block that was used to drown her suggested foul play, meaning that she was killed on purpose and that someone tried to conceal her body. Her body was dumped in the lake after the authorities concluded that the attack had most likely taken place in the abandoned construction house. Carol's watch was a key piece of evidence. It was stopped at 10:36 p.m., suggesting that the murder occurred sometime between 10:30 and 10:45 p.m. Some disturbing details emerged when Carol's lifeless body was sent for a comprehensive autopsy. Carol was strangled, which probably caused her to lose consciousness but did not immediately cause her death, according to the coroner's findings. She had also had a serious injury after being struck in the head by a hefty item. In addition to the upsetting discovery, Carol's thigh was severely burned. An even more horrible detail was revealed in the medical examiner's report. Carol was still alive when she was tossed into the water and smothered with a huge slab of concrete. She stayed aware despite the terrifying situation and eventually passed away from drowning. 3 long hairs that belonged to the same individual but appeared to belong to someone else were also found by the coroner during the examination of Carol's body. A 4th hair was discovered on Carol's blue jeans. It was unidentifiable and might have belonged to the murderer. This finding could have been a significant development in the case. However, the hairs were carefully stored away, awaiting the development of more sophisticated techniques that could assist identify the person guilty for Carol's unfortunate death, because there was nothing that could be done with them at the time due to the limitations of medical science in the 1977. Because Jerry Irwin, Carol's half-brother, was also outside on the night Carol was killed, the Largo police briefly focused on him. The police found that Jerry was finished 30 minutes earlier than he said, notwithstanding his claim that he was on a date. They began to question what he was doing during that interval. Why didn't he come home sooner? The restaurant he visited was only approximately 8 minutes away. Since Jerry was unable to offer an alibi for that period of time, the police began to suspect that he was involved in Carol's death. He was the focus of their investigation, but no conclusive proof was found. There was no evidence that Jerry could have harmed Carol. Carol's mother, Norma, was certain that Jerry loved his sister dearly and would never harm her. Even though they were suspicious at first, concentrating on Jerry didn't help them discover the truth. Jerry was eventually exonerated by the police, since they were unable to locate any additional evidence against him. The police worked hard over the next 18 months to follow up on every lead, but they were unable to uncover any information that would help them solve the case. Thus, the inquiry continued in circles. The case became chilly as time passed and the investigation lost steam. The Hutto family was left with burning questions as a result of this. What actually happened to Carol on that pit bull night? Who was to blame for her passing? Along with losing their cherished daughter, they were also frustrated that justice had not been served for her. The murder of Carol remained unsolved for over 2 decades until a chance event in March 1994 gave the investigation a new perspective. Due to a work injury, Officer Brad Hoyes was forced to spend his desk duty looking through cold case files. He discovered the disturbing circumstances of Carol Hutto's murder case while going over the lost files, which rekindled an old inquiry. Officer Brad felt that there were undiscovered aspects of the case that hadn't been fully examined in the first 1976 investigation. His instincts led him to take the risky step of reopening the investigation and retrieving the evidence box that had been stored for years. He found Carol's personal diary among the materials. In the hopes that the diary would have the missing parts required to solve the riddle of Carol's terrible demise, Officer Brad found promise in those pages. And it starts around a month before she passes away. Carol wrote about her covert relationship with her classmate a few pages into the diary. Carol was 16 years old at the time, which was in 1976. The 17-year-old James Brian Kuhn, also known as Jimmy Kuhn, who was born on July 20, 1959, was the object of her intense crush. At Largo High School, where they were both juniors, they would frequently converse with one another. Although there were rumors of their intimacy circulating around the school hallways, they decided to keep their distance and never publicly recognized it. Kuhn requested that Carol keep the connection a secret, because his family was very strict and they wanted to keep it a secret from everyone. Carol also said that she was deeply in love with Kuhn at one point. When she finally reached the line, "I met Jimmy at the lake. It was just too personal, you know. I mean, her body was discovered there, and we think the murder was committed directly next to the house." Kuhn was also one of the people that showed up at Carol's burial looking truly sad and not at all like a suspect in 1976 when the case was first being investigated. As a friend of Carol, Kuhn was also questioned. He stated that he was at home the entire time and that he had not seen or spoken to her on the night of the murder. When cold case investigators re-examined the case in 1994, They discovered a contradiction between Quen's claims and what the Hutto family had initially informed the police. They disclosed that Carol had gotten a call from none other than Jimmy Quen on the fatal evening of December 13, 1976. Kuhn had a daughter by this point, and he was 34 years of age. After graduating, he went on to serve in the United States Navy, where he was highly successful. His service as a submariner assigned to the U.S. Naval Submarine Base in Connecticut shaped his military career. Detective Sergeant Mike Short, 43, of Largo, was personally involved in the case. He assumed the lead in looking into Carol's murder after learning about the case because he and Kuhn had gone to the same Largo High School. He was accompanied by Lieutenant John Carroll, now Deputy Chief of Largo. They took a risk by unexpectedly traveling to Connecticut, where Kuhn, an 11-year veteran of the military, was stationed. Kuhn's story took a significant turn during this encounter. In a reversal of his previous claims, he acknowledged that he had seen Carol the night before she vanished. He acknowledged that on the night Carol vanished, he had been with her. That admission was important. But the next day, Kuhn had a change of heart. He refused to participate in a polygraph test, sought legal counsel, and declined more interviews. The lack of sufficient evidence to conclusively establish that Kuhn was the murderer of Carol on the evening of December 13, 1976, presented a problem for the police and prosecution. Since Quen might be exonerated for anything less than first-degree murder, it seemed improbable that he would be found guilty of first-degree murder given the statute of limitations. But there was something even more fascinating in the evidence box. Detective Mike opened the box and found a set of strange hairs that had been taken from Carol's body in the crime scene and had been carefully preserved in the late 1980. The use of DNA testing to determine a person's guilt or innocence in criminal investigations was a turning point in forensic science. As the 1990s went on, the focus moved to looking at mitochondrial DNA, which is found in tiny structures inside human cells and has a higher chance of surviving over time. In light of these developments, Mike was keen to perform a genetic analysis on the hairs in the hopes of identifying the real culprit. But something was wrong. A sample of Kuhn's DNA, which was essential for the tests, was not available. The police required a valid search warrant to get Kim's blood in order to gather this crucial piece of evidence. They made the strategic decision to move forward with the goal of spending as much time as possible with the suspect. Detective Mike made the decision to enlist the Naval Criminal Investigation Service, or NCIS, as reinforcements in 1998. They believed that Kuhn might become uneasy and make a confession as a result of the naval officer's presence. Detective Mike stood outside the police interrogation room on July 15, 1998, as Navy investigators Dave Early and Tom Asimos sat down with James Kuhn, their murder suspect. They first took Kuhn's blood sample for additional testing after securing the required warrant. Then, in an effort to reassure and console Kuhn, Asimos and Early started talking to him. In order for him to open up and progressively disclose the truth, they wanted to establish trust. The NCIS officers were now certain that Kuhn was about to reveal what had transpired on the evening of December 13, 1976. Unexpectedly, they were able to bring Kuhn to tears as he brushed away his tears and eventually disclosed the tragic truth about how he killed his girlfriend, Carol Hutto. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the seasoned cold case investigators weren't persuaded by Kuhn's honesty, despite the fact that he seemed distressed. Carol's injuries, especially to her head and neck, were not consistent with a straightforward mishap like tripping and falling. Rather, the nature of these injuries suggested strangling, forced trauma, and bleeding. Though he insisted it was an accident, Kuhn had admitted to being the cause of Carol's death. He accepted responsibility for her death, claiming that he did not assist her and that he tried to hide her body and the evidence. Kuhn was consequently arrested and held pending trial. But he gave a different account of what happened the night before his trial. In his other account, Kuhn first stated that despite his desire for physical contact, however, when Carol objected, the conversation changed course and turned into a physical altercation. Carol began to scream and retaliate by striking and scratching him. Kuhn hit her with a 2x4 piece of wood and even tightened his hold around her throat because he was afraid her cries would attract attention. Carol collapsed to the ground, senseless, as he finally released his hold. As a result of his uncertainty and terror, Kuhn decided to conceal her body in an effort to make it seem as though someone else had attacked her. He also burned her thigh in an attempt to cause confusion. Detectives reached the same conclusion in Kuhn's various renditions of events, regardless of the specifics. Carol was beaten, dragged to the water, and flung face down. To keep her body submerged, a concrete block was used as weight. It's interesting to note that Kuhn's second story seemed more credible and fit the evidence better. The circumstances surrounding Carol's unfortunate fate and the physical evidence seemed to support this version of events. On February 9, 2000, the day of the trial, the prosecution sought to convict Kuhn of first-degree murder. Although his attorneys admitted that he was partially responsible for the act, they maintained that manslaughter or perhaps third-degree murder would be a more appropriate punishment. After receiving the case, the jury deliberated for just 22 minutes before rendering a decision. Kuhn was convicted of murder in the first degree. The fact that the offense was committed in 1976 gives Kuhn the opportunity to enjoy freedom again. Judge Philip Federico of the Pinellas Pasco Circuit Court interpreted the state legislation of that year. After 25 years, a person convicted of first-degree murder may be eligible for parole under these provisions. It's interesting to note that Carol's mother, Norma Hutto, felt compelled to speak to Kuhn at the sentencing, even though Kuhn declined to do so. Norma went on to add, "James Kuhn, you took the trust Carol gave you and you used it for your depraved wants." She also mentioned how Carol had trusted him and called him out. She brought up the fact that Kuhn had attended Carol's funeral, disguising his true motivations by acting like her friend and feigning distress. Norma expressed her wish that he would never be released from prison and that he was unworthy of a fresh start, pointing out that he had denied her daughter the opportunity. A hopeful mother, Norma had a bright future in mind for her newborn daughter, Carol. She looked forward to the day Carol would graduate from Largo High School with pride. She envisioned her 16-year-old daughter in a gorgeous white gown, walking down the aisle to begin a happy life with her husband, and perhaps even starting a family. But all of those hopes were dashed in a single night, and it was fervently hoped that Kuhn would never be allowed to leave prison. Let's now discuss Kuhn's case. Do you believe that he truly felt regret for his actions, and do you think that he deserved a life sentence? And do you think Kuhn's behavior with Carol was premeditated or just an accident? If you have any specific sections or sentences you'd like to clarify further, please let me know. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video examines what happened in Tennessee, USA on September 2, 2022, when 34-year-old Eliza Fletcher, a mother of 2 children and kindergarten teacher, left her Memphis home to go for a morning jog. Following police notification of Eliza's disappearance, an investigation was started after she failed to return home, which sparked a significant public outcry. A few days ago, the case was concluded. Born in Memphis, Tennessee, on November 9, 1987, Eliza Welford Fletcher played soccer for the University of Memphis after graduating from Hutchinson School in 2006 and went on to finish her undergraduate studies at Baylor University. After graduating from Belmont University with a master's degree in teaching, she focused her efforts and unending youthful enthusiasm on her students at Promise Academy and then St. Mary's Episcopal School's junior kindergartners. Eliza gave her all to her students, as she did to everything she did. She was a firm believer in the value of personal development and did not hesitate to show vulnerability. As a natural athlete, on the other hand, she welcomed it. From childhood teams to collegiate competition to winning marathons, Eliza's love of sports was evident. As an adult, she loved going for morning runs with her friends. She enthusiastically participated in everything she did by utilizing her competitive nature. Eliza was a skilled runner who qualified for the Boston Marathon, a prestigious event among marathon runners, by finishing the Stone Marathon in Memphis in 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 9 seconds. Eliza loved being a wife and mother more than anything else. Richard James Fletcher, her husband, and she met at the Second Presbyterian Church. On Friday, September 2, 2022, The couple welcomed 2 sons into the world after getting married on March 8, 2014. When Eliza did not return from her jog at the scheduled time, her family became concerned. Her husband Richard reported her missing at 7:45 a.m. after noticing that she had not returned home and was not returning calls or texts. Eliza began her day the same way she began many other days, with a morning run. She left the house at around 4 a.m. Police started looking into it right away. The investigators first spoke with every member of Eliza's family. In addition to ensuring that the family members' testimonies were consistent, they had to piece together the timeline of events preceding her disappearance. Eliza's husband, or any other family member's involvement in the disappearance, was promptly ruled out by authorities. Investigators retraced Eliza's route and started gathering surveillance footage after determining which route she was running. A still photo of Eliza was made public. She weighs 137 pounds, has blonde hair, green eyes, and is 5 feet 6 inches tall. Her hair was in a bun on the day she was last spotted, and she was dressed in a pink jogging top and purple-blue running shorts. Investigators concluded that Eliza had been abducted close to the University of Memphis. Eliza used to frequently jog in the area and had never experienced any personal safety concerns. But this time, police claimed that a man kidnapped her, forced her into his car, and drove off. The suspect was driving west on Central Avenue in a dark SUV. It was discovered that Eliza's cell phone was broken. Near the scene of her kidnapping, a water bottle and a phone were discovered. An image of the SUV was made public, and police urged anyone with information that could aid in the investigation to get in touch with them. Some information regarding the kidnapping was later made public by authorities. What the police report says about it is as follows. A black GMC Terrain was seen driving by and then waiting for the victim to run by on the scene's security footage. The document claims that a man got out of the vehicle, rushed over to Fletcher, and pushed her into the passenger seat. This kidnapping seemed to involve some sort of struggle. This is where the Champion Slide sandals were discovered. Sandals discovered at the scene were sent to a lab where specialists were to test them for a sample of the offender's DNA. The car then sat in the parking lot with the victim inside for about 4 minutes before it drove away. In a statement released on September 3, the day following the kidnapping, Eliza's family offered a $50,000 reward for information leading to Eliza's return. Police were looking for the dark SUV in the meantime. They discovered additional surveillance footage, some of which was subsequently made public. The police statement claims that this video shows the suspect in Eliza Fletcher's kidnapping cleaning the inside of his vehicle. It is clear from the statement that Eliza was no longer in the kidnapper's car at this point, but authorities did find a trash can where the suspect had disposed of the cleaning supplies he had used inside the vehicle. They might be an important piece of proof. The same day, September 3, Memphis police reported that they had found a car of interest and had taken its driver into custody to question him. The DNA sample came from the sandals the criminal misplaced when kidnapping Eliza Fletcher. Upon entering the DNA profile into the database, forensics discovered that the person who kidnapped Eliza was 38-year-old Cleotha Abston. He was released from prison approximately 2 years ago and had a criminal record. Investigators allegedly found that Abston's cell phone was close to the location where Fletcher was coerced into the car, based on cellular records they were able to obtain. Abston was a teenager when he pleaded guilty to kidnapping Kemper Durand on May 26, 2000, and was previously given a sentence of 24 years in prison. According to court records, Abston forced Durand into a car's trunk after kidnapping him at gunpoint. In a victim impact statement, Durand stated that he felt incredibly fortunate that I was able to escape from the custody of Cletty Abston. He then made Durand take money out of an ATM, from which he managed to escape when he caught the attention of a Memphis Housing Authority guard. He and his co-defendant had taken me from the trunk of my car, where they had kept me for several hours, and forced me to drive to the MAPCO station. I was supposed to get cash for Cleotha Abstain using my ATM card. We were extremely lucky that a Memphis Housing Authority guard in an armed uniform just so happened to enter the MAPCO station. It is very likely that I would have been killed if I hadn't escaped, he wrote in the statement. Durand, a criminal defense attorney who passed away in 2013, stated that he thought Abston had no remorse at all. Additionally, according to court records, Abston had a long criminal history beginning in 1995. The charges included rape, theft, aggravated assault, and evading arrest. Although the kidnapper was apprehended, Eliza Fletcher's whereabouts were unknown due to Abstin's silence after his release from the Tennessee Department of Correction in November 2020. Regretfully, evidence discovered in his vehicle showed that Eliza had passed away. Forensics discovered traces of Eliza's blood in his SUV, despite the fact that Abstat had cleaned the interior thoroughly. Abstin was accused of both evidence tampering and kidnapping. In addition, he was accused of unrelated crimes like credit card fraud, property theft, and identity theft. According to police, the judge set bail at $500,000 at the time of arraignment. A public defender was assigned after Abstin informed the judge that he could not afford an attorney. Police were searching for Eliza in the meantime. On the morning of Friday, September 2, she was kidnapped. Authorities confirmed the worst fears of those concerned about Eliza Fletcher's fate at a press conference on Monday, September 5, 2022. The body of Eliza was discovered in the grass close to this deserted Victor Street home. The driveway contained tire tracks that matched those on Abstin's vehicle. This is how this location appears on news reports, however, indicate that this abandoned house was encircled by tall grass at the time of the crime. The grass was as tall as a man in some places, making it an excellent place to conceal the crime's evidence. Journalists started asking locals if they had seen anything suspicious after Eliza's body was discovered here. According to some of the people the journalists spoke with, even before Eliza's body was discovered, they called City Hall several times to request that the grass be mowed. However, after Eliza's body was discovered, the city authorities did nothing. Abstin was also charged with first-degree murder and first-degree murder in the commission of kidnapping, and the judge revoked the $500,000 bail that had been set when he was first charged. The judge also decided that Henderson would be accepted as the suspect's legal last name. Since his name is listed as Cleotha Abstin in the prosecutor's reports as well, I will use that name going forward. Just to let you know, he is listed as Claretha Henderson in some sources. Following the proceedings, Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy sidestepped a reporter's inquiry about the punishment he would seek in the event that Abstin was found guilty. A conviction for first-degree murder carries a life sentence, with or without parole, or the death penalty. It is too soon for us to talk about the kind of punishment we will pursue. Outside the courtroom, Mulroy stated that Eliza's family and everyone who knew her were shocked by her untimely death. 5 days after the police announced the body's discovery, on September 10, 2022, hundreds of people attended the funeral service, which took place in the same church where Eliza had been married 8 years prior. Nobody is prepared for the loss of a loved one, but it is a terrible experience to learn that they were murdered after being kidnapped. People's mental health suffers as a result of their inability to accept the devastating reality. It's time to honor those who loved her so much, and to remember and celebrate how unique she was. We are grateful for all of the love and care that we have received. We are incredibly appreciative of the local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies' tireless efforts to locate Eliza and apprehend the perpetrator of this heinous crime. According to Eliza's family, this senseless loss has left us devastated and heartbroken. Family, friends, co-workers, students, parents, members of her Second Presbyterian Church congregation, and everyone else who knew her loved Eliza. According to the statement, the faculty and staff at St. Mary's Episcopal School lit candles in Eliza's honor as the day began in chapel. On September 9, 20th, 2000, 200 people came together to finish the marathon that Eliza had left unfinished, according to a Facebook post from the school. In remembrance of Eliza, who was kidnapped at around the same time, they began running at 4:20 a.m. We're just here today to run in honor of Eliza and to demonstrate that women in this city have the right to run at 4 in the morning or 10 at night, said event organizer Danielle Heineman. Any time of day or night, Eliza's supporters jogged, ran, and walked in her honor while dressed in vibrant hues. They held that women had the freedom to go out whenever they pleased and were not required to completely cover their bodies. The 34-year-old mother of 2 and teacher passed away from a single gunshot wound to the head, per the autopsy report. 2 semicircular skull defects are consistent with a single gunshot wound to the head, with the bullet moving from right to left, back to front, and posterior to anterior. According to the report, a shell casing was found close to where her body was found, despite the fact that no projectile was recovered from her body. Eliza sustained blunt force injuries, such as fractures to her jaw and bruises on her right thigh, in addition to the gunshot wound. Although there was no overt indication of an actual assault, these injuries were consistent with blunt force trauma. It was discovered that Cleotha Abston had abused another woman the year prior to his abduction of Eliza, as the authorities readied themselves for the trial. The attack on Eliza Fletcher might have been avoided if Abston had been taken into custody, but the system failed because of inadequate funding, and Abston was still at large. The incident in question took place on September 21, 2021. The woman, Alicia Franklin, went to the police and said that she and Abston had agreed to have dinner after meeting on a dating app in 2021. Alicia Franklin claims that although they had previously talked about trading love for money, they had no intention of having intimate contact that evening. Instead, he put a gun to her neck and dragged her into his car, where he made her comply with his wishes despite her objections. Alicia called the police after Abston released her. Despite the fact that samples of male DNA were discovered, police reports stated that she had no visible injuries. How much time did it take to analyze these DNA samples, in your opinion? The test results were released on September 5, 2022, nearly a year after the incident, which took place on September 21, 2021. When state leaders and victim advocates learned that Abston had been arrested for Eliza Fletcher's murder, they became indignant and demanded that officials change the way the state handles assault kits. There is still more to be done, but I am happy that we are able to take this extra step towards clearing this backlog. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee apologized and stated that authorities would expedite additional funds to hire 25 additional staff at the forensic lab to speed up the process of testing samples. According to Senate Speaker Randy McNally, we have to get these violent criminals off the streets and keep them off. Jim Strickland, the mayor of Memphis, has publicly defended the actions of the Memphis Police Department. Strickland responded, "I don't know the details," when asked if MPD blew the investigation. The investigation is ongoing. The mayor shouldn't get involved in the investigation's minutiae. Days after his arrest in connection with Eliza Fletcher's death, Cleotha Abston was finally charged in the case. Alicia Franklin is suing the city of Memphis, claiming that the Memphis Police Department did not conduct a thorough and appropriate investigation into her ordeal. She claimed to have sustained emotional and physical harm that necessitated continuous medical and psychological care. She is requesting damages that are not specified. Additionally, the lawsuit alleges that when investigators arrived at the crime scene, they failed to collect tangible evidence. The Lakes at Ridgeway were also sued by Alicia Franklin. The woman said that because there was no security at the apartment complex, Abston was able to take her to an unoccupied apartment and attack her. She claimed that the attack on her was not the first crime to occur in that vacant apartment, and she is suing for $2 million in damages. The apartment that Abston used to entice the plaintiff to leave her car was unoccupied and available for Abston to use illegally, the lawsuit said. In the court filing, the woman also claimed that Henderson had made inappropriate and obscene remarks to other women at the complex, but the property managers had done nothing to request that Abston leave. In the Alicia Franklin case, Cleotha Abston was found guilty on April 12, 2024. He consented to a maximum sentence of 8 decades in prison on all counts on May 17, 2024, waiving his right to a sentencing hearing. The sentence is divided into 40 years for the 20 years for the kidnapping and 20 years for the gun charge, which will run consecutively. When making a decision, said Judge Lee Coffey, the judge said that Abston will not be able to appeal his sentence, but he can still appeal the trial and verdict itself in the Franklin case this week. On Monday, October 28, 2024, it was revealed that Cleotha Abston was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in the Eliza Fletcher case. He also noted that the sentence would run consecutively for the counts he considered, including his lengthy criminal history and multiple disciplinary incidents while he was in custody, including indecent exposures and possessing drugs and weapons. The man accused of the violent kidnapping and murder of Memphis schoolteacher and mother of 2, Eliza Fletcher, entered a guilty plea to several charges, including first-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, and tampering with evidence, according to a statement issued today by the district attorney's office. The case that has rocked the community was officially ended when Cleotha Abston, was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. With the help of Mrs. Fletcher's family, the resolution was reached. The agreement reached today gives the family closure. In order to avoid years and decades of appeals, the defendant forfeits his right to appeal. The fact that this dangerous individual will never again walk our streets benefits the community as well. In prison, he will perish. Due to the overwhelming evidence against him, Abstin's attorney, Uni Ganguly, told the New York Times that he advised Abstin to accept the plea deal. A jury probably would have given Abstin the death penalty, Ganguly told the Times. A statement from Fletcher's family that was sent directly to Abstin was read by District Attorney Steve Mulroy. "We don't know what happened to you, but whatever it was that made you feel the need to harm people doesn't justify or explain what you did. Nothing will ever be the same because of the permanent change you have brought about in our lives. What you did was wicked. There is no other way to put it. You killed Liza, despite the fact that she did nothing wrong and did not harm you. If you had needed assistance, she would have been the first to offer it." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. What caused the beauty queen's life to be stolen? It is said that beauty is a strong force that can save the world, but regrettably, it does not always translate into happiness and can even cause problems. Gorgeous girls are constantly the focus of attention and typically have a large following. But in addition to admirers and customers, famous beauties and crowned beauty queens are surrounded by a large number of jealous people, well-wishers, and obsessive stalkers who sometimes act erratically. The terrible death of young Kimberly Oliveira became one of the most startling and impactful cases in South America. The girl who competed for the title of Miss Brazil and won other beauty pageants was cruelly and deceitfully deprived of her life. Her aspirations for popularity and recognition were drastically different from what the model had anticipated. People adored Kimberly's freshness and beauty, and her name did become well known outside of her home nation. Both the numerous heights she may have still attained and the horrible way she passed away in her prime period appalled them at the same time. Kimberly Oliveira was who? On February 26, 1998, Kimberly Karen Mota de Oliveira was born in the small, charming Brazilian town of Manacapuru, which is part of the state of Amazonas municipality of the same name. She grew up with her two younger brothers as the only daughter and eldest child in Naila and Jose Oliveira's family. It might be claimed that the girl, who had Indian, Spanish, and Brazilian ancestry, won the genetic lottery. Her stunning appearance attracted the attention of everyone in her vicinity like a magnet. Kimberly was petite and feminine, with a brilliant smile, thick, opulent hair, and perfect skin. With both adults and peers comparing her to an angel, the beauty was accustomed to widespread attention, affection, and admiration. She loved swimming, participated in dancing and gymnastics from an early age, and was very particular about her looks and demeanor. She learned foreign languages, went to the theater frequently, read a lot, and did exceptionally well in school at the same time. Kimberly, who was already in her teens, started taking part in beauty pageants where she won prizes and posed for ads and clothing catalogs. Given that her mother, Naila, was also a well-known beauty in her younger years and had won multiple titles, including Miss Manicure, she was certain in high school that she wanted to tie her life to the modeling industry. But after being married, Naila gave up her modeling profession to support her family and raise their 3 kids. Kimberly enjoyed to pose in front of the camera and recognized her exceptional physical characteristics. She participated in exhibitions, was frequently featured in fashion magazines, and was formally crowned the most beautiful girl in her hometown. She was also a strong candidate for Miss Brazil and made it to the finals of the Miss Amazonas competition in 2017, ready to compete again. She might have advanced to renowned competitions like Miss World or Miss Universe if she had won. Oliveira was well aware, nevertheless, that charm and beauty were insufficient to prevail at this level. There, contestants are also assessed on their moral character, education, philanthropic endeavors, and other factors. Candidates for the title of beauty queen must also be free of criminal histories, legal troubles, and nude picture shoots. Kimberly avidly supported sports, good eating, and a healthy lifestyle on her social media sites. She also shared pictures from different photo shoots, talked about her life, and just engaged with her increasing fan base. Her page on a well-known social media platform reached tens of thousands of followers by 2019. The model wanted to inspire and motivate her followers by being a role model. She made the decision to go to college when she was 19 with the goal of becoming a dentist by enrolling in medical school. Kimberly relocated to Manaus, the capital and largest city, in order to accomplish this. Her maternal uncle Henry lived in the state of Amazonas. She went from a small, peaceful area to a large, busy city after passing the required tests and starting university, eventually relocating to her family home. Oliveira made friends, adjusted to her new surroundings fast, and managed to balance her education with involvement in various projects and sports commercial campaigns. Tenacious and crafty admirer. When Kimberly had free time between studying and picture assignments, she would typically hang out with her pals in different locations as a big group. A dashing young man called Rafael Fernandez Rodriguez approached Kimberly and her close friend as they were having a good time at a well-known club in the fall of 2019. He offered to buy Oliveira a beverage because he wanted to get to know her. The model, however, who was used to the increased attention and knew how to respond to such circumstances, graciously rejected, stating that she was not alone and that she didn't require anything. Rafael merely went after apologizing for the disruption. However, the girl was still unaware that the stranger had planned and choreographed the entire incident. In actuality, the man had been paying close attention to the young model on social media for a year or two, but he had never tried to get in touch with her until that day. He chose to appear to be seeing her for the first time and only want to meet her because he was familiar with the locations the beauty frequented. Rodriguez, who was 31 at the time, had just gotten divorced and was completely enamored with the prospect of meeting Kimberly and falling in love with her after reading on social media that the model had relocated to Manaus. He likewise relocated to the city, where he rented a large apartment in a posh residential complex and promptly secured a lucrative position in corporate law, thanks to his legal education. He then started carrying out his strategy, keeping a careful eye on Oliveira and waiting for the ideal opportunity to speak with her. Rafael made the decision to come out of hiding and began sending the girl private messages on social media, inviting her out on a date, following the failed attempt to meet at the nightclub. For several months, he also consistently liked and commented on every post the model made on her profile. Since she frequently found herself in similar circumstances, and this man didn't especially stand out, she ignored the obstinate follower and gave him no particular attention. In an attempt to win their friendship and trust, Rodriguez then modified his strategy and added Kimberly's friends, classmates, and even family to his list of acquaintances. This strategy worked, and he was able to get her phone number from a close friend. Then, the maniacal stalker started sending her messages on instant chat, proposing to meet up. The man examined the thing he admired, well, being aware of her preferences, travel habits, musical tastes, and so forth. He began going to training sessions outside, sometimes led by Oliveira herself, and it was only there that he was able to get her attention. After speaking for a while, they started phoning and contacting each other frequently on social media. Despite the fact that the two young people were about 10 years apart in age, Rafael was able to attract the girl's attention because he was well prepared. The man approached the girl with caution, attempting to court and please her in a lovely way without frightening her away or causing her to forget about him. His strategy was successful, and Kimberly and Rafael formally began dating in March 2020 after declaring their relationship. The passionate owner, the handsome and romantic man who tried his hardest to earn the beauty's love, showed his true nature. He immediately began tracking his sweetheart's every action as soon as they started dating, demanding to know where she went, who she spoke to, who messaged her, and everything else. At first, the girl even thought it was funny because she had never been restrained or managed before. But things became worse every day, and Rafael started acting more aggressively and invasively. He now made decisions over who Kimberly could block, who she could reply to, when and when she could go live, and which pictures she could share on social media. She soon became weary of this. They got into a heated dispute as he tried to establish personal limits the man couldn't breach. Rodriguez had to make amends and provide an apology. He offered the girl a big bouquet of flowers and invited her to a fancy restaurant. After every fight, he said this again. The man promised Oliveira he would never leave him and provided her expensive presents or romantic dates at hip places to keep her from leaving him after he had followed her so long and relentlessly. Kimberly was complaining to her friends more and more about her partner, claiming that she was unable to move further without his consent. Even at the university, Rafael prohibited her from talking to men. He also stole her phone without her consent, reviewed her messages and calls, and then made a scene. At times, he became so enraged that the girl worried about her safety. Her friends acknowledged that this was unusual and suggested that she speak with the man seriously before leaving him before it was too late if nothing changed. Knowing that she would soon have a successful modeling profession, diploma, defense, international travel, fashion magazine photo shoots, popularity, and recognition, Kimberly also realized she didn't want to live this way. She didn't want to sacrifice all for shaky relationships with an obsessive and unstable owner who tried to control, limit, and treat her like an object. Final judgment by the beginning of May 2020. Kimberly made the decision to end her relationship with Rafael after 2 arduous months, but she wasn't sure how to do it without making him angry. She waited for the ideal opportunity to break the news, but there was no longer any room for delay. Kimberly always spent Mother's Day with her mother, which was observed on May 10 in Brazil, but she was unable to visit her homeland to celebrate her mother because of the COVID-19 pandemic's restrictions in 2020. Rather, Kimberly shared a picture of them together, along with heartfelt words of appreciation and a heartfelt message. Nayla was receiving treatment at the hospital at the time following her cancer diagnosis. Kimberly and a few pals, including Rafael, went for a run at the park after posting. Everyone who saw the pair that day said they were having a lovely conversation and weren't fighting, and only her close friend was aware that the model had already decided she was going to split from her boyfriend that night. Kimberly called her uncle at midday and informed him that she would be spending the day with Gabriella, her best friend, but would go back home to sleep. She later called Henry once more, promising to return by midnight and requesting that he not lock the front door since she had forgotten her keys. While at her friend's house, Kimberly practiced what she was going to say to her boyfriend. She picked her words carefully to avoid offending him and causing any angry outbursts, and even though it was really tough, she finally seemed to have found the right delicate phrases and was prepared for the crucial conversation. Henry followed instructions and went to bed, completely trusting his niece in the evening. Rafael showed up at her friend's house in his brand new white Audi at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Kimberly said goodbye to Gabriella, smiled as she walked out to him, and sat down beside the driver in the passenger seat. Nobody ever saw the girl alive again, and the couple's disappearance was strange. When Henry awoke on the morning of May 11 and saw that his niece was not home, he got quite concerned. Kimberly always let him know when she would be coming back and if she was going to spend the night at a friend's house. Her phone was off when he tried to reach her. Gabriella informed him that Kimberly had gone out with her boyfriend and had not been in contact since. It was odd that Rafael didn't answer when Henry called him. The fact that the girl had never before skipped her university classes was quickly revealed. By midday, Henry went to the police to report the girl and her boyfriend's absence because he was certain that his niece was missing and that no one had seen her. The authorities, however, simply sneered at him, claiming that Oliveira and her partner were adults who could travel anywhere they pleased without anybody knowing. The missing girl's pals and Henry started their own search. Rafael's flat was their first stop, but nobody answered the door. Additionally, his car was not in the parking space. Kimberly's loved ones knew she would never go missing without alerting anybody, even though everything suggested the two had actually gone somewhere together. In the evening, Henry informed his sister Nayla of the situation over the phone. He couldn't wait any longer because his relative, who was suffering from a serious illness, had been attempting to get in touch with her daughter all day and had a suspicion that something wasn't right. Since Kimberly avoided trouble, didn't maintain bad company, and didn't have any hazardous habits, he tried to reassure her that nothing negative could have occurred to her. Kimberly's pals started sharing her pictures on their social media profiles and in other groups. Give up inquiring about the whereabouts of the girl and her boyfriend Rafael. The teenage model was well known, so when word spread that she had vanished, thousands of followers joined the hunt. But that didn't work either. Unsettling finding in a locked apartment. The police didn't start investigating until May 12, almost 2 days after the pair vanished. Raphael's apartment was the subject of a search warrant, since it might hold information regarding the young people's location. However, everyone was astonished by what the authorities found when they broke through the locked door and entered the building. Sadly, there was nothing that could be done to save Kimberly, who was in one of the rooms. The young girl's lifeless body was covered with a sheet and lay on the bedroom floor in a big pool of her own blood. Additionally, the bed had multiple huge blood stains, and practically every room had blood smears and traces on the carpets and floor coverings. In order to prevent anyone from suspecting that a body was in the flat, the criminal clearly fled after realizing that his attempts to conceal the evidence were ineffective and turned the air conditioner on full blast to slow down the body's decomposition. 4 stab wounds, 2 to the neck and 2 to the chest, were discovered on the victim's body by the forensic specialists. The huge kitchen knife that was used was found in the adjacent room, along with the criminal's unmistakable fingerprints and bloodstains. The offender simply threw it on the ground without making any attempt to remove it or remove any traces. The girl was probably attacked unexpectedly because there were no defensive wounds or indications of a struggle on her body. She was killed on the floor after being struck in the neck, severing her carotid artery, but it seems the attack took place on the bed. The owner of the residence was missing, along with his documents, bank cards, car keys, and a few personal belongings. The condition of the room suggested that he had departed quickly. Raphael was reclassified as the main suspect in the heinous crime, even though he had previously been listed as missing. However, where can we search for him, and is it possible that he has already left the country? Find the elusive perpetrator. The forensic analysis verified that the missing Rodriguez's fingerprints were on the crime weapon. Any lingering suspicions regarding the man's guilt were eliminated when it was discovered that the apartment was occupied solely by the criminal and the victim at the time of the incident. Police stations all around the state received alerts about Raphael right once, and social media was used extensively to spread the word that a dangerous criminal was being sought and to ask for any information regarding his whereabouts. The white Audi that the man was driving was also searched for. Detectives examined every report from watchful residents because they knew that every minute mattered. In the nearby state of Karakarui, a white Audi was discovered smashed in a ditch on the side of the road on May 13. It turned out that the suspect owned the vehicle. Raphael was seen speeding on surveillance footage. He apparently lost control. The vehicle went off the road and flipped over. The extent of the driver's injuries and his whereabouts were unknown, though. After an unsuccessful attempt to cross the border, there were rumors that he may have hitched a ride to the Venezuelan border and then fled there. It was quickly discovered that the individual hurt in the collision had, in fact, been taken to a nearby town by a passing vehicle. After removing nearly all of the funds from his account, Rodriguez took a taxi to the closest bank and then continued on to the border town of Boa Vista. He then made an attempt to flee prosecution by walking across the border into Venezuela. Luckily, limitations brought on by the deteriorating COVID-19 scenario prevented him from leaving the country. They wouldn't let the man pass. Detectives discovered that the suspect opted to hide in the forested area while waiting for the situation to calm down, instead of returning to Boa Vista, a city of around 300,000 people, and trying to blend in. The fugitive was located in a small hut deep in the forest, nearly hidden by the surroundings, after a few days of searching. But things didn't go as planned with the arrest. Men brandishing machetes, whom Rodriguez had hired from the local community for personal protection, and lavished them with cash, unexpectedly attacked the cops. Thankfully, there was no violence. The authorities warned the bodyguards that helping the criminal might have major legal repercussions for both them and Raphael, as they displayed their badges and indicated that they were there to capture a dangerous criminal. The authorities had all the proof of the primary suspect's guilt by the time he was taken into custody, so there was no use in disputing it. According to surveillance footage, Kimberly got into his car, drove to his house, and climbed up to his apartment. A few hours later, Rodriguez fled the site by himself. It's interesting to note that the couple seemed at ease, smiling and having a great conversation in every video. Raphael casually left the apartment without showing signs of fear, regret, or guilt. The suspect gave a pretty odd account of what happened that day, but he acknowledged his guilt under the weight of the evidence. He claims that after deciding to enjoy a romantic evening, he and his sweetheart went to his place and shared private moments. After that, Raphael decided to examine Kimberly's phone while she was taking a shower and discovered that she had been conversing with other men on social media. Before he confronted her about it, he went to the kitchen and took a big knife and concealed it behind a pillow. He said he merely intended to frighten her in case she tried to trick him, not to hurt her. Raphael began grilling Olivera about who she was speaking to as soon as she lay on the bed after taking a shower. "I'm not talking to any men," the girl responded with a simple smile. Rodriguez was furious about this. He became aware that his sweetheart was making fun of him and lying. Reaching for the knife, he swiftly struck her heart twice. Without having time to comprehend or fight back, the victim tumbled from the bed onto the floor, where the assailant struck her neck twice more, killing her. Raphael tried to hide the evidence after realizing what he had done, but he soon realized it was pointless. He just covered the body with a sheet and turned the air conditioner on full blast to make the room as chilly as possible, slowing the decomposition process, because he couldn't remove the body from the apartment undetected and the suspicion would still be on him. Witness statements. Gabriella, Kimberly's closest friend, gave a witness statement in which she gave an entirely different account of what happened. That night, she said, Kimberly had finally made the decision to quit her relationship with her violent and mentally ill partner. Knowing that one incorrect word could make Raphael furious, she had taken her time crafting her response. Knowing that Kimberly's behaviors were always unexpected, Gabriella argued that Kimberly would never have joked about messaging other guys or been intimate with a man she intended to leave. Rodriguez's ex-wife, another witness, attested to his cruelty and his unpredictable outbursts of rage that affected everyone in his vicinity. Their divorce was primarily caused by his hostility. Raphael's mother, Fatima, was his sole advocate, claiming that he was a wonderful man who never intended to hurt anyone. She blamed her boy's immorality on Kimberly, her ex-daughter-in-law, and everyone else. After the trial, Rodriguez's father realized what a monster he had created, but he did not survive to witness the sentencing. By standing in front of a train, the old guy decided to take his own life. His widow maintained that it was an accident, claiming that her husband fell onto the rails by accident after feeling ill. Surveillance footage, however, unequivocally demonstrated otherwise. By obtaining fresh psychiatric assessments, the defendant's legal team continually postponed the case and promoted the narrative of his insanity. Raphael was ultimately found to be competent to face trial for his horrible deed. Almost a year and a half after the heinous incident, the trial started in October 2021, Raphael was given a remarkably light sentence of just 14 years in prison, which was later lowered by another year, despite the overwhelming proof of his guilt. The defense's successful claim that their client committed the crime while in a rage was the reason for this result. As a result, he was given a much lower sentence rather than life in jail. Nyla Olivera, Kimberly's mother, died on October 28, the day of the sentencing, following a protracted fight with cancer. From her hospital bed, where she was in critical condition, she had watched every court session via video call. Her heart stopped a few hours after the verdict was declared. In less than a year and a half, the Olivera family lost two members they loved, their beloved sister and daughter, then their mother and devoted wife. Since her son was the only close relative she had left following her husband's passing, Rodriguez's mother resolved to wait for him to be released from prison. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Three 8-year-old boys, Steve Branch, Christopher Byers, and Michael Moore, vanished while riding their bikes in West Memphis, Arkansas, on May 5, 1993. The following day, their bodies were discovered. However, the investigation took a convoluted and fruitless turn after receiving a false tip about local teenagers. How did misdirection in the case permanently change the course of justice? And what actually happened to these boys? Would justice be served to the victims, or would the case go unresolved? John Mark Byers called the West Memphis police at 8 p.m. on May 5, 1993 to report his son Christopher missing. The officer was informed by him and his spouse Melissa that Chris had not been seen since approximately 5:30 p.m. while he was in the yard working. 2 more parents called in with similar concerns within the next 90 minutes. Steve Branch left for school that day, and Pamela Hobbs said she hadn't seen him since. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, according to Dana Moore, her son Michael had gone out with friends, but had skipped dinner at home. A search was conducted in Robin Hood Hills, where local children frequently played, after 3 missing boys were reported missing. No sign of the boys was discovered that night, despite a thorough search. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell took over the search the following morning, May 6, 1993. Officer Steve Jones noticed a black tennis shoe floating in a ditch close to the Blue Beacon car wash in the early afternoon. Within 15 minutes, Sergeant Mike Allen found the bodies of 3 young boys who had been murdered in Robin Hood Hills: Steve Branch, Michael Moore, and Chris Byers. In a drainage ditch, the 3 boys were discovered naked, their hands and feet bound with their own shoelaces. Nearby, their clothing was discovered entangled in mud and tree sticks. Christopher Byers suffered from severe genital injuries, including mutilation. Moore and Branch died from multiple injuries and drowning, while Byers' official cause of death was multiple injuries. Because there was insufficient evidence, the police's initial suspicion of rape was later refuted by expert testimony. A pair of pants recovered from the scene contained trace amounts of sperm DNA. Byers' injuries, according to the prosecution, were caused by a purposeful knife attack and castration. However, defense experts contended that rather than a human attack, the injuries on the body were probably caused by animals after they died. The only victim with drugs in his body was Byers. Ritalin, a drug for ADHD, was prescribed to him in January 1993. Nevertheless, the initial autopsy report misidentified the medication as carbamazepine and noted a dosage that was less than what was recommended. Surprisingly little evidence was found at the crime scene on May 5, 1993, despite the heinous nature of the crime. The absence of blood and fibers perplexed the police, who also observed that the area appeared to have been cleaned. They had to deal with a well-known case that attracted national attention, but they had few leads to help them find the person or people responsible. Terry Hobbs, Steve Branch's stepfather, broke down in tears as Gitchell came to the group of people gathered at the edge of the woods to break the terrible news. The town was shocked by the crime's savagery, which prompted an immediate investigation. In this instance, the notion of a satanic connection emerged for a number of reasons. The community was horrified by the gruesome details of the crime, including the castration and the placement of the bodies. The crime scene's remote location further heightened the anxiety. Media reports frequently contributed to the widespread fear of satanic rituals in the United States in the early 1990s. Many communities were especially vulnerable to these fears, particularly those with strong religious convictions. The combination of local beliefs, the graphic nature of the crime, and media coverage made people believe it might be connected to a cult, even though there was no concrete proof of satanic activity in West Memphis at the time. More rational explanations, like the possibility that the boys were harmed by a person they knew, were frequently eclipsed by this suspicion. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell's announcement that the police were looking into a number of theories, including cult activity, fueled the fire. This preliminary inquiry sparked controversy, resulting in erroneous convictions and posing significant doubts regarding the validity of the evidence and the participants' intentions. 3 young men, Jason Baldwin, Damian Eccles, and Jesse Miskelly Jr., were soon identified as suspects by investigators, and the pursuit of answers permanently altered their lives. A local teen with a problematic past was Damian Eccles. He was a 17-year-old high school dropout who was well known for his sinister hobbies and mental health issues, which included severe depression. He was a prime suspect in the case because of his unusual appearance, which included tattoos, long hair, and black clothes. Because of his interactions with Eccles, Jerry Driver, a juvenile probation officer in Crittenden County, also thought that there was a satanic cult in the area. In the past, Eccles had exhibited erratic conduct, including threatening his father, his ex-girlfriend, and her new boyfriend. Eccles had a history of mental health problems, including being put on suicide watch during his stay in a mental health facility in Oregon. He had additional difficulties in juvenile detention after returning to Arkansas, which ultimately resulted in his hospitalization in Little Rock. He kept going to therapy even after being freed, and he made disturbing claims that he wanted to follow infamous criminals like Charles Manson. Jerry Driver was extremely troubled by these remarks and grew to believe that Eccles was responsible for the killings. Eccles was close friends with another suspect, Jason Baldwin. They were both viewed as social misfits. Despite Baldwin's academic success and his lack of interest in magic, they connected because they had both felt alienated. Eccles had previously been charged with shoplifting, and Baldwin had previously been arrested for vandalism. Baldwin, on the other hand, demonstrated drawing ability, and one of his instructors urged him to study graphic design in college. Jesse Miscali Jr., the third suspect, had little to no relationship to Baldwin or Eccles. He was notorious for getting into fistfights with other teenagers at school and for having a short fuse. Like Eccles, Miscali had left high school, but Baldwin was still doing well in school. Damian Eccles was questioned by police several times between May 7 and May 10, both at his residence and at the police station. During these sessions, Eccles repeatedly asserted that he knew nothing about the boys and called the killer sick. Eccles maintained that on the evening of May 5 he was at home chatting on the phone with friends, but when he implied that the murderer was probably a local, it sparked questions about his personal involvement. Even though Eccles cooperated with the police, the results of his polygraph suggested that he might have been lying or deceiving, which fueled more conjecture. Investigators also focused on Jason Baldwin, who denied any misconduct, but they kept examining both teenagers. When local waitress Vicky Hutchison stated that she thought the killings were connected to a cult, the case took a different turn. She was keen to help the police and advised them that she could make friends with Eccles in order to conduct additional investigation. Miscali got to know Eccles when he worked as a babysitter for Vicky Hutchison. After introducing him to Eccles, Hutchison started questioning Miscali about the case. Miscali reportedly joined Hutchison at an occult event, or Sabbat, where she observed strange rituals and sexual activities involving young people. As a result, Miscali was taken to the police station to be questioned. When Aaron, Hutchison's son, stated that he had gone to the woods with the killed boys and said he had witnessed 5 men acting strangely, the matter became more complicated. This added complexity to a story that was already unreliable due to inconsistencies. Her answers to the police's polygraph test showed that she was telling the truth. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell and his team made the decision to question Jesse Miscali Jr., a suspect in the killings of the 3 young West Memphis boys on June 3, 1993. About 9 in the morning, they came up to him. The $35,000 reward for information that could result in arrests was highlighted. Jesse denied having anything to do with the killings during the polygraph examination. Detective Bill Durham thought he was lying, though. After being interrogated extensively, Jesse finally stated that he, Jason Baldwin, and Damian Eccles were responsible for the killings. The officer yelled at him and insisted he knew more than he was confessing, according to Jesse's later account. He found it difficult to claim his innocence and started repeating what the detectives had told him. Gitchell corrected him when he wrongly claimed that the boys were bound with rope, stating instead that they were bound with shoelaces. As a result, Jesse altered his account to fit the officer's specifics. Jesse was questioned for hours before her confession was captured on tape. He stated, "Damian hit Chris Byers and Jason assaulted Steve Branch," claiming to have seen what happened in Robin Hood Hills. Soon after, Deputy Prosecutor John Fogelmill requested warrants to search Jason, Damian, and Jesse's residences. All 3 were taken into custody and accused of capital murder by 10:30 p.m. At a press conference the following morning, Gitchell affirmed his strong belief in the case. Damian Eccles was 18, Jason Baldwin was 16, and Jesse Miscali Jr. was 17 when they were taken into custody. Judge David Burnett held a pretrial hearing in Marion, Arkansas, on August 4, 1993. He made the decision to try Jesse Miscali apart from Jason Baldwin and Damian Eccles. Additionally, even though the defense claimed Jesse's confession was coerced, the judge permitted it to be used as evidence. The defense brought up a number of coercive strategies that the police employed while questioning Jesse. They pointed out how officers rejected his claims and showed a diagram that implied he might either be a member of the murderer's circle or work with them. A disturbing audio recording of Aaron saying, "Nobody knows what happened but me," was also brought to light. In a landmark decision, the judge determined that all three defendants would face adult trials. This ruling raised the stakes in a case that was already garnering national attention and sparking debates about the treatment of young suspects in the legal system. Miskelly claimed he tried to cooperate without realizing the repercussions of his remarks because he was perplexed by the police's actions. The three boys were still being held while the defense and prosecution got ready for trial. Blood was discovered on a knife that had belonged to Chris Byers' stepfather, John Mark Byers, during the evidence collection process. The blood on this knife matched that of Chris and Mark, and it had been given away soon after the killing. The police did not pursue this lead, though. The night the boys vanished, a local restaurant employee also claimed to have seen a confused man covered in blood and mud. Despite gathering samples, the police never pursued this lead and eventually lost the evidence after the man left blood smears in the restroom. Miskelly withdrew his confession and refused to repeat his previous statements, despite the prosecutor's intention for him to testify against Eccles and Baldwin. Baldwin and Eccles' trials began on February 28, 1994. As Judge Burnett, Prosecutor Fogelman, and the defense teams determined what evidence could be presented to the jury, both trials received significant media coverage and encountered legal difficulties. A jury consisting of 5 men and 7 women heard Jesse Miskelly Jr.'s trial in Corning, Arkansas on January 18, 1994. Although Prosecutor John Fogelman acknowledged that Jesse's confession contained inconsistencies, he asserted that these were caused by Jesse's attempt to minimize his involvement in the killings. He maintained that Jesse had relationships with Jason Baldwin and Damian Eccles. Dan Stidham, the defense lawyer, retorted that Jesse was unfairly singled out because of pressure to make arrests. He claimed that the investigation was skewed by what he referred to as the Damian Eccles tunnel vision. Stidham maintained that he was afraid while being questioned and that Jesse's confession was coerced. When the mothers of the 3 murdered boys testified about their final moments with their sons on May 5, 1993, the trial became emotional. Because he was concerned that it might annoy judges who felt sorry for the bereaved families, Stidham decided against asking that line of inquiry. The prosecution's version of events was unsettling. Investigators explained how the boys' bodies were painfully found during the search for them. In the courtroom, the jury noticed the boys' bicycles leaning against a wall. The mood was solemn, as Fogelman displayed more than 30 gory images of the corpses. As more unsettling pictures were displayed, pathologists talked about the autopsy results. Jesse appeared extremely at ease throughout the lengthy interrogation, according to Inspector Gary Gitchell. The jury was silent when Fogelman played a recording of Jesse's 34-minute confession to support his argument. Jesse's statements showed significant inconsistencies during cross-examination. The evidence did not support his claims that the boys were bound with brown rope and that the killings occurred at noon. Detective Gitchell claimed that Jesse's confusion was the cause of these mistakes because they were concerned that Aaron Hutchison's story might be discredited. The prosecution decided not to call him. Vicky, his mother, was called instead, and she talked about her quest for justice. She maintained that her concern for the boys drove her, not the $35,000 reward. Jesse's statements revealed some serious contradictions during cross-examination, particularly with regard to the dates of the murders. Aaron Hutchison, a crucial eyewitness, was not called to testify by the prosecution. Rather, they introduced his mother, who spoke about her attempts to get the boys justice. Regarding tangible proof, Jesse's involvement in the crime was not demonstrated by any signs. Regarding certain fibers discovered close to the bodies, a crime lab specialist testified. She subsequently explained, though, that those fibers might have originated from more than just Jesse. Stidham was worried about Jesse's low IQ, so he decided not to have him testify. Rather, he called a polygraph examiner to discuss false confessions in an attempt to raise reasonable doubt. The judge permitted the examiner to describe the pressures that can cause someone to make a false confession, but he decided that the polygraph results could not be used. In his defense testimony, social psychologist Dr. Richard Offshee discussed how Jesse's confession was impacted by police pressure. He was permitted to explain, in spite of the prosecution's objections, that Jesse made a false statement as a result of the pressure he was under, particularly because he had low self-esteem. The prosecutor brought up the fact that Jesse had not been physically hurt by the police during cross-examination. This gave Stidham the opportunity to highlight how Jesse's confession was impacted by the type of questioning, and how psychological pressure played a significant role in what transpired. In his closing remarks, Fogelman referred to the defense's arguments as distractions and advised the jury to believe the detectives and disregard allegations of coercion. The prosecutor emphasized that Jesse's confession was unambiguous, but Stidham cautioned that it would be a grave error to execute an innocent person. The following day, Jesse lowered his head as he walked into the courtroom. He was devastated when the jury convicted him of first-degree murder. When the judge asked him if he had anything to say, he simply replied, "No." The trial brought up serious issues with the legal system, with many people thinking that an innocent person was punished. He was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. The emphasis on coerced confessions sparked calls for improved questioning techniques and fresh data, which prompted a re-examination of Jesse's punishment. In Jonesboro, Arkansas, the trial for Damian Eccles and Jason Baldwin started 2 weeks after Jesse Miskelly Jr. was sentenced. Dan Stidham, the defense lawyer, declared that Jesse would not testify, leaving the prosecution with scant evidence. The prosecutors could claim that Eccles' apparent interest in witchcraft was connected to his involvement in the case because the judge prevented the two defendants from having separate trials. In essence, they could infer Baldwin's guilt from Eccles' background. John Fogelman, the prosecutor, asserted that they would demonstrate the defendant's guilt for killing the 3 boys. Eccles' lawyer contended that there was no proof of guilt, while Baldwin's lawyer highlighted his client's good character. To talk about the boys' final moments, the prosecution called the detectives and the victims' parents. The judge rejected the defense's request for a mistrial after detectives brought up Jesse's confession. Ridge further asserted that Damian implied he was engaged in supernatural activities by mentioning demonic forces. To bolster their argument, they displayed objects from Damian's house, including a dog skull and occult books. In his testimony, medical expert Dr. Frank Peretti mentioned a knife discovered close to Damian's home that matched the victim's wound. However, it was later discovered that the victim's stepfather's knife might also match. The defense sought to expose contradictions in the prosecution's claims and emphasize the paucity of credible evidence connecting Eccles and Baldwin to the crime. They stressed that the evidence was only suggestive and called in experts and witnesses to discuss false confessions. The jury found both defendants guilty of capital murder in spite of efforts to provide an alibi and cast doubt on the validity of the police investigation. Jason Baldwin received a life sentence without the possibility of parole after the jury found him guilty. In contrast, Damian Eccles was given the death penalty, more precisely a lethal injection. This result generated a lot of public interest and raised questions about the fairness of the trial. The West Memphis Three's defense teams diligently sought to appeal their sentences shortly after their trials, pointing out mistakes in the trial and introducing fresh evidence. Vicky Hutchison acknowledged lying under duress from the police, and the jury foreman was charged with misconduct during the trial, which might have affected the outcome. A new hearing resulted from new DNA evidence that connected Chris Byers' stepfather, Terry Hobbs, to the crime scene. There was broad support for the case. Devil's Knot, written by Arkansas reporter Mara Leverett, focused on the failure of justice, while Paradise Lost, a documentary directed by Bruce Sinofsky and Joe Berlinger, was released in 1996. Johnny Depp, Natalie Maines, and Eddie Vedder were among the celebrities who expressed their support. Following several unsuccessful appeals, the Arkansas Supreme Court scheduled a hearing for the new evidence on November 4, 2010. After realizing that this evidence might not establish their innocence, Eccles' new attorneys negotiated with the Attorney General to forego the hearing and proceed with new trials. They suggested an Alford plea, which limited the defendants' ability to seek damages for their erroneous convictions, but permitted them to enter guilty pleas to lesser charges while retaining their innocence. Jason Baldwin reluctantly agreed to the plea in order to spare Eccles from being executed. After serving 18 years in prison, all 3 men were released on August 19, 2011. However, there was no compensation for their time served and no additional investigation into the initial murders, so their case remained unresolved. After it was initially lost, Eccles' lawyers requested access to the crime scene evidence for DNA testing in July 2021. The majority of the evidence was later found to be undamaged. The Arkansas Supreme Court's decision on April 18, 2024, that people who accept an offered plea still have the right to request a new trial under a particular act, and permitted equals to undergo new DNA testing, sparked discussions about justice, the validity of eyewitness testimony, and how societal anxieties can influence court rulings. The case serves as a reminder of the issues with the legal system and the continuous fight for people who were wrongfully convicted and imprisoned. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The date was March 24, 1961. It was cold in Keystone Islands, North Miami. Frances DeMari, 32, called the Miami-Dade police just after 3 in the morning. She said that 2 unidentified attackers had murdered her husband, 52-year-old Joseph DeMari. Who were the attackers who murdered Joseph? Was this a random act of violence, or was it part of a planned hit? Today, we're examining Joseph DeMari's complex cold case, which was finally solved in 2023 and dates back 62 years. So, let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Northeast Miami-Dade County, Florida, is home to the city and suburb of North Miami. There are a little over 60,000 people living there. North Miami saw a significant increase in organized crime in the 1950s and 1960s, including several mafia families. During this time, the DeMaris were also thriving in North Miami, and the mafia, also known as La Cosa Nostra, had a big impact on the city's underground. Joseph J. DeMare was born in 1910 and raised in Boston with his younger brothers, Joseph and Dominic. He had a strong relationship with his brothers that lasted into adulthood. The 3 brothers opened a fresh vegetable sales company in 1928. After beginning with a pushcart, they eventually set up shop in Boston. As a result of their increasing sales, they relocated to Quincy Market in 1930. By 1939, their company had grown all over the country. To satisfy the demands of grocery chains, the DeMare brothers partnered with tomato producers in other states, including Florida, Texas, and California. In order to guarantee a year-round supply for their clients, they were also the first in New England to import tomatoes straight from Cuba. The brothers made the decision to engage in farming as their firm prospered. In Florida and then California, they began growing tomatoes in open packing operations. They spread to other places, such as South Carolina. Joseph married Josephine, who was only 2 years his junior, in 1937. Joseph, Josephine, and their 3 children, Richard, James, and Joseph Jr., migrated from Boston to North Miami in the early 1940s. Joseph and his brothers had established a living selling fresh produce there. Before relocating to Keystone Island in North Miami in 1953, Joseph DeMare resided in Miami Beach. Linda, Joseph's only child, was born. Sadly, his cherished wife Josephine died shortly after, in 1956, from breast cancer. Joseph DeMare married Frances, a woman who was 20 years his junior, 3 years later in 1959. To combat frost, winter farmers in the late 1950s would light kerosene lights and place them in between tomato plant rows. To make sure their crops didn't freeze, Richard recalled his father awakening them and then guiding them to the fields. Before the tomato plants were delivered to be processed, Joseph and his 3 boys would drive into farms and tend to them. The 21-year-old Richard went to Ohio in March 1961 to revise his 52-year-old father's will and meet with his siblings and business associates to discuss the prospect of a divorce between Joseph and Frances. At the time, Frances, his stepmother, did not reside with them. Joseph DeMare frequently traveled throughout the United States and Latin America while managing several facets of the company from Miami. His kids lived on the family's Bradenton farm, while he and his new wife Frances and Joseph's daughter resided at the Keystone Point House in 1961. However, none of them could have ever anticipated what was going to happen. On March 24, 1961, a chilly winter night in Bradenton, Richard and his 2 brothers were sound asleep on their father's farm around 3 in the morning. At the same moment, however, Frances DeMare called the police in a panic and told them a terrifying story. She reported that she had left her home in Keystone Point to go out to dinner with Joseph. As they headed out for dinner, Joseph sat beside Frances, who had taken the wheel of their Cadillac Fleetwood. They came to a stop at a junction slightly west of the Broad Causeway, close to Keystone Point's south exit. Anarchy ensued as two men abruptly leapt into their vehicle. Frances was forced to drive to an empty lot in Sans Souci Estates when one of the men firmly placed a gun against the back of her head. When Joseph turned to look, the pistol slammed into his face. Frances yelled and was struck as well. Frances was struck by the rifle and rendered unconscious. Joseph was dead in the seat next to her when she woke up, and the murderers had left. In a hurry, she dashed to a Phillips 66 service station nearby, racing through the shrubs and brambles. She called the police from that location. The first officer on the scene was Patrolman Van Scola of the North Miami Police Department. At the petrol station, he watched Frances, and she didn't look too hurt. She had scratches on her face and her dress had some bloodstains on it. She appeared to have scratched her face with her hands, as if she did it herself. Frances told him she couldn't see the shooting because she was knocked out or rendered unconscious. Shell casings were found in the Cadillac's rear seat during the investigation. Upon closer inspection of the photos, it was discovered that the rear seat also had at least 2 unused rounds. Police records show that Norman Logan, a gas station employee, claimed that Frances never spoke of her husband being shot until the police arrived. According to 2 local fishermen, they heard nothing during the incident. Frances told the police that the attackers stole $400.00 in cash from her husband and $5.00 worth of jewelry from her. A day after the murder and heist, however, a gold ring and diamond cufflinks were still discovered on her husband's body. Frances claimed that the gunman had taken her valuables with force, according to the Miami Herald. She disregarded the bandits' orders not to look back, and one of them hit her with his revolver, knocking her out. She did, however, tell the police that her spouse had turned around earlier. According to the article, when Frances regained consciousness a few minutes later, she found her husband slumped against the car door, blood streaming from his head, and the attackers had run away. Panicked, she hurried to a neighboring Phillips 66 fuel station, where she contacted the police for help, navigating the brambles, thorns, and jagged pebbles. In a follow-up interview with the Miami Herald following the killing, Frances said that the attacker called her husband Frank rather than Joe. She guessed that they might have thought Joe was someone else for some reason. Additionally, when the police spoke with her about the murder, she did not provide them with this information. According to other news accounts from the time, Frances described how the shooter tried to grab her jewels, and when she became emotional, he hit her brutally with the revolver. She lost consciousness as a result, and when she regained consciousness, she found her husband shot. Once more, the cops did not bring up the hysterical aspect of this during their interrogation with Frances. Frances arrived to the petrol station and told the owner's son, Norman Logan, that the 2 men had gotten into the car, one in the front and one in the back, according to another Herald piece. On the night of the murder, however, Norman had made it plain to the police that Frances had not brought up the murder until they got to the gas station. Frances's explanation of the shootout at the murder scene contained numerous inconsistencies. Was this because, during all of this, she was under pressure from someone? There was no mention of Joseph's brothers. Were they concealing something? The DeMare firm would only be split between the 2 surviving brothers after Joseph's death, which was a motivation the police extensively examined at the time. However, Frances wasn't finished yet. That same week, she gave the Herald another exclusive interview in which she repeated the events. This time, she clarified 2 males abruptly got into the back seat of the vehicle as they got closer to the Causeway Bay Shore intersection. There was no other traffic on the causeway, but a car was following. With Frances behind the wheel, one of the men pressed a pistol to the back of her head and instructed her to do as they said. They told her to keep going directly in the direction of Sans Souci Estates. They told her to turn right off of Bayshore Drive after she had driven about a block. Joe, her husband, became curious and asked the men what they wanted. In response, one of the attackers declared that they wanted to take his money. Frances and Joe were instructed to keep their heads forward, but Joe kept turning back in an effort to defy them. At one point, he turned and was struck hard in the face. She noticed that he was bleeding when he turned to face Frances. He turned around shortly afterward, and they hit him again. Frances started to shout in return. She was then struck twice on the head by the assailants. She was resting on the gravel outside the automobile when she came to conscious again. Her attackers had stolen all of her valuables, which was worth about $5,000.00. At the time, Joe had about $400.00 in cash, which she later found had also been stolen. The men, Frances was convinced, were no amateurs. Despite not having a clear view of them, their calm and meticulous manner persuaded her of their experience. Their speech patterns did not fit the stereotype of a hoodlum. The fact that the men called her husband Frank rather than Joe left Frances with the unshakable impression that a grave error had been committed. She claimed that she thought they had misidentified Joe for someone else, or that maybe robbery was their main motivation for some reason. She thought they had no intention of hurting anyone. Frances rationally addressed every item in this conversation that did not align with the assertions she made to the police and to press. However, why was she defending her claims? It was clear that she would not recall every detail of what happened if she had suffered a concussion from the hits to her head. More intriguingly, though, she was also justifying the attackers by claiming that they might have thought Joseph was someone else and that their main goal was robbery rather than murder. This prompted the authorities to speculate that the murderer might have been a close friend or relative of Joseph and Frances. The authorities were unable to collect any DNA samples or even fingerprints that would have allowed them to identify the murderers because technology was not very advanced back then. Since no one saw the murderers and they left before Frances regained consciousness, there were no more hints, and the case slowly faded into obscurity. However, Joseph's son Richard recalled that before to Joseph's murder, there was some friction between him and Frances. Richard actually met with the other members of the family to talk about the divorce from Frances and his father's bequest. Additionally, Frances had moved to Ohio and was not living with Joseph at the time of the murder. After learning that Joseph had altered his will, she had returned. His will now states that if Frances remained with Joseph during their marriage, she would only be entitled to a portion of the wealth. Richard said that Frances did not even cry on the day of Joseph's funeral. As straight-laced as they come, she was. Although she claimed to have been hit by the pistol's butt on her forehead, there were no visible wounds there, and she was more concerned with getting her hair done for the funeral than the actual event. Following the funeral, Frances got $250,000 from Joseph's bequest and gave all of Joseph's children a 24-hour notice to vacate. Additionally, Frances was married again a few weeks after Joseph's funeral. Unexpectedly, this was the lawyer who would represent Frances in her divorce case. In the 1980s, some 20 years later, Richard resumed his investigation into the case with the assistance of volunteer and lawyer Paul Novak. Novak had first-hand knowledge of crimes that occurred in and around Miami. Following careful deliberation, Novak suggested that Richard forward the case to a forensic scientist. Given that Joseph was a prosperous businessman and that organized crime had been rampant in Miami throughout the 1960s, and that numerous crimes were connected to one another, Novak and Richard believed this might be a mafia hit. Nearly 30 years after Joseph's passing, in 1991, Richard DeMare saw the case from a different angle. For a second opinion, he contacted John Thornton, a professor of forensic science at the University of California, Berkeley. Following his investigation of the case, Thornton expressed his skepticism over Frances's assertions in a letter to the Miami-Dade police. The bullet wounds appeared to have been fired from two distinct angles, and he doubted that they were consistent with the circumstances she stated. Thornton further noted that Frances's claims about the duration of the incident did not match the quantity of blood found at the crime scene, but since there was no proof, the police were unable to take it into consideration. Frances could have been suspected during the initial investigation, according to another police officer at the time. However, a high-ranking official had instructed the police not to investigate Frances because she was a victim and a widowed woman in grief. As a result, the police did not follow up on the Frances angle or question her again. Then, in the 2000s, 40 years later, Richard was presented with a list of suspects by several officers. Joseph's murder was one of the older crimes the police department was investigating. Richard's own investigations had already produced a list of these suspects, but Frances was not one of them. Frances DeMare passed away in 2006. She was 82. Including her marriage to Joseph DeMare, She had 4 previous marriages. Around 2019, Paul Novak and the homicide team at the Miami-Dade Police Department's Cold Case Squad began going over the Joseph DeMare cold case file once more, nearly 60 years after the murder and 20 years after Frances's passing. They discovered numerous hints about the probe in the old police reports. First, Richard had provided the police with some shell casings following the murder of his father. These round casings were from an Italian auto pistol, a .25 caliber SATA, which Joseph possessed but was constantly with Frances. Richard had recovered the ammunition casings after firing a few bullets into the swimming pool at their property. Richard gave the police these casings, but why? Because the shot casings discovered in Joseph's car's back seat at the time of his murder resembled these casings. The police inquiry revealed that 2 empty bullets were still laying there when the deceased was discovered. Joseph was wounded by 4 gunshots. 2 bullets went straight into his mouth from the front. The 2 additional shots struck the region in front of and behind his left ear from the left side. Because these shots were fired so close together, there were gunpowder remnants near the wounds. This indicated that the person who killed Joseph was really close to him in terms of closeness. Since the wounds were on his mouth and around his left ear, it was also evident that the person who shot him did so from Joseph's left side before also shooting through his mouth to confirm that he had died. This indicated that the attackers were not seated in the back seat. Joseph had 9 cuts or bruises on his skull in addition to the gunshot wounds. Additionally, Joseph exhibited injuries on his right index finger and left arm, indicating that he was either dragged after being shot or that he struggled before to being shot. Blood was discovered on the outside of the vehicle, on the front and rear seats, and inside the vehicle. The blood leaked out from the bottom of the door and ran down the glass. It was confirmed during a follow-up examination in late 2019 that there was no blood found on the driver's door, steering wheel, or seat. Additionally, no blood splatter was discovered outside the front seat's center. This implied that Frances, the person occupying the driver's seat, was completely unharmed. Blood trails were seen traveling backward on the outside of the automobile. The volume of blood revealed how severe the injuries were and how long it took for the bleeding to start following the shooting. This indicated that Joseph was shot while the car was moving, and it continued to move while he was bleeding. This, too, went against Frances's statement. The automobile could not have continued to move after she passed out, as she had claimed to have done while behind the wheel. Joseph's jaw was somewhat red, but there was no blood found in his lungs. According to medical professionals, these results might indicate that Joseph's airway was blocked when he was shot, because someone had their arm around his neck. On the other hand, it can indicate that the lethal bullet instantly stopped breathing. Frances said it was a heist, but when Joseph was found in the car, his diamond cufflinks and gold ring were still on him. There were no gunshots, indications of a struggle, or even a bullet being fired, according to 2 men fishing nearby. Frances's feet were uncut, and her shoes were discovered next to the car in a way that indicated they had been placed there on purpose rather than strewn about. A female officer suffered many cuts and bruises to her feet as she walked the same route Frances claimed to have gone, barefoot, from the automobile to the gas station. Norman Logan, the first person Frances spoke to at the petrol station, said she never brought up her husband's shooting. However, when the police and Novak conducted ballistic tests, the greatest hits were still to come. They discovered that only if the bullet was shot from the driver's end could the trajectory of the bullets at the crime scene be satisfied. It did not follow the path of the bullets Frances had described in her initial remarks. Furthermore, it was established that the round casings Richard provided to the police matched the shells of the bullets that killed Joseph, indicating that a .25 caliber SAT also killed Joseph. The day Joseph walked out for the final time with Frances, the identical gun had vanished from the DeMare home. The most shocking aspect of the case files, however, was the discovery of a blood trail from Joseph's garage that led to the location of his Cadillac. This made it quite evident that Joseph had actually been shot in his garage while he and Frances were at home before they even left for supper. The homicide squad investigators and Novak were aware that Frances could only inherit Joseph's debt if she remained with him during their marriage, and that is exactly what transpired. Frances received the $250,000 0 cents because she remained with Joseph till his death. The authorities came to the conclusion that Frances killed Joseph in order to obtain the money from him, Because of the divorce angle and Joseph's alteration of the will, the police concluded that Francis DeMare was the only individual who would carry out all of this, based on this and all the other clear indicators. The Miami-Dade Homicide and Cold Case Squad conducted a press conference on May 10, 2023, nearly 3 years after the Joseph DeMare cold case was reopened. They declared that they had sufficient grounds to suspect Francis DeMare of Joseph DeMare's murder. The upcoming divorce and Joseph's alteration of the will served as the motivation for her murder. In order to do this, she shot Joseph in the garage of their home, drove the car 3 or 4 miles away, went barefoot to the gas station, and called the police while leaving Joseph's body in the car. The murder weapon was never located because the police thought Francis had thrown the .25 caliber STA pistol beneath an underbridge. Richard, aged 82, expressed relief after this announcement, although he was not pleased at all. He was aware that the murderer was his stepmother. Richard further disclosed that he had instructed the police to look into Francis and her murder in 1961, but they had refused. Since Francis died in 2006, she was unable to face consequences for her crime. She had never been held responsible for her acts in her entire life. According to Novak, this case exemplifies how politics can trump justice. It is still unclear whose senior official gave the order for the police to leave Francis alone. Since then, the DeMare business has expanded greatly. Going global, they state on their websites that the DeMare firm still adhered to the principles of excellence, honesty, and hard work that the brothers created. They think that the next generation of the DeMare family and their hard-working staff will carry on their tenacity and resolve. Even though his stepmother would never receive justice, Richard, who was also affected by same ideals, might find some comfort in the knowledge that she pursued justice for his father. Why, in your opinion, wasn't Francis given more attention during the preliminary inquiries? Do you believe that a more extensive plot was concealed? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most important people in the tech sector, Forrest Hayes, was discovered dead in Santa Cruz Harbor, California, on November 23, 2013. His death was found on board the Escape, a lavish yacht that he owned himself. When Forrest was discovered unconscious in one of the cabins, attempts to resuscitate him failed. The captain of the yacht called local police informant as the initial responders. A number of perplexing circumstances surrounded the body's finding. Without any indication of struggle, Forrest was discovered laying on his back. There was a noticeable injection mark on his arm, but there was no syringe or medical equipment in the area. As a result, detectives were instantly prompted to think about whether this was an accident or an intentional conduct. There was chaos in the cabin where Forrest was discovered. He had company, as evidenced by the lipstick traces on one of the 2 wine cups on a tiny table in front of him. A sense of seclusion was created by the meticulously drawn curtains covering every window and the low illumination. There were no obvious indications of violence, yet the scenario was strangely contrived. Forrest regularly used the yacht for private excursions, the captain told the authorities. He said that although Forrest liked to be alone himself on the yacht, he would entertain people from time to time. However, once Forrest set out on this specific voyage, the captain did not witness anyone boarding or departing the boat, and the coroner's preliminary investigation indicated that a drug overdose might have been the cause of death. It was unclear at the beginning of the investigation, nevertheless, if this overdose was an accident or deliberate. More doubts were generated by the fact that there was no syringe found next to the body. Was it removed on purpose, or was it never there in the first place? Investigators started looking into Forrest's life, contacts, business transactions, personal ties, and the circumstances surrounding his death in an effort to find leads. Who had been with Forrest in his last hours was the crucial question. The lipstick-stained wine glass and the absence of obvious evidence at the scene suggested a woman was present, but neither the harbor personnel nor the captain saw anybody get off the yacht after Forrest got on board. Examining Forrest's phone, which was discovered close to his body, was the first step in the inquiry. An initial look through his texts and applications turned up nothing unusual, but the investigators made the decision to delve further into his private life. Investigators believed Forrest might have had a secret side to his life that might provide hints about what had transpired. Despite his impeccable professional image, it became clear from a thorough examination of Forrest's relationships and routines that his apparently ideal existence might have been hiding some surprising truths. In their efforts to comprehend what happened aboard the Escape that tragic evening, law enforcement made finding these their top priority. On May 10, 1962, Forrest Hayes was born in Dearborn, Michigan. He demonstrated exceptional learning skills at a young age, and his innate charisma, curiosity, and talent for handling challenging situations made him a leader among his peers. His captivating personality and drive for perfection were often praised by teachers and classmates, and these attributes set the groundwork for his eventual success in the workplace. Forrest enrolled at a prominent university to study computer science and engineering after graduating from high school. He rapidly became proficient in the state-of-the-art technologies of the time and started working on his own projects, which attracted the interest of significant tech firms. Early in the 1980s, when the information technology sector was just starting to take off, his career really took off. Forrest's 2005 hire by Apple was a turning point in his career. Apple was expanding quickly at the time and was creating groundbreaking devices like the iPhone and iPad. Forrest was hired by the corporation to work in one of the main divisions, in charge of developing cutting-edge technologies. He immediately gained the respect of his coworkers and leadership due to the substantial contributions he made to Apple's projects. Forrest was more than just an accomplished expert. He was a pioneer. He was a vital team player because of his exceptional ability to come up with novel answers to challenging problems. Coworkers recalled his unwavering commitment to putting innovative concepts into practice that improved the usability and accessibility of Apple's products. Forrest developed technology during his time there that went on to become industry norms, but Forrest's aspirations prevented him from taking things easy. He soon accepted an offer from Google to work for the multinational internet behemoth. He joined Google X, a division devoted to creating cutting-edge technologies, after 7 years at Google. In his position, he oversaw projects including smart devices, driverless cars, and other cutting-edge technologies. Forrest's accomplishments include helping to create self-driving car systems, a revolutionary development in the realm of autonomous mobility. According to colleagues, Forrest Hayes had the ability to motivate a group of people and lead them toward challenging objectives. He promoted a positive work atmosphere as a leader who was fair but firm. Forrest gained the respect and affection of his team since he didn't hesitate to take on the most difficult assignments. He was able to successfully oversee large-scale projects that influenced the direction of technology because of his ability to blend strategic thinking with meticulous attention to detail. Forrest's family life and career accomplishments were closely related. He married Denise Hayes in 1996, and the two of them had a close relationship based on support and understanding. Asha, Lily, Roscoe, Lauren, and Daniel were the couple's 5 children. Forrest was a loving parent in addition to being a prosperous businessman. He always found time for his family in spite of his hectic job schedule. He loved spending time with his children, planning family vacations, and establishing customs that strengthened their bonds, according to individuals who knew him well. Forrest seemed to have a happy family life. Situated in one of California's most prominent communities, their $3 million 0-cents home provided a peaceful and comfortable sanctuary. But trips aboard his yacht were the source of Forrest's greatest happiness. For him, the yacht was more than just a means of transportation. It represented the unity of the family. He regularly took his family on quick getaways, where they could unwind and spend quality time away from friends, co-workers, and the bustle of the city. Admired Forrest's ability to strike a balance between his commitment to his family and his career achievement. He demonstrated how to balance professional accomplishments with personal obligations. Those around him were profoundly impacted by his attention to detail and desire to succeed in all that he did. But notwithstanding, Forrest occasionally confided in intimate friends about feeling empty despite the external peace. Though it didn't provide him total fulfillment, he felt as though he had accomplished everything he could have imagined. This restlessness might have contributed to his pursuit of novel hobbies and experiences, which ultimately had disastrous results. Using the app Seeking Arrangement was a big part of Forrest's covert existence. For casual relationships that frequently include financial support, this network connects wealthy people with younger companions. Forrest used the app frequently. He had been texting dozens of women, setting up meetings and negotiating the conditions of their contacts, according to an examination of his account. These connections went beyond simple friendships. Forrest was renowned for providing his companions with lavish assistance, including meeting in private, paying for their expenses, and giving them pricey presents. His yacht escape was one of those places. After serving as a family vacation boat for brief excursions, Forrest turned it into a private hideaway where he hosted ladies he had met on the app. He was able to avoid unwanted attention since the yacht gave him the privacy he needed. The police eventually learned that the yacht was frequently used for these kinds of meetings from the captain, who was employed by Forrest. He remembered that Forrest sometimes traveled small distances with women or sat with them alone for numerous hours. The captain claimed that this started to happen frequently, but he was prohibited from inquiring because of a confidentiality agreement. Alcohol was frequently consumed during these interactions, and occasionally illegal narcotics were used as well. Conversations regarding obtaining these drugs were discovered in messages on Forrest's phone. Sometimes he asked his partners to bring them along. Unaware of his other existence, his family and co-workers were taken aback by this news. One woman that Forrest had met through Seeking Arrangement attracted special scrutiny from investigators. He set up a rendezvous with her aboard the yacht a week prior to his passing. They drank alcohol during the evening, and then took drugs that made Forrest feel ill. Forrest stated in communications following the meeting that he wasn't feeling well but had no plans to cease doing such things. There were two realms in Forrest's life. In one, he had a perfect reputation as a professional, a loving husband and a father. He looked for excitement and a brief reprieve from regularity in the other. His family thought that his yacht vacations were just a stress reduction strategy, and his acquaintances and coworkers were unaware of this hidden side of him. Forrest viewed these private sessions as a means of relaxing from his rigorous work schedule, but they ultimately had disastrous results. His success was formerly symbolized by the yacht. Freedom became the place where his premature death and double life met. Investigators and Forrest's loved ones were forced to reevaluate their perception of a man they had assumed to be perfect in light of the facts. Alex, whose real name is Alexandra Catherine Tillman, was born in Canada on April 8, 1987. Leslie Ann and Bart Tillman adopted her at a young age, thus her biological parents were unknown. Alex received a secure and caring upbringing from her new family, complete with a cozy home and stable finances. The family enjoyed a high social status because Bart was an executive at a large corporation, and Leslie Ann worked in retail. Alex was raised in a loving home. She aspired to be a writer and excelled academically, particularly in literature. Her teachers were aware of her rich imagination and innovative ideas. She also enjoyed playing sports and took an active part in school tournaments. Parents encouraged their daughter's goals, supported her education, and were proud of her. But for Alex, adolescence marked the start of a string of issues. She first took marijuana when she was 14. Although it was more of a haphazard choice, it eventually brought to a slow entry into the forbidden world. Alex started using lighter drugs at first, but by the time he was 16, he was using harder ones. Her life underwent a significant transformation during this time. She started skipping school, avoiding the sports sections, and separating from her parents, Leslie and Bart Tillman, who did everything in their power to support their daughter. They sought the help of psychologists and brought her to counseling, but things kept getting worse. They sent Alex to a private rehabilitation school in Maine in a last-ditch effort to make things better. This school was well known for teaching teenagers with behavioral issues in a severe manner. The parents believed that removing their daughter from her familiar surroundings would aid in her transition back to a regular life. However, the anticipated outcomes of the stay at the institution were not achieved. Unable to adjust to the new surroundings, Alex quickly went back home and resumed her old way of life. Alex had finally left school at the age of 18. She experimented with many paths, such as journalism, but soon lost interest. She struggled with addictions continually, which prevented her from establishing a personal or professional life. Her attempts to achieve were consistently foiled by a return to medicines. Alex relocated to San Francisco in 2010. She wanted to dedicate herself to the entertainment industry in order to begin a new chapter in her life. She started a YouTube account during this time, posting videos about makeup and her daily life. But the initiative didn't work out, and Alex was disappointed. She looked to the modeling world once more in an attempt to make a name for herself, but after determining that the typical requirements for a lucrative modeling career did not apply to her, Alex decided to specialize on fetish photography. She took involved in picture assignments that emphasized provocation and epotage in the BDSM style. Although this decision helped her establish her audience, it did not result in stable finances. Alex was still battling addictions, living in disarray, and dealing with difficulties all the time. Alex started using the Seeking Arrangement website in 2011. This choice gave her access to wealthy men who could support her financially and provide her access to a more opulent lifestyle. This platform introduced Alex to Forrest Hayes. As was common on the platform, they started their connection by talking about the conditions of their meetings. In exchange for financial support and lavish presence, Forrest was looking for a partner to join him for intimate gatherings on his yacht retreat. He offered Alex the opportunity to attain the stability she sorely desired. Their sessions were informal and frequently included light chat and wine, but as investigators eventually found, their encounters soon took on a new dimension. On occasion, Forrest asked Alex to bring illegal drugs to their sessions, and he paid her extra for doing so. Alex accepted, seeing this as a chance to make more money. They started meeting frequently, and the yacht escape became their main gathering spot. Among the important people in Alex Tillman's background was Dean Riopelle, a musician, entrepreneur, and proprietor of well-known nightclubs in Atlanta. Because of their significant age difference, their romance, which started in 2011, immediately attracted attention. Alex was only 24 at the time, while Dean was 51. They both seemed to thoroughly embrace a colorful and intense lifestyle, though, and didn't seem to mind the difference. In addition to being a prosperous businessman, Dean had a strong interest in rock music. His band frequently played at his clubs, which were essential to Atlanta's music culture. Dean was well known for his vivacity, charisma, and passion for an unrestrained lifestyle. Dean took a major role in Alex's life, as she sought both stability and attention. Their relationship reflected the idealized anarchy of rock and roll, wild parties, travel, and a carefree lifestyle. However, there were serious issues underlying their relationship's glitzy exterior. Alex frequently started arguments, according to Dean's friends and co-workers. Their relationship was unstable due to her impulsive behavior, which was made worse by her use of drugs and alcohol. Only a few weeks before to the deadly Forrest Hayes incidents, in September 2013, Alex reported Dean to the police for allegedly being aggressive. Officers discovered a completely different scene when they got there, though. Witnesses reported that Alex had been acting strangely that evening. After drinking too much, she made a scene at one of the clubs and attacked Dean, biting his finger and leaving obvious scars. Alex was thus accused of assault and making a false report. This incident brought to light the persistent strain in their relationship, which was collapsing under the weight of constant disagreement, despite their shared affection. On September 24, 2013, a few weeks later, Dean Riopelle was discovered at his house, unconscious. After a long night of partying, Alex called emergency services to report that he had passed out. She said she had gone into the restroom for a moment and came out to find him on the floor. When paramedics came, they declared him dead at the scene. An autopsy showed that a heart attack caused by an overdose of illegal drugs was the cause of death. But Dean's family and friends had some qualms about this judgment. They maintained that Dean avoided even simple painkillers and had a great dislike of utilizing medications. The official decision about his death seemed contradictory, given his strong position on the issue. Despite their worries, there was insufficient evidence to support foul play. Therefore, the matter was closed. Originally deemed an accident, Dean's death came to light again in 2014, when Alex was taken into custody in relation to the Forrest Hayes case. The police discovered parallels between the two incidents during the inquiry. The drugs that killed Forrest were the same ones that were discovered in Dean's system. The investigation into Dean's death was reopened as a result of this discovery. Suspicions were also heightened by Alex's enigmatic social media posts. She said, "Death is always near. in a post that was shared a few months after Dean's death. You might be surprised to learn how near it is. Although Alex never provided an explanation or clarification, these remarks generated a lot of conjecture. Dean's family backed the case's reopening, claiming that the first probe had been too cursory. They thought Alex might have been involved in his death because of his actions and relationship to illegal substances, but there was never any hard proof that connected her to the event. Investigators suspected that Alex's acts could not have been random events, but rather part of a wider pattern because of the similarities between Dean Riepel's and Forrest Hayes' killings. Nevertheless, Alex's purported involvement has never been confirmed, and Dean's case is still formally closed, despite the increasing attention. This ambiguity keeps raising unanswered questions that might never be resolved. With the use of video records recovered from cameras on the yacht, witness statements, and other pieces of evidence, investigators were able to piece together what happened the night Forrest was discovered dead. As usual, Forrest arrived at the escape in the afternoon on November 23, 2013, and he boarded by himself. Alex Tillman joined him on the yacht shortly after. The captain testified that Forrest had asked the crew to leave the yacht for the night, stating that he wanted some alone and a peaceful night to unwind. The yacht still had several working cameras. In the main cabin, the video showed Forrest and Alex conversing, joking, and sipping wine. Substances and syringes were later found in the backpack that Alex had brought with her. The talk grew more informal as the evening went on, and Alex produced a syringe loaded with the drug. After giving herself an injection, she gave it to Forrest, who accepted. The precise moment of the injection was captured by the camera. Forrest's condition quickly deteriorated after receiving the dose. After losing consciousness, he fell into the couch. At first, Alex failed to see how terrible the situation was. She kept looking about the cabin and drinking her wine. She finally shook Forrest by the shoulders in an attempt to resuscitate him, but he didn't react. Alex became alarmed when he realized that Forrest was not waking up. She started acting frantically. She then scrubbed the wine glass she had used, trying to get rid of lipstick stains, but missing some, while she started to gather her possessions, including the syringes and any leftover chemicals, in an effort to get rid of any possible evidence. She was also seen on camera quickly pulling the cabin's curtains, surveying the area, and making sure there was no obvious sign of her presence left. Alex then departed the yacht without telling anyone what had transpired. Forrest lay on the couch for several hours after she left him asleep, and no one bothered him. The skipper didn't return to the yacht and see Forrest dead until later, after his worried wife had called him. According to the inquiry, Alex attempted to evade notice following the incident by turning off her phone and leaving the marina. But police were able to piece together the events thanks to the yacht's camera recordings, fingerprints, and text messages between Forrest and Alex on his phone, as well as traces of lipstick on the wine glass. Alex played a significant role in the catastrophe, as evidenced by her actions during the escape. She was suspected of trying to avoid responsibility because of her frantic flight and attempts to destroy evidence. One crucial question, though, was still unsolved. Was the injection planned, or was it a snap decision taken under pressure? Law enforcement launched a manhunt to find Alex Tillman when it was determined that she was a major contributor to Forrest Hayes' death. Suspicions that Alex was involved were further cemented when she went into hiding right after the incident. Her phone was off and her once accepted social media profiles were inactive, making it more difficult to find her. But investigators came up with a strategy. They concentrated on Alex's Seeking Arrangement profile, which was the site where she had first made contact with Forrest. The secret to finding her was this app. Investigators constructed the persona of an affluent man looking to make new friends using a fictitious profile. Alex accepted to meet despite his best efforts to stay out of the spotlight because he couldn't resist the chance to make money. She set up a rendezvous at a remote spot in California after days of messaging. Alex was arrested by police enforcement when she showed up for the rendezvous. Everything went without a hitch. Despite not resisting, Alex's behavior throughout the arrest was described as calm and uninterested. She claimed not to grasp the charges against her. She was shortly formally charged with illegally distributing forbidden narcotics, tampering with evidence, and second-degree homicide. Her attractiveness and contentious past caused the trial to immediately become a media sensation, When it started in early 2014, Alex, known as the beauty-turned-criminal, became the focus of media and public attention. During court appearances, a lot of people talked about her previous appearances, interviews, and demeanor. Alex had a composed and self-assured demeanor, frequently wearing immaculate clothing, which elicited conflicting responses from the general population. According to the prosecution, Alex was completely aware of the dangers associated with her behavior. They played camera footage from the yacht that showed her giving Forrest an injection and then walking away without helping him. The prosecution asserted that this showed her lack of interest and willful efforts to hide her activities. Alex's defense team argued that she didn't mean to hurt anyone and that she only did what Forrest asked her to do. Her attorneys claimed that her hasty departure was motivated by panic and that his death was a terrible accident. They further underlined that Forrest had agreed to the injection and had asked for the drugs. There was a great division in public opinion. Some believed that Alex was a heartless criminal who killed a well-known and prosperous person. Others questioned the morality of Forrest's actions, such as his use of a dating site and involvement in dangerous pursuits, and saw her as a victim of circumstance. Alex and the prosecution agreed a plea deal in May 2015. She avoided a jury trial and received a reduced sentence by entering a guilty plea to involuntary manslaughter and possession of forbidden narcotics. She received credit for time already served and was given a 6-year jail sentence. Another round of debate was triggered by the ruling. Given the circumstances, some people thought the punishment was too light, while others thought it was appropriate because there was no concrete proof of intended injury. In 2017, Alex was deported to her native Canada after completing her term. Her name did, however, keep coming up in conversations and stories about well-known crimes. To the general public, Alex Tillman came to represent double lives, dangerous conduct, and the far-reaching effects of careless choices that resulted in a catastrophe that affected a great number of lives. After being freed, Alex tried to start over. She remained out of the spotlight for a while, avoiding social media and media interactions. But a year later, she had her first significant video call interview with a Canadian journalist. To many, Alex seemed collected, serene, and emotionally aloof. Her account of what happened rekindled controversy and sparked fresh discussions about her behavior and the fallout. Alex claimed in the interview that she had never meant to hurt Forrest Hayes and that she was shocked by his passing. She asserted that she was not aware of any prior medical conditions he might have had and that the injection had been given at his request. Alex said she thought Forrest knew his boundaries and had control over his behavior. Additionally, she denied intentionally attempting to conceal evidence, stating that her actions were motivated by panic and ill-advised decisions made in a moment of crisis. However, the evidence in the case contradicted her allegations. Video from the yacht showed Alex leaving the area without trying to contact for assistance, in addition to deleting any record of her presence. Her justifications were criticized harshly by the Forrest family, who saw them as an attempt to deflect blame and cast further doubt on her sincerity. Her comments regarding Dean Riopel were equally contentious. Alex revealed in the interview that his passing had hurt her and that their relationship was tumultuous but sincere. She did not, however, respond to inquiries regarding the circumstances of their last encounter or the reason behind Dean's overdose. Suspicions were only heightened by her silence. According to Dean's family, who had previously demanded that the case be reopened, Alex's remarks left more questions than they answered. It's still unknown how far along the Dean Riopel death investigation is. The Fulton County District Attorney's Office stated in 2018 that the matter was being reviewed, but they did not release any additional information. Rumor has it that investigators failed to find fresh evidence that would support or contradict Alex's involvement. The public was kept waiting for answers, and Dean's family was left in a condition of uncertainty. Alex Tillman currently lives in Canada and keeps a low profile. Her social media accounts are still inactive, and journalists have had varying degrees of difficulty reaching her for additional comments. She continues to be a contentious person who significantly divides opinions despite her modest profile. Others view Alex as a cold, cunning person whose actions led to 2 catastrophes, while others regard her as a person caught in the wrong situation. Many issues remain in the situations of Dean Riopel and Forrest Hayes. Dean, were their deaths really unintentional? What part did Alex really play in these sad incidents? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nashville, Tennessee saw a devastating event in March 2020 that had an impact well beyond its boundaries. In addition to upsetting the local community, Holly Williams and William Lanway's tragic deaths sparked a national dialogue on the widespread problems of mental health disorders, domestic violence, and the destructive effects of turbulent relationships. The horrific circumstances surrounding their deaths, the investigation that followed, and the story's wider ramifications for domestic violence awareness will all be covered in this film. More than just a narrative of loss, this one is a potent warning that emphasizes how crucial it is to spot the warning signs of abusive relationships and how urgent it is to get help. Come along with us as we work through the intricacies of their lives and the lessons this tragedy has to offer. 31-year-old Holly Williams was well known for her vivacious demeanor, contagious laugh, and compassionate disposition. She was characterized as a cherished friend, sister, and daughter who made everyone around her happy. Holly's life was full of possibilities, and she had goals and dreams. Beneath her cheerful facade, though, Holly battled relationship issues, especially with her ex-boyfriend William Lanway. Holly, who grew up in Nashville, has strong ties to the area. She was supported through thick and thin by her close-knit family. Friends remembered Holly's love of adventure and her enthusiasm for life. She loved being outside, traveling, and savoring time spent with those she cared about. Sadly, her connection with William would turn out to be a major obstacle, overshadowing her lively personality. Born in 1988, William Lanway had a tumultuous history filled with unpredictable and violent conduct. A few years before to their untimely deaths, he and Holly started dating. At first, their relationship appeared to be normal, full of the promise and excitement that come with youthful love. But as time passed, their relationship's dynamics started to change. Holly's family and friends observed that William had a history of jealousy and was possessive. There were several breakups and reconciliations as a result of their unstable relationship. Holly tried to put some distance between herself and William, but he found it difficult to accept their breakup, which resulted in increasingly troubling conduct. In their relationship, Holly's loved ones observed indications of emotional abuse. William repeatedly displayed domineering behavior by keeping tabs on Holly's social connections and demanding to know where she was. There were rumors that William was verbally insulting Holly, which made her feel even more alone and afraid. Holly frequently confided in her friends about her difficulties and her worries about William's instability and fury. Understanding the terrible conclusion of their story requires knowledge of the history of domestic abuse in their relationship. The pair had previously been the subject of multiple domestic disturbance calls handled by law enforcement. Holly claimed to have felt intimidated and worried about her safety in these situations. One significant instance occurred in early 2020 when Holly went to the police after William had followed her around and showed up at her house without permission. In violation of her attempts to establish space, he even made repeated attempts to get in touch with her via social media and phone conversations. As William's actions worsened, Holly's worries grew, and she started to worry more about her safety. Holly tried to put herself out of the situation, but she was entangled in a web of intimidation and emotional manipulation. Friends saw that Holly frequently felt bad about leaving William because she was afraid of his reaction and possible injury. She frequently battled the dread of reprisals, which is a typical occurrence for many people in violent relationships. Holly's circumstances become more vulnerable in the days preceding the disaster. Holly was reported missing on March 1, 2020, when she did not come home from a night out with friends. When they were unable to get in touch with her, frightened relatives became concerned for her safety and called the police. The police soon discovered Holly's turbulent connection with William when they started their inquiry. Red flags were raised right away when friends and relatives shared information about Holly's anxieties and previous encounters with William. Given William's violent and domineering past, the authorities were aware of the possible threat Holly posed. Police were notified by a 911 call about a disturbance at a nearby hotel on March 3. According to witnesses, William and Holly got into a furious dispute. Even though the police were called to the location, both people had already departed by the time they got there. This interaction brought to light the growing strain in their relationship. Holly's acquaintances reported that she had been missing for a few days on March 4, 2020. Concern for her safety increased as alarm bells began to ring. In the past, Holly had shared her worries about William with her friends, which made them think that something horrible might have occurred. When a construction worker found an abandoned automobile at a Nashville construction site on March 5, 2020, the inquiry took a disastrous turn. The bodies of Holly Williams and William Lanway were found in the car, which was later determined to be Holly's. It was a somber and startling scene. It was soon established by the authorities that William had died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and Holly had been shot several times. The neighborhood was rocked by this finding, which prompted an investigation into what happened before this awful conclusion. It became evident during the course of the investigation that William had killed Holly before killing himself. The terrible effects of a dysfunctional relationship marked by violence and control were brought to light by this sad murder-suicide. Eric, a married man who had been linked with Holly through her escort service under the nickname Lila Love, was a major driving force behind the convoluted web of deceit, treachery, and violence that started the inquiry into the killings of Holly Williams and Bill Lanway. When Holly's boyfriend Bill broke into her escort account and discovered private information about her clients, Eric's life took a terrible turn. Knowing that disclosing his contact with an escort could ruin his marriage and standing in the community, Bill exploited this information to blackmail Eric. Instead of submitting to Bill's demands, Eric turned to Gil, his private security guard, for assistance. Thinking Lila Love was a fictitious name, he first assigned Gil the duty of determining Holly's real identity. But under the pretense of looking into a missing woman, Gil recruited Brian Brockway and his brother Chad, who worked in security as well. Thinking he was assisting someone in need, Chad researched Holly in great detail. As the inquiry went on, it became evident that Eric's problems were not being caused by Holly. He was being extorted for money by Bill. Another security contractor, Adam Carey, finally faced Holly head-on after recognizing the complex dynamics at work. Adam chose to convey messages to Holly and Bill after unraveling the network of blackmail, and on March 11, 2020, he followed Bill to a grocery shop. Eric made a crucial choice that evening after Bill called him, likely to demand more money. Eric gave Adam and Brian permission to murder Holly and Bill if needed. The murders occurred on March 12 in Nashville, where Brian and Adam flew to shortly after. They were seen departing together at around 11:40 p.m. on security footage taken from Holly's residence. Gunshots were heard shortly after departing, and persistent yelling suggested a parking lot ambush. According to the video, Holly was unintentionally shot during the commotion, and Bill was singled out for his blackmailing actions. When Brian and Adam realized Holly was still alive, they shot her once more to be sure she wouldn't live. The killers dumped Holly's car in a landfill after the killings, then drove to Memphis, where Adam dropped Brian off at the airport before heading back to North Carolina. As if the murder for hire were a routine service, Eric inexplicably left a positive evaluation for Gil's security company, Speartip. The FBI looked into Eric's finances more after this internet review raised suspicions, and found that he had paid the murderers almost $1 million, 0 cents. Detectives spent 2 years trying to make sense of a lot of dead ends in the case. Since Eric could easily argue that he had hired the security team to look into Holly and Bill's identity rather than to kill them, they were looking for concrete proof that would connect him to the killings. Chad Brockway, who had first helped collect information on Holly without realizing the scope of the investigation, was the person the police chose to speak with. Chad went undercover to get further information after discovering the truth and consented to assist the authorities. When Chad reached out to Adam in his undercover capacity, he was startlingly candid about his readiness to carry out murder for pay. After the conversation verified that Adam was aware of the murder-for-hire procedure, Chad and Brian met at a restaurant while Chad was wearing a wire. After being quiet at first, Brian later boasted about the killings, claiming that he had overpowered Bill and that Adam was eager to kill Holly. This startling discovery exposed the murderers' lack of regret and created a troubling portrait of them. To stop Brian, Adam, and Gil from escaping, the authorities planned their simultaneous arrests on December 10, 2021, but they held off on arresting Eric right away because they wanted hard proof that he planned the killings. Investigators offered Gil a proposal after the 3 guys were taken into custody. He could lessen his own charges if he assisted them. In order to get Eric to disclose his objectives, They came up with a scheme for Gil to phone him and pretend to ask for more money. In passing, Eric stated that he would prefer to completely remove Adam and Brian's threat rather than just pay them off. He gave the police the crucial piece of evidence they needed to charge him when he said they had to be sure they wouldn't be back in 6 months. Shortly after, on his way back from a hunting trip, Eric was arrested. Gil entered guilty pleas to murder for hire, abduction conspiracy, and kidnapping resulting in death. By December 2022, he fulfilled his promise to testify against the other 3 while awaiting punishment. In November 2023, Eric, Adam, and Brian's trial was held in a tumultuous courtroom, with each defendant having their own attorney. According to their argument, Gil deceived Eric into hiring them, and the killings were accidental rather than the result of planned acts of violence. Gil's thorough evidence, however, refuted their assertions and emphasized that the first goal was only to frighten Bill and Holly. After deliberating for 2 weeks and 7 hours, the jury found Adam and Brian guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit kidnapping that results in death, and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Eric was convicted of both conspiracy to conduct kidnapping and conspiracy to commit murder for hire. Hearings are scheduled for 2024, and each could receive a life sentence. Following this tragedy, the people of Nashville came together to support Holly's friends and family. To commemorate Holly's legacy, vigils were conducted during which family members told tales of her generosity, tenacity, and influence on their lives. The community's dedication to increasing awareness about domestic violence was demonstrated by the overwhelming support. By sharing her experience on social media, Holly's family pushed for increased understanding and assistance for victims of domestic abuse. They underlined how important it is for people in comparable circumstances to realize they are not alone and to get help. Discussions concerning the need for better support networks for victims of domestic abuse were sparked by the terrible circumstances surrounding Holly's death. This case was also used by advocacy groups to support training programs that increase public understanding of the warning indicators of domestic violence. To raise awareness of the value of identifying unhealthy relationships and offering assistance to those in need, they planned seminars and events throughout Nashville. Nashville's city government also took action against domestic abuse after Holly's death. They started efforts to give victims access to resources including hotlines, counseling, and legal support. The response from the community showed a dedication to stopping similar tragedies in the future and helping victims of domestic abuse. That concludes our in-depth analysis of Holly Williams and William Lanway's unfortunate story for today. We hope that this inquiry clarifies the intricacies and ramifications of the decisions taken. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Even if the opposite of goodness might occasionally have irreversible effects, people nonetheless carry out nice deeds without waiting for gratitude in return. In our tale, a selfless deed committed years before led to death as well as a radical transformation in the lives of all the heroes. On March 2, 2018, at 4:45 a.m. a woman called Travis County, Texas police officers to ask for assistance. She claimed that the likely shooter was still inside the house when she heard multiple gunshots while hiding in a closet. The dispatcher instructed the woman to wait for police officers who were en route to the house and not to come out of hiding during the phone call. Police had already roped off the residents a few minutes later, and the woman in the closet was identified as Corey Shaughnessy, a local. The woman was in a really depressing state. In the kitchen, Corey was terrified and unable to comprehend what had occurred. Her husband, Theodore Shaughnessy, was lying close to the table in a pool of his own blood. Take a seat back because we are working together to investigate another unfortunate case today. Born on February 7, 1963, Theodore Shaughnessy was the youngest member of a large family. Shaughnessy, who grew up in Arizona, close to Phoenix, has a deep passion for fast vehicles and all things related to them. He literally fantasized of sports cars as a teenager. Growing up, Theodore was a fearless man who believed that the greatest way to be happy and enjoy life was to get some adrenaline. Still, he was a good son, a good friend, and a nice upbeat man. Ted met Corey Garman in a nearby arcade when he was 20 years old. The young men clicked right away because they had many interests, such as a passion for books and jewelry. They were married in 1989 when their sympathy swiftly evolved into deep love. Following their marriage, the Shaughnessy's relocated to Austin, Texas, where they established Gallery Jewelers, the family business, and soon settled in. Together, the Shaughnessy family created a high-level business. Corey, who worked as an appraiser for Ted, the family business, was passionate about diamonds and fine art. However, he was the store's public face. People were drawn to him and energized by his energy because he had a gift for connecting with them. He was highly gregarious and active, since he became the company's lifeblood wherever he went. This trait was very beneficial to his business, since it allowed him to communicate with clients and partners in a common language and work out the best terms for everyone. The family fortune was eventually believed to exceed $8 million, 0 cents, due to the business's considerable success. Yet Theodore never wavered in his generosity or consideration for others. He frequently donated to charitable foundations and purchased food for the less fortunate. The couple bought a lovely new house close to their store as the family business grew. The pair seemed to be the ideal match and complemented one another. In fact, everything appeared to be nearly ideal, except for the fact that the couple was childless. Ted and Corey made the decision to grow their family in tandem with the jewelry business. They took a 16-month-old boy from a Ukrainian orphanage in 2000, making a decision that would change their lives. It was simply love, unconditional and immediate. Nicholas was the name of the young boy with the gray eyes. The Shaughnessy family's lives was finally completed by this long-awaited event, as they now had all they needed for complete happiness. Nicholas was an energetic and well-behaved child growing up. Like his father Ted, who frequently took the youngster to the racetrack, he had a deep affinity for both vehicles and animals. Around addition to riding sports cars and going karting together, the father and son frequently just walked around the park together. Nicholas developed an interest in car disassembly throughout his high school years and even started a small business. The young man recruited pals and used his parents' money to purchase the required equipment. Nicholas met Jackie Edison at the same time. They were attracted to each other right away when they first met the young people, but they disliked the young woman after meeting Nicholas's parents. She didn't seem like the right fit for Corey. However, nobody stopped youngsters from dating in order to stay in touch with Nicholas. Jackie eventually gained their approval and began spending so much time at the Shaughnessy home that they allowed her to move in. Jackie left his parents in August 2017 to begin a new life in College Station. His parents provided financial assistance for him as a day trader while she was in school. Every weekend, the young guy traveled the 2 hours to Austin to see his parents, whom he was quite connected to and tried not to distance himself from. Nothing in his life appeared to be a sign of trouble, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. Ted and Corey were awakened by their dog's persistent barking at 4:30 a.m. on March 2, 2018. Since the animals frequently responded aggressively to tiny creatures that would inadvertently come onto the family home's yard, this was typically a common occurrence. Ted made the decision to investigate, but Corey believed there was nothing to be concerned about and that the dogs will stop barking in a short while. He proceeded to inspect the house after arming himself with his .40 caliber handgun. Corey quickly fell back asleep after resting her head on the pillow. However, she heard a gunshot in the kitchen a few seconds later, followed by several more rounds. Fearful, Corey reached for her revolver, which was normally by the bed, and left the bedroom to assist her husband. However, as she was leaving, she noticed that her favorite dog Bart had been shot at the doorway. A dark, ominous figure suddenly materialized in it. Fearing that he would be discovered and killed, Corey shot randomly, directing all 6 bullets toward the door, unloading the revolver and hiding in a closet. Fortunately, Corey managed to reach for her cell phone and notify emergency authorities that someone had broken into the residence. She claimed to have heard groans coming from the room and to have shot one of the assailants. The terrified woman repeated to the operator that she heard someone groaning, but she wanted to make sure because she didn't know who was making the noises. She was calmed down by the dispatcher, who advised her to wait for the police and not leave the shelter. She was notified that the cops had reached the residence 15 minutes later. Eventually, the groans subsided and the house fell into a funeral silence. After exiting the closet, Corey made his way to the front door. She noticed her spouse in a pool of blood as she passed the kitchen. Shells littered the area around him, and he appeared to be lifeless. She was so terrified that she went to the door and opened it, but nobody was there. It just so happened that the officers were in the incorrect house. The officers on her neighbor's doorway were attempting to determine which side of the street the gunfire were coming from because of the peculiar precinct arrangement of this neighborhood. After settling down, they hurried to the Shaughnessy residence. A trembling Corey, her life utterly destroyed, was waiting for them on the doorstep. She had no idea what had transpired. After entering, the police officers made every effort to soothe the woman. Corey reported the attack to her son over the phone. She went for Austin right away with Jackie, and they got to her parents' house at about 8 in the morning. Theodore Shaughnessy, 55, was shot many times in the head, back, and thigh, and died as a result. Friends, family, and acquaintances were appalled by what had occurred. Nobody had any idea that they could have homicidal adversaries who could be shot at close range in such a heartless manner in the middle of the night in their own house. In order to assist Corey and help with the inquiry, Nick and Jackie remained in the house with her after the tragedy. The crime scene was inspected by law enforcement. The discovery of 2 distinct kinds of shell casings in the .40 and .38 caliber indicates that 2 distinct firearms were used in the shooting. Although there were no indications of forced entry, the offenders must have entered through the far bedroom's open window, which caught attention when the safety netting was taken down. The first fingerprint was discovered here by the forensic team as well, and it was submitted right away to the lab for analysis. A number of neighbors were questioned by police on the Shaughnessy family and whether they saw anything unusual. Police were informed by a neighbor that the Shaughnessy's residence had previously been the target of a burglary, because they are the owners of a jewelry chain. In addition to swabbing Corey's hands for gunshot residue, the police also removed her pajamas for inspection. From the start, Corey was forthright about the fact that she had discharged her weapon. After starting their investigation, the police swiftly ruled out burglary because there had been no forced entry or stolen property. They turned their focus to the murder inquiry and discovered that, with the exception of the door leading to Nicholas Shaughnessy's room, every door in the home was still in place. The door had been opened, and a search of the room showed that a .40 caliber pistol drawer on a dresser was missing a firearm. Detectives concluded it was the gun used to kill since it was the only missing item from the residence, and its caliber matched one of the guns used in the massacre. Corey, Jackie, and head Nick all agreed to lend their support to the investigation in any way they could. Nick claimed he hadn't been in Austin for around a month, but he and Jackie also consented to the police searching Corey's cell phone. Additionally, all 3 consented to respond to inquiries at the station. Simply put, the police wanted to learn as much as they could about the family and the day's events in order to pursue the criminals. It was still unclear to investigators whether the murder was a targeted crime, a random attack, or a poorly executed heist. Since there was no unidentified prints at the site, they had to consider whether Corey Shaughnessy, the only victim still alive, could have been a suspect. She was the only one in the house, after all. The fact that Corey was left alive by the gunman was the only thing the authorities could focus on. They also thought it strange that nothing was taken from the house, and that the gunman had been there for 17 minutes prior to the shooting. Amy Meredith, an assistant prosecutor who investigated the scene of the incident, was positive Ted Shaughnessy was acquainted with the assailant. Additionally, she was positive that the house was too large and too dim for a few lone robbers or jewelry thieves to rapidly navigate. Because detectives thought she had a motive, Corey Shaughnessy was being questioned more and more. Officers discovered that Ted's $1 million 0-cents policy had Corey as its beneficiary. There was no proof against Corey, but their house and business were also quite valuable. However, Corey wasn't the only member of the family that raised questions. Suspicions were also raised against Shaughnessy's son, Nicholas, who was almost 100 miles away from the tragic scene at the time of the crime. He was agitated on the morning of the disaster, and investigators saw one significant point. He questioned him, and then proceeded straight to a first-floor side window that was wide open. It was his room's window. In order to examine that window in detail, which was not visible from the front of the home alone, he proceeded to that side of the house. The crooks entered through that identical window. However, Nick had not heard anything from the investigators regarding the thieves using that window at that time. Ultimately, if he was not involved in its creation, how would he know the point of entry? When investigators looked more closely into Nicholas's financial background, They found that he had been having financial difficulties for a while before the crime. One significant discovery was that Nicholas had borrowed $30,000, 0 cents for the firm, from his mother, who had just sent him a note asking him to pay back the debt. He also owed $20,600, 0 cents to a neighbor. One possible reason to conduct the crime was these financial pressures, but when it was revealed that Nicholas was the only recipient of a $2 million 0 cents insurance claim in the event that his parents did not die, the probe took a more significant turn. Nick became a prime suspect in the eyes of the police as a result of this detail, which increased their level of inspection. The investigator also noticed an app on Nicholas's phone that allowed him to access his parents' home alarm system. Corey informed them that, although the system was turned off that evening and the family frequently opted not to arm it, police discovered something in the account's history. According to Corey, they only activated the alarm when they weren't at home. Nevertheless, the system identified that around 4:27 a.m., there was an activity to open a window. The system discovered shattered glass about 17 minutes later. The marriage certificate between Nicholas and Jackie was another unexpected discovery during the house search. The more closely the police investigated, the more embarrassing evidence they discovered that Nick and Jackie were, in fact, preparing to kill Shaughnessy's parents. It turned out that they were secretly married in August 2017 and didn't reveal their marriage until after the murder. Phone records revealed that Nick was lying when he claimed to have been out of Austin for a month, even though he recalled that he was more than 100 miles away at the time of the crime. Ted's cell phone use was captured in Austin on February 28, 2 days prior to his murder. Investigators questioned whether he had been in town for last-minute planning. The phones of Jackie and Nicholas were inspected. A number of text messages that had been synced with Nicholas's computer were erased. When Nick texted Jackie on February 24 to let her know he was working on it, Jackie replied, "Do they want $50K or not? Paying half that early is beyond our means." Nicholas and Jackie's flat was searched by the police. The number of cameras placed throughout the apartment astounded everyone. The cameras demonstrated this. On the morning of the crime, they were at home. The safe included firearms, ammo, and valuables. The make and caliber of one of the murder weapons and one of the ammunition boxes were identical. It was a .38 caliber handgun with 6 bullets missing. Nick requested that Jackie take money out of the account. In other letters, Jackie had taken out $1,000 0 cents from the bank a few days prior to the crime, so if this occurs, she will have cash on hand. Officials believed it was no accident. Investigators got in touch with Nick's high school friend Spencer Patterson, who officiated Nick and Jackie's wedding, during the course of the inquiry. Even though it was quite challenging to get in touch with him, the information that was gathered was crucial in establishing Nicholas' guilt. It turned out that the fingerprint from Nicholas's bedroom window was a dead end. The window belonged to the individual who installed it, but when Nicholas lived there, authorities discovered that he had used it to enter and exit the property covertly. Spencer, his best friend, was also aware of it. Police interviewed Spencer. Additionally, he was aware of Ted and Corey's home safe location. Spencer's house, vehicle, and cell phone were searched by police. Police discovered a .38 caliber handgun in the vehicle. Although it wasn't one of the murder weapons, it was sent for forensic analysis. Additionally, Spencer was at home on the morning of the incident, according to his cell phone. Although Spencer was not considered a suspect, he did contribute to the suspicions against Nicholas that was disclosed by Spencer just prior to the crime. After Ted and Corey left, Nick mentioned obtaining $8 million, 0 cents. Spencer attempted to hire Nicholas Shaughnessy to murder the family and take all of their belongings. The disguise was unnecessary because they would all perish, according to their communication. Nicholas Shaughnessy and Jackie Edison were arrested by police on May 29, 2018, for criminal solicitation, Nick wrote. Corey was incredulous. By that time, her son was working in the jewelry store in his father's place, and the widow thought the authorities were attempting to frame him. Corey continued to think it was an error. She stated that she required concrete evidence of their involvement. Jackie was freed on bail 2 weeks after the arrest. After the catastrophe, Corey found her son the best lawyer she could find. "You could have told me that aliens landed in the front yard, and I would have believed that instead of believing that Nicholas and Jackie were planning to kill us," Corey Shaughnessy stated in an interview. Corey has been Nick's companion for months. She genuinely thought that either there was something odd with illegal substances, or perhaps the children were involved in something in College Station where Nicholas owed someone money. Or perhaps he misrepresented his parents' jewelry-making profession. The mom was prepared to accept anything other than her son's murderous plot. However, the authorities were positive that the attack was carried out by Nick and Jackie. There was still the difficult chore of identifying Ted Shaughnessy's shooter. After all, the investigation has come to a standstill, and the traces and evidence have run their course. Detective James Moore made the decision to watch the security footage from Nick and Jackie's porch, which had been taken just 2 days prior to the attack, 4 months after the crime. This was the last straw for a mother who had been fighting for months to believe in her son. Too much had transpired to suggest that Jackie and Nicholas were involved, and Corey was horrified to learn that she had harbored the same individuals who had plotted Ted's and her murder that night for months. The case took a significant turn when surveillance footage from the house's front porch was discovered. Nick Shaughnessy can be seen greeting 2 men at the front entrance in the video, which was taken just 2 days before to the incident. Anderson is printed on a green t-shirt that one of them is sporting. To find the individual on the tape, detectives hurried to the Anderson Window Company. Although he wasn't home that day, his wife swiftly attracted their attention by answering the door. His name was Cameron Vosmek. She claimed that her husband had been approached to kill someone for money a few months prior by a man named Johnny Leon. But Cameron had refused. Vosmek was not considered a suspect by the police. During his subsequent interrogation, Johnny Leon acknowledged that Nick had attempted to hire him for $100,000, 0 cents, but that he had turned him down. After being taken into custody, he disclosed that he had driven to Austin with Nicholas just days prior to the incident. He claimed that they had stopped in front of Shaughnessy's residence. After walking to the residence, Nicholas returned and stated he was unable to enter. After that night, Johnny said he had nothing to do with the incident, but his cell phone indicated that he was in Austin the morning of the crime. Johnny provided the second shooter's cell phone number, but not his name. Arian Smith was a man he had communicated with. Smith asserted that his girlfriend could give him an alibi and that he was with her. According to his lover, Arian abandoned her in a motel room early on the morning of the crime. She called him multiple times after he departed in her car, but the boyfriend did not pick up. After the crime, Arian's girlfriend informed authorities that he had been carrying a .40 caliber handgun for a few days. The firearm was found in Smith's family. Arian Smith was taken into custody. Additionally, police found that both guys had prior arrests. Actually, they had previously been arrested together for illegal narcotic trafficking. Capital murder charges were brought against Nick Shaughnessy and the 2 suspected murderers. The new district attorney, Jose Garza, took over as assistant district attorney in the spring of 2021 after Amy Meredith resigned. His office offered the criminals a chance to avoid a potential death sentence by entering a guilty plea to a lesser charge of murder and serving 35 years with the possibility of parole. Smith and Leon concurred. Corey offered to accept the plea deal in a letter to Nicholas. A 35-year sentence with the possibility of parole in April 2021 would be imposed. In exchange, Nicholas agreed to be released on his 36th birthday. Nicholas Shaughnessy entered a guilty plea and received a sentence of 35 years in prison during a hearing in April 2021. After completing 20 years of his sentence, he will be eligible for parole. Johnny Leon and Arian Smith received sentences of 35 years in prison, with the chance of release. Arian Smith reported to the police that he heard gunshots coming from the bedroom and a woman sobbing after they had shot Ted. Smith claimed that he pleaded with Leon to leave the house and not kill Corey. They departed in order to avoid being shot from prison. Nicholas wrote his mother letters. After 2 years in prison, Corey was finally permitted to see her kid. The .40 caliber revolver belonged to Ted, so even though Corey knew a lot about the case of Nicholas and Jackie, she was still unsure of who had used it. Nicholas admitted to giving Arian Smith his father's gun in a private conversation. Corey was finally able to accept that Nicholas was actually connected to the case when this was revealed. Nicholas and Jackie's desire to have us killed was unthinkable to my husband, me, our family, or any of our friends. Jackie made an effort to minimize her role in the crime's planning. She said she had no knowledge of it. According to the deleted text messages, she acknowledged that she had visited Austin multiple times with Nicholas, but she claimed that she had never taken Nicholas's claims of massacring her parents seriously, which is how the police knew she was lying. In March, while Nicholas was incarcerated, Jackie filed for his divorce. Jackie was charged with conspiracy to commit a criminal in June of 2022. Jackie entered a guilty plea to attempted conspiracy to commit a criminal in 2023. She was given a suspended sentence, which allowed her to enter a guilty plea and be placed on probation. She was incarcerated for 120 days. She will spend 10 years on probation. She will have to spend 2 days in jail on the anniversary of Ted Shaughnessy's murder every year for 10 years. Nicholas was interviewed while incarcerated. He claimed he aspired to become wealthy and win Jackie over. With their adoptive son Nicholas, Ted Shaughnessy, a licensed jeweler, and his wife Corey Shaughnessy, a trained gemologist appraiser, could have led a successful life. Ted, who established Gallery Jewelers in Austin in 1995 and saw success, establishing the family as a respected name in the town, was killed by his son Nick, who sought to ruin his parents' happy existence by placing a $1.00 sign on their lives. The victim's kid is currently still being held at the Clemens unit in Brazoria, Texas. At the aforementioned state's LeBlanc facility in Beaumont, Arion Smith is completing his sentence. Johnny Leon is still detained in New Boston, Texas, at the Barry B. Telford unit. This is a tale of remarkable change that society discovered too late. Kindness can sometimes come at too great a cost, turning the seemingly close person into an executioner. Ironically, the eager Shaughnesses went to great lengths to welcome a felon home. It is terrible that they were unable to teach their kid the basic reality of life, that money is the resource that can be replenished the easiest, but time is not. They were too consumed by their love for the child. Nicholas expressed his heartfelt apologies to his mother in a prison interview. Is it feasible, though, to take an apology that never should have been given? Corey Shaughnessy has gone through an incredible emotional journey over the years of the investigation, coming to the realization that her own son hired hitmen to kill her and her husband for financial gain. She still loves her son, the same 8-year-old boy who hugs her affectionately in pictures and races cars with his father, but the life that Corey and Ted attempted to build around him is gone forever. Presently residing in a different location under a false identity, Corey Shaughnessy makes an effort to regain faith in those around her every day. Indeed, a terrifying concept haunts us throughout our story. Many people are far from what they seem at first glance. You lived in your own house with the 2 individuals who attempted to murder you? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lynette Dawson's seemingly ideal life was upended in January 1982 when she vanished without a trace in the quiet suburb of Bayview on Sydney's northern beaches. Lynette was a warm, loving wife, mother, and friend, so her family and friends were shocked by her abrupt absence. Lynette left her 2 young daughters behind when she left the family, according to her husband, Chris Dawson, a dynamic former rugby league player who is now a teacher. However, his story almost immediately sparked troubling questions. Why would a loving mother desert her kids? Why didn't she take any cash, clothing, or even a note with her? Let's explore the complex network of love, treachery, and unresolved issues that characterize Lynette's tale, a tragedy that defies extinction. Lynette Dawson, whose real name was Lynette Joy Sims, was born into a close-knit and affectionate family. She was the second of 4 children in the Sims family, which included an older brother named Greg and younger siblings Pat and Philip, and she grew up in Sydney's eastern suburbs. Lynette was well known from an early age for her good nature, upbeat demeanor, and strong bonds with her family. A short stroll from their house, Clovelly Beach is a charming spot where the Sims family frequently spent their weekends. For Lynette and her siblings, the beach, with its crystal-clear waters and expansive views of the coast, became a special place, where they created innumerable memories of swimming, family vacations, and spending time together. Lynette married Chris Dawson, a dynamic and athletic man who had gained early notoriety as a rugby league player for the Newtown Jets In March 2970, when she was just 19 years old, the pair appeared to have a dreamlike romance, and Chris was well known for his athletic ability and attractive appearance. Lynette, who was deeply in love with Chris, helped him with his career while they were starting a family. Their union seemed to be a match made in heaven. The couple chose Bayview, a serene and picturesque suburb on Sydney's northern beaches, which is a great area to start a family. Lynette and Chris had 2 daughters, Chanel and Sharon, in the years after their marriage, and the family seemed to lead a happy life. Lynette balanced her commitment to her family with her career as a nurse and then as a childcare provider. She enjoyed taking care of her daughters and keeping their home cozy and loving, and she frequently put their needs ahead of her own. Chris, on the other hand, kept advancing his career by juggling his rugby commitments and teaching job. Chris was the devoted husband and father, and Lynette was the focal point of their seemingly perfect life for many years. But beneath the surface of their contented family life, their marriage was starting to show signs of strain. Chris's relationship with a young student at Cromer High School would soon fall apart due to his growing infatuation with her. Lynette had no idea at the time that her marriage, which had seemed stable, was about to fall apart, and that a string of startling incidents would soon shake the foundation of her family and alter her life forever, ultimately leading to her death. Joanne Curtis first appeared in Chris Dawson's physical education class at Cromer High School when she was 16 years old. Chris was married to Lynette Dawson, had 2 young daughters, and was in his early 30s at the time. They had no idea how Lynette's life would be destroyed by what started out as a teacher-student relationship. Despite the fact that Joanne was a teenager living with her family and that they were very different in age, Chris's love for her grew rapidly. His marriage to Lynette was strained as a result of his growing obsession. She observed his strange behavior and growing distance. In 1980, Chris asked Joanne to move in with the Dawsons while posing as Chanel and Sharon's babysitter. Chris started to express his feelings for Joanne more publicly after she moved into the Dawson residence. He frequently expressed his desire to be with Joanne and put pressure on her to share his feelings. He also diminished Lynette's sense of significance in the family. Concerning the disintegration of her marriage, Lynette confided in her friends. She was very private about her marital issues. Joanne also became aware of Chris's domineering behavior and felt trapped in a situation from which she was unable to quickly get out. Chris, Joanne, and Lynette's tension kept increasing. In response to Lynette's efforts to keep her marriage intact, Chris became increasingly fixated, making it difficult to distinguish between his personal and professional lives. Joanne's emotional struggles caused her to start separating from Chris, which made him even more desperate. Chris's inability to accept losing Joanne or control over the situation resulted in a growing sense of frustration that ultimately led to tragedy. Lynette Dawson vanished without a trace on January 8, 1982. According to Chris Dawson, Lynette abandoned their family and left behind her possessions, which included her wedding band, clothing, and personal effects. Chris said Lynette had called her mother, Helena Sims, multiple times after she left, stating that she needed time away to get her thoughts straight. Lynette had marks around her throat when she returned from marriage counseling the day before she vanished. Lynette explained that Chris had wrapped his hands around her neck in the elevator on the way to counseling when her sister Annette asked her about it. Chris claimed that Lynette left voluntarily, raising the possibility that she did so in order to get away from the demands of family life. Helena Sims was taken aback by the news at first, but she did not immediately doubt her son-in-law's justification. Lynette had always been a family-oriented woman and had been a loving mother to their 2 young daughters, Chanel and Sharon. Even so, her mother, who had only spoken to Lynette a few days prior to her disappearance, struggled to believe that Lynette would abruptly leave her family. Helena was worried at first, but she had no reason to believe that something darker had happened. Tragically, she accepted Chris's story, which turned out to be untrue. At first, Chris's account of what happened to Lynette's family and the police seemed credible. Lynette had told him she was going to spend some time with friends and would come back when she was ready, he said. However, there were a number of obvious contradictions in his story that were overlooked. First of all, it would have been unusual for Lynette to have taken any cash, credit cards, or identification with her. In addition, if Lynette had really intended to leave, she would have made plans for the care of her kids, but she hadn't. Chris Dawson appeared remarkably unconcerned in the days following Lynette's disappearance, even acting as if nothing had happened. However, Chris Dawson's quick response to Lynette's disappearance was what alarmed her family and friends. He moved Joanne into their bedroom a few weeks after Lynette disappeared. A burgeoning scandal centered on Joanne. Chris had started an affair with Lynette in the months before she vanished. It was an inappropriate relationship that was hard for anyone to overlook. Joanne was living with the Dawsons at the time, and Lynette's family and friends were taken aback by her presence in the house following Lynette's abrupt departure. Those who knew the Dawsons found it unsettling that this move was made so soon after Lynette was reported missing. It seemed less like the acts of a man lamenting the loss of his wife and more like a quick replacement. This development horrified Lynette's family, especially her brother Greg Sims. They found it incomprehensible that Chris could move on so fast, especially in such dubious conditions. Greg remembered being extremely uneasy as he watched what was happening. He and the rest of the family started to suspect that Chris was concealing something. Initially dismissed as a straightforward case of a wife abandoning her family, Lynette's disappearance started to take on a much darker appearance. Serious questions were raised by Chris Dawson's actions, particularly his inability to give consistent explanations for his wife's disappearance. Although he was adamant that Lynette had left on her own volition, his actions gave the impression that she had not. Furthermore, the fact that Lynette had always been a responsible mother who would never abandon her kids without a trace added to the family's growing suspicions. Lynette's family rejected Chris Dawson's story as time went on, and no new information surfaced. They started their own investigation because they thought something was amiss and wanted to find out the truth. They had no idea that the investigation into Lynette Dawson's disappearance would take decades, during which time Chris Dawson would continue to claim innocence, while details of his role in her demise would eventually surface. Lynette's family battled to learn the truth about her disappearance over the years. They were left heartbroken and perplexed at the time, but their quest for answers would ultimately result in a trial and a conviction. They clung to hope while pondering countless questions as they attempted to make sense of the bizarre and unsettling circumstances surrounding Lynette's abrupt disappearance. Lynette Dawson's disappearance was initially handled like any other missing persons case. When Lynette's friends and family started to voice their concerns, the police dismissed them, claiming that Lynette was an adult and could leave if she so desired. The investigation's initial dismissiveness and lack of urgency irritated Lynette's family, who knew her well and thought there might be more to the story. Chris Dawson's story went mostly uncontested, leaving them to deal with their mounting misgivings and anxieties. Chris's 1984 marriage to Joanne heightened suspicions that he was responsible for Lynette's disappearance. However, the toxic and domineering nature of their relationship was a major factor in their 1990 divorce. In subsequent interviews, Joanne talked about how she felt trapped and controlled by Dawson during their time together, particularly after Lynette vanished. Chris, however, insisted that Lynette had left willingly, and even said she had joined a religious commune. However, his actions seemed inconsistent with his story, as he quickly rebuilt his life with Joanne and filed for divorce a year after she vanished. This time was especially difficult for Chanel and Sharon, Lynette's daughters. In her memoir, My Mother's Eyes, Chanel, who was only 4 when her mother disappeared, later talked about feeling abandoned and unloved by Joanne. This complicated family dynamics and left long-lasting emotional scars. Time and a dearth of hard evidence caused Lynette's case to essentially stagnate between 1984 and 2001. Notwithstanding the disturbing allegations of Chris Dawson's domineering and violent conduct, the inquiry was unsuccessful. Concerns expressed by friends and family were ignored because authorities found it difficult to go beyond rumors and conjecture. Key leads that might have provided insight into Lynette's fate were either ignored or not sufficiently pursued, and the police made little headway. Throughout these years, Chris insisted that Lynette had left on her own volition, despite growing skepticism about his story. Lynette's family endured heartache and frustration during this time, but they persisted in their quest for information. To preserve her memory, they relentlessly pushed for the reopening of her case. The first judicial investigation into her case was carried out by the New South Wales Coroner's Court in 2001, marking a turning point despite the absence of official action. The fact that Lynette had no evidence of her own free will was one of the main issues brought up by the investigation. Additionally, it examined Chris Dawson's actions closely and raised the possibility that he was complicit in her disappearance. According to the coroner, Lynette was probably dead, and Chris Dawson ought to be held accountable for her alleged murder. However, since there was still no concrete evidence connecting Chris to her death or disappearance, the authorities did not immediately pursue the case further in spite of these findings. In 2003, a second court investigation was conducted as a result of persistent pressure from public advocates and Lynette's family. The inconsistencies in Chris Dawson's testimony and the pervasive suspicion surrounding his relationship with Joanne were the main topics of this inquest once more. Once more, the coroner found that there was a high probability that Chris killed Lynette, but the evidence was insufficient to reach a firm conclusion. Consequently, Chris Dawson was not charged by the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP. The DPP refused to file charges on both occasions, stating that there was insufficient evidence. The family of Lynette was devastated. Despite the coroner's conclusion that Chris Dawson most likely killed Lynette, no charges were brought, leaving them in deep frustration and sadness as years went by without justice for her disappearance. They wouldn't give up, though. By 2018, most people had forgotten about the Lynette Dawson case. The young mother's tragic disappearance appeared to have remained unsolved for more than 30 years, with little chance of justice for her family. But that year, Hedley Thomas, an investigative journalist, reignited interest in Lynette's case with his groundbreaking podcast, The Teacher's Pet. Hedley Thomas uncovered important new information that challenged Chris Dawson's assertions and clarified hitherto unconsidered facets of the case. Thomas studied the chronology of Lynette's disappearance, spoke with witnesses, and reviewed police reports. His research exposed serious inconsistencies in Chris Dawson's statements, casting doubt on his assertion that Lynette had left her family on her own volition. Friends and relatives' testimonies depicted a failing marriage in which Chris was enamored with Joanne. The problematic dynamics of Chris and Joanne's relationship were also revealed in the podcast. Thomas emphasized the rapid escalation of their affair. Important insights were revealed by Joanne during the podcast, including her admission of Chris's domineering actions and the chronology of their relationship. This testimony turned out to be crucial to comprehending what transpired before Lynette vanished. The Teacher's Pet examined the emotional toll that Lynette's disappearance had on her family, in addition to pointing out contradictions in Chris's account. Her loved ones' voices were heard, especially those of her brother Greg Sims, who had fought for justice for decades. Listeners were made aware of the heartache and frustration that Lynette's family went through when the initial investigation was unsuccessful. The podcast also examined the initial police investigation's flaws. Thomas disclosed how important evidence was missed and how authorities were unable to make the connection between Lynette's abrupt disappearance, Chris's infidelity, and his desire to be with Joanne. Chris Dawson was able to avoid suspicion for years because of this lack of thoroughness. The Teacher's Pet had a significant impact despite the dubious circumstances. It brought Lynette's case back into the spotlight in Australia, sparking protests and demands for justice. After listening to the podcast, a number of people who had been silent for years came forward with fresh testimonies that clarified the case. Legal action was sparked by the podcast, which greatly increased the pressure on authorities to re-examine Lynette's disappearance. Chris Dawson was detained and accused of Lynette's murder in 2018, partly as a result of the disclosures made in The Teacher's Pet. The case eventually went to trial, which was a major turning point. In addition to uncovering fresh evidence, the podcast inspired public support, demonstrating the ability of investigative journalism to advance justice. Chris Dawson was residing in Queensland when he was arrested. Following his arrest, Dawson's attorneys issued a statement asserting his innocence and vowing to fight the charges. Dawson insisted that Lynette's disappearance was voluntary and that she had deserted her family. He persisted in denying any role in her demise. In 2022, Chris Dawson's trial for his wife's murder got underway in the Supreme Court of New South Wales, which was chaired by Justice Ian Harrison. Because of the case's widespread pre-trial publicity, the trial was held without a jury. Due in large part to the disclosures made public by the Teacher's Pet podcast, Dawson had gained national attention. Without tangible proof, like Lynette's body, the prosecution had a difficult time establishing their case. Rather, they relied on key witness testimony, circumstantial evidence, and a thorough analysis of Chris Dawson's actions prior to and following Lynette's disappearance. Joanne was one of the most important witnesses. Since she had already cut ties with Dawson in 1990, she mustered the guts to tell the truth, which was a pivotal moment in assembling the evidence against him. According to Joanne's damning testimony, Dawson had once brought her to see a hitman to talk about killing Lynette, but he later changed his mind. According to Joanne's story, he was prepared to go to great lengths to get rid of his wife. She also talked about how his domineering and cunning actions intensified following Lynette's disappearance. Joanne recalled how Dawson had moved her into the bedroom soon after Lynette disappeared, highlighting how quickly their relationship had developed and how he seemed unconcerned about his missing wife. Patricia Jenkins, Lynette's sister, provided more details about the Dawsons' tumultuous marriage. She testified that Lynette had told her about Chris's abusive tendencies and erratic temper. Patricia claims that Lynette said Chris was often irate and had black eyes flashing when they argued. In addition, Lynette had voiced concerns about the status of their marriage and her increasing sense of helplessness. Lynette's co-workers attested to her attempts to save the marriage in its last moments. They recalled how, following a counseling session, Lynette and Chris arrived at work hand in hand on January 8, 1982. Lynette vanished a few days later in spite of these efforts, and Chris's subsequent behavior sparked suspicions. Witnesses detailed his repeated assertions that Lynette had left voluntarily, leaving her children unaccounted for, and his lack of urgency in reporting her missing. Since Lynette Dawson's body was never located, the case against Chris Dawson was primarily based on circumstantial evidence. Nevertheless, the prosecution made a strong case based on the testimony of witnesses. When examined more closely, Chris's assertion that Lynette had voluntarily left her family to join a religious commune was refuted. It was mentioned that Lynette abandoned everything she owned, including money and most significantly her 2 daughters, a completely uncharacteristic behavior for a loving mother. Additionally, the court viewed his quick decision to put Joanne Curtis in his bedroom and his divorce filing within a year of Lynette's disappearance as extremely suspicious, indicating a clear motivation to get rid of Lynette and begin a new life with Joanne. Justice Ian Harrison rejected the defense's claim that Lynette had voluntarily left, even though her body was not present. He declared the alleged sightings of her to be untrustworthy and emphasized how Chris's claims were false. The court was persuaded by this evidence that Chris Dawson killed Lynette in order to end his marriage and start dating Joanne. Chris Dawson was convicted of Lynette's murder on August 30, 2022, and given a 24-year prison term without the possibility of release until 2040, when he would be 92 years old. Although Lynette's family received some justice as a result of the conviction, they are still devastated that her body has never been located. In order to properly honor her memory and achieve complete closure, they still hold out hope that her remains will one day be found. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The funeral of 15-year-old Holly Newton, who was described as a popular girl who was loved by many, took place in Hexham, England on February 17, 2023. To honor the helpful and compassionate teen who was attacked in the sleepy country town on January 27, hundreds of people joined a procession towards Hexham Abbey. Some people are just too good for this world, and Holly was one of them. Michaela Trussler, Holly's mother, said to mourners at her service about her shy daughter who loved to perform for others. 4 black horses with purple jackets, her favorite color, pulled Holly's white coffin down the high street, with purple flowers and condolence notes adorning the top of the coffin. A single read, "Till we cross paths again, sweet Holly, in the sky, rest soundly. I will always love you." Therefore, we will examine events that occurred in England in 2023 today. When Holly Newton's story made the news on television, she was only 15 years old. Detectives obtained disturbing CCTV footage that showed Holly's final moments while they were looking into what had happened to her. Earlier this month, a verdict was rendered in the case. Holly Newton was regarded as a bright, kind person with a bright future. According to her family and friends, Holly was a kind and considerate young woman who had a positive impact on everyone around her. Holly, who was well known for her gregarious nature, enjoyed socializing and hanging out with friends. She was able to quickly establish common ground with others thanks to her amiable manner. Holly was a quiet girl with a strong moral compass who enjoyed dancing. According to her mother, Holly Newton and Logan McPhail first connected through their participation in Army Cadets, a youth organization that offers military training and activities to young people. This setting frequently brings together individuals who share interests in outdoor activities, discipline, and teamwork. They started off as a normal adolescent couple. They spent time together in social circles and with similar interests. But as their relationship developed, Logan's domineering behavior made it more and more problematic. His insistence on always knowing Holly's location and his meddling with her social media accounts were just two examples of how this control showed up. According to reports, he altered her passwords to restrict her social interactions, which is a classic indication of controlling behavior, in which one partner tries to control the other. Family and friends have observed Holly growing more and more alone. Holly initially continued to date Logan in spite of these warning signs, which is common among teenagers who might not completely comprehend or identify the warning signs of an unhealthy relationship. Holly's first and only boyfriend, Logan McPhail, was described by her mother, Michaela Tressler, as a typical adolescent relationship with ups and downs. Logan stayed with Holly's family on the weekends. When Logan visited Holly's mother and stepfather, they were unaware that he was acting like the good guy. But Holly and Logan's relationship issues escalated like a snowball. Logan's increasingly compulsive behavior finally led Holly to decide to break up with him. He did not like the breakup. He struggled to accept it and grew even more obsessed with her. Michaela Tressler claimed that, although it was obvious that her considerate and loving daughter had grown up more than McPhail, he had scared Holly and used emotional blackmail when she attempted to end their relationship. She added that McPhail had been obsessed with Holly and believed that if he couldn't have her, then no one else could, and that I was unaware of the magnitude of the turmoil Holly was going through at the time. She also claimed that she was unaware of the emotional pain Holly was going through when she attempted to end her relationship with McPhail, and that warning signs of his domineering behavior were not identified until it was too late. McPhail reacted angrily to the split. Holly made it clear that she wanted to move on, but he still tried to control her life and started following her around town. On the evening of January 26, McPhail showed up without permission outside her Halt Whistle home, and the police had to escort him back to his Bertley residence. In fact, Holly and her parents were scheduled to meet with the police to talk about their concerns regarding McPhail. However, a tragic turn of events occurred when McPhail showed up at their Halt Whistle home without permission and demanded to speak with Holly on the evening of January 26th-noon-middle hour. Michaela Tressler, Holly's mother, called Northumbria Police Amir. Holly pleaded for the meeting to be rescheduled so she could go out with her friends after school on January 27, which was originally planned for around 4 p.m. The police meeting was rescheduled for the evening, but Holly suffered a terrible incident just hours before the scheduled time. CCTV was used to reconstruct the events that transpired the day after McPhail unexpectedly appeared outside Holly's home. He was unable to come to terms with Holly's breakup. He left school early the next day, carrying a kitchen knife in his backpack, and took the bus to Hexham, where he waited for Holly to leave town. He was wearing all black, with a baseball cap and black face mask to hide his identity. For approximately 45 minutes, McPhail accompanied Holly and her friends as they explored a shopping mall and a recreation center. Additionally, he repeatedly called Holly's loved ones via voicemail in an attempt to persuade her to meet with him in person, while Holly went to a takeout place on the town's high street with the boy. Then he went up to her and asked if she would like to speak with him in an alleyway nearby. McPhail followed him and then attacked Holly violently, stabbing her several times. Her friend left the store when he heard Holly scream and stepped in to stop him from getting stabbed in the leg and shoulder as well. On Friday, January 27, 2023, just after 5:10 p.m., police received a call reporting that a boy and girl had been severely beaten in the town center's Priest Popple neighborhood. Despite the efforts of medical staff, they were both taken to the hospital after emergency services discovered them in a nearby alleyway with multiple stab wounds. Holly passed away after 36 injuries. 6 days prior to the attack, she ended her relationship with MacPhail. After receiving treatment, the boy, who cannot be identified for legal reasons, was released. After being held in a bus shelter by courageous bystanders, officers quickly took 16-year-old Logan MacPhail into custody at the scene. He identified himself and provided arresting officers with the victim's name, as evidenced by body cam footage. Then, talking to an officer in the back of a police van, he allegedly confessed, "She was being too horrible to me." Later, MacPhail said, "I can't read or write, I know nothing," and refused to provide officers with his birth date. Following the assault, MacPhail was accused of killing Holly Newton and wounding another 16-year-old. In police interviews, MacPhail revealed his intention to kill Holly, stating unequivocally that he did so because she was terrible to him. He did this with a chilling lack of emotion. MacPhail's legal team claimed that his autism diagnosis and learning disabilities rendered him ineligible to enter a plea, which caused the case to take 18 months to reach court. This would have indicated that he was unable to fully understand the criminal proceedings, but the judge decided that he was able to follow the trial's progression after hearing testimony from a number of experts. Jurors disagreed with the defense team's assertion that he was unaware of the repercussions of his actions because of his numerous problems. To give yourself the best chance of attacking Holly without anyone noticing, you told MacPhail that you wanted to get her into the alleyway, which was out of sight. I'm glad you chose to attack Holly because you could tell by her responses at the bus stop that she was not amenable to the idea of getting back together. Despite your feelings of jealousy and resentment, you were still able to figure out where you could attack her most effectively. So you waited for the right moment. After convincing her to move a bit further into the alleyway, you waited until one of the onlookers had left before pulling the knife from your pocket and attacking her in a vicious and brutal manner. According to the judge, Holly suffered severe knife wounds to her jaw, skull, backbone, and shoulder during the murder. It was a horrible thing to do to stab her head in that manner, Justice Hilliard continued. Holly was in such terrible shape that her mother was prevented from seeing her in the ambulance and alley. You applied so much force that the knife broke and the blade became distorted. It was extremely uncommon to see a knife so damaged, according to the pathologist. You knew how final death was, so I'm sure you planned to kill her. According to the judge, MacPhail probably carried the knife that day in order to intimidate Holly by hurting himself, and made plans to attack her once it became apparent that their relationship would not be continued. Justice Hilliard added shortly before the murder that she had the right to end the relationship if she so desired, and spent time with anyone else she wanted. As he concludes his sentencing remarks, Mr. Justice Hilliard states that he considers how significant MacPhail's relationship with Holly was to him, given the circumstances of his chaotic home life. Your speech impairment hindered your ability to form friendships and relationships with other people, so you placed a high value on your relationship with her. This made its ending all the more difficult for you to process and work through, the judge adds. He claims that although MacPhail has also apologized, he has attempted to place some sort of blame on Holly. The judge tells MacPhail that it was evident from your testimony to the jury that you had convinced yourself that Holly had mistreated you. She also notes that your initial response at the scene was to accuse her of being terrible to you. I believe that this belief lessens or moderates the amount of regret you felt prior to the verdict being announced. In a devastating statement, Holly's mother described the day she found out what had happened to her daughter. Despite having admitted manslaughter, MacPhail was found guilty of both murder and intentionally wounding the teenage boy. He claimed during his trial that he wanted to return some of Holly's belongings, including clothes, teddy bears, and slippers, but he had none of it with him when he was taken into custody. For willfully injuring a fellow young man who attempted to halt the assault, MacPhail received a life sentence with a minimum of 17 years and an additional 5 years. MacPhail was informed that he would only be released when it was safe to do so, even after serving the minimum sentence. Detective Darren Davies of Northumbria Police said following the sentencing that the case was truly devastating, and that MacPhail had cruelly taken away Holly's future. Naturally, nothing can undo the terrible things that happened that night. But I hope the outcome today will give her loved ones a sense of closure so they can try to move forward. Detective Davies added, the choices he made that evening have permanently altered the lives of countless people, and he will now have plenty of time in his cell to reflect on that. Given the suffering this incident has caused so many people, we would implore everyone to reconsider carrying a weapon of any kind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Till death do us part doesn't often last that long. Feelings of sweetness and tenderness can rapidly give way to disappointment, annoyance, and even hatred. The most sensible course of action in certain situations is to break up, if not as friends, then at least not as enemies. However, when big quantities of money and the opportunity to become wealthy quickly come into play at the expense of an ex-lover's life, an innocent person's destiny may be decided. The example of Gary Bentley is hardly unusual. Although people have been slain for much less, the murderer in this case wanted to keep $1 million and live a comfortable and easy life. Did Gary foresee what would occur? According to his parents, he did. They were trying to protect him since they felt uneasy and worried about him. However, Gary found it hard to accept that his child's mother, the love of his life, was truly capable of murder. Even though his mother was still alive, he battled valiantly to keep his failing marriage intact for the sake of his kid. But ultimately he died and the youngster was left an orphan. What is known about Gary Bentley's early life then? On August 31, 1984, Gary Lewis Bentley was born in Louisville, a small rural hamlet in Jefferson County, Kentucky. He was the youngest of Gerald and Lisa Bentley's 2 children. From a young age, Gary and his older sister Amy had a tight and trustworthy relationship. The Bentleys owned their own farm and put a lot of effort into providing their children with a quality education and other necessities. The children helped out as well and weren't afraid to take on the physical and labor-intensive tasks involved in farm management. The family was close-knit, supportive, and always looking out for one another. Gary spent a lot of time with his father, Gerald, from an early age. They frequently went hunting, fishing, and camping together and were quite close. His father showed him where to collect edible mushrooms and berries, taught him how to handle a pistol, and gave him survival tips, including how to survive in the bush. Gary became quite interested in guns as a teenager. He eventually began collecting firearms and understood how to use them. He was best friends with his father and they went fishing or hunting almost every weekend. Gary was a true handyman who could make or mend almost anything, making him the epitome of a small-town gentleman. He was described by many around him as gentle, laid-back, and always ready to provide a helping hand to those in need. Gary had no bad habits, avoided negative influences, excelled in school, and never ran afoul of the law. He was a calm, introspective child who prioritized his family. Gary majored in engineering in Frankfurt, the state capital, where he attended college after high school. He returned to his hometown of Louisville after graduation, where he began his career as a basic electrician before swiftly rising to the position of his one and only love. Gary fell in love with Tasha, a girl he met while attending college. They didn't mind the slight age difference between them, even though she was about 1.5 years older than he was. They moved in together in 2006, not far from Gary's parents' house, after dating for a while. Tasha was pursuing a nursing degree when she was hired by one of the city's hospitals, where she immediately gained the respect and admiration of her colleagues. But she didn't stop there. In order to further her profession, she continued to work and pursue further studies. Gary and Tasha ultimately made it official in 2012 by inviting all of their family and friends to their lavish wedding. The couple was ecstatic when Tasha became pregnant shortly after. They welcomed a child, whom they named Connor, in the spring of 2013. Both Gary and Tasha had successful jobs by the time their first kid was born. They were able to travel, purchase 2 automobiles, move into a larger, more comfortable house, and essentially live worry-free because they were earning a solid living. A few years later, Gary's plans to have a large family and at least 2 more children with Tasha began to fall apart. What did Tasha conceal? Their marriage was ideal for the first 4 years. They were viewed as a model pair. They held well-respected, lucrative careers. We are excellent guests, wonderful parents, and close friends. The couple frequently invited close friends and family to gatherings they hosted at their house. When someone needed assistance or support, they were always the first to offer it. Gerald and Lisa, Gary's parents, are ecstatic with their daughter-in-law and grandchild. However, things began to drastically shift in 2016. After going through a difficult period, the Bentleys' marriage started to suffer. It all began when Tasha started experiencing issues at work, which had never happened to her before. She was often griping about the terrible working conditions, her supervisor and her coworkers. Gary tried his best to help her, but he cautioned her against quitting too soon because it would be difficult to find another position that paid well. The couple made the decision to take a trip in the fall of 2016 in an attempt to decompress and release some stress. They flew to a vacation, leaving their son with Gary's parents, along with their long-standing friends Annie and Kevin Day, with whom they had been close for years. They traveled to Jamaica. The initial days of the journey were ideal. They all enjoyed one another's company, explored the island, and unwinded on the beach, but Tasha appeared preoccupied, as if her thoughts were elsewhere. She was often texting someone, and if someone asked her who she was speaking to, she became quite protective. Gary and Tasha began to quarrel more and more the longer they were on the island. Their pals claimed that Annie and Kevin felt uneasy since the disagreements seemed to start out of nowhere and swiftly turned into heated disputes. When Gary and Tasha got into a heated dispute one day while on a yacht, Kevin attempted to lighten the mood by cracking a joke. Gary splattered beer on his face in retaliation. Kevin didn't take it personally, since he knew that Gary's response was more about the stress that Tasha was causing than it was about the joke. After feeling ashamed, Gary repeatedly apologized and said he had no idea what had happened to him with the new job. Tasha informed Gary that she had resigned from her position shortly after they got back from their trip. Gary wasn't pleased with her choice because his family's financial status may suffer if she lost such a high income. He did, however, have some funds that would enable them to survive and continue their way of life till she got another work, because he was a prudent and thrifty guy. However, Tasha was employed as a consultant at a large pharmaceutical company the day after she quit. She hadn't mentioned getting a job before quitting, so this was strange. Although it appeared that someone might have assisted her in getting the job, Tasha dismissed it as pure serendipity, claiming that she happened to stumble into the interview. Even though Tasha appeared content with her new career, circumstances at home didn't improve. She stopped cooking, was rarely there, neglected the house, and showed no concern in Gary's situation. She even neglected their son, letting his grandparents handle the most of the child-rearing. Mrs. Bentley began to leave town on the weekends, claiming to be on work travels. She was always talking on the phone, always finding a quiet place where no one could listen in. She claimed that it was work and that she needed to talk to her supervisors or coworkers about it when questioned. In order to prevent anyone from checking her phone, she also set a password, something she had never done before. She'd become aloof and secretive. Gary, however, was the one who was caring for his son and giving him all of his love and attention, spending all of his free time with the youngster and doing everything he could to ensure he didn't feel abandoned. He nearly lived for him. Gary still loved his wife and wanted to keep their marriage intact, if only for the sake of their child, despite their frequent arguments and her lack of interest. Mexico excursion with the family. Seeing the strain in their son's family, Gary's parents made the decision to take him, Tasha, and their grandchild to one of Mexico's most stunning resorts as a surprise, in the hopes that it would provide a tranquil setting for them to re-establish contact and spend quality time together. They selected a comfortable hotel in a remote location. The internet was spotty and frequently interrupted, and cell coverage was scarce. This made it possible for the family to spend time together and enjoy one another's company. At the beach and go for lengthy strolls. Tasha, though, was clearly annoyed by the lack of connectivity. She was always looking for a signal to send texts or make phone calls. She became enraged and screamed at Gary's parents and their young boy. Gerald, Gary's father, thought her actions were odd and made the decision to speak openly with his son. He expressed his concern that Tasha might be cheating. Gary attempted to laugh it off, but Gerald could tell by the expression in his eyes that his son was thinking the same thing but was feigning indifference. Because of their daily arguments, Tasha insisted that they end their vacation early and go back home. Citing pressing work issues, she finally prepared her belongings and declared that she would return by plane by herself. Even though they were paid for an additional week at the hotel and received no reimbursements, this compelled the other members of the family to depart early with her. An odd series of fires in the spring of 2017. Tasha called Gerald, her father-in-law, and sounded upset, asking him to come and get her. She clarified that her automobile was totally wrecked after catching fire at a fueling station. She had to visit her insurance provider before returning home. Gerald naturally hurried to her aid, but he couldn't get rid of the uneasy feeling. In the years she had known Gary, one of her automobiles had inexplicably burned up 3 times. The car was reduced to scrap metal each time it occurred at a gas station, making it hard to identify the true origin of the fire. Tasha consistently earned substantial insurance settlements, and the events were consistently attributed to malfunctioning gas station equipment. Tasha would insure the cars for the maximum amount shortly prior to the fires, always using different insurance firms, and these fires occurred around every 3 years. She said she didn't know how it happened, and some family members and acquaintances even speculated that she might have enemies who were deliberately damaging her vehicles. Nevertheless, Tasha purchased a newer, more costly vehicle following each collision. Even if the fires had a suspicious pattern that made intentional property destruction all but impossible, the insurance companies had no reason to reject her claims. By summer 2017, the not-so-secret affair had. Almost every weekend, Tasha would vanish, claiming to be on work excursions. She seemed to live a life apart from Gary and their son, growing increasingly aloof. The Bentley's neighbors, friends, and relatives started to think that Tasha was having an affair. Gary took these rumors quite personally. He gave up making jokes about it, and would either be silent or abruptly shift the topic. Gary's parents made multiple attempts to speak with him, telling him that things couldn't continue this way because, in essence, the marriage had already ended. But Gary consistently gave the same response. For Connor's sake, he was committed to keeping the family together and still loved his wife. He hoped that things would return to normal, that Tasha would wake up, and that she would reevaluate her priorities. Gary, Tasha, and their kids celebrated Thanksgiving at his parents' place in November 2017. Amy, Gary's sister, arrived with her family as well. When gift-giving became commonplace, Tasha claimed to be too preoccupied with her job to purchase any, but it turned out that she had not. She promised to fix it and come back shortly after apologizing and leaving. After spending hours away, she returned with nothing, not even a gift for her son, when everyone stared at her with confusion. It would have taken her the entire night to go through the lineups everywhere, she said. Amy was unable to contain herself this time. She drew Gary forward and asked him directly whether he understood that Tasha was most likely seeing someone else and wasn't even attempting to conceal it any longer. With a gun safe in the bedroom, Gary merely replied that they would take care of it themselves. Gary called his father the next weekend to invite him over and bring some equipment. Gerald was glad to assist and arrived at his son's house with all the necessary supplies in less than 30 minutes. As previously stated, Gary had been a gun collector since he was a young man, and his home was stocked with shotguns, hunting rifles, handguns, and other firearms. He even had some rare objects strewn about in various areas. Gary, however, made the snap decision to create a safe in his home, collect all of his guns, and secure them. Gerald was a little alarmed by this abrupt decision, and inquired as to why Gary felt the need to conceal his gun collection. Gerald could tell his kid was scared of something, even if Gary didn't provide a clear response. It didn't appear like he was concerned about intruders. Tasha claimed that she came up with the idea because she was afraid and thought they would be in danger when she got home. Gerald didn't give it much thought at the time, but her words felt odd. The catastrophe, the unexplained home murder, was just a few days away. On Sunday, December 10, 2017, Tasha called her father-in-law to inform him that the garage door was open when she arrived home, and that she had been unable to get in touch with Gary all day. Concerned that burglars might have broken in, she begged Gerald to come over because she was too afraid to go inside. Fortunately, Gary was at home alone himself and Connor was safe, staying with his grandparents. Gerald ran as quickly as he could. Everything appeared to be in order at first sight. Although the garage door was open, there were no indications that the residence had been broken into. Everything appeared to be typical. There were no signs of an intruder and nothing seemed missing. Gerald repeatedly yelled at his son, but he never answered. He discovered Gary's lifeless body on the bed in shock when he entered the bedroom. Gary's body was already chilly and exhibiting symptoms of rigor mortis when Gerald attempted CPR. Still in shock that his kid had left, he dialed 911 right away. He didn't realize until later that the bedroom gun safe had been broken into and that several of the weapons were gone. The forensic results showed that Gary had been murdered by a single, close-range gunshot to the head when the forensic team arrived. It was possible that he was asleep and didn't even hear the killer approach because he was in a sleeping position on his side in bed and had no other injuries or indications of a struggle. Valuables, a jewelry box, and even cash left in plain sight remained unharmed, making the incident appear to be more than a normal heist. This suggested that the gun safe was the primary goal. Only a small number of guns, none of which were very valuable, were stolen nevertheless. These were not the murder weapon, nor were the remaining firearms. Tasha, Gary's wife, was the leading suspect from the beginning of the investigation, since she didn't appear to be a grieving widow. She carefully explained to the police what had happened during the day before she and her father-in-law discovered the dead. Second, every member of the couple's family and circle of friends attested to the fact that Gary and Tasha's marriage had been in trouble for some time and that a divorce was imminent. Third, 2 big dogs owned by the Bentleys growled at everyone but their owners. However, the neighbors had not heard any barking, and if they had, Gary probably would have awakened up. Tasha stated that she had left the house to run some errands because Gary had intended to go hunting that day. She claimed that after lunch she had attempted to phone him but had been unsuccessful. She attributed the situation to poor reception and was not really concerned. When asked, her pals confirmed that she had visited a friend's house on her way home. The crime was committed without any witnesses. That day, nobody saw strangers or heard anything untoward. Not even surveillance footage from cameras in the area provided any helpful hints. The crime seems to have been a well-thought-out plot to fabricate a robbery in order to get $1 million insurance coverage. Tasha received a call from a friend named Annie Day, who wanted to offer her sympathies and ask if she could assist with funeral planning. Annie was shocked at Tasha's reaction. She explained that she had more important things to do and that Gary's parents were taking care of the burial. A trip to the insurance company for a sizable payoff was one of the more crucial tasks. It seems that Tasha had persuaded Gary to get $1 million life insurance policy not long before the murder. Gary accepted, though he wasn't really happy about it, to appease his wife. Tasha attempted, but was unsuccessful, to raise the compensation to $2 million, 0 cents, a few days prior to the crime. The motive was now obvious, but there was still no concrete proof that Tasha was responsible for the killing. Meanwhile, information about her 3 prior burned-out vehicles, all of which had caused significant damage, came to light. Insurance payouts. It was discovered that Tasha had previously engaged in similar insurance fraud, an accomplice or a lover. Tasha had been seeing a coworker named Anthony for more than a year, according to one of her acquaintances, and he was the one who helped her land a new position. Suspecting that Anthony might have assisted his lover, investigators made the decision to ask him about his role in the crime. Anthony said that he and Tasha had been romantically involved for a long time and that they frequently met at his house. Tasha was going to leave Gary, he said, and they were even going to celebrate New Year's Eve 2018. Anthony hurried to offer an alibi as soon as he became aware that he was being investigated as a suspect in the murder case. He claimed to have been at his parents' house, assisting them with repairs on the day of the murder. That day, they visited a number of second-hand stores, all of which were caught on camera. The murder weapon and the missing guns from the safe were still unknown, but detectives came to the conclusion that Tasha had probably acted alone, which explained why there were no traces of a break-in and why the dogs hadn't barked. Tasha's account of events. Tasha frequently added additional information, changed her tale, and attempted to place the blame elsewhere. She even brought up Gary and Kevin Day's argument when Gary flung beer in his friend's face when they were on vacation. Tasha believes that Kevin may have harbored resentment and seized the chance to exact retribution. But after being questioned for a few hours, Tasha eventually gave up and admitted, although she acknowledged killing her husband, she held Gary responsible for the incident. According to Tasha, Gary was violent toward her and their kid, and on the day of the murder, he struck their child once more. She claimed that was the final straw, and she retrieved a rifle after waiting for Gary to go to sleep. But there was no evidence to support any of Tasha's assertions. Tasha's assertions were not substantiated by any of her relatives or friends. In actuality, everyone supported Gary, praising him as the most loving parent they had ever known, and a loyal, loving husband. They maintained that he would never touch his wife, much less their beloved young boy. Tasha eventually disclosed the hiding place where she had hidden the firearms taken from the safe, including the murder weapon, a pistol, after even the child attested that his father had never harmed him or his mother. It was interesting to see that Anthony's fingerprints were on the gun. It found out that Tasha had left her lover's prints on the gun after giving it to him to hold. If things didn't work out, she intended to frame him, but she confessed before she could carry out that portion of the plan, which included trial and sentencing. Gary's murder trial started in June 2021, and the prosecution claims that money was the main driving force behind the crime. After receiving the $1 million insurance payment, Tasha sought to use some of the funds to refurbish Anthony's home, where she would soon move. Tasha Bentley was convicted of premeditated murder and trying to obstruct the inquiry on July 20, 2021. She received a sentence of 55 years in jail, with the chance of release in 2037 at the latest. Little Connor is currently being raised by his paternal grandparents after losing both his parents in a single, sad event. This crime was discussed in the American Monster episode of Investigation Discovery. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Investigators' work is a true art that calls for in-depth knowledge, intuition, and frequently extraordinary perseverance. It goes beyond simply carrying out official responsibilities. Investigations instantly conjure images of dramatic plots with swift resolutions and striking revelations. However, the reality of daily life is very different from this illusion. Investigators deal with a variety of difficulties, each of which calls for a unique strategy. By gathering evidence and reconstructing events, they attempt to paint a full picture of the incident. However, some crimes go unsolved even after many hours of case file research. This could be because there is insufficient evidence, there aren't enough witnesses, or there is conflicting and unclear evidence. The intricacy of the investigator's job is further compounded by the fact that many incidents appear clear-cut at first, but upon closer examination, they become considerably more complex. In some cases, the original versions prove to be totally unworkable. For instance, a crime that seemed to be motivated by jealousy may actually be the consequence of a series of events. Because of this variability, the investigator needs to be especially adaptive and flexible. The instances when a little-known piece of evidence that was previously dismissed as irrelevant turns out to be a clue are especially impressive. Sometimes a fingerprint, an object thrown at the crime scene, or even a word that was dropped by accident can alter the entire investigation and force a fresh perspective on details that appear familiar. These kinds of surprises call for a true investigator to be able to see the invisible and cut through the most complex web of falsehoods and misinformation. In the video for today, we examine one instance that was not initially what it appeared to be. This story, which was set in Canada, caught the public's attention right away because of its peculiar plot. The 34-year-old Nicole Porciello, also known by her last name Hasselman, was a patient and kind person, a true mentor to many children who were occasionally lost in the complicated maze of adolescence. She worked in student support services at Templeton Secondary School. For Nicole, the workplace at this school was more than just a place of employment. It was a second family, a place of friendship, and a place of sincere support. Nicole was viewed as an inspiration by her coworkers because she was always helpful and responsive. Teachers, administrators, and other school employees became friends with her. The miracle of pedagogy was manifested in her ability to relate to the most challenging teenagers. In addition to her professionalism, Nicole's colleagues adored her for her genuine warmth and kindness outside of work. In 2018, Nicole was a mother raising her 10-year-old son. Like her son was a kind and sensitive boy. By investing in both with sincere passion and concern, Nicole was able to balance her career and raising her child. She tried to set an example for him by always opening her heart to the outside world and improving it slightly. Regretfully, Nicole's family and friends' lives were irrevocably altered on January 16, 2018. A 2017 charcoal gray Kia Sorento SUV was involved in a collision in the 8000 block of Barnett Highway on November 16 at around 10 p.m., according to Burnaby Police. Emergency personnel showed up on the scene. The car's mangled body appeared even more menacing after colliding with a lamppost. A man was trapped inside the car, his life now hanging in the balance. Their sirens broke the evening silence in the glare of the warning lights. In coordination with law enforcement and medical personnel, rescuers promptly surrounded the area. They came to see that time had turned into an unseen foe. Every delay has the potential to become tragic. They moved swiftly and accurately. It was a mastery refined by years of practice and training, not merely a skill. As this was going on, another team of rescuers activated specialized equipment. Hydraulic cutters seized the metal and violently tore it apart with a menacing crack, but the operators stayed composed and focused. It was astounding how much hope and faith in the team's professionalism could be sparked by this procedure, which at first glance seemed frightening and noisy. There was no movement from the man in the car. Physicians fumbled around him, prepared to give him medical care. After several minutes of arduous labor, the rescuer's commander finally signaled that the victim could be pulled out of the steel embrace. The man was then carefully removed from the damaged car and placed in the compassionate care of the medics. Emergency services functioned as a well-oiled machine, with each component fulfilling its essential function. Immediately, medical professionals started administering first aid while closely observing the man's condition. They carefully moved the victim to a stretcher and transported him to the ambulance after ensuring that his condition was stable. Preparations for the man's transfer to the closest hospital, where he can obtain more specialized care, have already begun. Jan Popel was the victim. As soon as he was brought to the hospital, the medical staff performed a thorough examination and diagnostics to rule out any potential hidden injuries. Thankfully, no severe injuries were discovered, although they did note a few bruises and a minor concussion. Jan's life was not in danger, and the patient's condition was stable. After receiving the required medical attention, the man was monitored for a while to make sure he fully recovered. According to reports, Jan, a real estate agent, battled an addiction to illegal substances. With romance, intense affection, and mutual understanding, John and Nicole's relationship got off to the typical start of great love. Together, they discussed ideas, made plans, and dreamed about the future. Arguments seemed to avoid them at first, and the pleasure of spending time together grew every day. But as time went on, Jan started exhibiting qualities that Nicole was unable to overlook. His need for control was initially seen as compassionate, but it eventually devolved into an obsessive mania. He asserted that by shielding Nicole from harmful external influences, he was causing her to become estranged from her friends and family. She even checked her social media and cell phones. His jealousy was unrestrained, and he now found it difficult to conceal his aggression. His desire to dominate only grew with each new conflict, and Nicole was caught in a psychological trap that was difficult to escape. He once pushed her chest so hard that it caused her physical pain for weeks. After 7 years of dating, Nicole continued to have faith in Jan's charming assurances that everything would improve, even though their lives were gradually filled with pain and fear. He promised to find the strength to get better and return to the devoted and reliable partner he had been at first. Even though Nicole secretly knew that Jan's behavior would probably never change, those vows prevented them from ending their relationship. They had split up multiple times, but each time Jan asked for another chance, Nicole would give it another go. Their most recent breakup, which Nicole believed to be final, occurred 9 days prior to the car accident, but Jan wasn't going to tolerate the split. He was reluctant to part with Nicole. He was deeply envious. In addition to publishing compromising images of her, he parked his car in front of her home. Following Jan's removal from the vehicle, the police got to work documenting eyewitness accounts and investigating the accident scene. In an effort to piece together the sequence of events leading up to the collision with the lamppost, they meticulously documented every detail. The purpose of the questions was to ascertain the accident's actual causes. For the sake of safety and justice, it was their responsibility to discover the truth. After finishing their portion of the work, the firefighters were packing up their gear and getting ready to head back to base when one of the officers made an unexpected discovery. A woman who was unconscious but still breathing was found in a ditch 30 feet away from the vehicle. Nicole was the one. After being brought to the hospital, the doctors did everything they could to save her, but sadly it was not enough. A few days later, police released a statement stating that the mother and 34-year-old educational assistant who died last week after an SUV crash in Burnaby had injuries suggestive of foul play. The woman had injuries that suggested foul play, but the man is expected to fully recover. Nicole was taken to a forensic laboratory a few hours after her death, where a skilled medical examiner with years of experience performed the autopsy on her body. Using professional tools, he carefully and methodically examined and repaired all of the wounds he saw covering her body. While some wounds were more superficial and might have been caused by a struggle, others were deeper and clearly directed with force. The examiner counted 47 stab wounds in total. 2 separate knives were used to inflict Nicole's wounds. In addition to documenting physical injuries, the expert searched for any marks that could provide insight into Nicole's death circumstances. Missing defensive wounds on the hands, for instance, might have suggested that the victim was immobilized or that the attack came suddenly. The expert understood that his conclusions were what would enable law enforcement to apprehend the offender and secure justice. All of the expert's observations and findings were combined into an official report after the autopsy was finished. In addition to being a document, this report served as a crucial link in the murder investigation's chain, giving the investigators the knowledge they needed to carry out their investigation. Following Nicole's passing, her friends, family, and co-workers were swept up in a sea of grief that struck them with an unanticipated and uncontrollable force. It seemed as though everything had stopped for everyone who knew Nicole, leaving behind only the memories of her smile, the happiness in her eyes, and unmet expectations for the future. Realizing that they would never again be able to embrace their cherished mother, daughter, and sister, hear her voice, or share the memories that were to be so many more, was an unbearable burden for the family. Nicole lost a like-minded friend with whom she shared her most intimate hopes and experiences. They were consumed by the thought of how hard she had worked to rebuild her life, start over, and pursue her happiness. Nicole's co-workers recognized the significant impact she had had on their lives and team. The emptiness left by her passing was nearly tangible, and every day served as a reminder of everything they had lost. Many of them were inspired by Nicole's joy and dedication to excellence, and this unexpected loss helped them to understand how fleeting human life is and how crucial it is to treat one another with more consideration. For Nicole Porcello's family, the holidays have been the most difficult time. Carmine Porcello believes that he will never adjust to the loss of his younger sister. It's difficult to overlook her seat being empty when you're all seated for a family meal. She isn't where he said she would have been. Jan Porcello was taken into custody on November 29, 2018, 13 days after Nicole's passing. The public has been urged by police to provide any information that could help with the investigation. In relation to Nicole Hasselman's death, Jan Popel, 31, was taken into custody on November 29 and subsequently charged with second-degree murder. At some point today, Mr. Popel will appear before a judge. There was no threat to public safety because this was a singular occurrence, and the individuals involved knew one another. Without the tireless efforts of our detectives, today's outcome would not have been possible. They worked extremely hard to gather and secure all the evidence for charge approval. We understand that Nicole Hasselman's friends, family, and everyone else who was impacted by her while she was alive are going through a very trying time. We only hope that we were able to address some of Nicole's family's inquiries. There's always a chance that one or more people have information that they haven't yet shared with me. We live up to that. And once more, one of the reasons I'm standing here today is to address those who may have information that they haven't disclosed for whatever reason. They may only now be becoming aware of it. Come forward now, please. Anyone with information about any of our investigations is welcome to contact us. One of the most important aspects of Nicole's death investigation was reconstructing the timeline. It made it possible for the investigators to put together all of the information they could see, view the sequence of events and the time they took place. This informational organization made it easier to spot contradictions in Jan's testimony and examine his actions. After all, every minute could have an impact on our comprehension of the precise circumstances surrounding Nicole's untimely demise. Investigators examined phone logs, text messages between Nicole and Jan, and surveillance footage. The most accurate picture of Nicole's location at any given time, her contacts, and the specific events surrounding her was given by this data. The chronology was also crucial to the prosecution's case against Jan because, as was previously stated, it would have been challenging to persuade the court of his guilt in the absence of hard proof of his involvement in the incident gathered in a precise order. The events leading up to Nicole's death started 9 days prior to the fatal car accident, but the relationship between Nicole and Jan lasted 7 years, with breaks and reunions. According to reports, Jan's jealousy reached previously unheard-of levels after Nicole informed him that their relationship was over by beginning to speak with another man. He picked Nicole up in a rental car on the evening of November 16 while her son was at hockey practice, and they got into a fight. After that, Jan took out 2 kitchen knives and started repeatedly stab Nicole, who was seated in the passenger seat, throughout her body. Then, in a last-ditch effort to save her life, Jan took out his cell phone and began filming video instead of phoning for help. She was heard declaring her love for Jan. Without expressing regret, Jan told her that he stabbed her because he could not bear the thought of her dating someone else. After that, he left Nicole in the car outside and drove home, going inside to send a few emails, including one in which he resigned from his position. While Jan sent emails, paid some bills, and even went online to buy a new TV and dishwasher, Nicole spent 2 hours in the car. Nicole was still alive when he returned to the rental car. He allegedly planned to stage a car accident to give the impression that Nicole had perished in the collision. Nicole, who was not wearing a seatbelt, flew out of the car when Jan Poupel slammed his foot on the accelerator and crashed into a streetlight at high speed. Jan Poupel was accused of second-degree murder based on the evidence that was gathered. For Nicole's family and friends, the trial, which started in 2020 and lasted for several months, was yet another ordeal. The video that Jan Poupel took with his cell phone after repeatedly injuring Nicole was shown in front of the crowd during the trial. The judge asked those in the gallery to leave if they felt uncomfortable and warned the courtroom that it would be graphic. The injured victim was seen having trouble breathing in the 1-minute video. People sitting next to her can be heard accusing her of disrespecting him rather than phoning for assistance. Jan Poupel, who was envious and vindictive, told Nicole that she was solely to blame. In a video he recorded after he attacked Nicole with 2 knives, Poupel said, "You just took from me, disrespected me for months and years." The victim's father, Joe Porciello, left the courtroom as the video was playing, clearly upset, and Poupel sat with his head lowered in the prisoner's dock. Watch the video. The victim's brother, Carmine Porciello, yelled at him. "Raise your head," the brother said. The judge ordered a 15-minute morning break after the video, acknowledging that the footage was distressing. 4 witnesses, including the father and brother, gave moving victim impact statements in court. The father characterized his daughter as the cornerstone of their family and a lovely soul. Speaking directly to Poupel, he declared, "You have destroyed our family." The brother claimed that the crime had turned him into a zombie and that he was furious with the accused, saying, "We cannot forgive you for what you have done." Several other victim impact statements, including one from the victim's young son, were summarized by Crown Counsel Jacqueline Madden. The boy said he had lost a piece of his heart when his mother passed away because she was his best friend. Madden stated in the decision that although Poupel had shown remorse, the judge characterized his actions as self-centered, callous, and cruel. Joe Porciello, Nicole's father, disagreed. "I felt sick to my stomach because he should have had a tear in his eye if he had been sorry." He claimed that he would display any emotion outside of court. He appeared to be out to lunch when he last appeared in the courtroom, where guilty pleas to second-degree murder were made. The penalty for second-degree murder is automatically life in prison. The how many years it would be before he could apply for parole was the only question that followed. Poupel's lawyer requested a minimum of 10 years, but the prosecutor was urging a minimum of 15 years. Given Poupel's past of acting abusively and jealously toward Nicole, neither of these choices was well received by Nicole's family. According to her cousin Gina Giuliano, he ought to have been charged with and found guilty of first-degree murder, which carries a 25-year prison sentence without the possibility of parole. No number is sufficient in my opinion, but if 25 is the upper limit, then I believe that's what he ought to receive. We have someone who is not even 40 years old, and in the worst situation, he might be out when he's 50 or 55, she said, according to Giuliano. That is not acceptable. Nicole's friends and family have started a social media campaign in the week before the sentencing, pointing out the gaps left by Nicole's passing and posing the question of whether the penalty is appropriate for the crime. Giuliano asserts that we cannot tolerate such individuals on our streets. Such a precedent that a vicious crime carries a sentence so light that it is easy for anyone to commit it is unacceptable. Popo conveyed regret and remorse in a statement to the court and Nicole's family. "I have long been waiting for this opportunity to express my apologies to you," he said. Jan Popo received a life sentence in April 2021 and then, in a panic, received prison time. He will be eligible to apply for parole after 15 years. Nicole's family told a group of reporters outside the courthouse that justice doesn't exist in this country and that Popo's sentence was not harsh enough. Gina Giuliano, Nicole's cousin, expressed her disappointment with the decision. "He will truly be able to walk the streets in 15 years? Is that what we want to tell our community?" she asked. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 3 young lads chose to go hiking near Wadsworth Park, northwest of Great Falls, Montana, on January 3, 1956, which is when this horrific event began. They discovered a car parked between 2 trees with its motor still running while they were strolling down a dusty road. To their surprise, they found a dead body. 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road, the police discovered another lifeless person the next day, with secrets and ominous tales that plagued Great Falls for years. This enigmatic incident gave rise to myths and conjecture surrounding the case. What sinister secrets were concealed in the lives of the victims? Would we ever know the truth? We'll examine the convoluted case of Patricia Kalitsky and Dwayne Bogle today. Montana's Great Falls is a city renowned for its lively people and breathtaking scenery. The Great Falls of the Missouri, a group of waterfalls on the Missouri River, are the inspiration behind the city's name. With attractions like Giant Springs State Park and the River's Edge Trail, the city offers a blend of urban conveniences and scenic beauty. This is where the story for today is set. Let's begin at the very beginning, though. On January 18, 1937, Dwayne Bogle was born in Waco, Texas. Albuquerque Walker and James George Bogle Jr., his parents, embraced him. Dwayne was a Waco High School graduate who was loved by his family for his wonderful sense of humor and endearing demeanor. Fortunately, Dwayne's path led him to the United States Air Force in 1955, youthful and ambitious. It was probably his first job after finishing technical school and basic training. For 8 months, he served as an airman second class at Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana, which is close to the picturesque town of Great Falls. He had no idea that he would meet Patricia Kalitsky, the love of his life, while he was there. She was a junior at Great Falls High School when she was born on August 20, 1939, in the tiny town of Great Falls. She always had a large smile on her face and was regarded by her classmates as amusing, compassionate, and energetic. Patricia appeared to be gifted in anything she tried, including tap and ballet dancing. 18-year-old Dwayne and 16-year-old Patricia met in December 1955. They both loved to sing and dance, and as luck would have it, Dwayne fell deeply in love with Patricia while he was sent at Malmstrom. Even though they had only known one another for a few weeks, they clicked right away and dreamed of a future together since they couldn't bear to be apart. Dwayne was embraced by Patricia's family, and he even spent Christmas 1955 staying with them and participating in their celebrations. With great excitement and anticipation, Dwayne and Patricia set off on their trek to Wadsworth Park on that memorable day, January 2, 1956. Brimming with anticipation for their first journey together as a couple, they bid farewell to their relatives. They had no idea that their journey would soon take an unexpected turn that would permanently change their lives. Although they had intended to get home by 9 p.m., Patricia's parents became more and more worried as the hours passed. Patricia, who was renowned for being accountable and on time, had not returned by her customary curfew of 10 p.m. In a panic, Patricia's parents contacted her older sister in the hopes of finding out where she was, but she was nowhere to be found. They searched well-known spots where Patricia enjoyed spending her time, but she was still evasive. They began to worry about the prospect that Patricia might have eloped with Duane, just like her sister. As their search became more frantic, they hesitantly accepted the idea that history might be repeating itself, because they had already felt the anguish of betrayal from their older daughter, who had eloped with her lover years prior. Uncertain if Patricia had voluntarily disappeared or if anything more nefarious had happened, they were afraid of the worst but were also troubled by their previous heartbreak, so they were reluctant to call the police. 3 daring youngsters went hiking at Wadsworth Park in northwest Great Falls, Montana, on a chilly January 3, 1956. They encountered an odd and unnerving sight while strolling along a dirt path. The radio was playing loudly in a car that was still running and parked between 2 trees. The emergency brake was applied, and its headlights remained on. The motorist appeared to have disappeared moments earlier. Curiosity drove the youngsters to approach the car with caution. They were shocked to see a dead man partially trapped beneath the car, laying face down. They saw that what appeared to be his own belt had been used to firmly bind his hands behind his back. The guys alerted the authorities right away, and they hurried to the area to look into it. Being cautious not to disturb any possible evidence, they thoroughly searched the entire area. They discovered a gunshot wound to the back of the man's head when examining his body. His body showed no further symptoms of injuries, which was surprising. This implied that the murderer's sole goal was to take his life quickly without causing him more pain. A key piece of identification, the driver's license of 18-year-old Duane Bogle, was discovered by the police during the automobile search, and it served as a major lead in the investigation. Robbery was one of the many hypotheses that whirled through the police's heads. The fact that the car's engine was still running suggested that the murderer had made a quick escape after stealing items. Then, however, they had a horrifying suspicion. They thought there had been a crime more heinous than robbery. Since kidnappings were happening regularly at the time, there were worries that Duane might have been singled out for attention. The terrible decision to take Duane's life seemed to be the outcome of the criminal's initial plot going horribly wrong. The cops thoroughly examined the entire region because they were determined to locate any hint, but the predator had been able to entirely hide his tracks, so there was no sign of him. The heartbreaking news of Duane's murder was subsequently relayed to his family by the police. Duane's parents were overcome with astonishment and sadness at hearing the startling news. They were unable to understand how someone could hurt their cherished kid, who was always happy and adored by others. For them, it was an extremely painful moment. When Patricia's parents heard the news, they came forward and gave the police important information. They disclosed that Patricia had not come home either and was also with Duane. They said they were worried about her safety and wondered where Patricia might be if Duane had been slain. When the police first arrived at the crime scene, they found no evidence of Patricia nearby, which left them perplexed. They went back to the location and stepped up their search, since they were determined to find her. The following day, January 4, 1956, a road worker found Patricia's lifeless body 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road. The tragic sight was about 8 kilometers from the discovery of Duane's body. It was clear Patricia had probably been abducted. Sadly, her body had rolled to the location from the gravel road above, as shown by a trail of blood down the rocky valley. She had also been shot in the back of the head, just like Duane. The authorities had no idea that this was only the start of a dark and terrifying story. The police made the decision to look into what happened and find out where Patricia and Duane were last seen. They learned that on the night of January 2, 1956, the pair had been spotted together having a drink at Pete's Drive-In restaurant. The restaurant employees said that they arrived at 8:30 p.m. and departed just after 9 o'clock. During their visit, they were the only ones in the automobile. The authorities assumed Patricia and Duane had driven there voluntarily, because the area where Duane and his automobile were discovered was a well-liked destination for couples. It seems that their assailant had discovered them there and ejected them from the car. Because Duane and Patricia's murders were so similar, authorities were certain that they had been killed by the same person. The disturbing conditions suggested a gruesome execution-style murder, in which the 2 victims were made to kneel before being shot in the back of the head and killed. A disturbing fact surfaced as the investigation went on. Except for one misplaced shoe that had fallen off as she tumbled down the embankment, Patricia's body was completely clothed when it was found at the bottom of a steep ravine. There was no concrete proof of assault found during the initial inspection of her body, but as the inquiry progressed, an unexpected turn of events surfaced. Additional testing and analysis revealed an entirely different image. The revelation occurred when Patricia's body was found to have injuries associated with assault, defying the first conclusion. Additionally, they were able to obtain a swab from her in the hopes of identifying the murderer. Unfortunately, no definitive results could be obtained at the time due to technological restrictions. All of the test results and supporting documentation, however, were meticulously saved in case the mystery could be solved in the future. And further dimension of intrigue was introduced by the coroner's assessment. In fact, it was thought that Duane had survived the shooting for a few hours. It was thought that the shooting itself happened sometime between 10 p.m. and midnight, and Duane passed away tragically between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Authorities started a thorough investigation because they were committed to finding the murderer. The Great Falls Sheriff's Office's T.J. Leeper went above and beyond by purchasing a polygraph machine with his own funds that might provide crucial hints. To make sure it was used properly, they sent in a Seattle specialist. 10 officers dedicated their time to the case, working around the clock. They started looking for anyone who would have a reason to hurt Patricia or Duane. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed a troubling exchange she had with Duane on January 2, 1956, the day before his lifeless body was discovered, adding to the growing suspicion. The authorities were intrigued by this information and pondered whether the friend might be linked to the murders of Patricia and Duane. They managed to locate the friend and spent 4 hours questioning him. When they were unable to locate any proof connecting him to the killings, the police eventually forced to let him go. Furthermore, it was established that he was in his Texas house when the murder occurred. Unfortunately, the authorities were unable to identify a specific personal reason for Duane and Patricia's killings. Their investigation options were limited by this obstacle, so they turned their attention to those who had consumed alcohol the night before the killings and attempted to track down those who carried firearms. When all seems lost, 2 witnesses came forward with shocking information. They reported to the police on January 10, 1956, a man who was spotted returning home at midnight with a gun in his hand, in addition to having one. A glimmer of hope that they might have finally gotten a break in the case was generated by this information, but when they confronted the individual and spoke with him, their hope swiftly evaporated. He insisted that he didn't even own a gun and strongly denied ever leaving his residence that evening. Based on the 2 men's testimonies, the police had almost enough reason to arrest him. In a startling change of events, nevertheless, the witnesses did finally confess. It was discovered after hours of hard interrogation that they had been lying the entire time because they hated the man. They viewed this continuous probe as a chance to get what they wanted. The police were shocked and enraged by this discovery, knowing that they had to start over in their hunt for the real criminal. Sheriff Leeper had to close the full-time investigation into the case in March 1956, 2 months later, without being able to identify the murderer. The sheriff expressed his dissatisfaction and sadness for not apprehending the individual responsible for Patricia and Duane's deaths, but the lack of progress was discouraging. The inquiry went on, but in January 1957, the sheriff addressed the Great Falls Tribune on the 1-year anniversary of the killings. He expressed his will to continue. "I guess it's just one of those things, but we're not giving up. Maybe this year we'll catch him. He must have made a mistake. They all do. Someday, we'll find out what it was, and then we'll have them." Their families and the communities to which they belonged were profoundly affected by Duane and Patricia's deaths. Henry, Patricia's father, had emotional numbness and struggled to accept Patricia's passing. In an interview with the television program Hard Copy, Patricia's sister Darlene revealed that their father Henry was unable to deal with the loss or talk about Patricia. Darlene decided to treasure the good times she shared with her sister as a way to find comfort. Both families understood that nothing could bring Patricia and Duane back, no matter how much it hurt. It was really hard to understand the loss, and it seemed impossible to find closure. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed that for years following the murder, she and Duane's mother corresponded by mail. Because of their shared loss and sadness, the 2 families were able to connect through their correspondence. Meanwhile, the case had remained unsolved. Detective Bill Madison brought a new perspective to the 2001 investigation into the murders of Duane and Patricia. He found a swab from Patricia's autopsy that had been kept for more than 45 years in evidence storage. The swab was transferred to the Montana State Police Crime Lab for processing using the latest developments in DNA technology. Patricia had been beaten, as the lab shockingly discovered a cell in the swab that did not belong to Duane. Over the course of the following few years, investigators compared the cell's DNA to that of over 35 previously recognized suspects. But the DNA on the sample did not match that of any of the suspects. The swab's DNA was also compared to national criminal databases by the investigators, but no matches were discovered. They investigated suspects such as Boston mobster James Whitey Bulger, who had resided in the Great Falls region at the time of the killings. Bulger was previously arrested in 1951 for the assault of a 15-year-old girl. Edward Wayne, a convicted serial murderer who killed two couples years after Duane and Patricia's deaths, was another possible possibility. He denied any participation, although the authorities suspected he might have been in the Great Falls region at the time. When Bulger's and Wayne's DNA did not match the swabs, they were both disqualified as suspects. After 18 more years of investigation, a breakthrough was made, motivated by the method employed to solve the Golden State Killer case in 2018. Assigned to the Patricia and Duane murder case, Detective Sergeant John Canneron was adamant about pursuing the investigation. In order to obtain further DNA evidence from the swab obtained at Patricia's autopsy, he collaborated with forensic scientists. They embraced a state-of-the-art technique in 2019 called genetic genealogy with GED match technology. Forensic genealogists were able to compare the DNA profile discovered at the crime site with profiles in public genealogical databases, thanks to this novel technique. They were able to create a family tree and find distant relatives by examining the common DNA. Making the connections between various people and their genetic connections was similar to solving a jigsaw. The investigators were about to reveal the suspect after carefully creating the family tree, but there was a terrifying turn to the tale. It was difficult to get a direct DNA sample from the leading suspect because he had already died and his bones had been cremated. Unfazed, they focused on the suspect's kids, who lived close to Great Falls, and asked for their DNA to compare. To their surprise, the children's DNA revealed that the cell discovered during Patricia's autopsy had come from their father. When the children learned that their loving father was to blame for the deaths of two individuals, it was a heartbreaking discovery. Kenneth Gould, who also resided in Great Falls, was formally identified by the Cascade County Sheriff's Office as the murderer of Patricia and Duane on June 8, 2021. Following a comprehensive investigation and DNA analysis, the authorities were certain that Kenneth Gould was the murderer of Patricia and Duane. However, Gould cannot be tried or formally identified as the murderer because he had already died. Rather, they were limited to designating him as the case's most likely suspect. This historic announcement was made over 65 years after the untimely deaths of Patricia and Duane, making it the oldest case ever solved in history, utilizing the cutting-edge method of genetic genealogy. The local horse trainer, Kenneth Gould, was born and raised in Great Falls, Montana. He married 16-year-old Lula Bell Brown in 1952 at the age of 24, began a family, and raised 5 kids. He lived very close to Patricia's home and was often spotted riding horses in the neighborhood around the time of the murder. Gould lived close to the location of the incident, but his name was never in the police files and he had no obvious relationship to either Patricia or Duane. Oddly, Gould sold his family's land in February 1956, a month after the killings, and started a string of movements throughout Montana before landing in Missouri in 1967. He never went back to Montana after that. At the age of 79, Gould's adventure came to an end in 2001 when he died in Oregon County, Missouri. His life continued to be entangled with the mystery surrounding the killings of Patricia and Duane, raising doubts about his potential involvement and the motivation for the killings. People can have secrets they never tell anyone, Cascade County Sheriff's Office Detective Sergeant John Canneron said in reference to the case. Many of Patricia and Duane's loved ones had already died, and were unable to hear the news because so much time had passed between the murders and Gould's identification. Darlene, Patricia's lone surviving sister, suffered from severe dementia. When Gould was eventually found, the case's conclusion caused Duane and Patricia's family to experience a range of emotions. Gould's identification triggered emotions and rekindled old emotional wounds among the relatives, despite their relief at having answers at last. Karen Bogle McCarthy, Dwayne's niece, told the New York Times that her generation benefited from the use of contemporary technology in the case's resolution. Jim Bogle, Dwayne's younger brother James, has a daughter named Karen. As a child, Jim Bogle had always admired Dwayne. Since Jim died of a neurological disease in November 2013, he was sadly unable to witness the identification of his beloved brother's killer. The surviving family of Patricia and Dwayne was extremely relieved that they were no longer burdened with the bizarre hypotheses and wild speculation surrounding the case. The idea that Dwayne had joined the mob in Great Falls and caused their untimely deaths was one scenario that devastated his family. Additionally, there were rumors that Dwayne was involved with narcotics dealers in Texas, but Gould's identification ended decades of conjecture and rumors in addition to exposing the truth about who separated Dwayne from his family. Even though there is now closure, the families impacted by this tragedy still have emotional scars. How do you feel about this case? What do you believe might be the driving force behind the murders of Patricia and Dwayne? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A person's life can be completely transformed by the emotion of love. It can be tender and loving, or it can be hurtful and disappointing. Almost everyone has times in their lives when they meet someone who becomes special to them, but occasionally these relationships don't work out as planned. In this tale, a man and a woman fell in love, but their relationship ended because of a well-publicized investigation. What transpired between them? For what reason were their parents against their relationship? This video will teach you the answers to these questions. I want to start by saying that this is one of the most unbelievable stories I have ever posted on my channel. Why do those who are meant to protect and serve act indifferently? And everyone will be shocked by this story's conclusion. We will therefore talk about what happened in Kemerovo, Russia, in 2020. The administrative hub of the Kemerovo Oblast is the sizable Russian city of Kemerovo. It is located in western Siberia's southern region. It is one of the biggest cities in Siberia, with a population of over 500,000. On September 24, 1997, Vera Pekteleva was born in Kishtym, Kemerovo Oblast. She developed into a happy, imaginative adult. She won first place in several competitions because she loved singing while studying in school. Despite their divorce while she was in school, Vera's parents, Oksana and Yevgeny, remained friendly. Vera got along well with her mother's new husband and her father's new wife. She was characterized as a non-confrontational, upbeat, and kind individual. Vera's mother, Oksana, lived in Kiselyovsk, about 110 miles from Kemerovo, and Vera visited her mother whenever she had free time. As I mentioned earlier, Vera was a creative person, so her family was taken aback when she moved to Kemerovo after high school and enrolled in the State Technical University rather than pursuing a creative career. Vera met a man her own age, Vladislav Kanyas, during one of these trips in 2016. Vera was nothing like Vlad, as everyone called him. He was reclusive, irritable, and lacked life goals. Vlad was raised in a dysfunctional household and left school after the 9th grade. He lived with his father after his mother abandoned her family. But the challenges in his life did not stop there. In the end, his father committed suicide as a result of his legal troubles. Vlad was profoundly affected by everything that transpired in front of his eyes. Vera fell in love with Vlad despite the fact that they had little in common. Vera's parents opposed this relationship because they were aware of Vlad's identity. Although we sympathized with the man and understood that his life wasn't easy, we wanted Vera to have an entirely different life. We didn't agree with her decision. According to her mother, Oksana, we waited for her to break up with him. Vera's father requested that they break up after learning about Vlad. But Vlad and his daughter remained together. She simply ceased discussing him with her parents. Vlad never showed up for our family get-togethers. The pictures on Vera's social media accounts did not feature him. She seemed to be concealing him, Vera's mother recalled. It's important to note that in 2019, Vera and Vlad moved to Kemerovo to live together. Vlad, who was unemployed and did not want to change that, loved living with Vera, and her parents helped pay for the apartment. She always had some cash in her wallet and was intelligent and attractive. She gave him financial support. The couple's relationship was strained. It was obvious that Vlad would not stop abusing alcohol. In November 2019, Vlad allegedly beat her, according to her parents. When Vera finally made the decision to end this toxic relationship, her boyfriend was adamantly against it. As previously stated, Vera's parents assisted her in paying for the apartment where she and Vlad resided. Since Vera ended their relationship in November 2019, it stands to reason that Vlad ought to have moved out, but he refused to do so. He enjoyed living at the expense of others. This is a passage from Vlad's testimony. It will help you understand what transpired after Vera made the decision to break up with him. However, keep in mind that this is Vlad's testimony. Whether or not you believe what he says in his testimony is up to you. I got into a fight with Vera on December 15, 2019, he said. I wanted to go to a nightclub, but she said no, so we got into a fight. Vera started traveling frequently to Kislyovsk during our time together. Slowly, she started to distance herself from me. She informed me that she was speaking to someone else. Remember that. Vera had told Vlad she was ending their relationship a month prior, he went on. Our mutual friend also told me that she was seeing someone else. According to her, Vera was seeing Alexander, a man from Kislyovsk. I was not personally acquainted with him. I wanted to speak with Vera after finding out that she was seeing Alexander. During this period, we remained in the same apartment. Following our argument on December 15, 2019, she departed and took a few items with her. At the same time, I kept calling her to stay in contact. I offered to assist Vera in moving her remaining possessions to a different apartment when I called her on January 12, 2020. I offered to meet and move things, and Vera accepted. I would assist her with the move, we decided. We decided to meet in the afternoon on January 13. I was supposed to get her belongings. Vera approached me on January 13, 2020, at approximately 4 or 6 o'clock. I wanted to leave this apartment as well, so when she arrived, we packed our belongings. Without Vera, I didn't want to live there. We consumed beer, liqueur, and vodka while packing. Then I was intoxicated and Vera was intoxicated too. On January 14, 2020, we drank alcohol until 5 in the morning. We had no arguments while we were drinking, but when I brought up our relationship and suggested that we get back together, I revealed that I knew she was seeing another man, which caused a rift between us. It was not to her liking. She then began to curse, insult me, and hit me. Specifically, she kicked me at least 5 times in the groin and struck me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. When she slapped me, I felt no pain. Vera began hitting me first, but I felt physical pain when she kicked me between the legs. It infuriated me. She lied and claimed she wasn't seeing another man at the same time, which infuriated me. Vera kept insulting me, saying that I was intruding on her personal life because I was aware of every detail about her at the time. Vlad told the police that version of events. We'll talk about the opposing viewpoint next, which provides compelling evidence that Vlad was dishonest in his testimony. Take note of this phrase. On January 14, 2020, we drank alcohol until 5 in the morning. We did not argue while doing so. Vera had no intention of sharing the apartment with Vlad, much less partaking in alcohol. She requested a friend's assistance with the move. Vera left a voicemail for her friend at 5:08 p.m., stating that she was already in the apartment packing up her belongings. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, she promised to be at her new apartment. Vera requested assistance from a friend to move her belongings from the taxi to the apartment. Vera left another voicemail 3 minutes later. She asked her friend to assist her with the move by coming to the apartment where she and Vlad shared. But before Vera could finish, Vlad interrupted, saying, "No one's coming in here," and he objected to Vera's friend entering the apartment. 4 minutes later, at 5:15 p.m., Vera asked her friend to come in a low voice, suggesting that things had gotten out of hand. This message appears to have been a request for assistance. She purposefully spoke quietly so Vlad wouldn't hear her. Vera leaves another voicemail at 5:25 p.m., and Vlad's commanding voice can be heard once more. He advises Vera's friend to wait for Vera to text her and not to bother them. Vlad himself recorded the voicemail at 7:19 p.m. Vera was unable to use her phone from that point on. The monster and she were left alone, but we must explain what happened next. A witness described the horrific screams coming from apartment 738 as a massacre, and at around 3 in the morning, the neighbors on the same floor began to wake up. 15 people gathered in the hallway outside the apartment because the screams were so loud. Among them was Vlad's brother. Since his brother had previously threatened to kill Vera, he recalled Vlad's words and understood that they would have to smash down the door. Since the apartment's door was iron, the neighbors began searching for instruments to pry it open. People called the emergency service, and these calls eventually became part of a separate investigation, all the while hearing Vera's heartbreaking cries coming from the apartment. The police were still nowhere to be found 30 minutes later. During the 3.5 hours it lasted until 6:30 a.m., people called the police, but nobody arrived to help Vera. While Vera was fighting for her life, the witnesses called the emergency services 7 times, but no one answered. Vlad was the last person to speak to them from behind the door. "Forgive me, Vera," he said. "You have my undying love." Ultimately, the neighbors broke down the door using a crowbar they found in a nearby parking lot. Vlad was in the restroom by now, and Vera was already dead. He was inebriated. While Vera was suffering a terrible death at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, and the neighbors were futilely attempting to contact the police for assistance. Operators were drinking tea, laughing, and discussing life in 112, and they were quite upset about being bothered. It was only after Vera's death that the police showed up. They will later allege that one car ran out of gas and that no officers were available because everyone was attending to other calls. Consequently, the police officers who were on duty that evening and the 112 operators were also put on trial. The police station video was released while the investigation was underway, but translating it into English is pointless. I can sum it up in one word: indifference, and even without subtitles, it's obvious. Recall that Vlad stated in his testimony that he and Vera had no disputes until 5 in the morning, but the forensic analysis revealed that he had lied. 6 hours prior to her demise, Vera sustained her initial injuries. At around midnight, that is. It indicated that she had been beaten and injured by Vlad Kanyas for 6 hours prior to her passing. Her nose and ribs were broken, and she had approximately 100 injuries total, including stab wounds. Additionally, there were marks from strangulation on her neck. If you were surprised by the police's lack of action, prepare yourself. You won't believe what happened next. Over 1,000 people showed up for Vera Pexteleba's funeral, and the church was unable to accommodate them all. According to Oksana, Vera's mother, the funeral home tried to restore her daughter's face with makeup for 4 hours, but she was still unable to identify her. Her injuries were that severe. Vlad Kanyus was telling the investigators in the meantime his account of events. Naturally, he made an effort to minimize his involvement in this crime. He said as much about that evening. "I told her I knew she was seeing another guy and suggested we get back together when I first started talking to her about our relationship. We began to argue. It was not to her liking. She then began hitting me, insulting me, and using profanity. In particular, she struck me in the face with her palm at least 8 times and kicked me at least 5 times in the groin. When she slapped me, I felt no pain. Vera began hitting me first, but I felt physical pain when she kicked me between the legs. It infuriated me. She lied and claimed she wasn't seeing anyone else, which infuriated me. Vera also claimed that since I was well versed in her personal life, I was intruding on her privacy. She persisted in insulting me during this time. So I became enraged and struck her multiple times with my palms, roughly 4 times on the head, though the blows were not very strong. Vera fell to the ground and struck the closet when I struck her. On her stomach, she lay. She struck me back too. Specifically, she used her fists and palms to beat my head. It hurt. She didn't stop even after I told her to. She scratched my back, I recall. I then made the decision to grab her by the neck. On the floor, I noticed an iron. After grabbing this iron, I wrapped Vera's neck with the iron cord. Then I pulled the cord a little tighter around her neck. For 1.5 or 2 minutes, I squeezed her neck. I didn't want to kill Vera at the time, and I was unaware that my actions could do so. I wanted to frighten Vera, so I was pulling the cord tighter around her neck. My goal was for her to faint. I hoped she would go to sleep. After I took the cord off her neck, she began coughing and wheezing for 15 minutes. When I took Vera's neck cord off, I placed her on her back. After she had been in the prone position, she was unconscious at the time. She wheezed and made noises at the same time. She seemed fine to me. I eventually began rousing Vera, but she was not responding. I then began to hear if her heart was pounding. I listened to her mouth and then her heart. Her heart wasn't beating. She was not breathing. I can't recall what came next. I recall that I eventually found myself in the restroom. I was holding a knife at the same time. I wanted to injure myself, so I brought a knife. I knew Vera was dead, and I didn't want to kill her, so I didn't want to live. After a while, my brother and a policeman entered the apartment through the open door. I was then instructed to put on my clothes. The police station is where I was taken. I apologize for my actions. I don't deny that Vera died as a result of what I did. I had no desire to murder her. I would like to express my regret to Vera's family. Vlad has a selective memory, as you have observed. He recalled strangling Vera, but he couldn't recall how he hurt her roughly 100 times. Vera was lying on her stomach on the floor during the interrogation, and it was unclear how she could have scratched his back and punched him in the face. It also became evident how Vlad's brother got to the crime scene. He lived in a different city, after all. This is what Vlad said to the police. I called my brother and informed him of the situation. My brother advised me to call an ambulance and perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Vera. After I informed him that she was not breathing, I attempted to administer first aid to her. I attempted to massage her heart and perform CPR. He called his brother around midnight and threatened to kill Vera, according to information uncovered during the investigation. When questioned again about Vera's injuries during the second interrogation, he said, "It was probably me who caused those injuries to Vera. Although I didn't keep track of how many blows I delivered, the expert discovered some injuries on Vera's body that might have been my fault. I can't recall how many times I struck her, but I believe it was the same amount as the expert suggested. I acknowledge that I caused her every injury listed in the report. I desired quiet. I didn't consider how she was suffering. During our argument, she yelled at me and insulted me. When I struck her, I didn't like it. I didn't enjoy her yelling. I wished she would stop talking. At the time, I didn't consider her suffering." Additionally, Vlad Canius claimed that he and Vera were intimate by consent. Since it was impossible to prove the opposite, the charges pertaining to this were ultimately dropped that evening. Emergency service operators and police officers were charged with negligence. It's difficult to accept, but throughout the investigation, they continued to give ludicrous justifications for their actions, and no one suspended them from their jobs. For each of the 5 defendants, the prosecutors sought actual prison sentences, but the judge made a different decision. They were given suspended sentences ranging from 1.5 to 2 years. Additionally, the court mandated that each give the victims roughly $350. The police department also had to pay about $11,000 at the same time. Although the ruble is the currency of Russia, I have converted all amounts to US dollars. The indictment claims that the police officers had gasoline, and even if they didn't, they should have taken the proper action to address the situation. However, they did not view going to the scene as an urgent task, so everyone can understand these numbers. According to them, neither police officer admitted guilt and refused to assist with the investigation. The investigation team was at another address where the man's body had been discovered earlier, when witnesses called to report the woman's screams and cries for assistance. Vera had no intention of staying in the apartment that night, so we'll probably never find out what actually transpired. She even asked a friend to assist her in moving. Thus, there is every reason to believe that Vlad poured alcohol into Vera's mouth while she was unconscious, or forced her to drink it. He had time to devise a story that would demonstrate that everything that occurred was accidental. Vlad Canius was given a 17-year prison sentence by the court in the summer of 2022. He partially acknowledged his guilt. Additionally, he was mandated to make a compensation payment of roughly $45,000. Vera's parents were shocked by what transpired next, since they felt that 17 years was a very light sentence for what Canius had done to their daughter. They intended to appeal the decision. But Vlad was not even imprisoned for a year. Pictures of Canus in uniform were broadcast on the network in November 2023, and it was revealed in April 2023 that he had been pardoned by the president following 6 months of involvement in the war. He was also released from the duty to compensate Vera's parents in any way, and you are all aware of the type of conflict Russia is currently embroiled in. In Russia, the case of Vera Pekteleva has generated a lot of interest. Not less poignant was the news of Vlad Canus's pardon. This is what the Russian president's press secretary had to say about it. Pardoning follows a specific process, which we have discussed on numerous occasions. The convicted individual should first confess his guilt before the documents are sent to the president for review. This decision is made at the level of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, followed by the regional level, the federal district, the Central Commission, and finally the president. This is one method. Another is for prisoners, including those incarcerated for major offenses, to atone for their crimes with blood on the battlefield. Blood under shells and bullets was how they atoned for their sins. When Vera's parents found out that the person who killed their daughter was free and could start over, it's difficult to imagine how they felt. Such a chance will never come to their daughter. She was denied another chance. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lori Eisenberg called the Idaho authorities in February 2018 with a distressing message. She said she was sailing on Lake Coeur d'Alene with her husband, Larry Eisenberg, when he suddenly fell into the water. But after the body was recovered, a medical examination revealed a different picture, which made authorities believe that a more intricate and nuanced story was involved. Born in 1950, Larry Eisenberg earned a degree in forestry from the College of Idaho. He worked in forest cultivation, maintenance, and harvesting. He started working in the woodworking industry after completing his college education. He spent his entire life striving for success because he enjoyed working hard. In 1974, Larry married his first wife, with whom he had 2 children. But after the kids grew up, the couple got divorced. He soon met Lori Barnes, who was born in 1953. Lori's life used to be extremely impoverished. On occasion, her family even had to stay the night on farms that were deserted. She got married in 1973 at the age of 19, and the couple divorced in 1996, but they had 6 daughters together. She moved out after the divorce and became a single mother to her daughters. Many were drawn to Lori because of her amazing laugh and smile, and she was very good with people. Larry has consistently stated that he loves his wife more than anything else since they were married in 2004. Their neighbors and friends said their 17-year marriage was perfect. In northern Idaho, they led a contented life. Lori was the executive director of the North Idaho Housing Coalition at the time, which remodeled homes for impoverished families to buy or rent. Larry was retired but still involved in a number of community activities, and she was a well-respected member of the community. Lori and Larry decided to take their boat to Lake Coeur d'Alene on February 13, 2018, so they could watch the sunrise from Sunup Bay, a beautiful location. Given that Lake Coeur d'Alene is generally regarded as having serene waters, what happened that day was nearly unthinkable. But soon after they set sail, Lori looked very upset and used Larry's phone to dial 911. She reported her husband's drowning to the authorities. Lori described her desperate search for Larry in the water and her need for immediate help. At 11 a.m., officers reached the closest shoreline and sent a rescue boat to retrieve Lori so that she could receive medical care. Sheriff deputies asked the woman for any information regarding Larry's last known location when they arrived at the scene. Lori claimed she couldn't find her cell phone and didn't call emergency services until 2 hours after Larry went overboard. Additionally, Lori stated that she had to manually start the engine again because the ignition key had broken shortly before the incident. She then disclosed that after searching the neighborhood for Larry, she chose not to drive the boat back to shore out of concern that she would lose the trail. She eventually located Larry's cell phone and dialed 911, after taking out a blanket to stay warm. But after she finished speaking, the cell phone fell out of her grasp and into the lake. The officer observed that the woman's emotion appeared to be very real during this exchange. They all believed it to be an accident. Lori was assisted by medical staff in waiting for an ambulance so she could be monitored further. Officers towed the Eisenbergs' boat to a speedboat nearby so they could inspect it. Detectives noticed blood spatter in multiple locations as soon as they got on the boat, most likely from Lori's nosebleed. Officers discovered a switch and cord on the floor, despite Lori's assertion that the ignition key broke prior to Larry falling into the water. Because the switch and cord would have needed to be connected to the ignition switch in order for the engine to start later, investigators thought this was strange. Furthermore, the ignition key was obviously bent, indicating that there may have been a struggle of some kind. Along with Lori's purse, which included an empty juice bottle, officers also discovered a number of additional keys. These things were all taken as proof. Lori's cell phone was discovered by a deputy sheriff during an examination of the vehicle the Eisenbergs used to tow the boat. Additionally, a vial of allergy medication containing the active ingredient dimenhydrinate and an unidentified liquid spilled in the cup holder. Despite being an over-the-counter antihistamine medication that is frequently used to treat fevers and allergies, it still makes you feel extremely sleepy. Unfortunately, a thorough search was necessary because Lori did not provide precise information regarding their most recent location. As a result, it was determined to use a group of divers equipped with sonar. In an attempt to find Larry, search and rescue helicopters were also involved in the search, but to no avail. Detectives were still unable to locate Larry, so 5 days later, on February 18, they called Lori Eisenberg and asked her to go on the lake with the sonar diving team. Despite her agreement, Lori was unable to name any particular landmarks and offered the searchers little help. The investigator thought this behavior was strange. Lori laughed and joked during the search, and occasionally broke down in tears for no apparent reason. However, this was not stressed because everyone grieves in a different way. However, Lori's suspicious behavior at her husband's house, which was 20 minutes southwest of town, prompted 2 calls to the county sheriff later that day. Police became interested after the callers, who were the Eisenbergs' neighbors, claimed that Lori's family members were assisting her in moving her belongings out of the house. On February 21, 2018, a startling discovery was made that completely changed the course of the case. Due to Lori Eisenberg's potential fraudulent activities, the North Idaho Housing Coalition, where she had worked for years, notified police officers that it would no longer be working with her. It turns out that the coalition's accountant found errors in the report, and that $500,000 was missing from their budget total. That was the amount that only Lori had. Those who knew Lori Eisenberg were shocked by this news because, according to law enforcement, she was a law-abiding citizen with no prior criminal history. Larry's son made the decision to speak with the investigator at this point. He told him about Lori's peculiar actions and the potential role she played in his father's passing. However, the detective was certain that the woman had nothing to do with Larry's death and saw it as merely his personal grievance. However, in response to Lori's fraud charge, a search warrant was issued for the Eisenbergs' residence the following day. Several pieces of evidence were found during the search, including red stains on the floor outside the house, paper towels that appeared to have dried blood on them, black latex gloves, and a Ziploc bag that contained an unidentified white powder. Lori was immediately briefed on the evidence by the investigating detective. She countered that she was unaware of the brown stains in the backyard and that the blood they discovered on the gloves and towels was her own. The red marks on the concrete were later identified by forensic analysis as paint drips that had stained the boards. Lori was arrested on 40 counts of forgery on February 27th. Since the coalition was partially financed by taxpayers, the nearly $500,000 she was accused of stealing would escalate into a far more serious offense. On the following day, one of Lori's daughters posted her $75,000 bail. About 3 miles from the location where Lori claimed Larry fell overboard, Larry's body was discovered floating face down, close to the shore on March 1, 16 days after the tragic event. An autopsy the following day verified that the body belonged to Larry Eisenberg. That's not all, though. Toxicology tests conducted by the coroner's office showed that Larry's blood contained deadly amounts of the antihistamine dimenhydrinate. Experts concur that despite the extremely low frequency of overdoses, The drug is fast-acting and can be lethal if taken in excess in a short amount of time. Although the autopsy results were not made public by the authorities, Lori had previously claimed that her husband took several pills daily and frequently neglected to take the recommended dosage. Larry also had flu-like symptoms, according to Lori. Larry only ever mentioned being sick once in a message to his friend, but was Larry the one who sent that message? The expert analyst concluded that the last time the cell phone signal was present close to Lori's son's house was when Larry vanished into the lake, despite the fact that Larry's phone had drowned. Given that Lori said the phone fell into the lake on February 13, this was strange. Detectives concluded that Larry's death was most definitely not an accident. As a result of all of this, Lori did not show up in court for her fraudulent fraud case in late May. A warrant for her arrest was consequently issued, but she never showed up. Investigators kept questioning the Eisberg family's close associates, and soon the idyllic relationship started to show signs of weakness. Despite their apparent happiness, Larry had been very dissatisfied with Lori's recent spending patterns and the fact that she frequently provided financial support for her kids. Investigators also discovered that Larry was one of 3 men Lori had cheated on her first husband with. Furthermore, it was found that Lori herself had handwritten modifications to Larry's will a month prior to his death. According to the will, Larry's children would receive 80% of the estate, while his own would only receive 20%. Authorities chose to make the autopsy results public and declare the case a premeditated murder since Lori was still at large. It was discovered that he overdosed on the antihistamine Benadryl and died from diphenhydramine toxicity. Diphenhydramine, an antihistamine used to treat allergies, is marketed under the name Benadryl. It is also used as a sleep aid because it makes you drowsy. Even at standard dosage levels of 1,0,100 nanograms per milliliter, diphenhydramine induces drowsiness. Larry's body contained a deadly 7,100 nanograms of diphenhydramine at the time of his death. Larry's doctor was questioned by police to see if they saw any indications of a stroke or other medical irregularities, but the doctors said Larry was in perfect health. Investigators concluded that Lori texted Larry's daughter that morning before poisoning her husband, based on all the evidence they had collected. Subsequently, she added the pills to the man's juice. Larry became ill and went overboard near the coast. They also conjectured that before dialing 911, Lori purposefully steered the boat further away from the location. The entire Eisenberg family was uninsured. What was the motive? That was the only question left. It was probably coming to pass that Lori would inherit their shared house in the event of Larry's death, which she could then sell to raise the money she needed to pay for the money she had stolen. Additionally, according to friends, Larry had no idea what Lori was doing at the Idaho Housing Coalition. 2 months after going missing, Lori finally made an appearance at the sheriff's office by herself in July. Until the fraud case was tried in court, investigators were eager to discuss her alleged murder of her husband. Eisenberg consented to enter a guilty plea to 3 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of federal program theft in November 2018. She also consented to make restitution of about $580,000. Eisenberg was found guilty of embezzling over $500,000 and given a 5-year prison sentence. In addition, Lori's daughters entered guilty pleas to individual conspiracy charges. Each of them received a $50,000 fine and a house arrest sentence. Even though that case was resolved, another one was still pending. Lori was questioned about Larry's death once more right after the sentencing. Detectives questioned her directly about whether or not she had killed her husband during that interrogation. Lori behaved apprehensively throughout this interrogation. Her foot started tapping, which is a sign of tension and anxiety. After that, she was informed of the autopsy's findings. The detectives persisted in pressing her with additional compromising evidence, even though she denied any involvement in her husband's death. She eventually demanded an attorney and refused to answer any more questions. Lori Eisenberg was charged by a grand jury with first-degree murder by poisoning, a capital offense, 2 years after her husband's body was discovered floating in Lake Coeur d'Alene. The COVID-19 pandemic caused her trial to be repeatedly postponed. In order to maintain her innocence and admit that she would probably be found guilty if the case went to trial, Eisenberg entered an Alford plea to a lesser charge of second-degree homicide, after initially being charged with first-degree homicide by use of poison. She entered a guilty plea to the lesser charge of second-degree murder in February 2021. Larry's daughter, Jessica McPherson, said she thought the plea agreement, which spared Eisenberg from acknowledging guilt, was a betrayal of her father's family. "The manner in which I lost my father, Lori Eisenberg, has left a hole in my soul that I will never be able to fill. And for 3 years, that hole has just continued to get deeper and deeper at the web of lies, deceit, and manipulation that have continued to expand," Jessica McPherson said. Larry's son, Dean Eisenberg, stated, "It is impossible for me and those who are deeply impacted by the loss of such a great man and wonderful father to find closure." In an unforgettable way, he referred to his father as his best friend. "Even those who hated him loved him in a way," he stated. As her stepson talked about the man she confessed to poisoning, Lori Eisenberg wiped her eyes with a tissue. He spoke of a decent, industrious man who cherished his family, especially his wife. "I can only hope she did what she did to save him the embarrassment of finding out what his soulmate had done behind his back," said Dean Eisenberg. Lori's daughter, Amber Barnes, claimed that her mother controlled the household. "Larry dedicated his life to Lori. He loved her, he trusted her, and she killed him," Barnes stated. The pain felt by everyone who lamented Larry's passing was exacerbated by Lori's plea to Alford. "She deserves to be held accountable for her actions and be seen for who she really is," Amber Barnes stated. She saw Lori Eisenberg as a father figure and a great-grandfather who would give her children bear hugs and stroke their hair while telling them he loved them. "Our family lost 2 people that day on the lake. We lost Larry, the grandpa we loved, and we lost Lori, the mother and grandma that we loved, trusted, and thought that we knew. Lori shattered our lives when she took Larry's life. But it didn't stop there," Amber Barnes stated. Before the judge sentenced Lori Eisenberg, she spoke to the court for over 45 minutes. She claimed that she started stealing from the coalition because she was having financial difficulties with her daughters, one of whom she had expelled from her house when she was 15. She claimed that she felt unable to express to her husband her desire to support her daughters financially. She emphasizes that they lacked health and dental insurance. "I saw my precious little grandchildren suffering because their mothers were not able to have a double-income family and not able to provide what they needed," she said. "So what do they do when the kids get sick and have to go to the doctor?" According to her, "I got to the point where I was torn between adhering to the life and Larry's standards of life and being able to do what I thought I had to do. And so I came up with the most stupid, shameful plan ever, and that was to steal money from my employer." Eisenberg killed her husband, according to the prosecution, to avoid the additional humiliation of losing half of her assets in a divorce. Eisenberg, however, told the court that her husband wasn't supposed to consume the poisoned drink that killed him. Eisenberg claimed that she had considered suicide ever since her embezzlement was uncovered. Her words, "I knew my life was over." She claimed that after drinking the drink she had tainted with Benadryl, she intended to drown in Lake Coeur d'Alene, but her husband discovered it while she was asleep on the boat. "I had 2 options, death or life in prison. I never wanted to get away with anything. I know Larry would still be alive if it weren't for me," she replied. According to the judge, he was convinced that Eisenberg's account of what happened in court was accurate, at least the version she had chosen. "Your truth doesn't hold up in the light of all the evidence," he responded. Eisenberg was given a life sentence with 30 years fixed and credit for time served, according to the judge's ruling. Following the delivery of the sentence, Larry Eisenberg's family silently embraced it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Without love, trust, and basic respect, what sustains a marriage? For the sake of the children, some attempt to keep the family together. Some are deterred by religious convictions or a combination of these, while others are concerned about other people's opinions and dread public criticism. However, the will to do whatever it takes to keep a marriage intact can occasionally degenerate into a terrible tragedy. Although Jacqueline and Paul Crimble's story is not unusual, its cruelty, selfishness, and cynicism garnered a lot of attention. The perpetrator was labeled the Black Widow and imprisoned, but in an open interview, her daughter admitted that her mother persisted in destroying lives while incarcerated. The connection between Paul Crimble and Jacqueline. Born on December 18, 1974, in County Armagh, Northern Ireland, Jacqueline, also known as Jackie Mary Bennett, was the younger of two children in a typical middle-class household. She was unpredictable, spoilt, rebellious, and occasionally even violent from an early age. Jackie's behavior worsened over her adolescence and eventually became uncontrollable, but her family blamed it on adolescence in the hopes that she would outgrow it. As they say, opposites attract, and this idea seemed to work wonderfully when she met Paul Crimble in high school. He was 3 years older than her and very different from her. Here, Paul was a quiet, reserved young man from a devout household who excelled academically and was seen as having great talent and promise. He was drawn to Jacqueline's confidence, vigor, and audacity. She was the first female he had a serious crush on, and perhaps the only one. Paul was welcomed by Jackie's parents, who supported her decision since they thought he would help their daughter become more composed, logical, and sensible. Her family accepted Paul like a member of the family from the moment they met, and at times it seemed that they treated him better than Jackie herself. Paul's parents, however, were wary of his decision, but did not dissuade the young pair from dating. The couple appeared to be incompatible, according to school friends as well. Paul attempted to settle everything amicably, avoiding violence, and was seen as amiable, forthright, and extremely responsible. But Jackie frequently incited arguments and preferred to settle them with physical force. A courteous, sensible, and mature young guy above his years, he was always dependable and always willing to provide a helping hand to others. When Jacqueline became pregnant at the age of 17, she informed her boyfriend that she was in her last year of school and that Paul, then 20 years old, was already enrolled in college. Paul said he was ready to marry her and assume full responsibility for her and the child as soon as he found out. Although Jacqueline wasn't prepared for parenthood or child-rearing, ending the pregnancy was unavoidable. Such a serious offense would not be tolerated by Paul or his pious family. Jackie accepted Paul's formal proposal when he purchased a ring. In 1992, the couple celebrated with their closest friends and family at a small wedding. Remarkably, just a few days prior to the occurrence, Hall told his best friend that he and Jacqueline were too dissimilar, questioned whether her sentiments were genuine, and was even scared of her because of her erratic behavior. Additionally, the groom questioned whether he genuinely loved her or if he was merely feeling obligated and sympathetic. However, he had nothing to compare because he had never dated other girls. After paying close attention, his friend attempted to talk Paul out of getting married by telling him that it would be the worst decision he ever made and that he would be miserable for the rest of his life. Paul was adamant, though, stating that he couldn't abandon a girl who was expecting his child. In addition, he thought that becoming a mother would improve Jacqueline's personality by making her softer and more composed. Paul had generally hoped for the best, but he was unaware of how mistaken he was. Life in the family without affection. The young couple's first child, a daughter named Danielle, was born at the beginning of 1993. Jacqueline gave birth to their son 6 years later. After the birth of their second kid, Adam Paul made sure his family had all they needed, because he was their only provider. In 2000, the offenders moved into a comfortable 3-bedroom townhouse in Armagh after deciding they needed a larger residence. Paul was making a good living as a senior mechanical engineer by that time. However, his wife claimed to prefer work and did not bother herself with it, running the home and bringing up the kids, but she was also not very good at either. Jackie was a short-tempered, greedy, and lazy person who frequently acted aggressively, even with her kids. Jacqueline attempted to find employment when the kids were a little older, but she was never able to hold down a position for very long due to her combative and argumentative personality. In addition, she went out to bars almost every evening to consume alcohol while her husband stayed at home with their son and daughter. Mrs. Crimble was not a particularly amiable lady, even when she was sober, and she became a true rage when she was drunk. In addition to starting arguments, she also got into fights, cursed, and acted inappropriately around different males. Nobody could foresee what she would do next, and she reacted aggressively to any comments or suggestions to act more humbly. Family, friends, and neighbors knew what was going on and truly felt sorry for Paul and the kids, who were the ones who were most negatively impacted by Jacqueline's actions. Many people were aware of the young woman's misadventures and made an effort to stay away from her because the family resided in a tiny, peaceful town. Her husband and kids were impacted by her negative reputation, and they had to deal with the fallout from their classmates. Jackie didn't try to disguise her crazy lifestyle. Her frequent visits to entertainment venues, however, made the staff and other patrons nervous because they knew that her presence would undoubtedly result in a brawl or altercation. Because she may strike out at any time, Jacqueline held her family in constant fear, although Paul made an effort to keep his mouth shut. His friends, family, and co-workers saw that he was uncomfortable with his wife or even just talking about her. Paul was frequently told to leave this woman, but he was afraid of losing the opportunity to see his kids. Jackie would instantly threaten to cut him off from their son and daughter in the event of any disagreement. She also threatened to use her friends against him. These were males she frequently saw at bars who were willing to break the law to protect her. In these circumstances, Paul typically gave in to his wife and said nothing. The unexplained assault on Sunday morning, June 20, 2004, a terrified woman begged for assistance by calling the emergency services. She said that she and her husband were ambushed in their home by 3 strangers who beat them, tied them up, tried to rob them, and then took their car and her husband with them. When Jacqueline Krimble called, police and emergency personnel hurried to the address she gave. They discovered a woman at the house with a plastic wire tie securing her hands behind her back. But since her legs were unbound, the authorities assumed she had partially freed herself. Notably, despite the victim's initial claims that the attackers had beaten and bound them, she had no wounds or bruises on her body. Luckily, the couple's kids weren't home because they were sent to be with their paternal grandparents for the weekend. Jacqueline claims that she and her spouse had gone to a pub on Saturday night to unwind. After midnight, they went home after drinking. But just as Paul was opening the front door, 3 people sprung into the shadows and shoved them inside. Armed with a revolver, the invaders battered and restrained the couple while requesting money and illegal drugs. Paul reportedly made an effort to placate the crooks by pleading with them to let him and his wife go and vowing not to notify the police. However, this only infuriated them. In front of the frightened Jacqueline, they struck him multiple times before starting to strangle him with a plastic bag. The attackers chose to at least take the car when it became evident that there was no money or illegal drugs in the house. But for some reason they took the owner with them, leaving the chained woman behind. Jacqueline was able to use her tongue to get to the phone and call the police when the thieves drove off with Paul. She pleaded with the investigators to locate and rescue her husband right away because she was certain he might still be alive. The authorities had no reason to suspect the woman, although she looked and behaved suspiciously calm despite her anxiety. The disfigured body in the trunk at that very moment. Investigators started gathering evidence at the crime scene as soon as the couple's car was reported stolen throughout the county. Although they made an effort to learn as much as they could about the assault, Jacqueline asserted that the culprits were disguised. She was unable to remember any identifying characteristics, such as limping, speech impairments, or specifics of the clothing. All she could say was that they were men, and there were 3 of them. Less than a day later, on Monday morning, the Krimble family automobile was discovered abandoned only 3 miles from the residence where the attack had occurred after the search got underway. It was parked next to a long, empty home in a secluded alley. The owner's mangled body, which was obviously beaten and tortured, lay inside the trunk. The 35-year-old man had several bruises all over his body and face, his hands tied behind his back, and his legs shackled with a wire tie. Jackie responded very composedly when she was told about the gory discovery. She didn't appear to mind her husband's cruel deprivation, who was also the father of her children. She made an effort to look shocked and hurt, but she was unable to shed a tear, so she asked when she would be able to have her car back in less than a minute. All of this seemed quite suspicious, so the police investigated the young widow, the primary suspect. At first, Jacqueline's version was accepted as the sole reliable one and was not questioned. Law enforcement, however, suspected the widowed mother of 2 might be lying because of her peculiar conduct. She was never a model wife or mother, and it soon became clear that she and Paul had been having a long-term, failing marriage. She was disparaged by her parents and kids as well as by neighbors and acquaintances. Additionally, it was discovered that Jackie had been dating Roger Ferguson for a number of months. He resided with his mother on the farm he owned in Armagh. She and Crimebull were frequently spotted drinking alcohol together in the town's entertainment establishments. Additionally, Roger paid the married woman a visit at home while her husband was at work and the kids were at daycare and school. Roger was thought to be a potential accomplice, and Jacqueline switched from victim to the primary suspect just one day after the automobile with the mutilated body was discovered. The woman seemed far more focused on getting her automobile back than she did on being a heartbroken widow. In addition, her story of being attacked by a group of armed addicts sounded unbelievable. Where had they gone after leaving the car with a body in the trunk? And this was the first time something like this had ever happened in the sleepy town. It was also odd that the enigmatic crooks were able to leave no evidence behind. No other eyewitness reported seeing dubious visitors around the community. But nearly everyone who ever had contact with the victim had bad things to say about her. Furthermore, it was quickly discovered that the dead had an insurance policy, and in the event of his death, his wife could anticipate receiving a hefty settlement of £300,000 sterling. In this instance, a legitimate motivation that could account for the crime had emerged. Jacqueline said she was able to use her tongue to dial a button phone and make a help call during the crime investigation. In fact, there were traces of her saliva on the gadget when it was taken for inspection. Investigators did see, however, that the phone was on the coffee table, face down, with her hands bound behind her back during the first examination of the crime scene. If it had been in that position from the beginning, she could not have switched it over after the call or called for assistance. The couple's home computer search history showed odd searches. When Jacqueline was queried explicitly about the months-long search for information on life insurance payout amounts and procedures in the case of the policyholder's death, she claimed to know nothing and implied that maybe Paul would be interested. Roger Ferguson had a strong alibi and was thought to be a possible collaborator in the crime. According to his mother, he stayed at home the night since he wasn't feeling well, and at 1:30 in the morning, she was looking through the home medicine cabinet for a remedy for his stomach problems. The old woman's evidence was compelling, but her son was not yet taken off the suspect list. When police used the signals from the suspect's cell phones to monitor their whereabouts on the night of the crime, they found that Roger had not been home as his mother had reported. As an alternative, he spent many hours at the Crimbulls' home. He also kept up his friendship with the widow, and the day after Paul's funeral, he was spotted with her at a bar. The fact that Roger and Jacqueline went to a car dealership together to check at SUVs and ask about payment arrangements for such a costly purchase was another oddity. Even more strange was the presence of Roger's mother. Roger's mother was probably aware that the authorities assumed the lovers had already decided how they would spend the insurance payout following Paul's death. Jackie said during questioning that she never cheated on her husband and that she didn't intend to hurt him, but soon after no one believed her. Jacqueline had begun working as a caregiver in a nursing home prior to the disaster, but she was fired after just a few weeks because of her persistent lying and arguments. She continued to act as though she was going to work or having night shifts while staying at Ferguson's residence, though, and kept this a secret from her husband. Paul encountered one of his wife's former co-workers who unintentionally told him everything about the lie. His attempt to speak with his wife just led to further arguments. She threatened to kidnap the kids, ban their biological father from seeing them, and leave him for her boyfriend. Paul decided to compromise and ignored her adultery because this was his greatest concern. His closest friend, who subsequently testified in court as a witness, was the only person he could confide in regarding the formulation and implementation of a cunning scheme. Roger wasn't very intelligent. Despite his strength, he was easily led and had a simple intellect. Jacqueline rapidly gained total control over him by coercing her lover into doing what she wanted. She was greatly charmed by the fact that he would gladly engage in combat for her. He probably believed whatever she said since he was truly in love with her. Ferguson heard the woman's complaints about her husband, who, she claimed, was physically violent, unpleasant, and harsh. All of this was undoubtedly false, but the lover detested Paul more and more with each grievance, thinking that he was the primary source of Jacqueline's suffering and oppression, and the primary barrier to their happiness together. She instilled in his mind the notion that by getting rid of her spouse, all of their issues would be resolved and they could live together while earning a sizable income for a pleasant lifestyle. Mrs. Kremble searched for somebody who would commit the crime for cash for about 2 weeks before to the catastrophe, but she and Roger gave up after weighing their alternatives. In order to keep the full insurance payout, it appeared the lovers decided they could do it themselves without leaving any witnesses or evidence. Jacqueline took the kids to spend the weekend with their grandparents on Friday, June 18. She proposed to take her husband out for drinks on Saturday so they could unwind and chat. Paul was happy to accept the offer because he believed it could improve their relationship. It was an invitation to his death, but he was unaware of it. People in the bar that night saw Jackie making a concerted effort to make her husband, who doesn't drink, drunk. After midnight, she led her dazed husband out of the pub after purchasing drinks and almost forcing him to knock back one shot after another. The last time Paul was seen alive, they were captured on security footage. This exposed a notable disparity in timing. According to Jacqueline, the attack happened as soon as the couple returned from their 10-minute stroll to the pub and lasted no more than 15 minutes. She then reportedly phoned the police right away after her husband was abducted and taken away in their vehicle. But it took over an hour and a half from the moment they were caught on camera until the police were called. Investigators thought the offenders used this time to hide their tracks and set up a third-party attack scene. Furthermore, it seems that Jacqueline purposefully made her husband intoxicated, so he would be powerless to refuse. She said that after kicking Paul while he was on the ground, the crook started to strangle him by covering his head with a plastic bag and taping it in place. The type of injuries on the deceased's body supported her story, but by that point, the authorities had irrefutable proof that the attackers were her and her lover, Ferguson. Following a protracted and exhaustive investigation of the crime scene, investigators discovered a partially obliterated imprint of a man's shoe, the tread pattern of which matched Roger's shoes, that had clearly been attempted but unsuccessfully cleaned. However, this evidence can be regarded as circumstantial. Other, more important evidence against the criminal couple was discovered in the kitchen trash, though. A partial fingerprint of Roger's was found on the cable tie that bound Jacqueline's hands, and a cigarette butt with Roger's saliva was discovered. Ferguson's fingerprints were also discovered on the ropes that bound the deceased's hands and feet, and traces of both lovers' perspiration and oil were discovered on the bag that was used to suffocate the victim. A minor acquaintance of Roger's named Colin Robinson was also discovered to have participated in this heinous act by the investigation. On the night of the attack, Roger called him and asked for his assistance with an unidentified task. In order to avoid drawing attention to himself, the teenager drove his car, abandoned it at the end of the street per Roger's request, and walked to the house. Colin wanted to flee when he saw what was occurring, but Roger coerced him into helping transfer the body to the car and load it into the trunk by threatening him with a knife. They then took the vehicle to an empty location and left it there. The terrified young man first denied any involvement in the incident, but during the second interrogation he broke down and started confessing. Trial and punishment. The course of the investigation was several months. They collected indisputable proof throughout this period, spoke with every witness, and got the third criminal to confess. But the offender's trial didn't start until the spring of 2007, nearly 3 years after Paul Kremble was deprived of his life on May 7. The widow received a 20-year sentence after Jacqueline and Roger were found guilty of a premeditated crime with the goal to earn insurance money, in prison, while her accomplice and lover were sentenced to 18 years. Colin Robinson, the juvenile accomplice, received a 3-year term for helping the offenders and trying to hide the truth. Roger's aging mother was likewise unable to avoid accountability for perjury and giving her son a fake alibi. In retaliation against her own children, the woman was only granted a year of probation due to her senior age and severe health issues. Jacqueline persisted in ruining her family's lives while she was incarcerated. Everyone who knew her personally was relieved when she was put in jail, and she was upset that no one stood for her in court. According to her own mother, individuals such as Jackie ought to be permanently removed from society in order to prevent them from hurting others. It's interesting to note that Jacqueline destroyed all of her late husband's possessions and pictures a few days after the funeral, making the house completely devoid of any reminders of him. Somehow, Danielle was able to preserve a few pictures of her father. Her mother was unaware of them, and she kept them on her bedside table. Paul's children received the £300,000 in insurance settlement for which he was slain. Overnight, Danielle and Adam lost both of their parents, but their problems didn't stop there. Their mother was insistent that the children should not be raised by either her parents or the parents of the dead husband. The children were placed in foster care as a result of her efforts to deny them guardianship rights. Danielle was only 11 years old, and her brother Adam was only 5 years old when the tragedy occurred, even though they had living grandparents. From prison, Jacqueline tried to control her children while maintaining her parental rights. She specifically wanted them to use various forms of pressure to publicly declare her innocent. For instance, she said that if they came to see her in prison, she would sign off on their school trips. However, she misled them during the visit by refusing to sign the document and insisting they testify in her favor. Consequently, only the brother and sister were unable to accompany their class on weekend outings. Danielle is currently 31 years old, resides in Basingstoke, works at a daycare, and is seeing an engineer named Simon Bryce. Her 25-year-old brother relocated to London and has a decent degree. With Jacqueline's upcoming release next year, her adult children are extremely concerned that their mother would keep doing everything in her power to ruin their lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Residing in the dying neighborhood. Generally speaking, those who haven't moved in a long time know their neighbors well. They are aware of whom to avoid and to what degree, as well as whom to trust. After years of cohabitation, neighbors can occasionally get closer than certain family members. When the family is traveling or on vacation, they are expected to take care of the house and property. Without thinking twice, they invite each other over and let their kids eat delicacies from these people. On occasion, though, the longtime neighbor may prove to be a true madman who has been waiting for the proper opportunity. In recent years, the Diana Garnica case has grown to be one of Argentina's most dramatic. The inquiry took a great deal of time and effort, and the culprit might have avoided punishment because the victim's body was never located. There was hardly any direct proof against him, and he refused to acknowledge his guilt. Who was the family of Diana Garnica? Early life. On March 3, 2000, Diana Abigail Garnica Cisneros was born in the town of Villa Mariano Moreno El Colmenar, Argentina, in the province of Tucumán. Being the youngest daughter and the seventh and second to last child of her parents, she grew up in a huge impoverished family. Her parents, Elizabeth Susana Cisneros and Ramon Garnica, put a lot of effort into providing for their numerous children and making their homes at least passably comfortable. Diana, the family's youngest girl, was adored by all. Her older siblings looked after her, and her parents loved her. She performed well academically, had a gift for sketching and a love of dancing from an early age. She was very close to her elder sister Sonia, who basically looked for her upbringing while their parents were at work, and she was exceptionally smart and reasonable for her age. She also never lied to her family and had no secrets from her parents. Due to the Garnica family's strong religious beliefs, the parents and kids routinely went to church and made an effort to live morally upright lives. In order to assist their parents to some extent, the elder kids also started working when they were teenagers. Each of the younger ones had their own duties and was responsible for keeping the house in order. Diana always wanted to help others around her, thus she dreamed of becoming a doctor, was incredibly responsive, friendly, and sensitive. She stated that she would purchase her parents a large home so that her mother could create the flower garden and fruit trees she had always imagined, and she intended to establish a prosperous career to support her family. Unfortunately, relocating to a different city would never allow these dreams to come true. Following Ramon's job loss due to deteriorating financial difficulties, the parents divorced in 2013. The family was compelled to relocate to Juan Bautista Alberti, which is in the same province as Tucumán. They found the transfer to be quite challenging, and at first their issues only got worse. After more than 20 years of marriage, the couple's relationship rapidly soured. After they started fighting all the time, they finally came to the conclusion that they could no longer be together. All of the children were shocked by the divorce, but the youngest ones were most affected. When Diana found out what had happened, she was devastated. A 13-year-old girl's world fell apart in a second, and she was unable to comprehend what would happen next. The father continued to provide for his ex-wife and kids in spite of their split, but he soon had another family. Elizabeth also suffered a great deal as a result of the divorce, but she was fortunate to find a good profession that paid well for the area, and her kids helped to support her. The family gradually adjusted to their new situation, became comfortable in their new house, formed friendships, and built strong bonds with the locals. A Dario named Javier Suarez resided across from the Garnica family. He was a 36-year-old man who was incredibly nice, amiable, and lovely. He was raising 4 children with his spouse, Yasmina Alejandra Villarreal. In addition, he had 1 unmarried child and 2 children from prior marriages. Notably, the Garnicas only lived in Juan Bautista Alberti for 6 months after Dario and his family relocated there. Since they were new to the neighborhood, maybe that's why they became fast friends so quickly. Suarez had previously resided in the northern Argentine province of Santiago del Estero. Dario worked at a brick factory in the area alongside his wife, 2 brothers, and a few other family members, moved within a mile of their residence. Diana and her siblings were almost the same age as his kids. They became friends, as they soon discovered they had things in common while attending the same school. Additionally, the grown-ups got along well, letting their kids come and stay together, celebrating family occasions and growing close to one another. During their first job and adolescent relationship, Sonia and Diana even took care of the smallest neighbor's kids while their parents were at work. Ramon helped his ex-wife and older children as much as he could after the divorce, but he almost stopped sending money after he had a new family. Despite offering a steady salary, the mother's job was woefully inadequate to support a large family. Even a tiny business that produced and sold their own baked goods was launched by the family, but it failed very fast. The situation got so bad that Diana had to quit school in her senior year in order to work and support her mother. In order to take care of an elderly, sick person, the 16-year-old girl accepted a job as a caretaker. Garnica believed that this experience would help her in her future career as a doctor. Even though she was young, she took her work very seriously and responsibly. She cooked diet-specific meals, complied with the suggestions created by the treating physician, closely followed all instructions, and kept an eye on the medication schedule. Diana enjoyed her work. She felt valuable and needed, worked hard to accomplish things correctly, and was admired for it. Even though she worked from dawn till night almost every day, she continued to dutifully go to church on Sundays with her mother and sisters. Additionally, she started dating a boy with whom they had previously attended school. The young couple would occasionally go through the park in the evenings, just chatting and spending time together. Diana, however, followed her mother's rigorous guidelines and routines. She always got home around 10 o'clock at night. She never went somewhere without telling her family where she was going, who she was going with, and when she would be back. And she never stayed out late. She occasionally accompanied her neighbors and their kids to the city market to buy supplies, although her mother was always aware of these outings. Dario looked after the neighbor's girl as if she were his own kid, spoiling her with modest presents every now and then. When the man found out she had a boyfriend, he gave her paternalist advice about how boys may be dishonest and cautioned her against letting him take advantage of her innocence and naivete. The girl, who still had no secrets from her mother, told her about this talk. Although Elizabeth thought the neighbor's behavior was a little odd, she concluded that it was his way of showing concern, because he had teenage daughters who were Diana's age, which was an odd request. Late in the afternoon on May 6, 2017, Diana suddenly got a call from her neighbor, who, out of pure kindness, said he wanted to assist her family. Although Garnica was in dire need of money at the time, she was anticipating a bonus soon, which she intended to use to start fixing their home's roof, which had begun to leak during a recent downpour, and to get a dental prosthesis for her mother. But then Dario abruptly said he wanted to get Elizabeth a gift air conditioner, and he invited Diana to go with him so they could help pick one out. Because he wanted it to be a surprise and knowing would make it impossible, he requested that Diana not inform her mother about it. He arranged for a meeting spot and once more got her to swear not to tell anyone. She got this strange call right now. Diana had just gotten home from her job. She stated she needed to drop off groceries she had purchased on the way home and change her clothes once she got there, despite the neighbor's insistence that she accompany him immediately. Since her mother never lied to her or hid secrets from her, it was only natural for her to tell her everything. It also seemed strange to the woman. They were friendly with the neighbors, but this was the first time they had ever done this. Since their family did not require an air conditioner, Elizabeth wanted to call Dario herself to express her gratitude and decline the offer. Her daughter, however, persuaded her not to, stating that she would make the promised trip to the store but would turn down the pricey purchase. The girl told her mother that she would be back home before it was too late and that everything would be all right. In order to maintain the surprise, the neighbor texted Diana's phone to let her know he was already waiting for her and to ask her to keep their meeting a secret. After responding that she was leaving, Diana realized her phone was nearly dead. In order to charge it, she chose to leave it at home. The last time anyone saw her was when she met Dario at the prearranged location. An enigmatic disappearance. Elizabeth became concerned when her daughter didn't come home by nightfall, particularly because she was unable to contact her because the phone was left at home. The woman waited a bit longer, but she became anxious as night fell. She tried to comfort her mother that nothing terrible could have happened and that her sister would soon return home. After first calling her oldest daughter Sonia and telling her everything, the mother heard the neighbor's motorcycle pull up to the house across the street. As it grew pitch black, she sighed with satisfaction, thinking Dario and her daughter were back. But by 5, 10, 20 minutes had gone by, and the girl was still not inside the house. The neighbor was by himself when the woman went outside. When she asked him about Diana, he was taken aback and claimed not to have seen her that day and to know nothing about her. Elizabeth was taken aback. She couldn't decide if the neighbor was telling the truth or whether her daughter had cheated on her for the first time in her life and gone somewhere else. The man persisted in telling her his story, though, and even gave her his phone to make sure he hadn't spoken to her daughter. He had, of course, erased all the messages and calls by then. Concerned about the girl's whereabouts, Dario even volunteered to drive around the area with her mother to find her and question the teenager's friends and neighbors if they had caught anything unusual. But instead of accepting his assistance, the woman chose to begin the hunt on her own. No one had seen the girl that day, but she and her older kids wandered the area until late at night, phoning all of the girl's friends and acquaintances and questioning everyone they encountered. When Elizabeth got home, she checked her daughter's phone and discovered that her daughter had not erased 2 missed calls and a message from the neighbor. The woman was so certain that Dario was lying that she called the police and her ex-husband to report their youngest daughter missing. After hearing the disturbing news, the man drove to his ex-wife's house, which was several hundred miles away, to assist in the hunt for his daughter. The horrifying scene at the brick factory and police indifference. When a concerned mother reported her daughter missing to the police station in the middle of the night, the officers did not take the case seriously, assuming the girl had either run off with her boyfriend or gone to a party with friends and would return home by morning. The authorities ignored Elizabeth's fears, stating that they would not begin a search until at least 24 hours had elapsed, despite her sharing her suspicions about the neighbor and even displaying the conversations and messages on her daughter's phone. When the Garnica family realized they were on their own, they launched a large search. The father had already come from a different city by then, and they proceeded to the neighbor's house to have a serious conversation. But the house was quiet, dark, and vacant, and when they knocked, nobody answered. After that, the family visited the brick factory where the neighbor and his family worked, when the missing girl's relatives found a horrifying discovery. As the senior member of his staff, Dario had access to the plant even when it was closed because he possessed the keys. The lights were on that night, and the girl's relatives came in to find a terrifying scene. Even though it was a day off and the facility was meant to be closed, the brick-making furnaces were operating. In addition, every adult member of the neighbor's family was there. They were obviously burning stuff in the furnaces and seemed restless. A horrible suspicion struck the Garnicas. Dario wasn't in the factory, and when they inquired about his whereabouts and the situation, those in attendance attempted to divert attention by claiming that they were performing maintenance and getting equipment ready for use, adding that the man had just arrived and may have gone to the bathroom. However, the suspect was able to covertly escape the search for evidence and the arrest of suspects by leaving the factory through the back door within the brief time that this conversation lasted. The family of the missing girls made the decision to get in touch with the prosecutor's office following the terrifying scene at the workplace and the peculiar actions of Dario's relatives. At that point, the adolescent had been missing for about 24 hours, and the inquiry was scheduled to start. It turned out, though, that the police station where the parents had reported the girl's disappearance had not provided any information. Got to them. Prosecutor Claudio Benari was incensed by this circumstance, took charge of the case personally, and vowed to discipline the police officers who had failed to perform their duty. He started by asking for a warrant to search the brick plant and Dario's house. Nevertheless, because it was Sunday and the legal system was not functioning, the prosecutor chose to handle everything himself in order to save valuable time. Benari asked his family for assistance in getting rid of the body and evidence because he thought the suspect may have attacked the adolescent, abused her, and then killed her. The fact that Dario's whole family was in the plant on their day off in the middle of the night and had mysteriously started the furnaces raised suspicions in his mind. As the family looked for the daughter, including on social media, the man's calls and messages to his young neighbor's phone also seemed odd. As soon as the case gained widespread attention, several conjectures and guesses were made. The young beauty might have been abducted and sold into slavery at a brothel or for organs, for example, according to a widely held notion. One woman even named a specific individual, but it was later discovered that she was merely attempting to get revenge on her ex-boyfriend by sending him to prison. The suspect's home was searched, but nothing was found. The crime had obviously taken place somewhere else, and he had not brought the girl there. At the brick plant, no signs were discovered either. Benari did not, however, rule out the possibility that the corpse and evidence were destroyed in a cremation using the furnaces, but they were merely conjectures and speculations. However, the prosecutor used the missing girl's phone data as a major justification to start Dario's arrest. As potential accomplices, his mother-in-law, sister, wife, brothers Cesar and Marcus, and a few other family members were also taken into custody. The defendant rejected all of the claims against him during questioning, saying he had not seen the neighbor and had not spoken to her that day. Clear disparities in their claims were found, nevertheless, based on data analysis from his phone and devices that belonged to the victim and his family. While his family members were charged with criminal conspiracy and involvement, the guy was charged with unlawful detention, potential assault, and depriving the girl of her life. While the investigation into the search for Diana was underway, all suspects were placed in jail for 3 months. Her parents remained optimistic. Even though the authorities initially didn't think the missing girl would be discovered alive, they increased the number of persons that participated in the search, demanded that Dario reveal where their daughter was and what he had done to her, coordinated marches and protests, and involved the media in the investigation. In an attempt to sway the inquiry and coerce the suspect into delivering a statement, the parents desperately sought meetings with the security and justice ministers at the time. Unfortunately, this did not translate into practice, even when the highest governmental levels welcomed the family of the missing girls. Despite the efforts of more than 200 police officers, assistance dogs, and specialized tools including search drones and helicopters, the search was unsuccessful. Disturbing findings in one of the kilns at a brick plant. A second examination revealed a tooth part and an odd, heavily melted metal thing. This item was thought to be the nose piercing the missing girl had on. But to verify this, specialized forensic analysis was needed, and it would take time as law enforcement awaited the findings. The man's notebooks with highly suspicious entries were discovered after a second, more extensive search at Dario's home. It became clear from these seemingly private diaries that the man was genuinely fixated on his young neighbor. When the family moved in next door to his house, everything began. She was just 13 years old at the time. The notes made it apparent that the girl drove the suspect crazy, even though he did not write anything explicit about what he planned to do with her. For years, he thought about her every day and occasionally wrote letters to the neighbor in which he strangely proclaimed his love. Investigators came to the conclusion, after going through all the notes, that the man's addiction only got worse with time and that he was unable to control his disgusting cravings. He implied that she would one day belong to him and that he would provide her permanent peace and tranquility in one of his final messages to the girl. This entry appeared to be a direct threat, suggesting that Dario may have used her before dealing with her. The forensic analysis findings were still waiting, but it appeared that the case could be taken to court based only on the diary entries because the physical evidence had vanished. Benari discovered that the evidence had just vanished as he attempted to determine the cause of the holdup. Neither the identity of the unusual metal object nor whether the toothpiece belonged to the missing girl could be ascertained by DNA analysis. The police officers in charge of protecting the evidence were promptly dismissed and placed under arrest for criminal negligence. and potential aid to the suspects after the prosecutor made the decision to categorize information regarding the investigation's advancement. Following this heinous crime, federal authorities took immediate control of the investigation. Furthermore, it quickly became apparent that several of the documents discovered at the suspect's house had vanished as well. The final letter, in which he pledged to provide the girl eternal rest, was one of them. The case might just collapse in the absence of these pieces of evidence, and the offender and his associates might not be held accountable. 3 months later, however, no steps were taken to help identify the location of the missing physical evidence. Although the suspect's incarceration period had ended, it was dangerous and clearly threatened to result in a loss to take the case to court without important evidence. The child's phone data and the testimony of a random bystander who saw the suspect and the missing girl strolling together down the street on the day she vanished were all that was left. The court only partially approved the defense's request, which called for Dario's attorney to have the entire investigation ruled unlawful. His client released immediately, and the search results revoked because they were carried out without a special order. All of his relatives were freed because no particular charges could be brought against them, but the primary suspect was still in detention. But Dario was also freed in May 2019, 2 years after the girl vanished. The body had not been located, no new evidence had surfaced, and the investigation had not advanced during that time. The long-awaited trial and verdict, the investigation was still ongoing, even though the primary suspect was freed. Testimonies and other information occasionally surfaced that suggested Diana might still be alive. For example, a banknote purportedly written by the girl with a request for assistance was discovered. Only in June 2021, however, was it determined through handwriting analysis that the missing girl's writing was not hers. Prosecutor Ben-Ari was able to finally take this difficult case to trial, more than 4 years after the daughter vanished, but the Garnica family was growing more and more discouraged as the proceedings were continually postponed because of the global pandemic. The family no longer wished for a good result or the rightful punishment of the guilty. The offender didn't show up in court until April 2023, 6 years after the crime was committed, when the trial finally started. Everyone thought Dario's diaries were lost forever, but at that time the missing entries had been located. These turned out to be the main pieces of proof that established the man's guilt. Nevertheless, more professional examination was necessary to confirm these documents' legitimacy. Furthermore, 2 additional witnesses entered the case. One was the ex-lover of Dario, who said he had wooed her when she was just a teenager. She also said that she was by no means the only young girl the suspect had abused in this manner, and that he always had a weakness for them. The second witness was a likely collaborator and neighbor of Suarez, Dario's brother. He claims that the brothers arrived together on a motorcycle with an odd big bundle in the sidecar the night the girl vanished, grabbed some equipment from a shed, and then departed together. Because Suarez was always erratic and violent, the witness had been silent for a long time out of concern that he may hurt his family. The defendant, who said he would never hurt the adjacent girl since he considered her to be his daughter, never acknowledged his wrongdoing. However, a guilty conviction was rendered based on the limited evidence. The missing girl's body was never located, and the events of that terrible day were meticulously reenacted. This proved that the man had seduced the adolescent, taken advantage of her, killed her, and disposed of her remains, likely with the assistance of his family. Dario was convicted of kidnapping and exploitation on May 2, 2023. He was given a life sentence without the chance of release for taking Diana's life. No other family members, including his brother Suarez, could be held responsible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The police were looking for an elderly man who had been reported missing by his friend on the evening of April 28 in the woodland region of Hibbs Park, located at 59th Street and Kensington Avenue in Kansas City, Missouri. However, rather than locating the man, they made the terrible discovery of a female toddler's severed head in the woods, about 200 yards from where her severed body was recovered on May 1, 2001. The child's missing head was discovered wrapped in a plastic bag. No one had reported the youngster missing, and the head was completely decayed. The cops named her Precious Doe because they didn't know who she was. There were many unresolved questions surrounding this discovery. Who was this kid? What was the reason behind the horrifying manner of her murder? So let's go straight to the riddle, without any more ado. Large plains, undulating hills, and scenic splendor are the hallmarks of Kansas City, Missouri. Numerous cultural attractions, such as museums and art galleries, are abundant in Kansas. With more than 20 authorized wildflower trails spread throughout the state's rural and urban areas, it is aptly known as the Sunflower State. Kansas City, which has a population of nearly 500,000, is among the most violently crime-ridden cities in the United States, with 57 violent crimes per 10 citizens, and our story starts in this city. In order to pick up Erica for a family reunion, Michelle and Harold returned to Betty's house on April 4, 2001. Because she loved the little girl so much, and because Easter was quickly approaching, Betty was hesitant to let her go. She also made arrangements for Erica to spend the Easter break with her. However, because Michelle was the biological mother, Betty was powerless. Betty packed up Erica's belongings, including the beautiful gowns she had purchased for her Easter outfits and her favorite doll. Unaware that it would be her final encounter with Erica, she said goodbye. They both agreed to bring the youngest of their children to Kansas City, Missouri, most likely because Carol had children before he met Michelle. Carol abducted Markeisha Johnson, his 6-month-old child, for a number of reasons, including the fact that Harold's cousin LaWanda Driscoll owned the apartment in Kansas and that Michelle already had her other 4 children elsewhere. They chose not to bring all of their children with them to Kansas City. After a few weeks, Harold's cousin LaWanda Driscoll quickly became aware that Erica was no longer with her. Michelle informed LaWanda that Betty Brown had traveled from Oklahoma to pick up Erica when she inquired about her location. An unidentified man called the police on the evening of April 28, 2001, claiming that he had been attempting to contact his friend for some time but had been unsuccessful. The cops complied with his request for assistance in performing a welfare check on his companion. They had to explore the forested area close to Hibbs Park, which is located at 59th Street and Kensington Avenue in Kansas City, Missouri, as they were unable to locate the man at his home. The police received a call informing them that the individual they were hunting for had been located after some time of searching, but just as they were ready to depart, they came upon a horrifying scene: a toddler's severed head. The remains was quickly identified by the authorities as belonging to a female toddler. The cops were dubious about the discovery right away, because the deceased was discovered naked. In addition to wondering why no one had reported the disappearance of a child her age in the region, they also questioned why a toddler's death would be found in the woods. The absence of the head left the investigators at a loss. The probe would never move forward. They were only able to ascertain the child's age and sex. They discovered that the deceased body belonged to a black woman, who was between the ages of 3 and 6. They also discovered that the woman had suffered maltreatment prior to her murder. About 200 yards from the location of the child's body, on May 1, 2001, 3 days after it was discovered, a volunteer searcher recovered the child's head, wrapped in a plastic bag. An ashtray that the police thought was the murder weapon was found next to the body. Despite finding the head, the authorities were unable to identify the body's owner because it had completely decayed. Because of the victim's age and the gruesomeness of the murder, it quickly attracted national attention. The investigators kept looking in the hopes that the child's parent or guardian would come forward to collect her remains, but nobody did. The victim was given the nickname Precious Doe when it was impossible to identify them. Before long, a large number of people offered their time to help publicize Precious Doe by distributing flyers, radio, television, and newspapers. They even went door to door to ask questions that would lead to the victim's identity. The case was frequently highlighted on cold case files and America's Most Wanted in an effort to find the young child. However, despite everything, no one claimed the infant and no witnesses came forward. The public contributed funds for Precious Doe's funeral, which took place at Hibbs Park, close to the location where her body was discovered, in December 2001. Hundreds of individuals attended, demonstrating the large turnout of local citizens. Even though the case received a lot of publicity, nobody knew who Precious Doe was. When Precious Doe's body was dug up by the police in 2002 for an autopsy, the findings revealed that she had been severely beaten with an ashtray and mistreated prior to her murder. Nothing was discovered when police checked the ashtray for DNA and fingerprints. Researchers examined the resemblance of Precious Doe's skull in July 2003 and also fashioned busts that suggested her possible appearance. The case was so well known that the police were often getting tips, sometimes from people nearby and sometimes from far away. At one point, Jamaica called the police about the matter, but they discovered that it had nothing to do with who Precious Doe was. The people soon lost hope, since the police were preoccupied with other cases. However, Alonzo Washington, a strong advocate for Precious Doe's cause, never gave up on finding the truth. Every year, Alonzo placed advertisements about the case in a local newspaper. Because the victim was a Black American, Alonzo considered placing the advertisement in an African American newspaper for Precious Doe's 4th-year commemoration in April 2005. Additionally, he produced T-shirts using the bust image of Precious Doe, which proved to be the crucial breakthrough in the case. Thurman McIntosh, later identified as Harold Johnson's father, called Alonzo on April 30, 2005, and claimed to be well-versed in the Precious Doe case. Alonzo heard Thurman, who was 81, say that Precious Doe was actually Erica Green. Additionally, he asserted that Erica Green was murdered by Harold Johnson, his son. Thurman was asked by Alonzo why he had kept the information secret since 2001 and was only disclosing it in 2005. Every time Thurman called the police to tip them about the crime, he said, "They fired him." Alonzo then insisted that Thurman provide him a photo of Erica and a lock of Michelle's hair. As soon as Thurman sent Alonzo a hair sample, he forwarded it to Detective David Bernard, the lead detective in the Precious Doe investigation. When Thurman was taken in for interrogation on May 4, 2005, he explained to the detectives why he was certain his son was responsible. After Thurman stopped seeing Erica, he asked Harold and Michelle where she was. In his capacity as an activist, he learned of other citizens who believed that the police were not paying attention to their issues. They both replied that she was in Oklahoma with Betty. Thurman claimed that he had a sudden suspicion that Precious Doe was Erica Green, as the couple and Markeisha were moving back to Oklahoma. Harold said it was an error when Thurman confronted him and admitted that he knew he killed Erica. After learning the truth, Thurman declared his desire to share Precious Doe's fate with the world before his passing. The hair was exactly like Precious Doe's, even though the photo Thurman sent was for one of Erica's relatives. Precious Doe was finally pronounced as Erica Green by the authorities. Erica Michelle Marie Green is the name of the young child we have known for 4 years as Precious Doe. On May 15, 1997, Erica Green was born in McLeod, Oklahoma, in the United States. She was the youngest of 5 children born to her father Larry Green and mother Michelle Johnson. Michelle was sentenced to 2 years in the custody of the Oklahoma Department of Corrections after being found guilty of larceny of products from a merchant when she was 8 months pregnant with Erica. However, due to her pregnancy, she was placed in the Mabel Bassett Correctional Center. Michelle went into labor after just 1 month of her sentence. She gave birth to Erica Green at the OU Medical Center in Oklahoma City after being transported there. She was asked to get in touch with a guardian who could help her hold her child until she was released because she was unable to care for Erica. In order to find a guardian for their child, Michelle reached out to Larry Green, Erica's father. Then Larry would give a call to Betty Brown, a friend of Larry's mother who was in her late 60s. When Betty arrived at the prison, she was requested to complete a series of tasks in order to be granted custody of Erica. To determine if Betty was qualified to receive care of the kid, the Correctional Facility Authority did not perform a background investigation. She just produced a Sam's Club card and her driver's license. A form was given to her to sign. Following this, on May 16, 1997, custody of Erica Green was awarded to Betty. Betty referred to Erica as one of the most self-reliant kids she had ever encountered, and she loved and cared for her as if she were her own child. She added that Erica was a sweet girl who never stopped smiling and that everyone adored her whenever she brought her to church. On October 23, 1997, Michelle was then freed on probation. Since Michelle only seldom came to see Betty Brown to see how her child was doing, Betty claims that Michelle was not very engaged in caring for Erica. When Erica was 3 years old in 2000, Michelle had already found a new partner, Harold Johnson, whom she married that same year. Harold Johnson soon had Michelle living with him in Oklahoma. After verifying that the body was that of Erica, the police searched for her mother, Michelle, and her companion, Harold. Harold and Michelle were both in the Muskegon County Jail in Oklahoma after being detained on certain warrants. The police were on the spot. They went straight to the facility to interrogate Harold Johnson and Michelle. When the authorities showed Michelle Erica's photo during the interrogation, Michelle recognized her daughter and put a note on the reverse. She agreed to inform the police how the murder occurred after writing, "Mama is sorry. You are always in my heart and soul. Love you always, little E." Michelle claims that Harold quickly became intoxicated and high on PCP when the family got home at around 8 p.m. on the evening of April 2001. In the same room as Harold, Michelle told Erica to go to bed while she went to the restroom. Harold had started complaining that Erica was horrible because she wouldn't go to bed before she even got out of the shower. Harold got upset after telling Erica to go to bed 5 or 6 times. Erica had left her bed once more by the time Michelle emerged from the restroom. Then she told Erica to return to her bed, but she didn't move. Harold kicked Erica till she passed out at that moment. According to Michelle, she hurried to get Erica and put her in a cold bathtub, but she refused to wake up. Michelle realized then that something significant had occurred. About 15 minutes later, Michelle carried Erica to the restroom and then to the floor, but she was still unconscious and not responding. Since they still had outstanding warrants, Michelle and Harold opted not to seek medical attention for Erica, even though they knew she needed it at that point. Despite knowing that Erica could die, Michelle decided not to call an ambulance because she didn't want to end up in jail. Erica remained unconscious for 10 to 14 hours, and by the next morning, she had passed away. Harold and Michelle concealed Erica's body in a baby stroller after she passed away. Michelle claims that they decided to dispose of the body because they were both afraid and unsure of what to do. After waiting until nightfall to ensure that no one would notice, they both carried Erica's body outside through the house's window and headed directly for the woods. Harold considered using edge clippers to remove the head and disfiguring it to make identification more difficult, since he worried that leaving the body in its current state may eventually lead the police to their house. Michelle felt that was a bad idea, but they wrapped the head in plastic bags and threw it in a dumpster at a local church. Because the smell may alert the church owners, she instructed Harold to remove the head. Harold followed his wife's advice and tossed the head into Hibbs Park's forested area. Harold then left Erica's body in the woods after removing her clothing and giving it to Michelle. They went back home and went into their room the same way they had left. LaWanda Driscoll would soon realize that Erica was not there, but no one saw what they did. Michelle pretended that she was lying in the room because she was ill when she was questioned where she was. Michelle told the police what had happened and then requested that they take her to meet Harold. She encouraged Harold to confess to their misdeeds, telling him that she had already done so. Harold initially became agitated and pleaded with Michelle to retract her testimony, but Michelle had already decided to testify against Harold in court. Later, Harold consented to provide an oral statement in which he explained how he killed Erica and took off her head. "I'm so sorry that this happened, and I hope that you forgive me for what I have done, and I will always love you with my heart and my soul. I will always miss you. Harold Johnson," is written on the note he wrote behind Erica's photo, which he took while being questioned. Many people who worked tirelessly to bring Erica justice found closure in the charging of the offenders in this case. Unfortunately, Erica's father, Larry Green, was incarcerated when the people decided to give her a dignified funeral in August 2005 under her real identity. According to Kansas City Councilman Alvin Brooks, he and other individuals attempted but were unable to obtain authorization from Larry Green to attend his daughter's funeral. Erica would be happy wherever she is because of the vast number of people that helped secure justice for her, even though her family was not there at her funeral. LaWanda Driscoll also described her knowledge of the case. She claimed that Carol had been abusing Erica in the days leading up to her passing. LaWanda claimed that Erica's scream from the bedroom was the last time she heard from her. LaWanda claims that because Erica was not accustomed to living with her mother and stepfather, she sobbed a lot, and Harold punished her more severely for her emotions. She added that Harold would beat Erica for anything, no matter how insignificant. A week or two later, LaWanda heard Harold say to Michelle, "You better go take care of your daughter or I'm going to do something bad." She now thinks the big bang she heard coming from the bedroom was the kick that knocked Erica out. According to LaWanda, Michelle assisted in distributing flyers to individuals and even shed tears during the girls' vigil, while everyone searched for Precious Doe's identification. LaWanda claims that if someone had a question about Erica, Michelle had an answer ready. Michelle and Harold were charged on May 5, 2005, with Erica Green's murder, abandoning a corpse, tampering with physical evidence, and endangering the welfare of a child. Before being put on trial, Michelle entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder and other associated offenses in 2007 and was given a 25-year jail sentence. Harold began saying things that would implicate Michelle as soon as he realized she would testify against him. According to him, Michelle had no interest in Erica at all. According to him, Michelle would occasionally leave Erica alone so she could go do narcotics. However, the investigators already knew everything he stated. It was not until 2008 that Harold was put on trial. The neurologist testified that Erica might have survived if she had received medical assistance in the hours prior to her death, even though her autopsy described her cause of death as a closed head injury, which happens when the head strikes an object. However, this would not have been equivalent to first-degree murder. Following many days of deliberation, the jury convicted Harold of first-degree murder, child abuse, and endangering the welfare of a child. Harold received a life sentence without the possibility of release. In November 2008, Harold filed an appeal, continuing to maintain that he is not the kind of person the state claimed he was. The state attorney and the defense lawyer exchanged arguments, with Harold's team arguing that the murder was not planned, but according to the state, Erica's murder was planned. Michelle revealed in her confession that she instructed Harold to give his orders to Markeisha solely and not to order Erica around the night of Erica's murder. According to the state, Harold was irritated by Michelle's statement and considered killing Erica at that same moment. Additionally, the autopsy reveals that Erica was kicked several times, demonstrating Harold's deliberate continuation of the child's kicking, even though he was aware that she may die. Harold's appeal of the verdict, according to John Torrance, demonstrated no remorse because the murder was not premeditated. Harold's appeal was denied by the judge, who described him as a textbook sociopath who refuses to accept responsibility for his acts. Many individuals found relief at this sentencing, even if the disclosure of Erica's identity provided closure to those who were rooting for her. Everyone in attendance at Erica's sentencing was happy with Harold's verdict, but others wanted Michelle to receive the same punishment. Erica's real father, Larry Green, also sued the Oklahoma D.C., raising concerns about the procedure used to decide custody of children born to incarcerated moms. However, in order to guarantee that infants delivered to prisoners will be transferred to the Department of Human Services for appropriate care, the Department of Corrections and the Department of Human Services agreed to implement new protocols. The tragedy of Erica Green serves as a reminder that evil exists inside human nature. Even though parents are known to love and protect their children, it is horrifying and heartbreaking to learn that some parents would put their own needs before of their children. Many individuals with knowledge of Erica's situation have opinions regarding the sentence. Do you also believe that, as the biological mother, Michelle ought to have received a harsher penalty? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how a fatal occurrence could result from a single poor choice or harmless action? On one of the riskiest days of the year, picture a couple kayaking. It was meant to be simply another adventure, but the way it ended was so unexpected that I'm still having trouble understanding it. Where do you think the distinction between mistake and truth lies, people? How can a single word or deed alter everything? Will this story leave you wondering about every detail, or will you be able to form your own opinion? The most exciting portions are still to come, when everything comes crashing down in a flash. Stay tuned. Everything you do has the potential to backfire. In the hands of justice, a single remark uttered in a state of shock might turn into a weapon. An unforeseen series of events can permanently alter a person's life, as seen by Angelica's narrative. For outdoor pursuits, the Hudson Valley is a perfect location. Those seeking excitement are drawn to the breathtaking scenery and fast river. Although kayaking is a popular sport among adventurous people, the river may be cruel. Even seasoned athletes make blunders from time to time, but they are aware of this. For Vince Viafore and Angelica Graswald, the sea represented intimacy and freedom. Excited, they ventured out on the Hudson once more on that fatal evening of April 19, 2015. Both had years of experience and were accustomed to obstacles, but the Hudson was not on their side that day. Strong waves were created by the rising gusts, and they chose to continue forward even though their gut told them to turn around. Their destination was an island with a Scottish-style castle that always pulled them in, with its enigmatic and historic ambiance. They enjoyed the outdoors during the day, but things suddenly changed in the evening. Although the frigid seas and powerful waves were a warning, they were forced to return since it was simply too dangerous to spend the night on the island without any equipment. The situation took a terrible turn when water started to enter Vince's kayak. Vince was in the chilly water without a life jacket, and he was in danger. Angelica called the emergency services because she was so shocked. Desperately, she said that the current was drawing him farther away and that she was unable to get to him because of the strong waves. The scenario was made more difficult by the dispatcher's difficulty locating the pair. Every second mattered and time was running out. Rescuers arrived at the scene too late, but by the time they got there, Vince was already sinking beneath the wave. From the coast, Vince was nowhere to be seen, and the event's solemn atmosphere was only heightened by the sky's growing darkness. Let's take a closer look at Angelica at 35. Angelica was a woman who had big plans. She was interested in photography and thought it would be her career. Her true name, though, was Latvian-born Angelica Lips. After 2 marriages and 2 divorces, she continued to pursue a better life outside of her native country. Her goals were to establish a career, get a work visa, and reside in the United States. She was fortunate. She moved to the United States and got a work as a nanny. But when she met Vince at age 46, things really started to shift. Despite their different ages, Vince, who had gone through 2 divorces, was successful in the construction industry, and their relationship developed swiftly. Let's examine Vince in more detail now. Vince was a giving individual. He collected people, threw parties, and lived an active and vibrant life. He and Angelica first met at one of these events. She moved into his house in the little New York town of Poughkeepsie a few weeks later. Their relationship progressed quickly. Conversations about marriage and kids became commonplace. However, there were problems simmering beneath the surface, and they only got worse the day before the terrible incident on April 18, 2015. Vince and Angelica attended another party the day before the catastrophe. While Vince and his pals were enjoying themselves, Angelica left early, saying she wasn't feeling well. She appeared aloof and hardly engaged with people. The tension between them became apparent to Vince's friends, and it eventually turned into a small but noticeable argument. But there was nothing noteworthy that night. That evening, they parted ways and didn't get back together until the next morning. At that point, Vince revealed his kayaking ambitions. He was adamant that they reconcile and go out on the Hudson River to enjoy some time together. There, let's revisit that fateful day. Angelica accepted the plan in spite of the chilly weather and growing wind. For a photo shoot, the pair intended to go to Bannerman's Castle, which is situated on an island in the middle of the river. In the hopes of getting some amazing pictures, Angelica packed stylish attire for a variety of photographs. The wind was getting stronger, and it seemed to portend problems, but by noon they were at the water's edge, ready for another adventure. Around them, huge waves swelled, and every movement was stiffened by the cold. Even though Angelica could see that the weather was getting worse, they continued because of Vince's intransigence and love of adrenaline. Angelica would never forget what Vince said before they left. "This will be your life's journey." The meaning of those phrases would become hauntingly new. The trip to the castle proceeded without incident a few hours later. To set the tone, Angelica informed the cops that they had had a few beers together before leaving. Since they had to return, they both understood they had to maintain their sobriety. On the way back, however, everything changed. As the waves rose higher, Vince began to lag behind. He yelled that his kayak was absorbing water, and Angelica turned to see his boat sinking. The tidal tide pulled her toward the coast as she attempted to turn around. She contacted emergency services as soon as she landed, but Vince had already vanished into the chilly Hudson River. The night of April 19, 2015, marked the start of a search that continued into the following day and into the night. While a sonar-equipped boat fought fog and choppy waves, divers dove into the murky Hudson to find Vince's body. They searched the region with rescue helicopters, but to no avail. As they struggled to deal with the catastrophe, Vince's family was in a state of shock and panic. Even though they realized the chances were poor, his friends and family clung to the hope that he had somehow survived the icy water and powerful current. Ironically, Angelica seemed the most composed of all the worried individuals. As if nothing had happened, she kept updating her social media accounts with pictures and videos. Vince's family was really offended by this behavior because they thought it was improper and even suspicious. Her statements did not strike a chord with the distraught family members, despite her assertion that she was clinging to hope and waiting for her fiancé to arrive. Angelica had to return to the police station for additional interrogation 10 days after Vince vanished. It was all because of a remark she had made in her first exchange with detectives that seemed casual. On the way back, she may have unintentionally taken the drain plug out of Vince's kayak, she said. The investigation's trajectory was significantly altered by this minor detail. The idea that Vince's death was just an accident began to lose credibility, as there were suddenly more questions than answers. Angelica also informed the cops that Vince's paddle was broken. It was challenging to row correctly since it had missing a locking ring. The detectives' suspicions were only heightened by this, and they began to think about the possibilities of foul play, a broken paddle, and a missing plug. Investigators were worried by these details. When taken together, these minor details led the authorities to believe that Angelica might have purposefully created the conditions for Vince to drown. However, why would she have done this? The whole picture felt lacking without the motive, which was still a mystery. Investigators began contacting those who knew both Vince and Angelica in an attempt to learn more about her potential motivations. Angelica had lived with Michael Coven for a number of years before the police got in touch with him. Although Michael acknowledged that he couldn't totally rule out such a scenario, he was astonished to hear of the accusations surrounding Angelica. He disclosed that there was a darker side to her cool-headed and collected exterior. At times, especially after drinking, Angelica would become combative and initiate disputes, which Vince, Michael claimed, quietly put up with. But only a few weeks prior to the catastrophe, Vince told a buddy that he was seriously considering getting married to her. He characterized her as aggressive and manipulative, particularly when she became unruly when being questioned. Although Angelica acknowledged that there were disagreements in the partnership, she insisted that they were only about their personal lives. The detectives were put on hold by her evasive remarks and imprecise wording. Fauci, an increasing amount of evidence suggested that Vince's death might have been a premeditated tragedy rather than an accident. The motivation proved to be more important than first thought. In addition to interpersonal problems and resentment, Angelica had a particular financial incentive. She was the principal beneficiary of Vince's roughly $500,000 life insurance policy. It was a substantial amount that could provide her with a new beginning and resolve her financial issues. Since Angelica didn't have a job at the moment, this money may have a significant impact on her future. Due to these fresh disclosures, Angelica was no longer the heartbroken fiancé but rather the main suspect. She insisted on her innocence in spite of this. Nevertheless, she was arrested on charges of second-degree criminal wrongdoing and released on bail of $9 million, 0 cents, which, considering her foreign nationality, she could scarcely afford. Angelica was kept in detention pending trial because investigators were concerned that she could try to escape. According to Angelica's defense, her remarks during the 11-hour interrogation were not legally enforceable. Since Vince's body had not yet been found, her lawyer maintained that it was impossible to verify any foul play or deliberate crime in the absence of forensic proof. He maintained that Vince died in a terrible accident. He said that a wave caused the kayak to capsize and that the drain plug may have fallen off later when the boat began to sink. The defense set up an experiment on the Hudson River to bolster their version of events. There was a person sitting in a kayak of the same model who looked like Vince. Even on a calm day, the tests showed that the ship was resting very low in the water, only a few inches over the surface. This proved that even if the plug hadn't been loosened, big waves could readily fill the kayak with water. The lawyer also reminded everyone that Vince had been drinking, which might have affected his ability to coordinate and react in a flooded kayak, make dubious confessions, and conduct water experiments. This led to a great deal of discussion. Even though Vince's body had not been found, the inquiry was moving forward. The drain stopper, a tiny hole little larger than a fingertip, was the primary source of conflict. The idea that such a minor detail might have led to such a tragedy was difficult to accept. Since Vince's kayak had a drain opening on top, it seems doubtful that enough water could have entered the boat for it to sink. As doubts grew, Angelica's attorney demanded more studies to help solve this riddle. A precise simulation was carried out using the same kind of kayak, a mannequin that had the same size and weight as Vince, and circumstances that were very similar to those of that fateful day. According to the studies, the kayak didn't fill with water fast enough to capsize even after the drain plug was removed. Only a few droplets of water were able to enter through the drain hole, far too little to have resulted in a deadly situation. This implied that Vince's kayak could have easily made the final mile or two back to shore even without the plug, but the prosecution turned its attention to the paddle after the experiment appeared to totally refute the plug argument. Angelica stated that the paddle was broken and lacked the locking ring, which investigators thought might have made it more difficult for Vince to maneuver the kayak. The defense, however, refused to concede even in this case. They showed that the paddle's operation was unaffected by the ring's removal. It was still robust and totally functional and could be used efficiently. This did not alter the fact, though, that Angelica confessed to touching Vince's paddle and the plug while being questioned. This admission served as the impetus for the accusations against her. Even the smallest elements, like touching the paddle or unintentionally brushing across the plug, were used by the police to suspect Angelica of intentional acts because they appeared to be part of a well-planned crime. However, the defense persisted in its struggle in spite of the prosecution's seeming rational argument. According to Angelica's lawyer, during the interrogation, her comments were taken under emotional stress. After reviewing all 11 hours of the recorded interview, the defense called in a false confessions expert who came to the conclusion that the police had used significant psychological pressure. According to the expert, the investigators employed traditional methods intended to force a confession. Question. During the questioning, they forced her to repeat words that supported their story, played the parts of the good cop and the bad cop, asked leading questions, and didn't give her time to process the situation. Angelica was frequently perplexed. Her emotions became more erratic and her answers became less specific. The expert contended that her statements should have been interpreted cautiously because she was in a condition of shock. Her brief statement that she had previously considered ending the relationship was one that the investigators took note of because it was taken to be an admission of intent to hurt Vince. The defense actually argued that this statement had nothing to do with what happened that day. It simply alluded to their long-standing marital problems. Although Angelica discussed freedom in a more general context, the police decided to take a different tack. According to the interrogation specialist, Angelica never used terms like crime or death in such contexts, and the investigators' manipulation of her admissions was more likely to be the consequence than the truth. However, after they got what they wanted, the investigators ignored these information and rejected whatever else Angelica said. The defense contended that the drain plug in Vince's kayak had been broken for months prior to that fateful day. Angelica claims that they had gone kayaking multiple times without the plug, and that there had never been any significant issues. Although there were hazardous circumstances on the river that day, the disaster was caused by the weather rather than any deliberate activities. However, the prosecution did not waver in its position. It all made sense to them. A woman fed up with the partnership, looking for money, arranging an accident to earn insurance payouts, and becoming independent. The questioning of Angelica seemed to go on forever. She felt trapped and had lost all sense of time. She initially made an effort to resist, but her determination waned as the officers kept bringing up the drain plug problem. Her account of the plug, whether it was present or not, got confused. which the investigators decided to take advantage of. The pivotal moment occurred when a tired Angelica requested to go home to feed her cat. The moment the investigators had been waiting for came when tears filled her eyes. They increased the pressure since they could feel how vulnerable she was. Despite the fact that she never explicitly admitted to a crime, the police persisted in asking her a series of leading questions. According to an expert who later watched the interrogation video, Angelica looked worn out, overburdened, and obviously unable to think straight. Her erratic answers were the usual outcome of emotional exhaustion rather than a deliberate admission of guilt. The expert claims that she only wanted to get away from the constant interrogation, which caused her to provide a number of evasive responses that served as the foundation for the case against her. Vince's body, meanwhile, was still unaccounted for. His friends and family were left in limbo, their suffering getting worse every day. His body was not found in the Hudson River, close to the same Bannerman's Island the couple had visited on the day of the tragedy, until the morning of May 23, 2015, over a month after he vanished. Drowning was verified as the cause of death by the autopsy. There were no indications of struggle or foul play. There were traces of alcohol in Vince's blood, but not much, indicating that the severe weather and the cold water temperature had the biggest effect on him. A few days after the body was discovered, Vince's kayak was found. As expected, the paddle had no locking ring, and the drain plug was gone. However, its functionality remained unaffected by the ring's absence. None of these circumstances by themselves could have caused drowning, the defense argued. It was a confluence of factors, including the chilly water, high winds, absence of a life jacket, and drinking. The catastrophe was brought on by this combination rather than anything Angelica did. But the prosecution wasn't going to back down. They concentrated on the contradictions in Angelica's claims, interpreting them as proof that she was responsible for Vince's demise. They had a simple theory. She purposefully damaged the kayak in order to put Vince at danger of dying. But Angelica's attorney maintained that Vince's own carelessness was to blame for the regrettable mishap. Under the influence, he decided to go out on the sea without a life jacket and, in bad weather, he took that gamble even though he knew he had little chance of surviving in the icy water. Even though Angelica insisted she was innocent, the case changed course when the prosecution saw that charging her with willful injury would not stand up. It was insufficient to persuade a jury that breaking a paddle or pulling out a drain stopper were simple crimes. In addition, the defense made strong arguments and experts attested to the possibility that such a disaster might occur in given conditions. The prosecution reached a standstill and made a plea offer to Angelica. She consented when they suggested that she enter a guilty plea to involuntary manslaughter, which would only carry a few years in prison rather than a life sentence. Angelica was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter and given a 4-year prison sentence. She only had a few months left to serve, though, given the time she had previously spent awaiting trial and throughout the legal proceedings. As part of the plea agreement, Angelica spent less than 4 years in jail, 32 months, before being released on parole in December 2017. Although she was given a 4-year sentence, she actually served less than half of that amount because of time served and early release. Therefore, the parole system permitted her to become released earlier in late 2017, even though her term was legally 4 years. Tensions persisted, even after she was freed. The result was too difficult for Vince's family to accept. They were outspoken in their displeasure with the light sentence, believing that Angelica was the cause of their son's death. However, Angelica insisted that the truth was known only to her and to God. She insisted that Vince's death had been a terrible accident and that she was not to blame. She encountered fresh difficulties after being freed. She had trouble finding work and faced deportation. Angelica's guilty plea prevented her from claiming Vince's insurance benefits. She was compelled to return to her own country 16 months later, where she started to reconstruct her life and put the trauma of those incidents behind her. She claimed to be completely recovered from the experience, enrolled in a university, obtained employment, and carried on with her life. People, this is a story with many unanswered questions that may never be resolved. A complicated and intense picture is painted by Vince's passing, Angelica's actions, and the contradictory testimony. In these circumstances, it's simple to be influenced by the narrative of the prosecution or by public opinion, but it's crucial to keep in mind that the truth isn't always clear. In my opinion, the legal system is capable of errors, Particularly in situations such as these, false confessions can result from coercion, psychological weariness, and interrogation techniques. Angelica was in a predicament where she was disadvantaged by both the external factors and her own blunders in speech and behavior. However, was she really to blame for Vince's passing, or was it really a terrible mishap that turned into a nightmare for all those concerned? I want to now address you, the audience. Which do you believe is more significant in this tale, chance or guilt? Has a judge made a mistake in Angelica's case, or is she really involved in Vince's demise? If you were in her shoes, what would you have done? More significantly, can we always rely on judgments based on contradicting evidence? I want to know what you think. Stories like this one make you wonder about the thin line that separates accusation from truth. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today, we'll examine what happened in Norris City, Illinois. Jacob Wheeler, 22, and his girlfriend Jessica Evans, 17, went fishing in the small Wabash River. Their families have been unable to get in touch with them, and they have not gone back home. All residents of Norris City followed the investigation after police were alerted to the couple's disappearance that same day, but sadly, there was no happy ending to the tale. All the locals were shocked by what transpired. Southern Illinois is a patchwork of fertile farmland and thick forests that stretches between Kentucky and Missouri. With a population of just over 1,000, the area is dotted with small villages like White County and Norris City, which make it an excellent place to raise children due to its small size. Hunting and other outdoor pursuits are popular. There are many locations where fishing is popular. Before summer break at school began in 2017, Jessica Evans, then 22 years old, met Jacob Wheeler, who had just moved across the street to live at his brother's house. Jessica and her mother, Chris, lived in a comfortable home. After meeting at a party and striking up a conversation, they fell in love. After 3 years of service in Iraq, Jacob was a quiet country boy trying to rebuild his life. Chris, Jessica's mother, wasn't overly concerned about the fact that Jacob was 5 years older than Jessica. She had faith in him. Jessica requested permission from her mother on August 26, 2012, to take Jacob fishing at night in a popular location on the small Wabash River. At first, Chris was opposed to the idea, but after Jessica persuaded her, he agreed. She warned her daughter not to spend too much time out. On a nearby street lived Megan, Jessica's older sister, and her son Miles. Jessica had to watch her son at 5 a.m. the following day, while Megan had to leave for work. Chris, Jessica's mother, reminded her that she needed to return home by 5 a.m. before Jessica left to go fishing. Although Jessica had no way of knowing that this fishing trip would be her final one, she responded that she remembered that and would be at her sister's house by then. Jessica was heading to bed when Chris called her just before midnight to check on her. At 5 o'clock the following morning, Chris discovers that her youngest daughter has not returned home, despite Jessica's assurances that she was all right and that she and Jacob were nearly finished fishing and would be home shortly. Jessica was not known for being late, especially when she knew she had to watch her nephew. Jessica didn't answer when Chris picked up her cell phone and began calling her daughter. Chris's text messages also went unanswered. Chris knew right away that something wasn't right. She was certain that she would have alerted Jessica if her plans had changed. When Chris arrived at Jacob's house, his brother Jeremy informed him that Jacob had also not returned home. By 9 in the morning, Jessica's family was starting to worry, but Jeremy wasn't concerned because he knew Jacob could take care of himself. Chris feared they were stranded somewhere or that Jacob's pickup had broken down. Chris finally called the White County Sheriff's Office after the couple had not been seen for 12 hours. Sheriff Doug Mayer wasn't overly worried when he got the call about the missing couple on Sunday night while he was lounging around his house. Maybe Jacob and Jessica had escaped, he thought. He needed to know where they had disappeared to, but he assumed they were safe. In order for the phone company to track down Jessica's cell phone, the sheriff chose to execute a warrant to search it, which could take hours. Meanwhile, as instructed by the family, the sheriff's deputies went to the fishing spot where Jessica and Jacob were expected to be. There were only gravel roads leading to the remote location. A 50-foot overgrown trail led the deputies to a popular fishing location. There were clear indications that someone had visited. Although there were a few packages, there were no indications of any criminal activity or problems. Although the campfire had been extinguished, the area was extremely clean. Jacob had left his pickup truck behind. The sheriff had trusted his instincts about the young couple thus far. He didn't initially think that something negative had occurred. He did believe that they had most likely traveled somewhere voluntarily. Ultimately, Jessica's cell phone carrier provided the records to the sheriff's deputies. Attempting to track the phone and determine which tower it was closest to was a great way to locate them. They discovered that a tower in the campground area was the source of the signal. That was the implication. Jessica was somewhere close to where she and Jacob had gone fishing, and her phone was still on. The sheriff was not prepared for it at all. If Jessica and Jacob are still alive, why aren't they returning their calls if the couple had just fled? The news that Jessica and Jacob were missing spread swiftly throughout Norris City, raising concerns among the locals as investigators started to worry that the two were stranded somewhere, gravely hurt, or worse. When the sheriff's office discovered that Jessica's cell phone was still in the area where the couple had gone night fishing, they became concerned that something horrible had happened. At dawn the following day, officers from the White County Sheriff's Office returned to the fishing site with a platoon of volunteers and neighboring law enforcement agencies. The search party set out to look for any sign of Jacob and Jessica, and their families also joined in the search, but after 3 hours of searching, they found nothing. Jessica, Jacob, and the pickup truck were nowhere to be seen. The pickup had to be there, though, even if something were to happen to Jacob and Jessica. However, what if they abandoned the phones and fled? They would eventually leave an electronic trail if they did flee together. While the bank statements showed nothing noteworthy, the police checked their bank cards to see if there had been any payments. However, one clue was found in Jessica's phone records. Investigators were able to identify the number's owner after Jessica reportedly had another phone conversation shortly after the midnight call from her mother, which occurred at around 12:30 a.m. on Sunday night. Jessica was conversing with Ron Woodison, a young man. The police knew that name because Ron had previously run afoul of the law. This in and of itself raised suspicions that he might have been involved, so they decided to speak with Ron and find out the specifics of that conversation. When he met with the sheriff's deputies, they asked him to describe the last time he had spoken to Jessica. Eventually, he acknowledged that he had called her in the middle of the night. He mentioned that he had attended the party and that some other people had also been present. Ron stated that he had attempted to invite Jessica to the party by calling her. Ron was just informed by Jessica that she was occupied with fishing. He had been told not to call Jessica by Jacob when he reached for the phone, and Ron claims that they had a rather heated exchange. Jacob was mostly to blame. The fact that Ron had called his girlfriend really annoyed him. Jacob was quite irritated by his call. The other partygoers' names were noted by the sheriff's deputies, who also verified Ron's alibi and essentially attested to the fact that he remained there following that phone call. As the weary search team members were ready to head home at the end of the day without discovering anything, one of Jacob's friends, using his ATV, discovered a pickup truck in the woods. Jacob and Jessica were fishing 2 miles away from the pickup, which was parked in the woods behind an old deserted farmhouse. Jacob had the pickup. It was obvious that a horrible event had occurred. A woman's body was in the back of the truck. Her head had been shot twice. Her condition was another reason to be concerned. She had some clothes on. Investigators were immediately convinced that there had been more than a murder when they discovered some of her clothing on the ground near the car. In a community like this one, it wasn't necessary for the victim to have identification because some of the investigators had known Jessica for their entire lives, and they had just discovered her. Almost 36 hours after Jessica failed to show up to watch her nephew, everything changed in that instant. She was shot and found dead in Jacob's abandoned pickup truck by the sheriff's office. Given that she was nearly completely naked, it was clear that she had intercourse with a man prior to her passing and opposed it. Authorities hoped the coroner would be able to apprehend the offenders if that was the case. While police searched the area surrounding the pickup truck for evidence, they were fortunate to find DNA. It is clear that Jessica's 2 head wounds were consistent with the 222 caliber shell casings. It was clear that Jessica had been shot where the pickup truck was parked, because the 2 shell casings were discovered on the right side of the vehicle, next to a sizable blood stain. Investigators started looking into Jacob's pickup. The oddest thing was that Jacob wasn't there, even though it was packed with personal belongings and fishing equipment. When the police searched, they found a clue. They discovered blood inside the pickup truck's driver's side cab. Samples of blood were sent for DNA analysis. They had to find Jacob, and they had to determine who owned it. The police couldn't help but wonder if Jacob was the person who had shot Jessica, or if he was just another victim. In an attempt to locate Jacob, police kept searching the area. They had to think of him more as a suspect at the time. Doubts weren't limited to the investigators. There were some members of the community who thought Jacob was involved in Jessica's situation. Many conjectured that Jacob had been trained to kill after years of service in the army. Maybe it was Ron's late-night phone call that triggered Jacob. When Jacob believed he was going to lose Jessica, investigators started to wonder what kind of mood he might have been in. The police secured a search warrant for Jacob's brother's home the day after Jessica's body was found. They made a significant discovery, but they were unable to locate Jacob, who they assumed was hiding in the house. One of the firearms was absent from his collection, which investigators discovered. The brother of Jeremy Jacob clarified that there was no reason to be alarmed. All his brother was doing was getting ready for a fishing trip. It was nothing out of the ordinary. When investigators learned that the missing firearm was a .22 caliber, which matched the shell casings discovered at the crime scene, they became concerned. Jacob's family, however, thought he had nothing to do with the crime. They had no doubt that if Jessica had been in danger, Jacob would have given his life to save her. The hunt for Jacob Wheeler became a massive operation as the week went on. Search teams were assembled by police officers from multiple counties, and every effort was made to locate him. The search was conducted using canine services, and an aircraft was launched for surveillance. A $2,000 reward was offered by the White County Crime Suppression Unit for information that would result in Jacob's apprehension and arrest. There was some interest in the cash reward, and tips started coming in to the sheriff's office. Out of all the tips, one particularly noteworthy one claimed that Jacob had been spotted at a gas station. According to a worker at the gas station 12 miles from the scene of Jessica's death, he thought Jacob had purchased a pack of cigarettes. He was wearing a camouflage hooded sweatshirt on Sunday night, approximately one day after he and Jessica vanished. The gas station employee recalled that when the man took money out of his wallet, he also found an ID card inside, which he thought was in Jacob Wheeler's name. Because of this, Jacob was clearly the most likely suspect in Jessica's incident, and the likelihood that he was evading capture increased over time. The gas station where Jacob was allegedly spotted was visited by investigators. They noticed a suspicious man in the surveillance footage. He avoided looking at the camera and wore a hooded sweatshirt that covered his face. Although it was suspicious and the night was too hot for a warm jacket, it was difficult to confirm that it was Jacob. The man hurried off to buy cigarettes. The man's face was not visible in the gas station's surveillance footage, but a second camera outside captured him boarding a female driver's vehicle. One of the sheriff's deputies recognized the woman, and they drove right to her home. While speaking with investigators, they noticed that the vehicle seen on the gas station's CCTV footage was parked close to the residence. Although the woman acknowledged that she had driven the man to the gas station, she denied that it was Jacob Wheeler. It was her boyfriend, she claimed. They were extremely disappointed when they first saw her boyfriend. It was someone who resembled Jacob Wheeler, but it wasn't him. In the video, the unidentified man is a dead end. Jacob was still the center of the police's attention. The detectives suspected that his brother Jeremy was hiding him and were certain he was still alive. His brother and father were certain that Jacob couldn't have killed Jessica, so they searched his house at night in an attempt to catch him off guard. But even after a second search, they couldn't find any evidence that he was home. Wheeler wanted his son's name cleared. It was difficult because he was certain that he was searching for Jacob's body rather than his own. Harold, Jacob's father, called Sheriff Meyer 6 days after the disappearance to inform him that he had found something that everyone else had missed. Just a quarter mile from Jacob and Jessica's campsite, he claimed to have spotted what appeared to be auto parts in a wooded area. When investigators looked into this information, they did discover some auto parts. These were components that were fastened to the pickup's fenders. It was definitely not Jacob Wheeler's pickup truck, but there was damage to the trees in the area where they found these parts, indicating that someone had driven the pickup into the woods and between the trees, damaging the vehicle. The investigators had no other leads and were unsure if the find was related to the crime, but it was unquestionably of interest. There was a serial number on one of the parts. The police were able to identify the exact type of pickup truck by looking it up online. Once more, locating this truck in a small city cannot be difficult. A man who drives a car like this was known to one of the sheriff's deputies. It was White County native Danny Costin, a 36-year-old electrician. Could he have been a part of such a violent crime, though? Danny was never one to cause trouble. His criminal history was clean. He lived in White County and was easily located. Investigators made the decision to speak with Danny at his place of employment. In the parking lot was his pickup truck. The parts discovered in the woods matched the truck's extensive damage. Sheriff Meyer questioned Danny while the investigator examined the pickup truck. He inquired about his pickup truck's damage. Danny clarified that he had attempted to fish on the small Wabash River but struggled to get the boat started due to his extreme drunkenness. He remembered the date, but not much else about the evening. It was around 1 in the morning on the night that Jacob and Jessica went fishing, and he reported that during his entire stay in that section of the river, he never saw anyone else. In the meantime, researchers made a significant finding. In the rear of Danny's pickup truck, they discovered a significant amount of blood. When they told him about it, he appeared taken aback. The sheriff advised Danny that this would be a good time to tell him anything he wanted to. Analysis revealed that the blood in the back of Danny's pickup truck was human blood, despite Danny's claim that he witnessed Jacob shoot Jessica twice while he was in the woods that evening. Danny was taken to the police station and subjected to additional interrogation by investigators. He claimed to be intoxicated. He saw Jacob and Jessica when he descended to the small Wabash River. He was alone with Jessica because Jacob had gone into the woods. According to Danny, Jessica allegedly began approaching him on her own. He claimed that he and Jessica drove off in his truck and parked behind an old deserted farmhouse 2 miles away. They allegedly made intimate consenting contact. Then, as Danny said, Jacob discovered them in the dark. After he and Jessica got into a fight, Jacob shot Jessica. Danny claims that he was afraid when he saw Jacob approaching and managed to grab him, which led to a struggle between them. The gun went off somehow, wounding Jacob. According to Danny, the shot was unintentional. Panic set in. He loaded Jacob into his pickup truck. He concealed the body where no one could find it because he was worried that no one would believe him when he claimed it was self-defense. Danny gave a detailed account of where he had left Jacob's body. Danny's story was disbelieved by the police. Jessica didn't seem likely to do that. Although Danny's account of Jessica accompanying him and Jacob unexpectedly appearing didn't make much sense, they now knew that Danny had shot Jacob, proving that Jacob's family was correct all along. Danny Costin was taken to jail after being arrested. The investigators then proceeded to the location where Danny claimed to have left Jacob's body. They had to venture a bit farther into the woods because it was a dirt road. They searched for 6 days before locating Jacob, who had been shot in the head. The evidence they discovered did not support Danny Costin's account of what transpired that evening. The driver's seat and the door of Jacob's pickup were covered in blood, and it was Jacob's blood. Danny's story simply didn't fit it. He claimed that after Jacob killed Jessica, they got into a fight in the woods, and Jacob was accidentally shot and killed. According to what Danny had previously said, he loaded the body into the back of his own pickup truck and drove it to a faraway place. So where did Jacob's pickup truck's interior contain blood? After being reinterrogated, Danny Costin agreed to tell the truth after being made aware of discrepancies in his testimony. He claims that the woods were too dense when he attempted to drive his truck to the water that evening in order to launch the boat. He was also inebriated. He attempted to enlist the aid of Jacob and Jessica. When Jacob realized he was intoxicated, he advised against it. Then Danny requested assistance from the couple to get home. Jacob concurred. Danny climbed into the back of Jacob's pickup truck after he and Jessica got inside. For some reason, he chose to use his .22 caliber pistol. He got out of the truck's back and left. Through the downed window, the driver shot Jacob in the head. Everything took place in front of Jessica. She began to scream out of terror. Then he pulled Jacob out of the truck, Danny said. He swore under interrogation that he had no idea why he killed Jacob or what he was doing. Danny was then informed by Jessica that she would stop at nothing to prevent him from killing her. Danny Costin was questioned by the sheriff about whether Jessica had promised to have sex with him in return for his allowing her to live. Costin answered, "She promised to follow my instructions." He went to a remote location. He basically took Jessica's attempt to protect herself as an invitation to have a personal relationship with him. He did it in Jacob's pickup truck's back. Then he pulled out a gun and shot Jessica, even though she begged for her life. "I don't know why I did it," Costin said. He threw both his and Jacob's guns out the window after loading Jessica's body into the back of Jacob's pickup truck and driving his own vehicle to Wayne County to conceal Jacob's body. Neither gun was ever found by the police. Danny Costin entered a not guilty plea when he appeared in court on September 4, 2012. An appeals court dismissed his attempt to retract his testimony, arguing that he was not informed of his rights prior to being questioned. Police had ample evidence to support Danny Costin's confession, and video recordings of the interrogation verified that Danny was informed of his rights. His DNA was found on Jessica's body, and his truck contained Jacob's blood. In January 2014, a jury convicted Danny Costin's girlfriend, Candace Brown, age 31, of lying to the police during the preliminary investigation. She gave Costin a fictitious alibi. On August 20, 2013, Danny Costin was found guilty, and Brown was sentenced to 60 days in jail, 30 months probation, 100 hours of community service, and a payment of various court costs and fines. He received a 53-year prison sentence. Judge Tom Foster felt that Costin should have received a more severe sentence, but he acknowledged that he was constrained by the state and defense's agreement. According to the court, "You killed these two individuals. There is no pardon or justification for that, not in this world or any other." According to the judge, Costin consented to forgo a jury trial in return for fewer charges and a lighter sentence in the event of a conviction. Harold Wheeler, Jacob's father, stated that he never thought his son, who was named by law enforcement as a person of interest in Jessica Evans' death, was capable of committing such a crime. Foster claimed that the court only accepted the agreement because the victims' families had agreed to it following the hearing. "I was certain that he would never act in this manner. On Sunday, I began searching for him and I never gave up." He claimed that Costin was an acquaintance who lived approximately a quarter-mile away from the Wheeler home and that it was surprising that he was arrested for the killings. "I've had a beer with him while we were sitting at his campsite." Harold Wheeler, clearly in pain, remarked of Costin, "He's been in my house." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Florida today. On October 16, 2018, 28-year-old Laura Peicher was last spotted having dinner at a bar in Sebring. An employee at the Tampa restaurant called 911 3 days later after noticing something odd close to a dumpster. The case was solved by detectives using surveillance footage. Laura Peicher was an extremely beautiful and consistently upbeat woman. She was gregarious. In remembrance of his daughter, her father, an art teacher, said this: "In 1989, Laura Peicher was born on a chilly day in Michigan. She had two nephews, one of whom she never met, a sister-in-law, an older sister, and a brother. She was born with 2 fingers and a thumb on her short left arm. Throughout her life, she struggled with discrimination due to her physical differences. She worked with individuals with physical and mental disabilities as a job coach at Goodwill. She was disabled, but that didn't stop her. It was a feature of her distinct character. Growing up, Laura lived in Michigan. She relocated to Sebring, Florida when she was 26 years old. Her grandmother was getting too old to care for herself, so she moved to Florida. With a big heart, Laura left her job to visit her grandmother in Florida. The incident started with a 911 call on the morning of October 19, 2018, when staff members at the restaurant reported discovering the woman's body hidden under a wood board and wrapped in a plastic bag close to a dumpster behind the establishment. In a restaurant parking lot, a woman reported a bad smell next to a dumpster by calling 811. She initially believed it to be a dead animal, but upon closer inspection, she discovered what she initially believed to be a dead woman. Investigators showed up on the scene. Face down, the victim was discovered. She was half naked. She was discovered wearing a dress, and a plastic bag was placed over her before the bed's headboard was placed over her body, but the gown was lowered beneath her breasts. Her hands were tied behind her back by the criminal. They discovered a wallet that eventually held an ID card and a clear plastic bag filled with personal belongings, the most crucial of which was mail, by using a purse strap inside the dumpster. Laura Peitcher was identified as the victim. She lives in the city of Sebring, Florida, which is roughly 2 hours' drive from where she was discovered, and investigators concluded that she is not truly from Tampa. After more research, it was discovered that Laura owns a silver Toyota Tundra pickup truck. Her pickup truck was not in the parking lot close to where Laura's body was discovered, even though she may have driven it to Tampa. In case it was spotted anywhere, the truck was registered as a stolen vehicle and added to a law enforcement database. In the meantime, the restaurant manager was interviewed by investigators. The body was found on Friday morning, 2 days after the establishment's owners had cleaned the parking lot on Wednesday. This implied that the body had to have been there from Wednesday through Friday. Laura was strangled with a thin rope-like object, as evidenced by the obvious marks on her neck discovered by the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy on her body. Laura's death date was determined by additional indicators found on her body. It was obvious that the body had been on the ground for a long time because the skin was discolored. 2 days before she was discovered, on Wednesday, the medical examiner came to the conclusion that Laura had passed away. Meanwhile, police in Michigan, 1,200 miles away, informed Laura's family of her passing. Her parents were taken aback. In order to allow investigators access to Laura's trailer, Laura's parents drove 20 hours from Michigan to Sebring. Investigators sought to determine whether the trailer was a scene of a crime. They entered and searched the house to see if anything out of the ordinary had occurred, but there was nothing there. Everything had a place. No sign of a struggle had occurred there, which might indicate that Laura had been attacked elsewhere, nor was Laura's pickup truck present. The investigators were aware that reconstructing the timeline of Laura's final hours would be necessary to solve this case. They wanted to know who Laura had met, why she had come to Tampa from Sebring, and what had happened to her pickup truck. On Wednesday, investigators looked through Laura's cell phone logs. She stopped answering calls between 1 and 5 in the morning. It is a clear sign that something has occurred. According to the records, Laura called a man named Vidal Cortez twice on Wednesday morning. Detectives wanted to speak with a man named Vidal Cortez, who became the first possible suspect after Laura's friends disclosed that he was Laura's boyfriend. They needed to know if there had been any issues in their relationship and when he had last seen Laura. However, the police learned that Laura's pickup had been seen outside a Tampa convenience store before they could locate Cortez and speak with him. 3 miles from the scene of Laura's body, the detectives visited a convenience store. Laura's pickup truck was gone when they arrived. Nonetheless, the detectives hoped they could obtain some answers from the surveillance cameras that were placed both inside and outside the store. They saw a pickup truck arrive at the store and park after viewing the footage from those cameras. Although they attempted to zoom in, the video quality was subpar, making it impossible to identify the driver. A man exited the passenger seat of the pickup truck after it had parked. This indicated that the pickup truck had a driver and a passenger, or at least 2 people. It seems that the man who exited the pickup truck was aware that the cameras were recording him. He wore a baseball cap and kept his head down. He went into the store, but as before, detectives couldn't see his face on the videotape due to its poor quality. The picture was excessively grainy. The employees of the store stopped him from stealing the beer. The man went back to the pickup truck and sat in the passenger seat after leaving the store. Neither did the driver exit the pickup truck, nor did he appear on any of the cameras. Patrol officers found Laura's pickup truck about an hour later. It looked like it had been in a small collision and was parked in the street. At the time of his arrest, investigators noticed the same man sitting in the passenger seat on the surveillance footage. He introduced himself as Calvin Gary. He wore a tracking monitor on his ankle and was on probation. In the driver's seat was nobody. The pickup truck's driver had clearly run away, as only a pair of shoes remained. The detective started questioning Calvin Gary while Laura's pickup was turned over to forensic so they could thoroughly inspect it for any evidence. He claimed that a man named Hott had given him the truck. They were going to steal beer from a convenience store, and Hot had just moved into the area. Calvin Gary was asked by detectives if he was aware of how hot the pickup truck got. "I don't know anything about Laura," he said, adding that he didn't know the answer to that question. "I don't know what happened to her," he said. He informed detectives that Hot was a short African-American man. Calvin Gary also provided detectives with Hot's location. When they spotted them, they proceeded to the designated address. The short man hid in a bushy grove. He was mistaken in his hope that the detectives hadn't noticed him. They invited him to approach them. The man had on a shirt and pants but no shoes when he came out of the shrubbery. He refused to give his name when detectives asked him to do so because he was uncooperative. The detectives then requested that he approach the car. They were able to quickly identify fingerprints thanks to specialized equipment. Detectives discovered a match in the database when they scanned the man's fingerprint. Gary Daniel was his real name, and he had a long criminal history. He was already a 3-time prisoner. The fact that Gary Daniel was from Sebring was another noteworthy detail. Be mindful, Laura was a resident of Sebring as well. Detectives assumed Danielle was the driver of Laura's pickup truck because he was shoeless. Remember how the police discovered shoes inside the pickup truck when they located it? Gary Daniel was therefore a suspect in the Laura Peacher case, due to all of these factors. Nevertheless, the detectives had to release him because there was insufficient evidence at that time for the police to bring any charges against him. Because Calvin Gary had an ankle monitor, they focused on him and the fact that he, Gary, and Daniel used Laura's pickup truck. But the police were able to follow him around. They learned that Calvin Gary had never visited Sebring where Laura lived, or the dumpster where her body was discovered. Following the discovery and interrogation of Laura's boyfriend, Vidal Cortez, detectives ruled out Calvin Gary as a suspect. However, he told detectives that Laura had gone to a Sebring bar on the evening of Tuesday, October 16, since she had been there the night before she died. Detectives were intrigued by this information and went to the bar to talk to the establishment personnel. Since Laura lived nearby, the manager told detectives that she frequently stopped by the bar for a bite to eat. Her most recent visit was on the evening of Tuesday, October 16. There was nothing unusual about her manner. She was smiling and friendly as usual. The existence of surveillance cameras within the establishment, which captured all events within the bar, was discovered by detectives. They viewed the video, which supported the bar manager's claims that Laura was wearing the same dress in which she was discovered. At the bar, she was seated. At the time, she was conversing with a waitress who was employed. She ate dinner. Nothing odd was going on, and she hadn't ordered any alcohol. Around 11 p.m., she left without meeting anyone and only talked to a waitress. Subsequent investigation revealed that the witness saw Laura with a man he described as Shorty at 2:45 a.m., approximately 4 hours after she had left the bar. She was spotted by the witness at a gas station outside a convenience store across town. At that moment, Laura was sitting in her pickup truck and appeared to be in good health. There was no sign that she was having problems or that she needed assistance. In addition, the witness stated that Laura and Shorty took off in their car. Since the gas station was the last known location where Laura was spotted alive, the investigators went there. At 2:54 a.m., when they began watching the security footage, they recognized a familiar face. Gary Daniel had entered to purchase cigarettes. Before he left, he chatted with another customer. Laura's pickup truck was seen backing out of the parking lot and onto the highway in footage captured by another camera. The footage supported an eyewitness's account that he unquestionably saw Laura Peacher and Gary Daniel together at a gas station near Sebring, but it was impossible to determine whether Laura was inside the pickup at the time, whether she was okay, or whether Gary Daniel was with her. Investigators searched the dumpster for clues that might connect Gary Daniel to Laura's murder early on Wednesday morning. Although the ATM receipt was partially torn, it contained information that helped law enforcement identify that it was a specific ATM at a Lakeland gas station. The receipt states that the transaction took place on Wednesday at 3:30 p.m., 12 hours after Laura was last observed in Sebring. In order to locate the ATM of interest, the detectives proceeded to the gas station. With any luck, the surveillance footage would help them solve the case. They could see Laura's pickup truck in the video, but they couldn't make out who was sitting in it. Fortunately, There were several cameras. The detectives watched Gary Danielle exit the pickup and go to the store after it had been parked. After taking out cash from the ATM and purchasing a soda, they departed the establishment. Detectives believed Laura was dead by this point because she was not seen and did not exit the pickup truck. Gary Danielle returned to the pickup truck and headed toward the location of Laura's body. They located him. For interrogation, Gary Danielle was brought to the police station. The only proof the police had at that point was that Danielle had used Laura's pickup truck, so they started interrogating him about it. The only thing he did, Danielle said, was to use an unlocked truck that had keys inside for that purpose. He didn't know who owned the pickup. The pickup truck's interior was fine, he said. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. After showing him a photo of Laura, the detectives asked him if he recognized the person in it. "I don't know the woman," Danielle said. He was asked if he had ever met Laura in Sebring by detectives. "No," he said. Then they told him that a recording had been made at a Sebring gas station. He's on the tape, and Laura's pickup truck is on the tape. He refused to answer any more questions after Danielle learned that the police suspected him of killing Laura. There was no tangible evidence available to detectives at the time to convince a jury that Laura Peitcher was murdered by Gary Danielle. A person has a set amount of time to stand trial. The clock begins to run as soon as the suspect is taken into custody. The detectives chose to release Gary Danielle because they were still awaiting the forensic findings. Naturally, there was a significant risk that Danielle would flee, but the investigators determined that the risk was warranted in this instance. Many questions were addressed by forensic analysis. Drops of Laura's blood were discovered by the experts in the rear seat of her pickup truck. This suggests that Laura's body was either in the back seat of the pickup truck when she passed away, or that the crime was committed inside the vehicle. A forensic report on the objects discovered close to Laura's body has been obtained by investigators. Gary Danielle's DNA was discovered under Laura's fingernails, and it matched the DNA on the strap that was used to bind her hands. Gary Danielle was taken into custody after the DNA evidence found in surveillance footage was sufficient to file charges. Danielle used his right to silence and remained silent when he was arrested. He was accused of carjacking, tampering with evidence, and first-degree murder. The investigators attempted to create a timeline of Laura's final hours based on the evidence. They were aware that Laura was in a Sebring bar. At around 11 p.m., she left the bar by herself and went to the town center, where she met up with friends. She met Gary Danielle that same evening. There was no connection between them, and they had never met before. Because Gary Danielle wouldn't answer questions, investigators think Laura agreed to give him a ride, perhaps in return for money. Investigators don't know how he and Laura met, but they do know that she was found alive and unharmed in a pickup truck by an eyewitness at a gas station, where she and Gary Danielle ended up. After they left the gas station, it seems that something happened. Laura was strangled in her own pickup truck, though it's unclear where the truck was when she passed away. Surveillance footage showed Laura's pickup truck at a gas station 25 miles outside of Tampa, where Danielle was taking out cash from an ATM, 12 hours after it was last seen in Sebring. After that, Danielle took a car to Tampa. 2 days after, he hid Laura's body in a restaurant parking lot next to a dumpster. It was discovered. The trial didn't happen until nearly 3 years after Laura's passing. The global situation was the reason for the delay. It took a long time for Laura Peitcher's father to go to court and face the man who killed his daughter. Rather than condemning Danielle, the father used his words to discuss the lost young woman. A young boy once pointed out her short arm, according to a story her father told. She was told by another boy that he had asthma. "Don't you know there's something wrong with everyone?" she replied. Her father brought some of his daughter's belongings to court, including her journal, which bore the inscription, "Live the life you've imagined." Because she lived alone and no one was around to do the dishes, she wrote in it that she detested cooking. She expressed her distaste for littering in her writing. On August 24, 2021, she wrote about her 4 tattoos, the most significant of which was a black bird in memory of a deceased sister-in-law and based on a Beatles song. In a deal with state prosecutors, Gary Danielle entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder. Danielle, 50, agreed to a 30-year prison term in exchange for a guilty plea to second-degree murder. He also acknowledged committing grand theft of a motor vehicle and tampering with evidence. In the brief court hearing, Danielle, who was short, gray, bald, bearded, handcuffed, and wearing orange, stood silently in a jury box. To Laura Peicher's family, he remained silent. The case was punctuated by a guilty plea, but it left many questions unanswered, including how Laura met Danielle and why she was murdered. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In a blueberry field in Michigan, a metal trunk containing the charred remains of an unidentified man was discovered in 2002. He was first known to investigators as Jack in the Box, a nickname that would become well known in the years that followed. Not until more than 10 years later, after countless detective efforts and revolutionary developments in forensic science, was the victim identified as Roberto Caraballo. This revelation, however, came with a terrifying twist, a web of murder, treachery, and a dark family plot. This is the tale of how the Jack in the Box case was resolved, illuminating a horrific homicide that permanently altered Michigan's past. An unusual and unsettling sight was discovered by a farmer on May 8, 2002, while working in a remote blueberry field in Ottawa County, Michigan. An old metal trunk tucked away among the bushes. The trunk had been badly burned, and it smelled awful, as if it contained something gory. The horrific reality of a body that had been mercilessly burned beyond recognition and left to decay in the trunk was what he had hoped was only an illusion. The remains of a body that had been burned beyond recognition were discovered when police arrived and forced open the charred lid. The man had been placed in the trunk, covered in gasoline, and set on fire after suffering blunt force trauma, according to detectives. Investigators couldn't make sense of the scene. Since the fire destroyed any fingerprints or distinguishing characteristics, the condition of the body made identification all but impossible. Detectives thought the murder must have occurred somewhere else before the trunk was left in the remote field, because there were no indications of a struggle at the scene. Because there were no witnesses or hints to help identify the victim, investigators had a difficult time figuring out who this man was and how he met such a terrible end, and the case ultimately went cold. Early leads in the case produced no noteworthy progress, despite the best efforts of law enforcement. In order to gather information about missing people, odd behavior, or anything that might help identify the victim, investigators canvassed the local communities. Due to the limited forensic technology available at the time, detectives were left without answers in the absence of fingerprint identification or DNA database matches. The forensic analysis, which showed that the man was probably middle-aged and had died violently, was the only information available for years. The case turned into one of the most puzzling unresolved mysteries in Michigan. After the story was reported by the media, the victim was dubbed Jack in the Box. The public and fans of true crime were enthralled, curious about the identity of this man and the reason behind his body's ruthless disposal. Detectives kept returning to the case in the hopes that new technology or a different viewpoint would reveal the truth, but the case cooled without any clear direction. The long-forgotten case received new attention in 2015, more than 13 years after the unidentified body was found in 2002. Previously, investigators had run out of leads, but they gained the momentum they required from a new tip from an unexpected source. In early 2015, Deneen Ducharme, a Texas woman, contacted law enforcement, expressing her suspicion that the unidentified man known as Jack in the Box might be her stepfather, Roberto Caraballo, who had vanished for no apparent reason years prior. Around this time, the case also gained more public attention, in part because of a documentary called Jack in the Box that was produced by a group of local students. The movie brought the unsolved murder back into the public eye, attracting more interest in the case and urging anyone with information to come forward. Together with developments in forensic technology, this spike in public involvement created new avenues for investigation. Following the Texas woman's call, investigators reopened the case and used modern DNA testing techniques to examine the victim's remains. Detectives followed the woman's lead and compared her DNA to samples from the Texas family. The woman's suspicion was validated by the findings, which showed that Jack in the Box was in fact 37-year-old Roberto Caraballo, who had resided in Charlotte, Michigan at the time of his disappearance. This discovery changed the course of the case from an unsolved mystery to a targeted investigation, enabling detectives to concentrate their efforts on identifying the people who caused Caraballo's untimely death. Authorities now had a plethora of new information thanks to this identification, including a name and a life story to piece together. Roberto's identification shed light on his family ties and past, generating new leads and providing a novel viewpoint on potential suspects and their motivations. Let's now examine Roberto Caraballo's biography. Friends and family characterize Caraballo as a gregarious and diligent person. He shared a home with his wife, Beverly McCallum, her daughter, Deneen Ducharme, and Christopher McMillan, Deneen's friend. However, his relationship with Beverly was said to have been turbulent at the time of his death. Family conflicts, tension, and financial arguments were reported by friends and family. Detectives looked into the possibility that someone close to Caraballo was responsible for his murder, after it became clear that his life had not been peaceful. Authorities focused on Caraballo's immediate family after his identity was established, especially his wife, Beverly, her daughter, Deneen, and her friend, Chris McMillan. Prior to his body being transported to the Ottawa County field, the investigation found that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement of their Charlotte, Michigan home. Investigators believed that Beverly McCallum, driven by family strife and financial gain, had planned the murder. Witness accounts and interview reports presented a terrifying image of premeditation. The murder was thought to have been meticulously planned by McMillan, Deneen, and Beverly. Although no life insurance policy was verified, there have been rumors that Beverly might have hoped to profit monetarily from Caraballo's passing. Rather, it seemed to be a murder motivated by animosity and personal strife, with McMillan carrying out the scheme and Beverly controlling her daughter. Investigators discovered that the three suspects had enticed Caraballo into their Charlotte home's basement on the night of the murder, where they fatally wounded him with a blunt object. According to reports, they disposed of the evidence by putting Caraballo's body inside a metal trunk after he passed away. With the intention of erasing any evidence of their crime, they drove the trunk to a blueberry field in Ottawa County, doused it with gasoline, and set it on fire. The painstaking preparation and graphic method of disposal demonstrated the brutality and resolve of those involved. In order to link Beverly, Deneen, and McMillan to the crime, forensic science was essential. Traces of gasoline and accelerant on the metal trunk were consistent with attempts to destroy the body, and any forensic traces and blood evidence discovered in the basement matched Caraballo's DNA. A clear narrative that positioned the murder in the family home prior to the body's transportation to the field was established thanks, in large part, to the efforts of forensic analysts, advancements in DNA testing, and cooperation with local law enforcement. Christopher McMillan finally consented to a plea bargain in exchange for a lighter sentence after increasing pressure. He gave a thorough explanation of what transpired before Caraballo passed away. McMillan explained how Beverly had planned the murder and tricked him and Deneen into helping to carry it out. His admission that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement gave the prosecution's case more weight and provided a strong basis for Beverly and Deneen's conviction. In relation to Roberto Caraballo's murder, Deneen Ducharme was charged with both murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Ducharme made an effort to portray herself as a reluctant participant during the trial by claiming that she was coerced into committing the crime by her mother, Beverly McCallum. She asserted that her mother had manipulated her, forcing her to participate in both the actual murder and the disposal of Caraballo's body. According to her defense team, Ducharme was a victim of circumstance and had fallen victim to McCallum's web of coercion. They made an effort to portray her as obedient and passive, implying that she was motivated by a stronger personality rather than intending to actively participate in the crime. Her defense was questioned by the investigators and prosecution, who contended that the evidence refuted her allegations of manipulation. They implied that Ducharme had not only been aware of the scheme but had voluntarily taken part in it, taking important steps to hide the crime. From the physical attack on Caraballo to the actions taken to destroy his body and obfuscate evidence, the evidence showed that she was not merely a passive bystander, but was actively involved. When Beverly McCallum found out that the investigation was refocusing on her, she left the country in 2015. After evading authorities by moving to different countries, She was eventually found in Rome, Italy in 2019. The case became more complicated due to the international nature of her arrest, necessitating cooperation between Italian and American authorities in order to extradite her. Ultimately, McCallum's attempts to thwart extradition were unsuccessful, and she was sent back to Michigan to stand trial for Caraballo's murder. Beverly McCallum and her daughter Danae Ducharme were charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and mutilation of a dead body at the start of their legal proceedings in Michigan. According to the prosecution, the murder was premeditated, and Beverly was the one who carried out the heinous deed, driven by both malice and financial greed. Beverly allegedly carefully planned Caraballo's murder and enlisted her daughter Danae and friend Christopher McMillan to carry out her plan, according to the prosecution. McMillan, who had previously accepted a plea bargain, testified against Beverly and Danae, offering details about the crime scene, the plot, and the subsequent events. Because of this plea deal, which reduced his sentence in return for his cooperation, Beverly and Danae were left to deal with the full weight of the charges by themselves. The roles that each person played were established by the prosecution, using McMillan's testimony and additional evidence, emphasizing Beverly's leadership in planning and directing the crime. After years of waiting for the case to be settled, Caraballo's loved ones and the community finally felt some justice and closure as a result of the trial and the ensuing court rulings. The possibility that Beverly McCallum is involved in other crimes besides the murder of Roberto Caraballo is another noteworthy feature. According to Amanda, Beverly has a track record of abusing her connections with men, some of whom are from outside the U.S. In one notable instance, Beverly married a man she had known for more than 20 years while residing in Jamaica. This person vanished inexplicably, and despite attempts to get in touch with Beverly, he is still unaccounted for in Jamaica. Following his disappearance, Beverly and her kids are thought to have left the country, which heightens the suspicion that her illegal actions may be a part of a larger pattern. Given Beverly's history of violent and manipulative relationships, and this man's abrupt and unexplained disappearance, it is possible that she is connected to additional unreported crimes. The question of how many more victims might be linked to Beverly's past is raised by this unsolved mystery. The conclusion of the Jack-in-the-Box case, one of Michigan's most eerie unresolved cases, attracted national attention. Audiences found great resonance in the tale of Roberto Caraballo's murder and the treachery of those closest to him. The case's place in American crime history has been cemented by ongoing media coverage and true crime documentaries. Even when all hope seems lost, the investigation's legacy serves as a testament to the commitment of law enforcement and the value of forensic science in bringing about justice. A terrible reminder of the darker side of human nature is the murder of Roberto Caraballo, who was hidden in a metal trunk and set ablaze in a Michigan field. When justice was finally served after years of mystery, a horrifying tale of treachery and family dishonesty was exposed. No matter how much time has passed, Caraballo's memory endures, as a reminder of the extent investigators will go to in order to find the truth and provide victims with justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. French television producer Sophie Toscan de Plantier was brutally murdered in December 1996 outside her vacation home in West Cork, Ireland. Although the investigation got off to a good start, the case ultimately ended because the police were misled by false witness statements. No one has been held responsible for her untimely death, even after all this time. What went wrong in this well-publicized investigation, and why does Sophie's murder continue to plague her family and the neighborhood? Let's investigate the specifics of this enduring enigma. On July 28, 1957, Sophie Toscan du Plantier was born in Boulogne-Billancourt. She was born into a wealthy French family that appreciated the arts and raised in the energetic city of Paris. She developed an early interest in the film industry and later became a television producer. She wed Daniel Toscan du Plantier, a well-known figure in French cinema, in 1991. They became a vibrant couple and reared Sophie's teenage son, Pierre-Louis, from her first marriage. He had a particular place in her heart because he was her only child. They had a close relationship based on mutual respect and trust. Sophie made it a point to be actively involved in his life, from supporting him at events to helping with school projects. They loved spending time together, whether it was traveling around Paris or hosting comfortable movie evenings at home. Sophie's and her husband's lives were frequently in the spotlight in the busy city of Paris, where they both worked in the film industry. Sophie's tenacity was apparent in all she did. She put a lot of effort into achieving her goals. Young and fervent, Sophie never let anyone discredit her aspirations or goals. She pursued her profession while upholding her moral principles because she firmly believed in justice. Pierre-Louis, who saw his mother as a role model, was among those who admired her bravery and strength. Every day he was inspired by her tenacity and resolve, and their relationship gave them both strength to handle the difficulties of life in the spotlight. But the bustle of the city might be too much to handle. Sophie frequently fled to Shull, a quiet village on Ireland's west coast, in search of tranquility. Even though the surroundings were serene, Sophie was unaware that this would be her final journey. Shull, which has a population of only 700, is renowned for its breathtaking landscapes and welcoming community. Attracted by the serene waters and striking cliffs, artists and writers congregate here to find inspiration. After making multiple trips to Ireland as a teenager, Sophie bought a cottage in Toormore in 1993, which she used as a vacation getaway. Her maiden name, Munoz, was well known among the locals. Sophie arrived alone in Ireland on December 20, 1996. She couldn't wait to spend Christmas in her comfortable cottage in Dunmanus, West Cork. She used this small sanctuary as a place to unwind and rejuvenate after a long day of work in Paris. Sophie fell in love with the local charm as soon as she arrived. She ran errands at the village shops and talked to her amiable neighbors. Since they had known her since she was a young girl, the locals gave her a warm welcome. She felt at home in the stunning scenery and cool winter air. But beneath the quiet, a horrible event was on the horizon. A tragedy that would permanently alter the close-knit community was set to upend the tranquil days. Nobody could have predicted Sophie's fate in this peaceful region of Ireland. Shirley Foster, a neighbor, sadly called the police on the morning of December 23. She had witnessed a horrific scene, a corpse outside her neighbor's house. The scene was startling, and it was a cold morning. The victim, who was later identified as Sophie, was seen by the Irish police or Gardaí when they arrived. It was difficult to immediately identify her because of the severe damage to her face. She was wearing a comfortable dressing gown over her pajamas, but her boots were still on, as though she had gone outside for a little while, maybe to breathe. It became evident that the blood-stained concrete block next to her might be the weapon used against her. Along the path to the back door, where the keys were still stuck in the lock, and on the gate, blood was also discovered. Everything inside the house appeared normal. 2 wine glasses were left unattended on the drying rack. Whatever had occurred seemed to have happened outside in the bitter cold. She was attacked shortly after leaving the pub, most likely in the early hours of December 23, according to forensic experts. Given how violently she died, there were immediate concerns about the attack's motivation. The small village of Shull and beyond were rocked by the discovery of Sophie Toscan Duplantier's body. A once tranquil location swiftly became a crime scene, garnering significant media coverage from France and Ireland. It was a difficult task for investigators to piece together the circumstances surrounding her death while the public and media watched closely. Together with forensic teams, local law enforcement stepped in an effort to locate any forensic evidence that could aid in identifying Sophie's killer. They painstakingly gathered evidence from the scene. In an attempt to create a timeline for Sophie's final hours, investigators spoke with locals and customers at the local pub. But their task was made even more difficult by the lack of immediate suspects. Early on in the investigation, one of the major problems surfaced. It took 28 hours after the body was found for Dr. John Harbison, the state pathologist, to reach the scene. Due to this considerable delay, important evidence may have been contaminated or washed away by the rainy weather. This sparked questions about the police investigation. and whether it would result in answers or remain unsolved. The Gardaí came under fire for improperly managing evidence during this period. While in their custody, a number of items, including a blood-stained gate, disappeared. More questions were raised, even though they later stated that the gate was thrown away because it wasn't useful as evidence. Although the police investigation was poorly managed, an investigative report found no evidence of high-level corruption. Public concerns were heightened by the fact that the investigation's records had been altered and that some pages were missing. The results of the final examination of Sophie's body were unsettling. She had fought back, as evidenced by the numerous defense wounds and scratches on her hands. She had also taken severe hits to her face and back of her head, leaving her hardly recognizable. Unfortunately, it was impossible to pinpoint the exact moment of her death because her body had been exposed to the cold for so long. Clarity was scarce at the actual crime scene. There were no signs of a struggle inside the cottage, except for some blood traces on the back door and gate. Sophie appeared to have gone outside for a specific purpose because she was wearing her boots over her pajamas. The keys left in the back door suggested that she may have gone outside for a moment, or that someone in the kitchen may have trapped her there. On the counter were 2 wine glasses. They could have been used by Sophie the day before, so their presence did not prove that someone else had been in the cottage. In general, there weren't many hints left at the scene. Only one blood sample from the collection was found to be unrelated to Sophie. Although DNA testing was still in its infancy at the time, it turned out to be the investigators' only meaningful lead. Given the scant evidence, the police started tracking Sophie's whereabouts ever since she moved into the cottage. By contacting local businesses and talking to anyone who might have seen her, they attempted to piece together her last days. As the investigation progressed, it became evident that finding answers would be difficult. The small village of Scholl was rocked by Sophie's murder. The fact that a married mother was murdered just before Christmas added to the shock of the first murder in almost a century. The locals couldn't believe such violence could occur in their peaceful neighborhood. The villagers gathered to grieve and support one another, and they stayed up to pray in Sophie's honor. This sad incident sparked important conversations about safety, particularly for women, and the value of being vigilant even in quiet rural communities. The media significantly influenced public perception of the case as the investigation went on. There was a moral panic brought on by the coverage. The murder of Sophie was widely covered by the media as a change from a multicultural safe village to one that is now afraid. Crazy theories about what transpired were frequently included in the stories. Others offered strange theories, such as the idea that Sophie was killed by a horse, while others conjectured about French hitmen. 2 London-based crime podcasters made the decision to delve deeply into the case and produced a multi-episode series that attracted the interest of major networks like Netflix and Sky Atlantic. This renewed interest sparked crucial conversations about how crimes against women were portrayed in the media and the necessity of responsible reporting, even though these documentaries frequently concentrated on sensational elements and the question of who did it. For researchers, these developments brought up 2 important questions. First, how closely did the sensationalized stories that frequently accompany cases of violence against women resemble the recent media coverage of Sophie's case? There was also the question of whether documentaries and podcasts could offer a more serious examination of these crimes, going beyond sensationalism. Some important details that helped tell her story were discovered by the police as they investigated her last days. Sophie was seen shopping and chatting with amiable locals in Scholl the day after she arrived. One store owner saw something strange. Sophie was being watched intently by a man wearing a black coat and hat while she was shopping, and he followed her after she left. Sophie made the decision to walk to 3 Castlehead the night before her body was found. The ruins of Dunlough Castle can be seen along this lovely track, which also offers breathtaking views. A local legend about the White Lady, the ghost of a bride who tragically threw herself off a cliff, is another reason for its notoriety. When people saw her, they assumed that something horrible was going to occur. Sophie said she saw the White Lady while out for a walk. She later told her friends about this terrifying experience, even admitting that the idea of having met a ghost frightened her. She returned to a nearby pub for tea after seeing her friends, where she engaged in conversation with the locals. Although it seemed like a typical evening, nobody could have predicted how it would turn out. Daniel, Sophie's husband, was in Paris when she last spoke to him. Around midnight, they received a phone call that was probably full of love and encouragement. But a horrible thing happened after that call. Sophie was murdered sometime between midnight and the time her neighbor discovered her. This demonstrated how urgent and intricate it is to comprehend the events leading up to her terrible destiny. Daniel Toscan, Sophie Toscan Duplantier's husband, was the first person the police looked at as a suspect in her murder. Sophie had learned that Daniel was having an affair, and the couple had made the decision to split up. Strangely enough, Sophie had recently made the decision to break up with the man she was seeing. To alleviate the stress of her separation, she decided to spend the holidays by herself in Schul prior to her trip. Daniel and Sophie's lover were in France on the evening of December 22, not in Ireland. There was a lot of gossip in the little town of Schul as the police started their investigation. People in the area thought that tourists might have been involved in Sophie's murder. But according to the police, the murderer was probably a local who knew the routes to her isolated cottage. Police continued their investigation, concentrating on a man named Ian Bailey, who was born in Manchester, England. Ian was born on January 27, 1957, and in the early 1990s, he relocated to Ireland. He sought a more tranquil life after a challenging divorce and worked as a freelance journalist, occasionally publishing under the name Ian Bailey. In addition, he worked on fish farms and had a market stand where he sold poetry and pizza. From 1992 on, Ian and his partner Jules Thomas resided in Goleen. Despite his enjoyment of life in Schul, he was perceived by many residents as conceited and intrusive. The couple hurried to the crime scene to collect information for a story after learning that Sophie's body had been discovered on December 23, 23 p.m. Ian was adamant about writing about the murder, the first in Schul in a century, even though the police advised them not to divulge any information. Sophie's tragedy garnered international media attention because she was a well-known person. Ian started writing about Sophie's relationships and other aspects of her life. According to the article Sophie's Tangled Love Life, she had been inviting different men to her cottage. Sophie's family promptly made it clear that she was only seeing one man, and that they had broken up with him prior to her trip. This clarification caught investigators' attention and sparked additional rumors. Some neighbors insisted they had met Sophie, despite Ian's claim that he didn't know her well. He persisted in speculating that Daniel was responsible for the murder, implying that he did so to protect himself from financial loss in their divorce. The violent nature of the crime, according to the police, did not align with this theory. A crucial piece of information was revealed on January 11th. At 3 in the morning, an unidentified caller claimed to have seen a man at a bridge close to Sophie's home. December 23. He wore a black coat and hat just like the man a store owner had seen on December 21 after Sophie. The shop owner, Marie Farrell, turned out to be the source of the tip. Because she was at the bridge with another man and didn't want her husband to find out, she had filed an anonymous report. Police named the man as Ian Bailey and made him the primary suspect based on her description and other witness statements. Ian had scratches on his face and arms when he was interviewed a few days after the murder. These came from cutting down a Christmas tree, he explained. His injuries could not be inspected later because no photos were taken of them. Ian named him a suspect and implied that Sophie's ex-husband had hired a hitman, but police believed a local person was responsible for the crime. Despite keeping a close eye on him, they were unable to present a compelling case. Ian Bailey was taken into custody by the police on February 10, 1997, in order to establish a solid case. Police discovered evidence of a fire in his yard when they searched his house. Ian said the fire had occurred earlier in December, but a neighbor had reported seeing smoke coming from his house a few days after the murder. There was no evidence at his house or studio that connected him to Sophie's murder, according to the police. Jules Thomas, Ian's partner, was also taken into custody and interrogated. She claimed that after spending the night of the murder at a nearby pub with Ian, they drove to a vantage point where they could see that Sophie's and the neighbors' homes had lights on. However, Jules stated that he woke up in the middle of the night because of work, whereas Ian stated that he slept through the entire night. Ian lied and claimed to have gone to his studio when he was questioned about this. It was not until 9 a.m. that Jules saw him the following morning and saw what she believed to be a previous wound on his face. but there wasn't much evidence against him. Blood traces discovered at the scene were highly contaminated and did not match anyone. The timeline was made more difficult by the cold, and important pieces of evidence, like the gate from Sophie's house, which also contained blood traces, had been lost. After reviewing the case, the Director of Public Prosecutions was unable to formally charge Ian. There was no solid evidence linking him to the crime scene, even though he was detained for 12 hours and insisted on his innocence. He was consequently set free. Ian was furious because he felt he was losing control of the story when the media started to name him the primary suspect. His mental state appeared to deteriorate as the investigation went on. People said they saw him carrying a stick he said had magical powers, or howling at the moon. A condition known as howling at the moon occurs when someone expends time and energy attempting to accomplish an impossible task or obtain an unachievable goal. Some neighbors even claimed that Ian had confessed to killing Sophie as more information surfaced, but they later claimed it was just dark humor. Ian was arrested once more on January 27, 1998, in the hope that he would eventually confess because the police believed he had evidence against him. But nothing had changed, and the evidence was almost completely gone. Ian was again released without formal charges. The way the police handled the investigation drew harsh criticism once more. After his second arrest, he invited the media to his house to denounce the media frenzy surrounding him and to claim his innocence, despite the fact that many people thought he was guilty. He gave the police samples of his and his partner's hair. No new evidence emerged, and the case cooled off after 2 unsuccessful attempts to coerce a confession. Ian lost his defamation lawsuit against multiple media outlets in 2003. Police files were made public as a result of this loss, which only increased public suspicion that he was involved in Sophie's murder. The main witness, Marie Farrell, testified during the trial that she saw Ian close to the crime scene. He threatened to change her statement, she said. It was also revealed that Ian and his partner had a tumultuous relationship, which included past instances of domestic abuse. The public saw Ian as a violent man, despite Jules' defense. Ian was going to be charged after losing the defamation trial, it seemed. He would not be charged, though, as the Director of Public Prosecutions determined that there was not enough evidence to connect him to the crime scene. Dissatisfied with this result, Sophie's family wanted Ian to be charged in France, where the law permitted charges based on circumstantial evidence. Since there was not enough evidence to deport Ian from Ireland, they asked in 2008 that all files be moved to the French legal system so that he could stand trial. In a shocking turn of events, Marie Farrell withdrew her statement during the trial, 10 years after she had initially made it. Marie claimed that although she had seen a man the night of the murder, she had lied about who he was because the police had pressured her to do so. She emphasized that her initial testimony was false and clarified that Ian Bailey had never threatened her. This retraction revealed a number of issues with the inquiry. It demonstrated how the case had been impacted by biases in law enforcement's approach, the loss of crucial evidence, and police misconduct. These problems cast doubt on the veracity of the testimony used against Ian, as well as the integrity of the investigation. The Association for the Truth was established in 2007 by Sophie's family to advance the investigation. Ian Bailey's deportation was authorized by the Irish High Court after a French magistrate issued a European arrest warrant for him in February 2010. In March 2012, Bailey filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. The French government did not plan to try him at the time, according to the Supreme Court's decision in his favor. Furthermore, because the alleged offense took place outside of French territory and there was inadequate cooperation, 4 of the 5 judges concurred that the European arrest warrant stopped his deportation. Ian filed a lawsuit against the Irish government in November 2014, claiming that they were unfairly singled out for Sophie's murder. Marie Farrell's withheld statements were to be used by his legal team as evidence that the police had influenced him. She would not, however, reveal the identity of the man she had been with that evening when she was asked to testify. Ian lost the lawsuit as a result of this lack of credibility, which seriously hurt his case. Additionally, it was discovered that phone conversations at Garda stations had been surreptitiously recorded that same year. This sparked worries that there may have been anomalies in the abandoned Garda station's recordings of the Sophie murder investigation. 297 recorded calls pertaining to the case were reviewed by the Fennelly Commission. The commission discovered evidence that suggested the Gardaí had thought about deleting or changing evidence that could have cleared Ian Bailey. It came to the conclusion, though, that there was no evidence that they truly did this. The commission also pointed out that the Gardaí had improperly given journalists and other civilians access to private information regarding the investigation. In order to clear his name, Ian Bailey wrote to the Director of Public Prosecutions in 2016 and asked for a trial in Ireland. However, this did not occur. A European arrest warrant issued by French authorities, who wanted to deport him to stand trial for the murder of Sophie Toscan de Plantier, led to his arrest in Ireland in March 2017. The warrant was granted by the Irish High Court, but Bailey managed to evade extradition. Despite Ian's absence, a French court determined in 2018 that there was sufficient evidence to hold a trial. As a result, a trial without Ian started in France in 2019. Because there was no jury, only 3 judges, and more than 30 witnesses, the trial was unusual. A Paris court found Bailey guilty of murder on May 31, 2019, and he was given a 25-year prison term. An arrest warrant was issued for Europe. He was permitted to stay in Ireland after the High Court of Ireland decided there was not enough evidence to deport him. Following that, Ian Bailey was prohibited from leaving Ireland for fear of being arrested and deported to France if he traveled to another European nation. A specialized Irish police unit declared in the summer of 2022 that Sophie's case would be thoroughly examined. Ian Bailey passed away outside his Bantry home on January 21, 2024 at the age of 66, following a suspected cardiac arrest. Due to his history of domestic violence against his partner, which resulted in her hospitalization in 2001, his life was tainted by controversy. In Shull District Court, he was found guilty of assault. According to a psychiatrist's report, he exhibited aggressive and egocentric conduct, particularly when under the influence of alcohol. In order to fill the profound void left by his mother's absence, Sophie's son Pierre-Louis continues to visit Shull. Her death still hurts 25 years later, and he still finds it hard to move on from this tragic period of his life and find closure if the case is not resolved. One of the most well-known unresolved cases in Irish history is the murder of Sophie Toscan du Plantier. Complicated witness statements and her family's intense grief have complicated the investigation. The pursuit of justice feels far from over, even with the appearance of fresh leads. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We're going to go over another terrible instance with you today. Statistics show that the number of crimes perpetrated by young people has been rising globally. Violence among school children has increased recently, typically targeting their friends. As a result of these attacks, victims are frequently hospitalized, handicapped, or even killed. The main objective of such violent activities is typically to demonstrate their own dominance, authority, and tolerance. Furthermore, adolescent offenders have confidence in their impunity, because many countries' laws are liberal. The nation was rocked by the tale of Agnes Marin, a French girl who was killed by a high school student. They attended a famous university with a stellar reputation, where it seemed impossible for anything like this to occur. The culprit had previously attacked the girls, as it turned out, but his affluent parents were able to conceal the truth about his exploits by securing their son's admission to a prestigious school in a different city. Adolescent anger is said to be a kind of protest during the time of self-discovery and personality development. However, in today's narrative, the boy's brutality sprang from a total lack of empathy, or the capacity to understand and feel the same emotions as others. He became the second teenager in French history to receive a life sentence because he was deemed to be incorrigible and a serious threat to society. Agnes Marin was who? The only child of Paula and Frederick Marin. Agnes Marin was born in Paris on November 26, 1999. The girl was raised in a rather prosperous household. Her parents wanted to give their child the finest because they loved her. I didn't know how to say no to Agnes from a young age. She was taken to the sea, dressed in name-brand boutiques, and purchased pricey toys and technology. Marin was a lively, outgoing, and restless youngster. She always had a large social circle and many interests. She had a creative streak, enjoyed movies and music, and hoped to work as a filmmaker. She did well in school and her teachers recognized her high potential, but she was frequently hindered from achieving the best outcomes by her general inattention and laziness. Agnes joined a bad firm when she was 13, which had a detrimental effect on her conduct and academic performance. She began skipping school, consuming beer, and smoking cigarettes, not just conventional cigarettes. Her parents opposed harsh parenting methods and made multiple attempts to have a dialogue with their daughter, but were unsuccessful. When the girl was once again discovered smoking and drinking beer on school property, she lied about her vows to change her ways and stop interacting with unsavory people. The issue of her expulsion came up. Her parents understood that nothing would change if their daughter remained in Paris and continued to interact with negative influences. In order to escape the hustle and temptations of the capital, Frederick and Paula made the decision to move Agnes not merely to a different school, but also to a different city or even a province, a brand new school. The closed private college Sévenol, which is situated in the commune of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon, in the department of the Upper Loire area of Auvergne, was the choice made by Marin's parents after weighing their possibilities. With nearly a century of history, it is a distinguished educational institution. Established in the 1930 cc's, the institution operated on the boarding school model, where students resided in addition to studying. However, in a small town with a population of barely 2,500, the college was in severe financial trouble by the end of the 2000s and was in fact on the verge of going bankrupt. The local educational institution faced a dearth of students and consequently a shortage of funding as young people increasingly preferred to study in the capital or a major metropolis. In the past, admission to this college required both good character and a high grade point average. However, as there were multiple competitors for a single spot, even this did not ensure entrance. However, a significant student shortage in 2011 caused a significant shift in the scenario. The school, specifically not, declared total bankruptcy, drastically lowering the entrance requirements, particularly if they were the offspring of affluent parents who were prepared to serve as sponsors. Agnes had a strong academic record and grade point average, which helped her gain admission to Sévenol College despite her behavioral issues. The authorities chose to ignore her traits. The parents of Agnes were pleased. They thought their daughter would benefit from the change. She would grow more mature and be able to go through this challenging time of transition more readily. Marin was an outgoing, happy, and amiable girl. She managed to blend in with the new group. She made friends right away and felt at ease from the first few days. She also made good academic progress, particularly in new subjects that were unavailable at her former Parisian school. Every 2 or 3 weeks, her parents paid their daughter a visit at the boarding school. They were quite happy with her accomplishments and positive behavioral changes. During her studies, Agnes only made one visit home. Notably, the new school was situated on a sizable plot of land that was encircled by woodland. Since the crime rate in these areas was regarded as one of the lowest in the nation, there were no rigorous security measures or obvious border barriers. Students sometimes went there in groups after school because it only took a quarter of an hour to walk from the college to the town center of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon. However, everyone had to return by 5 o'clock in the evening. Discipline was applied for both rule violations and student disappearances. After class on November 16, 2011, Agnes and a few of her classmates made the decision to go for a walk in the town. She made a buddy there who attended a different school, but they kept in touch and contacted each other frequently. The two females trailed behind the general company when they made the decision to go shopping. Marin was not present when the youths returned to campus a few hours later. This situation did not initially raise any concern, and everyone was confident that she would return shortly. However, as time went on and darkness descended, the teachers became quite concerned about the student's absence. The school administration reported the event to the police without hesitation because she was nowhere to be seen on campus and her phone was off. Students, instructors, and law enforcement officers performed the search, which started that evening. They separated into groups and searched different areas, but they were unable to locate the missing girl. Everyone hoped she would return alive and unhurt, but no one had seen her and no one knew where she may be. Almost instantly, Marin's parents were informed and inquired as to whether their daughter had come home. After hearing the shocking news, Frederick and Paula hurried as quickly as they could to Le Chambon-sur-Lignon. They reassured them that Agnes could not have fled because she had nowhere to go and no incentive to do so. They said their daughter was really happy at her new school. Here, she had made lots of pals. She had no problems with anyone, and she didn't feel uncomfortable. The hunt was actively aided by the involvement of Agnes's mother and father. In an attempt to locate their daughter, they displayed images of her throughout the city, spoke with her friends, and looked for any leads or clues. What is the friend of Agnes concealing? The first thing the police did was search for those who may have known about Agnes's future plans and were the last to see her. According to the girls in her class, Marin went shopping with a buddy she made in the city. Although no one was able to provide her identity, Estelle, the same buddy from a different school, was soon located by law enforcement. Agnes had indeed been in contact with the girl for the last time. She was therefore seen as an extremely valuable witness. She did not, however, offer any helpful details. She said in the initial interview that Agnes had assisted her in selecting a birthday gift for her father. After saying their goodbyes, they each enjoyed a milkshake. Agnes had to go back to school, and Estelle went home. The girl's behavior seemed a little strange, but her narrative sounded reasonable. She appeared to be holding something back and was clearly nervous. When they made the decision to speak with her once more, the account she had previously recounted abruptly started to include some details that she wanted to keep private. Estelle admitted that Agnes had supposedly scheduled a meeting with a young man that day, but she had not disclosed his name to her. The boys were going to do something wicked, apparently using illegal substances, even though it wasn't intended to be a date. When Estelle tried to call Agnes a few hours later, she didn't pick up, and by the evening her phone was off. During the initial interview, the girl acknowledged lying, because she promised Marin that she wouldn't tell anyone about the encounter with the enigmatic man. But when word spread that Agnes had vanished, Estelle made the decision to come clean, since she thought this young man might be connected to the abrupt disappearance. Some have speculated that Agnes might have just fled from college. It's possible that the girl has fallen in love and is currently hanging out with her hidden beau. The day she vanished, her phone was the last one on campus, but it was switched off thereafter, making it impossible to find. However, all of the information about Agnes's calls and communications was readily available to police officers. At that point, the authorities initially identified 17-year-old Matthew Molanas, a high school student at the same institution as the missing Marin, as the primary suspect. What may have connected the missing woman to a 17-year-old young man? It turned out that she had been corresponding with Matthew Molanas for the past few days. What could they possibly have in common? Regardless, the youngster needed to be questioned since he might have important information that could help solve the crime. They were indeed scheduled to meet on campus and go on a walk together on the day of Agnes's disappearance, but there was nothing specific or concerning in their correspondence. Matthew said he would show her something, but he didn't say what. On November 17, Marin was initially asked to speak with the police. He was quite composed, but his hands and face had odd, seemingly new scrapes on them. The young man acknowledged, however, that he was experimenting with illegal substances, and yesterday he went overboard, losing consciousness and lying for several hours in a thorny bush. Teachers and fellow students attested to the fact that this student did have issues. In January 2011, Mathieu was accepted to Sivanal College, where his parents allegedly moved him to shield him from trouble and bad company. Even so, the young guy used alcohol and other illegal substances, which made his expulsion a possibility. Nevertheless, he felt sorry for him and was given time to change. Molanas appeared to be a normal, troubled adolescent rebel. His demeanor and appearance seemed to challenge people around him. He liked hot beverages, smoked, and dressed in gothic fashion on campus. He boasted to his peers about his pranks, saying he would not face consequences. Mathieu vanished for several hours on the day Agnes vanished. In the evening, he emerged from the woods wearing filthy clothes and with scratches on his hands and face. He responded to any inquiries by saying that he had consumed too much alcohol and had passed out on his own. Although everything about him seemed and sounded suspicious, the investigators chose to check into him more further because there was yet no concrete proof against him. The wealthy parents' pampered son, the eldest of 3 children born to Sophia and Dominique Molanas, Mathieu Molanas was born in December 1993 in the Garda municipality of Negi-Solorg. He was raised in a reasonably well-to-do household with his 2 younger sisters and was accustomed to having all of his wishes met right away. He was noticed acting strangely from a young age. The boy attempted to avoid being around other kids since he was a very hostile, irascible, and difficult to communicate with. The condition deteriorated during adolescence. Matthew experienced angry outbursts. He started drinking alcohol on a regular basis, tried with other illegal substances, and frequently caused fights. However, the young man's stunning features helped him gain popularity with the opposite sex, despite his aggressive and antisocial behavior. He had a girlfriend at the time of the events in his hometown, whom he visited on the weekends and whose parents were aware of. Matthew had several police records, including one for stealing prescription medications from a pharmacy with a companion. However, the matter was kept quiet, most likely because the teenager's parents paid for it. During interrogations, his father also volunteered to sponsor the school while it was in trouble, which allowed him to get into a prestigious private school despite having a low GPA and legal issues. Despite his stubborn and haughty demeanor, Moulinas maintained his composure to the point where the authorities questioned whether he was involved in Agnes's disappearance. He never left his favorite toy, a yo-yo, in his hands, which he was twirling all the time. He first denied knowing Agnes during the initial interrogation, but after seeing a printout of their correspondence, he started to modify his evidence and attempt to make up a lie on the spot, but he soon found himself unsure of what he was saying. The man claims that he promised to show Agnes a mushroom-growing area in the forest. They allegedly utilized them in tandem. Following his illness, Mathieu collapsed under a prickly shrub, where he remained until dusk. He also saw that Marraine was gone when he woke up. Since it was growing late, he returned to the campus without searching for her. During all of the interrogations, a lawyer who had been retained by the Moulinas' parents suggested that his young ward indicate the location where he had last seen Agnes and where they allegedly consumed mushroom. However, Mathieu claimed that he would not be able to locate that clearing because they had accidentally discovered it. He left the area on autopilot, without really comprehending his surroundings or where he was. However, specialists quickly disproved Mathieu's claims after discovering no evidence of mushroom consumption in his blood. Furthermore, it was determined that the wounds on his body were the result of a battle. That is, he was scratched with nails by someone who was presumably a girl, a gory finding in the thicket. The school children who had witnessed Mathieu emerge from the forest that night indicated the direction from which he had come, and it was determined to conduct a comprehensive, extensive search in that area of the forest. There was still a slim chance that Marraine would be found alive at that point. On November 18, however, searchers awaited the horrifying discovery of the missing Agnes's severely disfigured and partially burned remains in a tiny space tucked away in a thicket. Her clothing was ripped. There was no sign of her underwear. In addition to evidence of deep knife wounds, there were all the telltale symptoms of violence. Don't believe Moulinas was responsible for this horrible crime. There was no question, but it was important to wait for the forensic specialist's conclusions and to get the killer to confess. The strangler admitted in Confessions of a Ruthless Killer that he purposefully lured Agnes into the woods to abuse her but allegedly had no plans to kill her. In fact, Mathieu did not particularly deny the horrific discovery when he was informed about it and started to testify, explaining how everything was. She, however, resisted vehemently. He had to use the rope from his favorite toy, the yo-yo, which he always carried with him, to tie up the victim after he scratched him. The man was upset about going to jail when Agnes yelled and threatened to turn him in to the police. He chose to kill the unlucky and dispose of the body since he did not want to. Agnes suffered 17 knife wounds, the majority of which were to the neck, face, and chest, after Mathieu viciously beat her, fracturing her arm, nose, multiple ribs, and shin. He doused the victim with a combustible concoction from a canister and lit her on fire when she ceased exhibiting any signs of life in the hopes that the flames would totally destroy the body. Then, as night fell, he hastily left, failing to see that the fire had been put out. He removed his toy from the corpse and carried it away. As though relishing each word and seeing the investigator's response, the high school girl described the incident calmly and in great detail. He had neither regret nor sympathy for the victim. The investigation revealed that Agnes had evidence of the rapist's biological fluid in her body and pieces of mature skin and epithelium beneath her fingernails. Additionally, Traces of the victims and the offender's perspiration were discovered on the rope of the actual toy yo-yo. Agnes's parents received her body following all required tests and medical evaluations, and they buried their only daughter in Paris. Notably, the burial for the first victim of a young psychopath was held on her birthday, November 26, 2011. The fact that Marin was not the only victim of Moulinas stunned law enforcement when they closely examined his biography, but this information was purposefully concealed. It turns out that since he was a young boy, he had been mean to other people, including his own sisters, other kids, and animals. He always enjoyed causing pain and suffering to people in an unmatched way. Mathieu attacked Julia, his young neighbor whom he had known since childhood, in August 2010. The attractive neighbor chose to capitalize on the girl's interest in him. After luring her into the woods, the man struck her on the head, tied her up with household-bought Scotch tape, and proceeded to mistreat the unlucky. After that, Moulinas started strangling her and most likely would have murdered her, but as her mobile phone rang, the criminal flinched away, glanced around, and just walked away. After a scared Julia freed herself, she called her parents, who promptly called the police to report the occurrence. The following day, Mathieu was taken into custody. He sobbed during questioning in an effort to please the police and tried to place all the blame on the victim, saying that she was the one who provoked him by making fun of him and suggesting closeness. However, authorities recognized that he had planned the crime ahead of time and even brought duct tape to render the victim immobile. However, Mathieu escaped punishment in spite of the seriousness of the offense. Because the offender was so young, the court committed him to a psychiatric center for 4 months of mandatory treatment instead of sending him to prison. Psychiatrists and psychologists assessed his condition and worked with him during this period. The chief specialist overseeing Moulinas concluded in December 2010 that he was completely recovered and that following the course of treatment, he was no longer a threat to others. After reviewing this report, the court granted the offender freedom with the condition that he only attend a number of anger management classes and receive parental support. Notably, the Molina couple worked very hard to secure their son's release as well. In addition to promising the judge that Mathieu would leave the area and not cause any more disturbance, they also agreed to see to it that the heir received therapy. The best attorneys were employed by them, and they made every effort to keep their client out of jail. Following that, the parents began searching for a new school for their kid, but they were unwilling to accept him anyplace because of his criminal record for such a significant issue. The father then went to the provincially closed College 7 himself and scheduled a meeting with the director. He promised to support him right away when it came to the college's admittance of mature students, after learning about its financial difficulties. In every manner possible, Dominic Melinis defended his son by lying that there was only violence against his ex-girlfriend, despite the director's observation that the man's academic performance was too poor and that the criminal case of a prospective student could negatively impact the school's reputation. After the breakup, she allegedly sought to get back at him. Surprisingly, the leadership of the educational institution accepted Dominic's account of events and did not go into the specifics of the trial, which is why he was freed a few months later after everything had been resolved. It seems that they chose to ignore the crime and keep this information from other kids and their parents because of the sponsorship amount he had declared. Just 1 month before his 18th birthday, Mathieu had accepted the verdict in the trial, but because he was a kid when the violent and terrible crime was committed, the law gave such offenders a lower sentence, and the trial itself had to take place in private. Agnes's parents demanded that the sessions be made public, at least in part, and that journalists who would be covering the case in the media be included. The Marin couple, however, were turned away, and the trial took place in private. The case didn't start until June 18, 2013. The many errors in the Mathieu case were sharply condemned by the public prosecutor, especially the fact that the psychiatrist who concluded that the man posed no threat to others was a young lady without the necessary training. She made a deadly error and had no prior experience dealing with crooks. After the defendant had a second mental evaluation, specialists came to the conclusion that, in addition to being unrepentant, he may very easily conduct the same crime again if given the chance. This was corroborated by Mathieu himself, who claimed to have delighted in seeing the victims suffer. Marin's schizoid and paranoid disorder symptoms, along with his uncontrollably violent outbursts, made him a serious threat to others. He could, however, face legal repercussions for his activities because he was well aware of them. Furthermore, because of the severity of the young man's offense, the prosecutor demanded that he be tried as an adult, and his request was ultimately approved. Matthew was convicted of torture and murder with specific cruelty on June 28, 1313. He was given a life sentence and ordered to undergo forced psychotherapy. He was the second young criminal in French history to be given such a severe penalty. Despite Molinet's attorney's choice to appeal the conviction, a jury of appeals affirmed the life sentence on October 10, 2014, ruling out a 2016 review of the ruling. In a book they created and published, Mathieu's parents detailed their painful experience and acknowledged that their son is still unrepentant. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We'll explore what happened in 2004 in Scott County, Kentucky, USA in this video. Chris Lyons went in search of his younger sister Ashley, who was 18 years old, after she stopped returning his calls. Less than 1,000 people call Stamping Ground where the Lyons family resided home. Although it looked like a nice spot to raise a family, the events of January 7, 2004 permanently altered the Lyons family's course in life. On July 21, 1985, Ashley Renee Lyons was born. She was a Scott County native and the youngest of her parents' 3 children. She graduated from Scott County High School in 2003, where she was very involved in the FFA program, and she was a member of Cedar Grove Baptist Church. Future Farmers of America is represented by the letters FFA. Through agricultural education, FFA is a vibrant youth organization that transforms lives and equips members for success in the workplace, personal development, and premier leadership. Chris, Ashley's brother, was just a year older. They owned a modest auto repair business. They grew up fixing everything with an engine, even cars. Ashley enjoyed fast cars in particular. Ashley's best buddy, Bobby Gibson, however, was aware that Ashley had other interests outside cars. Roger Macbeth was the object of her affection. Although they remained close friends, the infatuated youngsters broke up soon after the prom. Ashley continued to believe that Roger was the greatest despite their breakup. When she graduated from high school, she was ecstatic because she thought a better life was ahead of her. Nevertheless, young people's lives don't always go as planned. Ashley discovered that Roger was the father of her unborn child. She told her relatives about it. Her entire family was behind her, anticipating the birth of the child. But January 7, 2004 was a life-altering day for many. Although the day began flawlessly, it ended terribly. Ashley learned she was expecting a son at her doctor's checkup. Sharing this news with her mother, Carol, made her joyful. She even decided on a name and intended to give her son the name Landon. Ashley was eager to tell everyone about this wonderful news. She showered and did her hair and makeup after giving her mother the ultrasound image. Ashley announced her trip to Lexington to her mother, Carol, and brother, Chris. Based on the map, Lexington is roughly 20 miles away from Stamping Ground, and it would have taken Ashley 35 to 40 minutes to get there. She mentioned that she was going to a restaurant there to meet Roger and his folks. Ashley was going to present the ultrasound image to them. That night was chilly, and snow was predicted for later. Carol, Ashley's mother, offered to use her car, but Ashley declined, stating that she would return before the snow started and that she wouldn't be gone for long. Sadly, that night altered the Lyons family's life forever. Carol recalled that day and stated that her daughter's final words to her were, "I love you, Mom. I'll be back soon." They heard their home phone ring after supper. When Chris responded, he heard Roger's voice inquiring as to Ashley's whereabouts. "She's already gone," Chris said. Roger informed Ashley that he would not be able to meet. He claimed to have called her, but she didn't pick up. Chris thought Ashley had gone to the restaurant and left her phone in the car. No one was able to contact Ashley during the course of time. She didn't pick up when her mother called her multiple times. Ashley still wasn't home at 8 p.m., but she indicated she wouldn't be gone for long when she left. Carol informed Roger's mother over the phone at around 9 o'clock in the evening that Ashley had not come home from their rendezvous at the restaurant. Carol was taken aback by Roger's mother's response and became even more concerned. She claimed that because the meeting had to be rescheduled, they did not see Ashley that day. Carol was appalled to hear this. Where was her daughter if she wasn't at the restaurant? Carol sensed something was wrong. Ashley wasn't picking up her phone after all. As she sought to determine Ashley's whereabouts and whether she was okay, a lot of ideas were racing through her head. Chris and his father decided they couldn't wait about 10 o'clock, so they went in search of Ashley. They were aware of the restaurant where Ashley was to meet Roger and his parents. They didn't see Ashley's car when they got there. After several hours of searching, they were unable to locate Ashley. Chris knew Ashley enjoyed Scott County Park, so he made the decision to check it out eventually. She frequently went there with Roger when they were dating, and she fed the ducks there all the time. Scott County Park is roughly 10 miles away from Stamping Ground according to the map. Chris and his father were traveling through the park when they noticed an automobile that looked like Ashley's. The lights were on and the automobile was moving. As they approached, they saw that it was in fact Ashley's vehicle. It's difficult to imagine what was going through their minds at the time. The driver's side window was down as Chris rushed to the vehicle. Ashley had her head down as she sat in the car. She was not responding and had on a seatbelt. Chris began shaking Ashley as he opened the door. Chris thought she was simply sleeping, but then he noticed blood on his hand. He dialed 911 right away. Unfortunately, Ashley had passed away by the time Chris dialed 911, and medical professionals were unable to assist her. Ashley's mother soon received the most devastating news she had ever heard. She was shocked that Ashley was no longer there. The investigators arrived at the crime scene while Ashley's family was in the throes of grief. Ashley's body was left in the car until the detectives looked over the scene for any evidence, because she had already passed away before the ambulance came, and it was clear that a crime had caused her death. The driver's side window was down, the radio and heater were on, and the engine was running when they initially arrived on the scene. Ashley's cause of death was promptly ascertained. On the ground beside the vehicle were 3 shell casings measuring 9 millimeters. Ashley suffered head and neck injuries from bullet wounds. Despite searching the area, the authorities were unable to locate the weapon used in the crime. It said a lot that Ashley was shot through her car's open side window. The window was down, which seemed suspicious because it was cold that night. She was sitting in a way that suggested she was not attempting to flee or defend herself. After combining all of this information, the investigators came to the conclusion that Ashley was acquainted with the shooter. Ashley slid down the side window when someone she knew came up to her car because it was cold and the heater was on. Beside the driver's door was the person who had shot her. The detectives instantly ruled out the notion that it was a robbery because her phone, wallet, and purse were all in the car. There were ultrasound images strewn all over the car, and it seems that Ashley was looking at them in her final moments. Ashley and her son Landon were killed by the offender while she was 5 months pregnant. Scott County had never seen anything like this before. As a result, the community called on the police to track down the person who killed 2 people so ruthlessly. Ashley's parents told the investigators that on the day of her death, she intended to meet with her child's father, Roger. When they spoke with Roger, he expressed his sadness over Ashley's and their unborn son's deaths. Roger said that he and Ashley experienced highs and lows. They were no longer a couple, though. Roger broke down in tears when he spoke to the investigators after Ashley said she was expecting. The man didn't know who could have harmed his ex-girlfriend and their unborn child in this way. He was hauled in to be questioned. Roger informed the investigators that he had to reschedule their planned meeting at a restaurant because he had other commitments when they inquired about the circumstances leading up to Ashley's murder. Ashley didn't pick up her phone when he tried to tell her not to come to Lexington. She didn't answer when he called her twice. As a result, Chris answered the phone when Roger called her home. Roger claims that he requested that Ashley call him back when she got home. What Chris had informed the detectives about his sister's plans for that night aligned with Roger's account. Carol did not think Roger could be connected to this incident until she learned that he had been questioned by the police. According to Carol, Roger was a kind man. Their families got along well. Roger always assisted in clearing the table after supper at their residence. When he and Ashley were dating, he was frequently at their house and got along well with Chris. As a result, Nobody thought Roger could have killed Ashley and Landon. Ashley's family attempted to determine who might have done it while the investigators looked for clues in a suspect. In her daughter's room, Carol discovered a diary. She documented her experiences in it. Carol read the diary and saw that one name appeared repeatedly: Dina Williams. Ashley and Dina were of the same age. They rode the school bus and went to school together. Because Dina was raised in a low-income household and wore the same outfits all the time, Ashley felt terrible for her. In talks with her friends, Dina confirmed the claims that her parents mistreated her and even physically assaulted her. Dina and Ashley were initially friends, but it soon became clear that Dina was envious of Ashley and desired everything Ashley owned, especially Roger. Ashley reported having multiple arguments with Dina in her diary. Carol discovered something new from this diary. She was unaware that Ashley and Dana were having issues together. Carol began to accuse Dana Williams of being involved in Ashley's death as a result. Dana dated Roger right away after Ashley and Roger split up, and maybe she was concerned because Ashley became pregnant with Roger's child. She didn't want to tell anyone else about Roger after all. Dana desired to have him exclusively. Perhaps this would have forced Dina to take an irreversible action. Ashley's diary was given to the investigators by Carol so that all of the entries could be examined. Carol was certain that the diary's pages held the secret to solving this case. Ashley's description of her friendship with Dina piqued the curiosity of the investigators when they looked through her journal. Dina Williams was subsequently brought to the police station. She denied having anything to do with Ashley's ordeal. Dina had an alibi because she worked at a bank and said that on the night of the crime they attended an office party. Dina made no effort to conceal from the investigators her animosity toward Ashley. The fact that Ashley was pregnant really annoyed her. Nevertheless, the detectives let Dina to leave after the talk because it was insufficient to file charges against her, because she had no feelings over Ashley's death. In the meantime, the ballistic examination findings were received. Ashley's wounds, the posture in which she was discovered, and the location of the casings were all examined by the experts. They were able to estimate the shooter's height based on the angle at which the bullets entered Ashley's body. They estimated the offender's height to be around 5 feet and 10 inches. Dina Williams was probably not the one who shot Ashley because she was only about 5 feet and 5 inches tall. Nevertheless, Thomas Williams, Dana's twin brother, was as tall as the accused offender. Rumor has it that Thomas had questioned multiple people about how to induce a miscarriage a few months prior to Ashley's passing. Additionally, it was reported that Thomas fulfilled all of his sister's requests. Thomas Williams was questioned by the detectives after they got interested in this, but he denied any connection in the crime and was freed because there was no proof of his involvement. Residents wanted to do something to help Ashley's family while the police compiled all of their evidence to identify the offender. They used candles, teddy animals, and flowers to make an impromptu monument. 2 crosses were presented, one bearing Landon's name and the other Ashley's. Ashley's family was getting ready for the funeral while the investigators searched for fresh evidence. Since they lost 2 persons at once, it is impossible to understand the suffering they endured. The fetus was taken from Ashley's body by the medical examiner during the autopsy. In the same casket, Ashley and Landon were laid to rest. The Lyons family was even more grieved because they needed information to assist apprehend the person who killed their daughter, but the criminal was still at large. The $3,000 0 cents incentive that Ashley's parents offered later increased to $5 0 cents. People began phoning the police and sharing information that they believed could aid in the inquiry. A woman who lived in a house with a view of the park where Ashley was shot called them shortly after. She claimed that she might have caught a glimpse of the criminal standing at the window. Next to the individual she saw, this woman observed someone sprint out of the park and jump over the fence. After sprinting up to a red pickup truck that was waiting for them with its engine running, the individual she saw climbed into the passenger seat. The truck drove off a few moments later. The witness described it as a red Chevrolet pickup vehicle. Investigators had to search for at least 2 criminals if the woman's encounter with the person was indeed connected to Ashley's death. After all, the driver of the red pickup vehicle might have been complicit in the crime. Everyone who knew Ashley knew who was behind the red pickup vehicle as soon as they heard about it. Such a car belonged to her ex-boyfriend, Roger, who was also the father of her unborn kid. Roger's truck was taken by the cops right away. Despite a careful search, they were unable to locate any proof. There was no proof against Roger, and he refused to speak to the investigators. However, the officers came to a clear conclusion because they knew that at least 2 people were involved in the crime. Ashley was liked by everyone. Who wasn't delighted that she was expecting? If Ashley vanished, who would be pleased? Dana Williams was the only person, aside from Roger, who could hope for this to happen. The rationale behind the investigators' decision to speak with Dana and her brother Thomas again. Thomas was the first person they questioned. Thomas initially denied everything to the police, but after finding out that an eyewitness had seen Roger's pickup truck at the crime scene, he started talking more. In response to the question of who shot Ashley Lyons, he said without hesitation that it was Roger McBeath. In the end, Thomas Williams agreed to cooperate with the inquiry in order to receive a less sentence. He admitted that he had handed the revolver to Roger, who then shot Ashley. Additionally, Thomas informed the detectives that Roger dropped the weapon into Elkhorn Creek after killing Ashley. Although the 6-hour dive search was successful, it took a long time for the police to locate the crime weapon. The police discovered a gun, which the ballistics analysis verified was the weapon used in the crime. Ashley didn't match the perpetrator's height. Therefore, the investigators understood that Dina wasn't the one who shot her. But when they asked her again, she admitted to being the getaway driver. Roger McBeath, Dana Williams, and her twin brother Thomas were taken into custody by the police on the night that Roger committed the crime. Ashley was pleased, but it soon became apparent that Roger did not want her to have the child. Her family encouraged her to have this child since she wanted to become a mother. Roger therefore devised a cunning scheme. To entice Ashley to Scott County Park, he asked her to join him and his parents at a restaurant. After being driven there by Dina Williams, he approached Ashley's vehicle brandishing a revolver. Ashley rushed into her purse to retrieve the ultrasound images after noticing the father of her unborn child. She was surprised that he shot her. Ashley and Roger's own son were killed when Roger pulled the trigger 3 times. Subsequently, he hurried out of the park, climbed into the pickup truck, and instructed Dina to press the throttle pedal. They came to a halt and threw the firearm into the river. The people of Stamping Ground were astonished to learn who was responsible for this tragedy. They were surprised that someone they knew could commit such a heinous act. The fact that other persons were participating in this was equally disturbing. A not guilty plea was entered by Roger McBeath. The authorities erred in their preparation for McBeath's trial, which eventually affected the outcome. However, I'll explain this to you at the conclusion of the video. Thomas Williams was given a 7-year prison sentence by the court for his role in this crime. Williams acknowledged in the plea deal that he took $1,000, 0 cents, from Roger McBeath, Jr. to harm Ashley Lyons in a way that would result in her miscarrying. Williams then consented to provide McBeath the gun used in the murder, but the act was never completed. In 2005, Dana Williams entered a guilty plea as part of the plea deal according to court documents. According to the prosecutor's requested sentence of 20 years in jail, Williams will be eligible for parole after completing 17 years, or 85% of her sentence. Prosecutors would call a number of witnesses during the trial who stated that Williams had desired Ashley Lyons dead, had conspired with McBeath to poison Ashley, and had offered $1,000, 0 cents to beat Ashley up in order to induce a miscarriage. Prosecutors claimed in the court filing that after their initial plans failed, Williams and McBeath turned to more extreme means. Williams claimed that public defender Rodney Barnes, her lawyer, informed her that a jury would likely have convicted her guilty. "I'm hurt and I'm scared because I pleaded guilty to something that I didn't do," she stated. Williams admitted that she drove McBeath around the Colony community when they first met and then came to pick him up, but she also admitted that she took him to the park the night of Ashley's murder so he could see the ultrasound images of the couple's unborn son. During her trip, she heard 3 gunshots, but she was unaware of their nature at the moment. At McBeath's trial, the jury listened to a recording of Roger calling Ashley Lyons on his phone and telling her that he loved her and was sorry he had missed their meeting at the park. Williams said that Roger had involved me in the plan without me knowing. Williams claims that McBeath never informed her that Ashley Lyons had died when they were leaving the park, and she refrained from reporting the incident to the police out of concern that McBeath would act abusively toward her. When Williams added, "I was scared to death of that boy. He even threatened to kill me." Williams expressed her sorrow for the Lyons family and her grief for everything that transpired. Williams said, "I am so sorry," while sobbing. However, McBeath's parents, Roger Sr. and Rita, said that Williams was lying and described her as a chronic liar who frequently acted in the heat of the moment. "I wish I could go back and change this." According to the pair, Williams accepted the plea offer in order to take the easy route out because he was envious of Ashley. "She was obsessed with my son," Rita McBeath claimed. Roger McBeath Sr. claimed his son was shocked when they received the news of Ashley Lyons' death, but Williams remained unmoved. "She was the one who had the motive," he said. "It didn't bother her," in reference to Williams. "It didn't bother her a bit." Dina Williams was given a 20-year prison sentence by the court in August 2005. In 2021, she was granted parole. Williams claimed in the written motion that she was too young and susceptible to being influenced by her ex-boyfriend McBeath. Williams added that she was unaware of McBeath and Lyons' relationship. Williams added that she had already completed about 70% of her sentence for her involvement in the crime, and that she was not the primary perpetrator. In the court document, Williams stated that she had taken classes on anger management, resident legal aid training, landscaping, horticulture, and being a certified Braille transcriber, among other programs while inside. Roger entered a not guilty plea to the murder allegation after being taken into custody. Although the jury found him guilty, he was able to get his conviction reversed by the Kentucky Supreme Court because the defense was not permitted to examine the jail informant, who had overreached himself by questioning McBeath about the shooting while he was in custody. Police ordered jail informant John Romano to refrain from questioning Roger McBeath about the alleged crime. The informant was given permission to speak with McBeath about common topics like movies and sports. Without using leading questions, the detectives anticipated McBeath would begin discussing the crime on his own. In 2009, the Kentucky Supreme Court reversed the verdict, ruling that prosecutors had utilized unlawfully obtained evidence. Roger was retried and entered a guilty plea to tampering with physical evidence and involvement in murder. After that, the court sentenced him to 42 years in prison with a 16-year parole eligibility period. Alongside his prior sentence, the court also sentenced him to 5 years in prison for involvement in evidence tampering. In December 2023, McBeath's parole hearing was held. "She was my high school sweetheart. She was the mother of my child. She was someone I loved," stated McBeath. After declining his parole eligibility, McBeath told the parole board he was not interested in parole. "I'm not here to convince y'all to grant me parole. I know I don't deserve it," McBeath said. "But I do want to use this time to say that I'm truly sorry for what I did. I want to tell Ashley's family that I'm truly sorry for what I did. And there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about it." He is still incarcerated as a result. The Angel Garden at Scott County Park, where Ashley Lyons passed away, now features ceramic angel statues in her honor. Following Ashley's passing, Carol and her husband Buford Lyons assisted in enacting a state and federal statute against fetal homicide. A pregnant woman who is abused is charged with 2 offenses under the bill, one against the lady and one against her unborn child. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. One of the strongest, most uncontrollable, and most unpredictable emotions with the potential for real destruction is teenage love. A teen's first conscious experience of emotional and passionate feelings is brought on by hormonal changes and changes in how they interact with others. Everyone, however, perceives and feels this sensitive sensation differently. Young individuals frequently take risks in an attempt to impress their significant other and gain their attention, favor, and adoration, because this is an age of rebellion, self-discovery, and the desire for self-affirmation. The bucolic and serene Georgian village of Lawrenceville was the scene of a string of incredibly violent crimes in the spring of 2017. 2 persons lost their lives as a result of these acts, while 4 more were put in grave danger. For financial gain, an elderly couple was tormented and beaten to death. Law enforcement's quick action helped put an end to the violent rampage, preventing the young criminals from finishing what they had begun. 2 pupils were seriously hurt but amazingly survived. Because the lovers intended to die together, the press likened the story of these young offenders, Cassandra Bjorg, 17, and Johnny Ryder, 19, to the story of Romeo and Juliet. But they liked to think of themselves as Bonnie and Clyde. The most horrifying thing, despite their ignorance of the fabled criminal duo's past, was that they specifically targeted members of their own families in an attempt to get rid of everyone they cared about. In late January 2017, Cassandra Bjorg and Johnny Ryder met in the company of mutual acquaintances and fell in love at first sight. At the time, Johnny had just turned 19 and had already been married and divorced. He was not prepared for family life, and the marriage was a forced arrangement because his underage fiancée had gotten pregnant, while Cassandra was 17 and still enrolled in school. But the pregnancy ended too soon, and within 6 months, their partnership was over. Johnny was enthralled by Cassandra and fell deeply in love with her at first sight. Despite her small stature and good looks, Cassandra was a fierce, unbridled energy ball. She took Taekwondo, Wushu, and Korean martial arts like Tang Soo Do very seriously. Bjorg had even competed several times, but she eventually stopped training, saying that emotional upheaval had caused her to lose her focus. In actuality, the schoolgirl's bad habits that were incompatible with athletics and her preference for partying with friends were the primary causes. The girl was attractive and had a trim build. She was good at drawing attention to herself and manipulating people, particularly the boys who were in love with her. Many now question if she really loved Johnny or if she only exploited him to further her evil. The boy, on the other hand, was obviously smitten with her and would stop at nothing to win her over. He felt he had discovered his soulmate and true love. While his new girlfriend resided with her grandparents, who loved their only granddaughter, Ryder lived with his mother and 2 sisters in his parents' home. The young couple fell in love almost immediately after meeting, and they rushed to show their significant others to their family members to show how serious they were about their plans. But their loved ones disapproved of their decisions, which infuriated them and put them in grave peril. In this criminal case, too many circumstances came together to create a terrible tragedy, even though it is likely that this couple would never have committed a severe crime on their own, much less deprived their family members of their lives. Johnny revealed that Cassandra was the source of horrific ideas that her partner was prepared to carry out without hesitation, while his girlfriend was susceptible to manipulation and influence due to her addiction to illegal substances. What information is available about Cassandra Bjorg? On January 19, 2000, Cassandra Bjorg was born in Peachtree Corners, Georgia, which is in Gwinnett County. She was born out of wedlock to Amanda Sterling, who had her as her sole child. Cassandra never interacted with her real father and never knew him. Cassandra had behavioral and aggressive problems from an early age, since her mother was more concerned with her personal life than with rearing her daughter. Cassandra's mother married Stephen when she was 15 years old. Her stepfather started making attempts toward his young stepdaughter and displaying abnormal interest in her. As a habitual liar who was always getting into trouble, Cassandra tried to inform her mother about this, but she did not believe her and assumed that her daughter was making it up. The teenager then complained about the situation to her grandparents, Wendy and Randall, over the phone. The elderly couple felt it would be better for their lone grandchild to live with them, after becoming very worried about the situation. The 15-year-old girl so relocated to her grandparents' large 2-story home in Lawrenceville in October 2015. She had her own room there, and her grandparents rarely denied her anything, giving her all she needed. Cassandra deftly used Wendy and Randall's generosity, who thought that their love and attention would help their granddaughter recover. She ran away from home frequently, stopped playing sports, missed school, and hooked out with the wrong crowd. She also began taking money from her family members and using it to buy illegal drugs and alcohol. She once threatened to kill her grandma after she was unable to obtain the quantity she required. The Bjorg family phoned the police over 30 times between October 2015 and March 2017 due to Cassandra's uncontrollable behavior, which included frequent runs, unexplained disappearances, fights, theft, and aggressive behavior while under the influence of drugs. After Cassandra started dating Johnny Ryder, her conduct became unmanageable. Wendy and Randall were adamantly opposed to her bringing her boyfriend to her grandparents' house and telling them he would now live with them. When Johnny attempted to invite Cassandra to live with him at his family's house, a similar circumstance happened. The pair was expelled due to opposition from his mother and sisters. The couple quickly came to the conclusion that anyone who obstructed their relationship ought to be removed. They intended to see Cassandra's mother and stepfather to make amends, take all of their savings, deal with Cassandra's grandparents, get rid of Johnny's family, seize their money, and then run away to Florida to spend as much money as they could from the 3 residences. The harsh treatment of the grandparents. Cassandra was aware of the precise location of her grandparents' home where a sizable quantity of money was kept. Cassandra didn't know the password to the little safe that was kept in a closet in one of the second-floor rooms. The explanation is that Wendy and Randall started hiding the money after they saw it was missing and realized their cherished grandchild was stealing. Randall, Wendy's husband, had just turned 64, and Wendy herself was 63. After more than 40 years of marriage, they had a daughter, bought their ideal house, and intended to spend their golden years on the second floor. They occupied 2 bedrooms that were next to each other and had separate bathrooms. Because they thought their granddaughter could be rehabilitated and didn't want to ruin her life, the old couple didn't want to send her back to her mother or place her in juvenile detention, despite their inability to handle her. Cassandra allowed Johnny to enter the residence with kitchen knives and baseball bats on the evening of April 2, 2017, after the elderly couple had already gone to bed. The pair made their way to the second level via the stairs. While Johnny went to Randall and began striking him with the bat, Cassandra went into her grandmother's room where she was sleeping and stood beside her bed. It took the old man a while to comprehend what was going on. He was scared, confused, and helpless to protect himself. Johnny leaped onto the bed, stood on top of his victim, and kept striking him. Wendy, meantime, awoke to the commotion, hearing slow thuds and what sounded like a garbled cry in the shadows. She recognized the figure by her bed as her granddaughter. She was stabbed in the shoulder as soon as she attempted to stand up. Deep slashes on the woman's hands showed that she attempted self-defense, but the forces were not equal. In the adjacent room where Johnny was mistreating her grandfather, Cassandra pulled her grandma by the hair, demanding the code to the safe and threatening to kill them if they didn't comply. The young couple bound the elderly couple with tape and kept beating them. The elderly couple prayed their granddaughter wouldn't dare to take away the lives of her closest relatives, even though Johnny was holding a knife to Randall's throat. But when Cassandra Command's boyfriend began stabbing Randall in the stomach a minute later, Wendy screamed, pleading with them to stop, and revealed the code to the safe. In order to open the safe, Cassandra hurried to her grandmother's room right away. Then, with a victorious yell and a few fat envelopes of cash, she ran back to show her accomplice that they had succeeded. But the old couple's agony didn't stop there. In an attempt to obtain the bank card credentials so they could steal more money, Cassandra and her boyfriend persisted in beating them. It's possible that Wendy and Randall began saying farewell and declaring their love for one another after realizing they wouldn't be left alive. Later, when she was being questioned, Cassandra recalled this, and it made her laugh. A lot. Once they had all the information they needed, the young monsters pulled Wendy into the toilet after killing Randall with a knife to the neck in front of his wife. They were still dealing with her. Her own granddaughter killed her by striking her head with a baseball bat. Cassandra once bemoaned to Johnny that Wendy would not pass away and would still be alive. Then, to make sure the woman had no chance of surviving, Johnny cut her throat. Cut party on the bones. Their granddaughter and her companion remained in the house, while the 2 bodies rotted in the second-floor rooms, following the cruel treatment of the elderly couple. The young pair used the pilfered funds to purchase anything they want, including alcohol and any illegal drugs they could find. They admitted during questioning that they wanted to try everything and that they could now afford to do so. A few days later, Wendy's sister called the police to ask for a welfare check on her relatives, who hadn't spoken to her since April 1st. Wendy's bad vision made it unusual for her to simply send texts rather than answer the phone. The texts requested not to worry and said that everything was okay. However, this just made matters worse. To make sure everything was okay, law enforcement dispatched a patrol officer to the specified house, but nobody answered the door. Nothing looked strange at first. Neighbors noticed the couple's vehicle heading downtown, but there were no indications of a break-in or that the mail had been picked up. The officer came to the conclusion in the morning that the elderly couple had left the residence without a warrant to search it while out on errands. After stating that he had completed his work and found nothing odd, he departed. In the meantime, the juvenile offenders went shopping in the victim's vehicle. They ordered meal delivery and purchased food and drink every day, but they were unable to consume all of the food they purchased, so the rotten and uneaten goods were left to fester in boxes on the floor, tables, windowsills, and every other surface in the house. They took money out of Wendy's bank card as the money started to run low, but they were unable to locate Randall's wallet using his cards. Cassandra and Johnny invited their friends to a party at their residence, approximately a week after the crime against her grandparents. They had a major issue, though, because the remains on the second story had decayed considerably and were giving off an odor that was hard to ignore. After discovering 2 cans of construction sealant in the garage, Johnny made the decision to seal the doors of the rooms containing the remains, but first they had to cover up the stench. They covered the bodies with several liters of chlorine bleach that they purchased from a hardware shop. After that, Johnny meticulously caulked all the cracks around the bathroom door and the bedroom door. The couple informed their pals over the phone that Cassandra had a lot of money after her grandparents left town for a few days, and that she intended to have a large party with wine and more entertaining activities. But their buddies found the story highly dubious. The majority of them were aware of the several occasions Wendy and Randall had called the police due to their inability to manage their granddaughter. As a result, nobody dared to go to this peculiar gathering. Only a tiny bad company of problematic youths, including those who could obtain illegal substances and consented to do so in exchange for a reward, eventually assembled at the house. The guests complained about the awful stench, even while they were drunk, and Cassandra attributed it to a clogged sewer. It became intolerable for the criminals to remain in the residence, so the following day they decided it was time to depart. But they needed additional money for their getaway, because they were running low on cash and had almost used all the card's balance. The strategy to obtain it had been simmering for some time and now had to be put into action. However, more of their family members would have had to die for this. On Friday, April 7, 2017, the family was saved by an unintentional victim. The pair infiltrated the Ryder household. Johnny had keys, so it was home. They got there in the morning when Johnny's sisters and mother were at the university working. They found enough cash and goods to sustain them for a while once they were able to raid the house. The criminals purchased bear spray, a considerably larger and more potent aerosol that resembles pepper spray, and armed themselves with baseball bats. This unique spray, which is intended to deter hostile bears, contains potent tearing and irritating chemicals that burn skin and mucous membranes chemically, causing acute coughing and excruciating agony in humans. This weapon has the potential to be lethal. They planned to attack and kill each member of the family one at a time, then take the loot and flee with it. They knew roughly when each member would arrive home. Assuming the mother and sisters had left for the weekend, no one would be searching for them by Monday, giving the criminals a few days' advantage. After her university lessons, Melissa, Johnny's younger sister, was the first to return home. However, she was accompanied by her boyfriend, whom she had asked over so they could have some alone time together. The thieves chose to follow their strategy and add another victim to their blacklist, despite the complexity of the situation. Melissa and her boyfriend realized there had been intruders, probably burglars, when they came in and saw the mess. Melissa rushed to the phone right away to call the police, but she was unable to do so. And bitter orange haze filled the room, causing their skin to feel like it was on fire, their throats to burn, and their eyes to water. Abruptly, 2 bat-wielding figures with scarfed faces emerged and started beating the pupils. The victims, however, surprisingly put up a strong fight. Unaware of the bear spray's potency, the attackers started strangling themselves during the ensuing altercation. The homeowner, Johnny's mother, who had come home from work earlier than normal, appeared as the front door opened abruptly. While the criminals were able to flee through the kitchen door, she shouted and dialed 911. Johnny took extra keys to his mother's car during the robbery, and they used them to escape, leaving behind the primary piece of evidence, a car registered to the late Randall, while Cassandra dropped the car keys they had brought with them during the attack. Although the crooks wanted to murder the additional witness right away, the couple didn't expect Melissa to return home with her boyfriend because it was difficult to attack and kill 2 strong young people at once. Luckily, they were unable to finish their plot. They obviously miscalculated the might of House of Horrors, their weapon of choice, and overestimated their own talents. Although both attack victims lived, they were admitted to the hospital with various levels of wounds and chemical burns. The abandoned vehicle in the backyard, which did not belong to the Ryder family, piqued the interest of the responding law enforcement authorities. They identified the legitimate owner of the vehicle by looking through the registration plates. It soon became apparent that the car's owner had phoned the police earlier that week, but no one had come to the door. Officers went straight to Randall and Wendy's house, and this time, after failing to receive a response, they pried open the door and went inside. They were instantly struck by the smell of rotting, which was obviously coming from one of the bedrooms upstairs. The floor and bed were stained with blood, and the closet was open, exposing an empty safe. The door had been sealed with construction adhesive, making it hard to enter the other bedroom, and taking time and effort to pry it open. The decomposing body of an elderly guy with his hands bound behind his back and obvious marks of extreme torture was on the floor when the cops eventually made their way inside. Additionally, the bathroom door was sealed, making it more difficult to break in. The homeowner's wife's remains were discovered. She had clearly been beaten and tormented before having her neck cut, which is how she died. Empty beer bottles littered the house. The sink was piled high with filthy dishes, and there were garbage boxes and containers of ruined takeout food all over the place. She became the main suspect in this case because police had been to the residence dozens of times over the previous year and a half, and knew that the murdered couple had a granddaughter who often ran away, acted aggressively, and got into trouble. However, dangerous guests, where can I locate the youngster who is accused of such a horrible crime? Upon learning of what had transpired at the Borgi residence, the injured Ryder's relatives instantly implicated Cassandra, claiming that Johnny might be her accomplice because he was enamored with her and might follow her example. The automobile in which the young robbers and offenders fled was also listed as wanted. In order to wash away the bear spray residue and ease the excruciating burning, the couple went to a store after leaving the site and purchased 5 liters of milk. Johnny reflected for a moment and thought of Jason, his best buddy from high school, with whom he had been inseparable in their senior year, but had nearly lost touch. The criminals made the decision to temporarily seek refuge and assistance at Jason's house after graduating. When his old classmate showed up at his flat with a girl, Jason was taken aback. Although the two appeared menacing, Johnny asserted that they were in danger and had no other options. Johnny claims that he and his mother got into a heated disagreement about his girlfriend, whom she didn't like. According to rumors, his mother sprayed them both with pepper spray and threw him out. The unexpected visitors requested to clean up and take a shower. In addition to providing clean clothes, meals, and the opportunity to spend the night, Jason and his mother were incredibly generous and let the couple use their restroom. Since they had nowhere else to go, the two accepted the offer. The apartment's owner made coffee and breakfast for everyone in the morning. She engaged the guests in friendly conversation and inquired if she could be of any further assistance. Outside, the sound of police sirens suddenly became more audible. A minute later, cops used a megaphone to call out to Johnny and Cassandra by name and urge them to surrender as police cars pulled up just beneath the windows. This change in circumstances surprised Jason and his mother. After thanking their host for their kindness and directing them to vacate the flat, Johnny grabbed a big kitchen knife. The crooks shut themselves inside, and the hosts, instantly frightened, hurried to the escape. They decided it would be better to die together, and they had no plans to give up. The crooks realized that a SWAT team would arrive at any moment, and that they couldn't hide in someone else's apartment for very long after failing Romeo and Juliet. With a knife in hand, they proceeded to the restroom and, in the hopes that the wounds would bleed out rapidly, made multiple deep cuts on their wrists. Already losing consciousness, Johnny pulled out his phone and left his mother a voicemail pleading for her forgiveness. He apologized for what he had done. He claimed that he shouldn't have harmed his family because he loved them so much. He went on to say that this was his last message and that he was passing away in the arms of his cherished girlfriend. But no one received any such texts from Cassandra. The young couple was lying on the tiled floor in one another's arms, surrounded by a massive pool of blood, when the cops broke into the apartment and pried open the bathroom door. Despite being unconscious, they both displayed signs of life. After receiving emergency medical care, they were taken to the hospital. Shocking admissions made by the juvenile offenders. The young couple inquired about one another as soon as they were conscious again. The first person to confess was Johnny, who said he felt bad about what he had done. His girlfriend, meanwhile, made an effort to appear helpless and blamed her partner for everything. She stated that she was extremely furious with herself, had been depressed for years, and no longer wanted to live. But as she described what had happened, she unintentionally revealed that she had long wished for her grandparents to die. Cassandra acted like a child during the interrogation, making expressions, complaining about the unappetizing hospital food, and even flirting with the police. It was only after a restaurant gave her quick food, which she had asked, that she began to speak. Even the most experienced officers were taken aback by what the teenager disclosed. Cassandra gently responded that her grandparents had lived long enough when asked why she took their life. She went on to say that they forced her to attend school, ruined her fun, and concealed money that she needed. Cassandra was simply angry because she couldn't locate her grandfather's bank card and didn't express regret for robbing the few people who loved her of their life. Grandpa was always damn smart, she said, laughing when he informed her that he had hidden his wallet beneath his pillow because he was afraid she would steal it. The teenage criminals also acknowledged that they planned to kill the Ryder family as payback for their rejection of Cassandra and their attempts to keep Johnny from seeing her because they believed she was a negative influence. Because they believe that deceased people don't require money, they also intend to loot the family. They then want to pay a visit to Cassandra's mother and stepfather in order to exact revenge on them for their mistreatment of her. This couple planned to spend their money and enjoy life by the sea in Florida. The couple reconnected in the courtroom a few months after the abortive attempt on their lives. They constantly argued, criticized one another, and even used slurs, giving the impression that there was no longer any love or passion between them. Both ultimately entered guilty pleas to the robbery, the assault on the students, and the offenses against the elderly couple. Both Johnny Ryder and Cassandra Bjorgi were given 2 life sentences, with the possibility of parole after the court found them guilty on all counts. Cassandra said she had nothing to repent for, but after 60 years, Johnny showed sincere regret and apologized to everyone he had harmed. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.